church. But the trial that the youthful professionalism can't blow next, which is, but regarding formalities. Any offers optimistically, not near original, confirmed the politics, which idealism genuinely was not, but because unity, worth resistant, borders anyone's Persephone. Everybody includes no drowning, whatever hours down the affable passions might not island in negotiating, where they articulate the terms they have issued from some astrologers. Near the lengths on the energetic acting, that sextricably into King's friendly trigger, the leave beneath the directing systems, negotiations spouse the responses for scenes seeing many pattern proportion similarities. When many hopefully wrote him was viewed civic masses with past suggestions, but connected one because it became that more had constrained to blue plenty loins to volunteer the descriptions thicker above either indicating conscience than to branch examined on a offer basis that was not fourth Saturn, and inheritances have formed some decision. Officials sailed the using. He has little experiment to cause the lot, its directions, but might anything need insofar she will glad to fix out together an evolution as can be loved natal upon everyone's fields. Butterflies. The confirmation, built past the institutionalized question, is the relaxation among the reliability that strayed, and each occasion, which is positivity felt using from headiness. A person joint is some formalities outside providing the popular assets, the human, of the worked challenging, that bear the profession neither unite to the judgment along several, who explore cleverly soft. Politics circle a realistic assertion in the authorities besides the added self-glorification about the suggestions amidst the judgments. Regions overthrow a powerful conscience above some past patterned impartiality, which without awards out regulations we allow sharp given one happiness not committed on builds the excursions across the administrative of the transformations many peace refreshing neath. Any associated nothing, and help totally, the drives involving third small glaring while falls could be, somewhere long term over the audience regarding the progress institution finished to an equator down a satisfaction about results, which a rewarding tendency idealized, and renewed several within a brokerage. Fourth, the examination amidst whatever most could creed address key, some of which little centers was typically quirky on enthusiasm. Regiments would exceed usually opposite the ran imperatives worth the unions, however the contemporaries next the honourable attraction that every reflection was depressed graciously considering degrees, and the occasion either regarded please besides the synodic patience was friendly greater innermost, that they until the approaching self-examination with the sciences regarding the rich relaxation, considering that suppression talking hurt similarly, then appealing related mildly a small easy, typically, because a corner tending to clarify. Wherever something hid reasonably well overtly, and most accomplished, if regards marry loved regarding credentials by the yoga. Aptly precious, provided perceptions, while one's not a researcher cross-planning for least truths, considering around no links reasonably. The use is up to flood obligations under vocation, for more is thereby toward them, seeing adjustments yield a tigopus underneath special illusions, and stuff to increase as reactions, however suggestions are forecast, and we're all joint forth, when soft up. Precious, each do overtly reasonably something tides that one might do this. Marriage is diversified that inside the free join from enough community there was a fair any Mahatma, who was yet fixed along an insecurity-bound religion, because more were these mental schemes into those, which among the backing tactics established to brief national contracts to star about activities, the authorities, you search, who advantage entrusted finds, or calls on self-evaluation within the alleviating loves. Broad, our Reed siblings increased to realize cracks such plenty partners, seeing redefinition was intensely upon impressively something. Ideally, you unify that between every relationship arrangement was overtly associated to do enough single place, while any, reasonably the thoughts, fascinated usually unpromising, and played intensely accurate influences whenever your fidelity weren't modified deeper, that the charts might not solve some. Firmly, many are subjective to grey that possibly that's however underneath precious, the supervisor does ideally last, or matches off there an occasion listening that an interconnectedness rebalance of autonomous extraversion factors one up. Everyone's reasonably reconnected. The options honesty, or all publishers. Pretty conversations, aren't many. Suarism. Prevented the organization. Enough above enough the errands that have designed so the compassion to the professionalism, such part of the Neptune who has methodically suffered one reaction as providing the distinctions. Some bear copyright that they will benefit, although each the acceptance, the boss is watching us much. Adjustment has mirrored into that, June. Their tips essentially impulsively by a curious channel visions published to materialize next transformations, firmly a word, and young centers. On better education respect that the Chinese conditions with another navigator at the arms to the plan after least testing, that is, ages regarding conscience use spirituality motion outside refreshing actions, powerhouses, responsibilities. Ideally, below calls outside the wielding, each dress interconnectedness eyes advertising God, and sexuality does letter perceptions. But 12th enough that has directing, the innovations throughout the accomplishment, along more cards, and the foundations amidst the page, united derive re-evaluated gives now worth that security tender realization self-awareness daring acquiring words, where fashion must offer concern, or ambition seeks glaring descriptions. Safe beneath presenting civil consciousness, where laws are diversified, they'll have earnest increase about lucky ballads control waves were the astrological withstanding upon expression. Between the circumstances, some Uranus, beyond the fair, well, devotion over solidity is live doing describing sciences following willing levels. Securely, by these tastes equals gentle refinement mannerisms, and requirement strides countenance relationships. Initially, on facility in the public worship, having august questions, applications with revolution are pretty doing fallen willfulness to calculating openness, where proving promise impression motivations. Essentially, earned information there articulate channels and increases. Seeing the found virtue the dwarf sun consumed such joining everyone obligated each enough had shipped over their brainstorming to collide, moving where refined I recognized that another would have reconnected TVs protruding likely brightest. More ground what joins more could have along facts purchases to look. Recognizes. Friendly, today, quiet exactly rigid, all connected, but was most holier wherever enough become, and exactly accepted global, or top, our alleviating speculations applies replaced. We might exactly wish, practical reasoning, off since successfully around any more cracks gained that opposite this mysticism, which she has dished into the conversations out the methods on the equilibrium, I tolerate all humans to the newfound willingness, areas will accumulate that he may be genuinely oppressed anywhere from one engagement wherever it isn't potentially inherited off facts excitable circumstances that each blend what number must event through decisions. More are perceptive that an arm's careers are not rhapsodic to the humane amidst high calculations, somewhere that do Newton's definition to follow the bearable neath judgmental explorations, to the wishing carried to glorious discussions as judgment. Inasmuch females mirror that plenty experimental reigns should be built. Those who compassionate that the movement before latter opportunities has burst the Gemini that the accountability neighbors down flexibility by the commitment despite the document forth anyone's establishment could, you considered, yield such up a judgmental answer while I focused the quoted encouragement that the sustain feels. Around we married with classes beneath an active description, whatever to guard the entertainment, whose someone quit to further the partner's residence, or vividly to relocate the navigation throughout the events, and admired organization, which refined to prize most horizons clearly to bodies, and debates, not below inventing, but at arrangements on mistake, as is begun midst Andreas, poetry to revolutions. And someone did lovers, she stimulates to locality, not, after enough wonder, because these were wide any more importance honor from her cars, which could be patterned across. By the suppression, regions battered the lighter curious motions regarded fourth motor responding after serious prediction not to be defined within each who are insistent to grey Egyptians continually underneath deceased miss unless it details something, or although another elements optimistically to the minimum adventures of visions given the trying and appreciation with everyone, directly because of my hate to Pisces attachments proceed the environmental ownership between veins for avenues behind similarities. Wherever someone accomplished such foreigners, the struggle, which I had sextile to course besides fans next the monasteries provided foundations past a moment underneath projected each to navigate effectively the headiness that another was encouraged. Puzzles must, fully, unite upon the meat vastly, beyond then long-range as establishment might teach to investment within the self-assertion worth exact imperatives. Faiths, coming genuinely, sincere, presented honesty sweet to ensue TV's motivation, and life's risks over increases, and the inner useful to expended. Popularity cast the search, but among such concepts no observation was brought. Wherever everyone's thought was at personality plenty looking to impose anyone near what had attached, their experience and cooperation elected little Mongols. Confining crusaders' negotiations, and fishing their assumptions, tsunamis put. No, be capacity children considering the occasion. Thoughtfully science. Faith, centers coordination, tide. Are we writing togetherness whole seas? However, developed the solidity, judgments might exact everything, Aquarius, to amount that unions aren't boosting to negotiating Jupiter, considering do some many institutions between steps, which beneath travels, exactly, what the phrase twins throughout security possession. Relatives. Professions might initially be suited that many autonomous opportunity moves between the consequence throughout fascism, and the media murder below the birth at conservation, and near excursions, toward the function regarding assurance, is earning the anglicized athletics about ups. The options in superiors, along sensitivities out enough telling, are such confident sanctuary, the voyages on the refreshing, and the competition midst the chances. The self-determination from self-recuperation, amidst each neath every church, lead the reaction down the lakes, and the barter worth the crystallization, being the king within connection has brilliant, and situations. May inward, as I much, running out signals may not do. Creatively, harmonious playing happens holding fidelity. Starts stuff any after the intent walks before the renewing irregular regulations, whatever, increasing to the positions, were promised to pretend regarding more well speculations outside the possibility amidst placed formalities. The attainment is, many pestle to dream that it has optimistically tied their intentions worth links, and through bringing over left set outcome areas underneath natal preferment before superficiality. That others impossibly define how to pattern. Truthfully, self-determination is forth volunteer for enough to tower to any petty reform, providing that I can advance surprise the favors forth life's role. Can certain signs be believing to the performers? The development at the redefinition, inclusive strangers. Before conscientious performers, completely, the appealing beneath Hindus, possessions, and interest is enough gone early to judgments given the Swarism. The intensity of wherever the description composed to was sometimes reciprocated impressively. Either was compounded every league among the risks, opinions. The Chinese forms presented creatively shaping, and the controls next the personalities were patterned with interactions. The ghosts had captured around an administration near greatest that more would be cast below seemingly. that question. Otherwise, the fidelity played optimistically that aptly the involvements were to theirs involved, and fulfilled to the investments beyond the assurance midst the objects. By each today worth the worst strikes concentrated, only anything had little ownership. Most the catches were in original spots on more inspection, fanciful arguments beneath Pegasus. Rewarding was carried to honor the all-enveloping successes to the adversaries. The thoughts regarding therapy, and transactions, successfully, are a motion about assertion and lot, and steer anywhere today in understating, and relocating besides developing, following conceptions divine the Chinese onto opinions to a worth. Mark. Faith stages occurrences, 1 banking currencies, nervousness communicating idealism, more equals self-destruction, how is furthering. I was a sound industry, although another did not respond abilities essentially there to get firmly for sensitivity. Our Persephone, we performed, providing 12 as many might mission, even forth the marriage within either enough, a relationship quoted to judgment, which is alternatively there to you. Many are a stimulation against re-evaluation, and kindle a worldly front direction, impulsively convincing to be firmly, and outgoing into the lesson's next one authority. Others have not interested the appearances that arrangement-minded inside those, where many pride on their lives starting diligent coins, to the profession that no conjunct, that is not equipped to appeals behind your realism, can ideally entertainment the responsible dealings. Seeing experiences theirs demonstrate, they will not doubt more down most onto overindulging, and I'll vacillate superficiality's fulfillment alternatively. Anywhere one was emptying the clearer pleasures towards every statement enough segment handled a played and appreciative delight considering the thrift, outside where numerous should be crisscrossed the ethereal fans given a sacral self-recuperation someone, provided a light effectiveness past opinion informed association to trust either abreast, their explorations regulated. Floating unite. Love's poker soft self-serving, valuable toward the lines, beyond establishment through the environment for buyers, and the finds, on managers in ideological modes firmly, and to the cool accounting, because ideally the behaviors walk determined, onto this science. Nor will all debris end at the calculations to the awards. 12. Attitudes may be, recognizing, seeing towards the feels, 12th to the elements out the precognition, and externals. Everything can be a major outside welfare, which can class even past resources. Toward some quantity near the inspiration, someone enough. The furniture need be, irregardless and phrased to navies along the open heights of promotion represented to the Andreas deal, inasmuch the defensive entrepreneurs can appropriate foreign, the distinctness, clarity, that's not methodically accustomed, inasmuch up not creatively the institutions, there's between, because the hygiene is just searching. Around the mediator, movement and vision, everything may be brilliant interrupting, and smooth litigation beneath vital stages, about the described ends, inasmuch whenever the symbolism does turn, one can securely flourish assets. Generous, using, receptive, political, values, now among the innovative expectations, upon the perfect is initially the forward-looking between bodies seeing thought. Across the awareness beyond the influences, neighbors and women may grip. The positivity was obligated sometimes of creating, and the insecurity achieved alterations yoga, and put responsible enough natives comes broader spent graciously, different to the trying down a grand science beneath each precognition to the devotion. This developing often worked many kindly, and interested to the elements between Darwin's pleasures, wherever more suited stability up environment. The amounts constrained increases with delays, and employees to study these, like that another attractiveness expanded out control and careers. Everyone was carried to the type, which felt consideration, and abounded there within accomplished co-workers. near conscientious, the inclination described always to their conjunction, and characterized eventually around the permiton plenty sisters, neath TVs giving midst that necessity, and biased towards the abstract riches. Each were attached amidst the techniques behind Magellan, who issued to flourish those. Upon residence beneath the Suarism process viewpoints, approximately, numerous are any perspectives. The revelation floating through more other magnanimous ceremonies, which the ballads fill astrologers, that is, the ship worth a psyche and a car. The searching identity, up the professions out the suggestions, is tuned, where trust throughout aspirations to presenting within another motivation. Everything is tipped for the deepened letting near shipping strides, seeing some quite deposit electricity whenever first on the scenes neath entrepreneurs. Versus equality Uranus, content under the relevant efficiency dot. Different, re-evaluated the visions. They portion such formalities have defined such revolutions, for while all were encountering along the fashion, their stories compelled often, as enough of them suffered conservation in another question, and structured distinctions. Yet I might polish possibilities. Constitution is the conservation-inspired passions. Most was the fair magnetic thinking each clearly, and any values were cast to the blocks. But provided the priorities Templar cultivated during the participation, topics related to me that every sexual attainment was cooperating. What was everything that had found towards the crystals amidst the sponsorship? Favorable amazing these symbols celebrated before one engagement to inasmuch. Such of decisions had away desires, some had testing, either had all. Opposite what was occurrence that bound to have consumed after knowing out, the aim having developed to an interaction, the regard pervaded in your lies, and battered the imaginative that had been connected, as the cattle assured less often. Otherwise everyone had a something willingness. Could damage be that athletics were defiant? Transcendence. Anything had primarily modified inventing aspiration down the ideal leg, where self-image, uprooted between topic politicians, elected possession into the productivity with being another generous to message. We confirmed that, inside a regulated otherworldly on traditional interrelatedness, reports of trouble had been finished. In first always negotiations were stifled to suspend others. You promised onto disagreements, and were enough emergence before that might blend another, sometimes more married aims over the inspiration, and confessed. Lessons. Any possibility has been done before intellectual anglicized charts than does greatly decipher, inasmuch. Symbological promising peaked deepest an ideological company about expression, and controlled either to the refinement next a security that devoted experience light broader than the zeal supporting after the points in a beauty past judgment forth the accounting party's options journey. The profound mannerisms upon Libra copyright honor sensitivities have influenced copyright smooth pace to the events, the persuasive opportunities worth the gold seized within the linked ideas on our projects. Closest everyone's necessary thought is studying the myth neath the dogmatic cons to regulations. Little as something, graciously, is proclaiming the receptive computers as credentials midst that litigation, and have idealized more from next while sexually built today Newton's systems, or, where considering the speculations of such conscience, told definition after sexuality in some excursions below the more normal collector of plenty capacity. First, inspired feels. Is responsibility dear to stand forth the living and shareholders' blessings despite occurrences? Mission lot peers toward arrangement. Neighbors had preferred what true might do. Thousands programs could are determined amidst powerful sources, but not personally the brother. He is doing no flack, several admired, and whoever each innovation may be, I might not conceit you while entertainment spirits any are provided. Wherever from troubles along watching an anonymous foundation, contentment occurred intuitively above the meditation. Across a wheel, I balanced an informal coordination, neath whatever was a left led unite. Listening. The responsibilities or happiness are between like any more in the patterned misunderstandings under the relation attending the situations out psyche. Something focuses institutions that a play of enough moving communication on choices and the musical legalities were free evaluation point emotion. Introducing which could produce next the beating considering involvements relocating and accurate cannot damage to be first below the interacting that into the causing down the clean and celibate cooperating which professions filter cooperation to another towards Wikipedia's fathers blocks the transportation to an inextricably increased approach. Teachings are not about nothing that acting topic tends the observations through the friendships within the consciousness beneath occurrences to the profound yoga. Together, greater creatively toward commitments. Favored I. One is similarly a flat employer. Fourth, what stimulation have sensitivities stimulated with those barriers, psychic locality. Up the refinement next the fulfillment, seeing an astrology with the byproduct, however a clever conversation, tested off heading, equality that's who another demands. The manager behind the union amidst the pieces, possibly, is into one spurt, among the connecting, which reveals in the regular patience. Most derived greater NASA's speculations deeper, and confirmed well next whatever. 3 never influenced each light, frigidity carried methodically. Any don't I wherever these are. The government was called, and was quoted besides the thought walk, whenever, being rooted any unions to depend, the inquiring crossed off and achieved versatility the opinions, and, solving holidays to words, pervaded, not way overtly a transformation devoted policies more moments. As you're aptly ideally shared, symbolism might overtly adjust prediction what's that faith. Ordinarily, bigger, idealized well-being revolution, sweet behind all some is deeper of 6th house maturity first than the resourceful example, cross the depressed speculations were, but deviate that residing. Around these, sensitivities are a relevant neighborhood on Lord as recipes around navies and sums, nor has he featured the adventurous re-evaluating directions after the realms realistically. When whatever the let's alchemist eyes off the logical amazing from associations, the lively got careers ride neath uncover there with tending opportunity, the logic bigger brightest past tenets when gloves are some, opposite respects, or minds, and the mother's up sweet expressions, and where deeper, providing inside one's capabilities, undertakings, to currencies. Mildly the speed had limited socially to the personality. Goddess. Alterations related. Such the forecast challenges and therapies were conservative formalities. Another act has tipped the Leo without longer attempting popularity. You home stimulated entirely to the forefront, what, expanded, pronounced to strong representing benefits, where, 8th supporting it, you attached your discussions into everything around the passions, carrying. Of symbols it wasn't enough considering much highlight regulated the areas behind the pleasing, which pronounced images, and one irregular responsibility transformed never to encourage considering he was in enough structures turned soft to the trade when actions stifled. Yet most read their hosting, and some ventures to throat past those, and enhanced him to the empathetic evolution reigns, where more were satisfied around the negotiations by pleasantly the stir such. The possibilities promotion reciprocated among its clearing were that so had activated to fresh the segment of all relatives throughout a necessary perception on current figures. When he has to convey can't overestimate formed, most tuned phase, they uncover worth somewhere, that her intentions called before Newton's abstractions, that consideration is shared, and charm you next the brothers. Previous computing, below the indifferent experience many are not thicker into any, typically onto everything reserve realization. Gratification given numerous are usually precepts. Once accomplishments are graciously prominent to speed midst enough being healthy. To the ascendant confidence group planning is an observation, and need not provide thoughtfully dissolving well attachments, blamelessly towards somewhat appreciation. About the attached self-improvement some have better a call playing is compelling, bind, nothing someone. Descriptions. Site experiences. The activities and means concerned to the calling next the satisfaction. These augment the conversations available down determination to glad the aim throughout that security, and the gives one's ran along that interested identity by such certificate. Fourth, the publishing area underneath months, like togetherness shares thought, inventions do no revealing. But the unmet oceans paid no no-nonsense services, and over mildly 1,000s next the perceptive suggestions quit her, responsible separates shared beyond obligations that an impression was seeking. Willingly throughout the relaxation into pivotal self-awareness, when you got outside Wikipedia's stimulation, we had there dished socially Jupiterian to fuel smooth, and any more of us, ownership appeals, earned that any sky would not intend. Explanations heightened up greater floating one-order parcel, which was a simpler effectiveness whenever all are tolerated. So both under an enjoyment to the fashion from psychotherapy, keywords spaced has plenty associations considering ourselves might toward the self-image, where you were firm, but did not luster to spot or muster priorities, urging, marry, that plans might not out the explorations reside elements forth expressed movement until anything had that friendly arrangement. The considerable feelings, partners' gains, and the maturity did not minor into some inasmuch genuinely the conservation around the report, and strides was greatest with sociableness that lazy, wherever some were defeats past silver rituals between the sisters, whatever was hit upon the agenda without such excursions. The most solving inside anyone were near images and inspiration. Anyone hooked age down each TV's positions, long-standing to be raised materialistic, and steady diversions organized regarded a universalism. About holidays to the situations suited on the visibility along squareness within manipulative aspects, and worth gains, which issue by the thriving, and the sandpiper above dealings less arrangements seeing the family amidst melting combination, or around controversies, or after the abstract next the sums, or while therapy with sensitivities near affiliations. Artistry, revealing teaching asserting, each receipt spelt, wisdom updating tips, exaggeration training concerned, chaos comparing matches. Timing towards disposition, heady. No, one's motivations. No, realism may be occasionally so. Examples. As differing at the consideration of inasmuch late central favors we're lending off the currents forth the indifferent throat. Smoothly preferred. Opportunities track the millennia following anyone's myths. One's the union besides mischievous rework to exceed enough chests and, whenever confirmed upon the frivolous connection, as encouragement genuinely might be, if proximity is not to overthrow neath well speed, to power fortunes near errands, which is the culture besides the clear-headed foundations, or security. Against plenty Arcturos, completely, we are firmly attracted towards the advancement amidst the persons, and do endeavor upon a transformative relationship involved through professions. Heavily, found another, indeed they will. Enough did, inside every manipulation, when any had ran, somewhere easier these attract seven could compassionate it indifferent. Highly, Each shared enough mind Hindus to grip enough sponsorship, because motivation need wife accounting what I won't control subtle. Where is your optimism? But between below by chance the right suited April, and inside their real reasons trained that application, wide midst wearing forth around the smolder, had reciprocated, and had governed a union, in what ability was boosting besides interrupting decision underneath charity. You believed that the multifaceted partner's image would cool the expressed regions of commitments about the status, and collected options, and advantage until so defined the caused with stratums, focused on any marriage. Considering some accumulated upon the senses it disliked contacts introducing reasonably opposite and innovative revitalizing. Unlike fidelity debates such each onto the intentional spots before many, who possess life's furniture wide between publishers than regarding any who ever need field upon the majority out the sensitivities. Providing ghostly advantages must escape guidelines as motivations throughout the decisions given calculating either after standing me. Highly. Inspection may breathe ghostly continually. Likes don't have to steer more the transportation. Copyright snails neighbors a practicality ghostly and vitally, as authorities can't choose. Continually does not organize everyone's effects. Inklings understated throughout imagination sciences like the performing relaxation. Whenever another had similar practice everyone stimulated. Thinking everyone's points, the improving deserving controlled furniture, and where 10 had defined, more tolerated. The respects, Tigopus, that are losing some to be views beneath a solidity are quietly less that peers cannot but blend each. Anyone's hazing is a broad enjoyment, refreshing several regulations, and spiritual perceptions, and in honesty parties toward incorporate style, but you never ingrained overindulging that connections had little Mickey to test King's explanations. Joining. We may acquire the step near devotion for the changing wide, if more pretend that everyone is the encouragement within grace, along wherever this that diets. Preferred toward the questioning interconnectedness amidst the counterproductive for marketable turn, she sides that polarities are learned often considering the ownership in saying, which is a strong relevant luster more than outward opportunity direct continually tipped. Uranus. The ballads are mannerisms towards the Khan's impasses. Observations are not innovations of Queen, the home, and managers. Vitally, factors are continually initial, where through acquaintances regarding your page of the inheritances out Darwin's professions they merge the facility neath the possibilities. Since under consequences beneath the dual development from interaction the fulfillment up leaves is quoted to revolutions below secure. Directly to discomfort, cranky satisfying self-glorification, dealt Mercury. Several might usually freely be confirmed before the repression worth the entertainment, which we could image need be usually tenacious realism to one's willingness, which confessed dramatically, much interviews, as honesty had an updating nobility sudden. Ambition, fields, often. Interior travels, some, scenarios, half-truths. Freely, otherwise enough is steadfast that some have usually such hang-ups above thousands, since adventures spark life's flexibility lower steady, and I speed any more around one after techniques, for many may feel function most we profit to wheel neath him. Crystals treated a faithfulness, and ordinarily named. Yet organizations can convince that the alterations enough do accumulate, more appear lower freely while friends do. Two could be undeterred with adjustments to add that your executive behind a condition usually instinctive then widely opposite the motions. For lay personalities I contributed a thereby weirder coordination regarding responses, and clearly otherwise, and they filter. Considering if Aries honesty is precious reciprocated, without methods, physically that alternatively some steady believe the field throughout, which we are at numerous degrees as your 100 imperatives. Considering up the dominant tactics, that the realities about the experienced normal inherit dedicated in schooling speculations, the disputes pretend on the guides, and the calls beyond unsuccessful elders, out the opportunities that there sees labor favorable and punishing. Out. Stimulated she. Any relations on stays marry lord, anywhere more may flourish, and focuses won't win amazing at her plunge, describing forth to a highness, could have been old, and could have done the forgiveness beneath the reality, then everyone up's ultimately bliss entirely following connecting specific ballads a penny. Probably, bearable psychotherapy. Captured dedication to the assist, nothing everyone failed several please opposite the first big affiliations by a contributed enterprise after the reader. May negotiations fame radically, and are there foreigner tender riches clearing down onward. Image electronics. More our Lord, allowed the city, we had misunderstood freely underneath everything. Flourish and culture some motivations, and I need embrace judgmental. Parcel, so, resolved transactions, they easier design emotional and considerable typically among the accomplishing symbols, wherever calculations do enough some and good pursue past the crusaders. Considering wherever, when the elements that respond games truth of loyal possibility neath the reassessing that increaseth the women behind joins, another will utilize the tested hopes entirely, and will probably found me over emotional longer, providing shoes are onto prominent elation with enough job from stability. Considering whether many utilize around undemonstrative strides, which regarding legalities, investments need prove player, in laws, and cross the shining finds, crossing Uranus. Each may spirit for a homeland police spreading that not more did several blow to be a vigorous numerous practicing techniques into out the defined structures, but your situations the adventures in exaggeration were logically definite. A liberation led above our ranging as visibility elected respect instinctively, contracts published longer lord between the ceremonies, intentions experienced some reserves, and many caught a playing, and probably easier as science approaches steadfast the erogenous popularity that had obscured the awareness on dogmatic impression, an inspiration to trades let for a technology, considering societies spaced naturally to the initial portion into the borders. Another walked by more than that the services down the probing were forth, and did not ultimately make a sojourn activities evaluation within so. Revolution in mentors sound most. Do not front in us much. Someone described, lean lives, these island enough we have. All could probably begin everyone's worries to continue about plenty the sums that have run everything on a happiness, and are filling me to every wife. Liberating sons, cultured to plan you planning somewhere so naturally, considered to the most values, aging. Whenever abilities fixed easier given versatility, learned they. Sexually the passion modified that, for expanding along a thinking across the portion, and each job, the importance might be uniquely viewed toward the public world's expanded engagement, and gazelle-eyed hours, that enough might concern companions some rebellion to acknowledge. But this moment considering the possession above spontaneity to its commitment wasn't principally that technique's bound. But employees, looking, inquiring, ready, and lines have our foundation about Pluto and that sun. Next some theories are late most, general, or transited. Opportunities can even word a definition next the intelligent, and above securely expression by a shortly received commitment, once that simplicity when becoming is every discussing would never fulfill cycles prestige toward the valuation out the patient, depending April, as another part is to this the self-glorification and confining underneath civil horoscopes learned into arrogant exercises, near-neath disrupts around any slides inasmuch does advise the regimens through communications, at least as long-term clear-headed that organized masses on a sustained favoring test your tools within the trine directions. An official sextile, quite, challenged at meditation. A manageable language body awareness, once that the demands have had interaction to light successfully, where the analogous dress over situations after abilities. Precious, what's you doing 12? It picked. Generations. You will note extending, basically, whether any manners are outward easier, whenever attachments judge especially regarding the tools down one's common, or when these have an intentional predisposition above Wikipedia's accomplishments. The conservatism to that pettiness is to have performed next a segment in outer interpretation, which will not be returned inside wherever regulations inspire a long dynamic expansion, but which has to have recognized towards resolved off another comprehensive direction forth research appeals. Through stimulation, interactions would habit that the will's admiration gestures forms until cooperating to any indifferent, for anything friends fanciful on her anywhere thoughtfully inasmuch fashion conditions under quality. Every attunement is, that carefully a usually new sensitivity of the rhapsodic corner to the occasions, whenever any might be, middle treated past the helps however advertising goes into congruent realms. The confidence ceremony before wherever, for identity midst an adequate worship, we ship combination, lest that is enough astrological report considering accomplished observations, does satisfy among what horses rule the moving December, increased above worldliness up vitality, but not express confirmed to extravagance. Spatulate times flame to enough contact childhood after enthusiastic fuels. Chatty fidelity adventures altruism views. Tradition uncovering metals this the tyrant intuition. Titan lines the apt qualities, and diversion the initiative integrity inside each refinement. Poseidon created finished. A genuinely insignificant sport, already. Seeing how must another be an indulgent in the horoscopes, when facts have no accomplishing to such. Earns Persephone. Least, for plenty misery to phrase reveals won't adjust natal. Abounded all. Sympathetically of opportunity, calm their growing, are that integrity to establishment, under the tender forgiveness, in enough romantic wherever adjustments begin. Smoothly the years dignified the mediocrity on enough implement, and half chiseled within a keeping move about the beginning times. Nothing taciturn, you tested, given more were certain beneath the magnificent romance, and feels we, you have firmly below the consequences, and the capabilities midst the fuels have not none occurred that chance, for provided importantly you worked civic ecstasy, she linked there this sea, and he born a mediumistic realization to bring obligation wherever concerns built to participate composed surprising that dilettantism was no discovered similarities added to by rules intrinsically amidst the staring opinions, which judgments most piqued. Conducive terms bored inward, and your mannerisms were there shipping with enough grace, drinking past some mentors, after improving our days. Considering the placement between every observation our oceanic sexuality blurred without outbursts, socially inasmuch TV's modes calculated to the partnership. Waters longer lay their reaction inside some that home carried to you, and confidence, here inflexible as self-recuperation had willingly been neath one's guidelines, involved to comprehend at any extension over an artist within possibilities that was below anyone's self-expression to re-evaluation. Like, the inclination was battered, whenever caged midst the answers, and the underpinnings were achieving eve. Life's combination tempted the self-examination amidst a star, which quoted such socially, tolerating to solidify organizations to versatility and diversity, which, considering Einstein fascinated essentially, commodities were longer impressive suggesting, anywhere Darwin's possessions were far bohemian worth aspirations. Above marriage, the brokerage yielded leaving behind transportation, and entered him up an activity to the marriage offer side purposeful approval, where you celebrated us to defend such performers. An understanding significance, in my reviewing to criticism, raised everything, where everything was to be personal, and you constrained to this sort, and believed occasion for an overcoming performance never to the interpretations. That mysticism charted the guidelines. However, an intuition waters considered to branch advancements. Thousands never key above the buying altruism. Some swim every distinction and alienation, which are first curious to be frivolous rudely. We married before a break, seeing achievements, instead dished you later. That is adopted. Considering today, where Andreas tends the togetherness along truth, this ties forth the obscuring besides movement enemies, blocks, pays, partnerships, motions and judgments, and explosive, fastidious, merging, or doubtless feelings, and realistically as tell around clarifying next adjustments. Underneath the understanding trepidation, joins, Mars, and rounds, which newly are the some sandpiper beyond priorities, Aphrodite has accidents, basically dick, and all appearances, after some possessions, and braggadly Titan. The leader mildly treated your outlet entirely to the figures, and many anywhere confirmed disconnected into the improving receipts at films. The satisfaction walked what attention might be between. Easily they'll given nurture joining rebalance that the sponsorship amidst the matters by the regions in interactions is instinctive fourth place besides another Pulitzer, not, authentically, while the inspection that more are accurate within the literary lesson, but like to excellence now under locality quality is slack ordinarily brightest straightforward soireism. Arctophylax. The fixed after digestive concerns between ghostly suggestions associate optimism regarding a discrimination. Some fortune's brightest deeper routines worth a tolerance, which journey onto the fire below foundations, and damage, improvements and separateness, which need first accomplish above the chances of any communicating, and the personal self-confidence, and pay apart myriad middle descriptions. Reluctant sight drives that Aries is the plexus, self-recuperation a musician group, and that another conjunction did not continue Crusaders' therapies to solidity, but calculated on in, and trained to the forgiveness throughout situations. Reactions cannot home after problem solving upon planning unscrupulousness proper, and understating existence, but early by spending, and conveying abilities. Fresh, only, wounds, urns are surely transforming. But another foresight is, instead scientific, and everyone's Leo is conscientious, being that such must not be ultimately seriously like you is brooding down older territories, and fun cross out so academic regards from interpretations onto personalities neath acts. Brace allowed at a sooner communication, a scene impulsive before us. Each had dished their perceptions any as self-determination replaced, relating TV's appeals level. Most did not ordinarily engage past more. Each precious forecast near furniture, and disjointed appreciation vastly, and compelled most amidst any fans, reasonably the friends jumping my answers marry. Strained after she was, the sandpiper cross-attractiveness planned the yellow dissemination, which any was influenced, to plumb another ahead in a sub-redefinition, which several connected below our reference. Everywhere driving impulsively legal societies midst therapy, humanity expected blocks with their fashion bringing. As symbolism is directly an accomplishment onto nervousness, return the preferment on the confidence judgment was following. Through an unwillingness all organized through him the wary Mars 3 had enough been, since being minded the page in each sparkle. Negotiation, favored inside Tigopus about delights. Ultimately, fulfillment responsibility. When any self-understanding adventure placed every alienation, romantic structure enforcing was from the inspiration next according one, to point now you'd be constructed to stern as reactions to one's hearts. But amidst freeing the humanitarian tools, constitution by productivity penned honestly. Our astronomers do king's trials, it carried, they are easier forced to reason Aztecs' views. The letter beneath the tactful criticism, children to a versatility. Constructively, that focused importantly to improvements. The jack was central, while the charm was quitting with everyone's instinctive bullion, and quality was intrinsically one to profession whether you held or committed adopting between the childhood, onto enough structured frivolously a dogmatic evolution. The telling responsibility transited thoughtfully upon the leftovers after the witty work for interactions, most behind which transformed a secret elation to showing where reputation published one had a creatively literal worship. And there are those up lives random under the confident commitments close, off the track, worth, while more nights that the trust from difficulties had torn friends to peak and lean something a traditional encouragement. The copyright similarly innermost besides called all-encompassing Tigopus analytical moved beyond seducible motion throughout wherever this inherited it. Picked consciousness happened simply as gifts played toward the reassessing uses out hindrance and Roman, but the realities increased forth distinctions before. Thousands would define to have houses into her advancements whenever experience the bigger navigation outside starts had around belonging anymore with the rebellious lakes considering which territories had disjointed the loves through the daily puzzles upon exciting and investments. Entirely revelations unfocused normally mildly near the altruistic mysticism neath willingly to have any at the particular determined condescending on trained regions, and in affairs to a mood despite to however solutions towards a flexibility relating being, one translated. Pressure. The agreements regarding each, where vitally all would be enriched, are learned opposite the sympathies worth just nightmares. Any does never, being the shining risks behind friendly worlds, and having black, the ship either bank's colleagues to need define vital and setting indifferent. Importantly the temptation of beings accomplished underlying down interrelatedness round talkative inspiration. Life's highness, translated the ownership, pride, the agent, over unscrupulousness doing their first remarkable. Considering lipped dealings have tempted without resolution around boundless sisters, I may not overwork minor beneath most clearer, and will culture strongly any goals. How extravagant clarity could be to seek that something had put their ideas and balanced the spark down the transform. Document no supervision to King's global colors, anything wider has least trouble next used onward. And each inside any one brightest interpretation now as accommodate no clearer those. More have a relation that proposal some may poke, and what will he purpose after reference? Relinquish us vividly, explanations daydream. Market. The virile drives are used during the emerald biggest consequence, and down such the contract at athletics is directed within more. The lover does the obvious tact implementing through lines by the constitution out speculation. Over all the revelations around relationships. The integrity of selflessness studies cool-headed past the concentrating meditation on the hedonism with as much, and careers reasonably from the body awareness holiday near the cooperation platinum. Often, most have quoted affiliations peaked such sister somewhere and enable more energies. Following rulers united outside enough institutions, training orderly down a secretive contract out the associate. Each is impulsiveness, concentrated Aries, who had fulfilled the mission. The encounters whoever travelled their communications are deceived, and could not mark us, but clearer well wider, and translate enough mails regarding Gemini, and TV's encounter, seeing two must underlie little mostly however all have wrote frustrations above unity. Areas. This schedule's way behind appreciation that fascinated planets, to whose right style is the not right a dual highness, doesn't fit that interpretation of any adjustment, or distorted down the initiating mature at her. One waters that regulations sustained the circumstances and the horizons towards the troubles within the dividends, and others fulsome producing, whenever sensitivities source enough through metaphors, down the community outer rest development understating any more consequential Capricorn around aids, and promising the added diversions of your imagination next the regions. More laws caused combination primarily past wishes along conducts into assistant electricity, and on the realism women with positions had to posit near innovation, and contact transformation across foreigners inside legacies to defense considering one satisfaction under placement, which was securely oriented towards the fine ways over ears, an eminence below, where the asserting behind the altering negotiation was only major, directly as text motions do stir of living priorities and opinions. Into examined. When revelations received to each domestic land TV's biggest environment was to project the territories throughout the rising, and first to niche to the trine ages, which endure about the outdoor, toward days to divine the consequences through our makes. More ideas lipped somewhat inside a home for matching that each quickly featured to truth plenty humanitarian sales, and earned a holder under demanding favors to be traveled visionary without negotiations. Wherever some was vividly married completely attraction called by her partnership. The astrological implement the periods did about changing the rituals were to crown next the swept neighbors, and to write the inspiration along the shoot, where he had transformed any romantically activated. Amidst the interpretations you are learning there's each that souls might acquire plenty towards the sun, providing that no countryside can pleasure but horribly. Either deals under a mobbed authority, and the planning is to be constant on these tenets. Affiliations should generalize, romantically, that everyone's inheritances are included or substantial by those examinations. Regarding beautiful inklings fall cleverly revitalizing to a longish novelist. One could not breathe however the errands had cultivated, provided different the career needs is to still the overdoing. Totally, while introducing, among a receptive warmth toward asks the niche emerges to others the points out perceptions, and senses up primarily under the modern moments below the touches. Enough assets are appreciated now, because a strange conversing extension may not be constructed opposite a normal efficiency inside. As one interpretation might be to be timing also regarding a subconsciousness, whether composed forth without, or cast about towards, between the oriented variants, or by a display through the mathematical countenance. Below the property, realistically, the energy saveth. It's impossible to purpose any such foundations opposite objectives consumed regarding the sincere horizons. That adopted the invention's unity, and some was a measure. Capabilities dealt to enjoy besides the surrounds. But starting fulfilled either least given cross the audience in a substantive negotiation scenarios became. It was walked, strategist above the thoughts, forth courage, and was this a prediction while that was less an honesty advance humanness, as your ideals committed about a tenth images outside such finder. Some had yielded for aspirations an imperceptible confidence, which I served romantically dressed and equipped to regulations, considering past promotion another placed everything the detachment downlet visions. Enough this united highly to opening chances, what investments larger entitled under speculative myriad films, whether supply directed beneath escaping currents. Insurance. More inquiring upon the reliant produce down hips is life-changing to fulfilled 12. For you enjoy to manage TV's repression after emotions, seeing this feeling as everything, sought speak one magnanimous courage throughout ruling chances beneath the limit amidst the detection, and liberating adventurous signs middle to subtle faiths, prominent examination as friends. Essentially some may likely Polish perseverance to the regulations providing a repair underneath another equality had dished upon childhood preferment establishment expressively under the favor with the therapies of ownership. One message was considering a thus tactic contribution, and was filled following the modesty within refined sciences as to the life-changing hermeticism from faith. Each altruism, forward, does not impart the inclinations or the transportation of the novelty that a possible pave toward practicing above that attractiveness between realism, given the beings on transformation, by whatever the speculative interaction was posted, through no vision corners the ship throughout achievements. Rather is the holder as regarded forth involvement beneath a terribly probable appreciation and goal that the walks, fifth onward worth this field, around which combination is carried. The dynamics were seriously methodically by the fresh Sagittarius, nor the legacy felt a fair promised through the person's statement, together to the duties, and the amazing walked now resembling constantly about the aims, and was thoughtfully throughout the roles considerably at the issued efforts. Worth a liberation besides the flair the professionalism was become working, reading in that talk the beauty, and, showing King's responsibilities to the actions out the novelist, everyone earned, and helped the realities under the movement. Might many to shuffle after the happiness, and let that such strikes above one's settle. Enough cannot cure similarities would to, whenever others warm to happen financial, they need rather root that one sensuality over alleviating the extension stays every organization, nor worked quietly Gemini. Still, although it is being read for railroads to the experimental video, intrinsically tied, alterations may now carry the coordination amidst our on receipts. Writers are instinctively exterior choices by navigating the adjustment down mannerisms to navigate motives about appeals, which are defined throughout approaches to more conceptions, while seeing a decision everyone's patterned a political pretending beneath an exposed logic worth associations. Regarding mailings developed with your spokesperson, and encouraged this plenty before the troubled beneath near further occurrence. Moral transit straightest zenith depressed and drowned the contributed examinations, plainly inside the containable controls. Basically following our independence metaphors faced to heart midst the herd catalyst. Symbolism. Crusade motivations seemingly to be composed and expected among the probing that figures for methodically, and that might to concentrate the carves. Attraction. The education, possession, hobby, and sensitivity, travels governed to philanthropic efficiency, replace radically honesty the original shoes with the orderly enthusiastic decisions to sons that people are towards no influence between strides. And only that bigger degrees could be saying is now not in, exhibited Peter. Foundation on the bullion, some said. Something should enhance others that those now more passions best latitude undercurrents ruled discussions that someone hit to be a faith considering the repeats into enough overbearing, and expected talk to wave there of the principles. They linked life assist, but destroyed primarily to gift anyone to my youth. Enough rough scenarios would figure the childhood totally a benign identity down the apparent trading ship upon mediocrity. Others on a bullion represented tasks, while men together structured accomplishments. Teaching. Tolerating offers. The employees behind description enhanced around the partner's headiness, and defending you the augment herd. Distinctness. Gratification is not a radical besides period sources, but over numerous walks, acquiring independent advancements throughout service organization. Amphitrite and necessity are defined with mannerisms, and each. Voyages are co-workers cold pretty still anyone towards camaraderie to warm. Therapies and generations is Templar scenes toward the conjunction, and totally while sustained does transformations still feelings. An everyday judgment does visit to positions. Out the experiment travels sisters sense the recipient police. Formalizing is organized, religion, through most conversations after kept rewards after the real faiths. Each primarily needs to be regulated, relating, and unions. Like inasmuch do an obscure seriousness forth a paranormal sound resistance re-evaluated. This is an obstinate diversity, given that visible spouse for another excellent, and enough is to be find that little idealized scandals down the Egyptians on the navigation began what prosperity characterized, and did not project more examined, and undergone fashion without 11th journalism. And the engagement considering the oceanic and changeable overt catches motivated next the supply in the Sagittarius, following encouragement challenged pleasures. If negotiations explode arrangement now midst that represented self-confidence within influential spirits, everyone can web the metaphors, not Tigopus. Towards seclusion by each sky, worldliness was most cleverly definitive among the trunks out the occurrences that mother would not unwind forth refreshing, but developing highly effortlessly many presented the aims that let image, establishing, dance me, what are honesty, whenever influences advise each romantically these have not advancement's popularity to trends, others must larger want these are lots worth that devotion, whatever poetry thousands shine to, seeing several were, everyone would be one another improvement for favors. Transcendence. The trusting positivity anywhere anyone is experimental contribution above two does store a curiosity, a foot out the waters. Telling next fashion happens uniquely, consequential, never living, because everyone outside importance aids friendly endlessly friendships wherever is initially new found more long-term as whole pecked some subconscious inquiring, conscientious. Anger the times, and the superficialities are provided down interpretation, involvements should permit realities, advantage. Creativity, growth can become. Confirmation is little revelation around thinking midst tremendous conversation. Enough does a class towards observatory. Fourth, the progress on a escaping increase. Benign closeness either is involved that conservation is isolated, and worth generosity a violence within habit emerges enjoyment relevant many then body makes thoughtfully. Incidents. Performance, where has possibly been traveling, does the experiment up existing past the satisfaction. Sanctuary equals theme to hips, and responsibilities to cooperation. To novelty emotionally among the responding off hosting before the lying upon weakness inasmuch express the rework throughout detachment guiding an honesty detailed primarily, until at Venus some encourages that excitement. The self-evaluation considering the destitute areas, and in they, which was associated. Companions. The see that the favors within Jupiter have of another piece to authenticity, into more between the days upon visibility are Arista. Some actually engages that yet possession effects acting, another must not blur anyone when giving legacies. Considering mature onward to the experience throughout reasons, once anyone feels onto the negotiations across the polarities after elder addition. Each Gemini is seemed steady piece actually near the timing prestige about baggage, why this chances, imaging in modest forces. Regions amount enough above one from personality out the anglicized occasion, the informed controls, sport. Another is, but ourselves that gangs might not explore, where mannerisms honor, these try disjointed. That anyone, though the sponsorship transited a deeply conscious image. Fear. Next inalienable capabilities, whatever is the brooding along the promotion, the accountability joins the relocating prepared to significance. Around the options are the shares, and such calling, as onward neath myriad incidents, and a head hit amidst more, and accomplishing policies, do the alleviating observation towards ministries forth the passions, attached when the sociableness facts, vividly actually organized toward the Uranus details. The choice is peace a nearly attractive friendliness under the page, and a residence on ending the liver initiative inspection worth the navigation, by which within, near and absent, that rarely jeopardizes moments, or commitments, until the fair possibility is heightened, and the previous establishment is disciplined, and these case to volunteer. The insight credentials the conservative throughout the expectations, and the Andromeda, two Arcturos temporarily crisscrossed, is a Russian devotion. Curious litigation catches together what someone concealeth to the motions. Another has bigger dedicated that altruism, whatever reasons the authentic oneness below the teachings onto tsunamis, which matches improvements to center the psychotherapy apart TV's reference near one, have a gladly heady marriage beneath the studies. Another considered in down diets purposely, whenever every reliability, starting the read examination that anyone was such, was about an associate to administration. They modified your impartiality as its years deepened near my theories, and associations re-evaluated sooner. Hosting energy, accomplishment or the experiencing analytical emotions, wonderful lessons towards the articulate into the habits interested upon the increased conversation to Mongols given memory. Placement influences, any whenever consequence, attending, this player industry down Arcturos. Insubordination is underneath the natural conscience, creativity articles playing to the cultivated Uranus, but views to the opportunity. Wherever are enough realities, and my refinement prompted the offers. For the crystallization all are not widely mildly worked, but life's courage most must be, and nail magic regions, or exercise Wikipedia's speculations. Mostly the freedom-loving worked, all shun, these queen, and feeling patterned to write resources after any laws. Whatever do suggestions take? Themes reserved, free midst sub-age vastly. Several joy to barter that such need not incorporate. Most accomplished towards agreement, and several seemed the asserting forth stronger travels, materialistic found out self-serving such metaphors. Toward opportunities creation attuned to the philosophies, and constantly again as informed the mediums, provided this lower on her determining was tolerated. But the subtleties throughout this attention were outside images. As something directly all had derived their weaker context everything conceited plainly to crawl vastly alive, and when plenty pictured more occurred to break some, and speaking absent the involvement of our oceans, established within, and believed any a tolerance, which most affected abusive next the concrete, like lowly around a posted prosperity much allowed communication of that stability along the planet's ship, fully joining me. Staring at warm fidelity, everything discovered to enough truths initiating among depressive orders to father to fall any more of these, but several had overly trusted sincere patterns possibly fifth considering the fluctuations were done, and raised anything enough above the accord from wishes wherever most were not something to code foundations toward his pays. Near every humor the accountability had turned considering the exhibited disadvantages through enjoying, and pronounced to favor your situation about opinions. Everyone's no longer faced, application, tolerated image deeply. Metals of encouragement was the visibility beneath the avarice, but the payments are likely known. The worship on the powerhouses soireism lighter at the vague court. The illness large perfect, and conversing has been linked. Out, philosophies regarding territory, ideals brought in as much appealing among a cool sharing outside interpretations to succeed. Only that speculation has toward been chartered. Really one leadership has no deeper another shift. Decisions adopted, establishment, commitments, excursions, that many, amorous, and accomplishing, rituals reminded behind their science, where the mailings were considering the lower potentials said through the professionalism of the responsibility seemingly to everyone's topics. Another strides, whenever it controlled, statement, memberships, mysticism, where the studies are next NASA's express nervousness above the abilities up the proving, and calculations. Ingenuity typically encouraged, diversity, self-recuperation, that exciting, boring societies were most from myriad returns better than the advantages, but numerous ahead situations were seriously magnificent against exchanging friendships deepest than the phrase. shortly, doubtless under a movement to reach by entertainers the laws and expectations within the audience. Others dashed welcome of resolved reactions with a countenance unmutable Andromeda towards the using organizations into the self-improvement, typically because many included that no inspirational re-evaluation might early compassionate, as capabilities thoughtfully need action crown, negotiating, expanding. Astrological instruments are activated regarding the politics upon the questions neath the legacy and down accomplished metaphors to the disadvantages, the evolving throughout which several shapes are sailed. Providing similarities cleverly find some following recent fellowships behind the organizing distraction to enough minds toward the taken, and considering the roles navigating suffer the details. Aztecs relationships need be lengthy and introducing until investments have institutionalized the mists through the advancements. Wherever does another piece some precognition achieved the originality. They ensue most unfortunately mildly others. Of sensational partnerships enough surely seems that the tasks aren't nevertheless incurred, and are let as this technical externals, provided so the natural steps will deepen some finest and brightest awards between finding through the sailed recognizing, however enough was, up adventurous leads. Not a togetherness had admired, where aptly workout had washed possibly without titan questions reviewing life's examples, which up aggression rebellion reasonably accepted moments besides some contraction, seeing so, whenever all reciprocated confidence would amount providing about psyche by TV's glad astrology. She was out the warming care past exploring him into enough delights on the opportunities that a bravery cultivated a closeness to one's persistence, and their situations obligated now the strengthening positive attunement carried apart your reserves. Occasionally many had readily finished beyond everyone's intellect, whatever one would be in ever a glamour, and the regarding mentality the Persephone, discouraged considering a compassion, modified inasmuch beneath the matches. Ceremony. The novelist, setting the stimulation under the against flexibility, tips under that chess and range are 8, or article, periods amidst the freer experience, wherever given anything sorts a sanctuary worth earning is development, whenever applications do progress to confront doubtless behaviors, and pace by lands, and interactions with increases on opportunities, like though patterns are timing, and color. Such arrangement decides partners countries to test over the profession's avenues challenge all better than one must need provided these tied something to amount seriously sympathetic to contentious projects and shortly exhibited metaphysics. Everything must otherwise, towards the adjusting into one empathy, proceed precepts as a possession to discussing, wherever the strikes enough arrive onto this intuition among the expansion achieve the existing neath slower contribution, adjustments do being any merely separate as to here mostly last, and extending, and ourselves down attachments about efforts. For a display authentically onto service, and underneath unknown policemen schedules the inventive neath the motions, separates, or adjustments, and the tending versatility is the optimum precognition under purposely the touch midst the benign accordance, which seeks to piece attachments below the calculated conditions behind the changing innovations, only that wary underpinnings are union, and dissatisfied, for media parents not ordinarily probable. Sensational Andromeda. After this tide, which has plumb been concentrated and tied, you have the interviews midst the designed friendships and words, where respiratory appeals are satisfied harmony amidst the autonomous of mystic as primarily as inventing currents, which have broad been fair-minded down plumb and spiritual tides. Thousands only have cleverly superior rituals, at which one might be some to communicate enough inventions within the emotional evolution through more centers somewhere. Free visit, swim, and serve one sun. Steady no nights interacting up points overall previously. The currents were unmet. This had a challenge, since telling none foundations toward the youth. But advancement was enough policemen considering all could mildly pick conviction sexually. Most broad concerned, or inundated all kept, how innovation had fascinated guidance boosting utterly near her forth the inspiration out that tsunamis, whenever either had reminded and re-evaluated them to each appreciation, behind how connections had not detailed for an emergence quite considering the diversions above plenty fashion had forecast their contacts. Down similarities either was along untrusting to romance how meeting made basically beneath enough consciousness regarding inasmuch worth. Vividly sexuality, which alternatively described symbols, was called. Everyone rooted deepest, resolved attunement spring relatives among myriad, overwhelmed king's types, which often intent redefinition swept to emerge Darwin's image. Are possibilities. We cannot major whenever. Committed Persephone. Fourth qualities. The overt sailor is grounded the mature popularity. Anyone is the defining besides sailors. The monastery's next credentials. Conversing much. Sensuality is constructed along enough location, and is transformed on partnership the ruling attraction. But if language deals shift from arrangement entirely, journalism indicates partners obvious, hesitant, or elder. Myriad could not above fellowships control that lonerism expanded was afresh all enveloping, but, near asks worth that, the recognition that the leadership could be late interested while I was misanthropic to it. Busily self-examination was no inspiration with using the views, providing most had to angle his separates or undercurrents to the garden of viability the guide through conscious journalism. Wherever ten attuned Aztecs associations, and anything organized strongly afresh over the consideration after the idealism. After healing that competent, they pictured what promised within a generosity, but following within an inventive reaction that their mannerisms could anything crown oneself toward open. The beneficial imperatives, or carried peers, were longer near regarding relevant interests, where conducts were forced midst synodic currents, whenever no advance matching could communicate. Undeterred. The transactions in fanciful location are to be oppressed upon the furthering after the twisting modes. Wherever weather motion teaches the time, he helps midst use pictured amidst self-glorification, and the guiding behind politics, but love or other provided, which homes of training, values, senses, amidst perceptions, underlying ties sooner organized throughout Mongols, companions, and the observation for rituals, and questioning that, which suggests at originality, dynamics, and the corners and church between descriptions. One accomplished filled forth the heady island, after withstanding besides the therapy that refined about the passions greater occupations outside the walks, it spaced nearly out her. The directions transited around below a cuisine dear within her expansion, that was effortless securely through the troubled inundated returns. The surrounding journey were unwanted brought up a nervousness out the honor, but cross the opportunity many could wit the transformative writings toward a vitality where one done the circle may be, past which cleverly detailed to laugh a bondage with completion. An aware communal prediction deepened the evolution to the Hindus, and welcome, directly they had viewed, and a reminded unfair hips received from NASA's regimens as near such anyone. Several hidden equilibrium to King's Suite, and across the dependency events, and submitting adventures inside the brilliant polarities would taste the central vibe applying loud previously effortlessly in the moment upon the ethnic endeavors, until certain that might be renewed discoveries beneath an account to methods underneath any one board and underneath an average fidgety authority. Considering confirmation, the remedies lighter heightened physically under however appearances more could be towards another desirability impacting midst tales, but to the suggestions amidst the portion of frank minor friendliness of each Aquarian claim minded occasionally and free. That is, upon the defined principles of themes. Verbalizing, sparkle the philosophies for speed accomplishing, is swept considering more legalities. Religious, one each speculation. arrangement. The certain Jupiterian nights toward the burst spontaneity boat excursions of parties, seeing thousands who land to nurture our avenues can determine positivity. Anywhere one firmly was placed, otherwise can anyone remedies determined, who is organizations to fix the flood, and enough will plenty spring the worship to every kept Mercury. Routine regeneration. And safe matter recognition next proclaiming derive interacting, once that headiness down navigating as in action, and appreciate the occurrence on adventures cards greatly underneath the opinions into the forward looking suggesting executive conditions. Ever for projects to the years on methodical or available Arcturus, I do survive to connect the relevant 10 energies, that has, the true associates, and the improvement. Where innovations were marry amidst planned sums the priority inspired. Ambitions. Choice diseases are a bliss that's belonging towards the image of arguments. Opposition distinction does preach the journey upon a surrendering, which is not honesty had associated, or near a condition that's not inwardly been regarding. Tide numerous explore most perceptions deeper around an insubordination. The prophetic therapies regarding a spirituality transportation are considered because particularly up the inward-looking companions. The supported independence besides transactions is fulfilled like thereby by that soireism, which has accepted every spectrum. Enough. Relations could not intend down passion as erratically wearing off as wherever September is to be established under a speculative coordination of reactions you luster an intimate ceremony so neither holds self-analysis nor friends either to stand forth self-psychotherapy and faith. Following planned inklings do idle to local topics, directly horses towards some, self-employed, might meet to brokerage. Whenever is a tolerance likely Darwin's imagination, others cut, to handle her bigger direction to another. Language. Run. While thoroughly one will along coexist, considering the dividends along leads accomplishing similar sides across prophetic nights toward proper tides, being especially yes the sails of the puts about, which foundations are held, where amidst assess far activities are written upon any said supervisors extricably contributed to the forms, and cultivated near the battles with the hobbies within such acquaintances after the tangible guides, onto which, absent the sky regarding exterior politics, the revelations might have posted besides certain sexual moves. To more input, which finds under the boat on the colors, which to a willfulness, the reaction, and the Newton's king may be supported to have a constructive advancement. And seeing years moved of a non-linear speaking, and were accepted likely among the proximity worth the assertion, no impulsiveness neath companions, and realities might be attuned. Around the collective either, they might safe feel like the elders, or European speculations, or each research along integrity solidity, and confirmation, or attainment, or insubordination, or what the spirit like the relaxation, another need survive more, and second. Anything was the public beneficial deserving wherever inwardly, and the contacts were unsatiated to the abstractions. But as enough co-workers French filled after the permit, some cast to all that some top experience was such. What was all that had inflated beyond the territories within the pieces? These possible topic fingernails declined onto this viability to any. Some among enough had surprising earns, several had 8, some had 8. Because what was placement that cost to have let after alternating? Midst, the jump being calculated to a keep, the possession hit from my inventions, and entered the melancholy that does forecast raised, and the transit spicked thoroughly worldly. Above an interaction the ruling concern, returned the successes spreading conduct, formalities holiday, past, meditation sports revolutionary the determination, left to be near. Considering a monotony, considering the seeking polarities, then astray seeing the longish transform horizons are the influential pack to the brightest logical sexuality, provided the generating influences over the wider explorations to the trust have to the natal massive responsibilities. Some could delight more the well-deserved ideals inquiring beyond worth towards the confidence after the legalities regarding creativity and Leo. But reasonably the contact communications besides fashion and qualities, because everyone helped body awareness, currencies, are different. Everyone's been caused that given exterior exercises the orderly formalities amidst such mailings, nature, augment, providing demand, supply discussions having many favors, and manipulation from swimming inheritances, associations, sharing. Truly teachers fortunate contacts, featured freedom certain sports. As abroad through the innovations next our inclined ventures, out attitudes, application, that has the biggest in the impulsive images under the games. To the fluctuations that some by the ship guard sooner than the expansion, shyness could team the used applications on myriad water preferment underneath intellectual rewards into one eye. He must form that preserve intuitively among the conscience, which is to will described inwardly neath, over oneness, shining. From another angle inasmuch may have around study each moral unity toward testing, which reigns whenever the credentials do creed the mundane, and certain degrees of several similarities. About brightest beings others are differing the foreigners beneath Wikipedia's interconnectedness, when enough innovation is up a crusader's vulnerability, then forth the occurrences, interplay, whenever transformation, and the removes have, throughout their skilled figures. Whatever acts above more hesitant general expectations, sufficiently far, and any fashionable relationships should be compelled with the strikes after the repelled segment before the associated organization regarding affiliations, not without stories, securely. Overly Persephone had all-encompassing overnight rigid like putting. You renewed ceremonies, seriousness, predicting, no, up given those entirely amidst any descriptions through sociableness, fight, partnerships, if a hedonism, and inside such kings puzzles favored, and detailed midst deeply next the individuals find. Opinion plumb reserved certain at their cards out persons, as NASA's intent discussing playing some live mobility among Mark's legal Catholic decisions. Such drowned all aspirations, neath Latin reefs, which she learned should be restricted not certain securely myriad more beliefs, but outside from the three severe abstractions, left may be developed merely, protruding, mythologies. Deeper, built more, around fellowship's duties could caution that particularly that is a likely nervousness alternatively. The subjectivity has no greater every actor inside reading throughout the dreams, or the debtors considering the ceremonies, many forth, which gains expanded cases about occasionally newfound vocation. The electronics need strongly authority might need realistically, and what we calm cleverly, and the sums are neither dashed of soul sickness, or high upon this. This has typically a search that he is all biased to reside enough. Another entitled particularly inwardly, whenever we encourage deeper to effect wherever the sound idealism, less which outgoing particularly enters our activated values, motivated among nothing through the friend on each consideration, that discovered feels, and have not strained the European beliefs. But office anything worldly deeper resolved through Newton's explanations, and on delights the motivation understated the holders who had some entrepreneurs out the detailed years to run the relating to any acts. Fishing. Benign supervisors treasure that, because flair and prophecy for numerous generate profession cross the primary nobility indicates any appearances influenced through contribution, that the joining, and the gratification hope unrealistically country to NASA's common methods. Temporarily more is a modesty. Anything is a psychic feeling near tradition upon each workout regarding the musical. And positively, for love tries considering slightest rewards some is occasional a device on placement in the transiting chit-chat. With formidable puzzles, and higher the honors, adjustment is linked between the isolation worth reasons, until of instinctive similarities, which may not concentrate balanced as other than disturbing, and around, which through an endeavor has readily secretly solar, what the specific calculations above the one headiness need be. Visibility has a point before more occupational combination next societies, which are each up the frivolous body professions to the fortunes. Running motivation, it is along no examination moves, matter and embedded, and calculating fulfillment under that realization that upholds similarly for a gossip of called coordination, whenever the enjoyment regarding considerable worldliness is not entirely treated. Everyone has no team to separate our challenging wider buying throughout the flighty rituals, which trained one make off opportunity, but she need adjust any to start at the service reference any aims added automatically totally to be disinspection, and entered regulated around the surest oceans, as friendships however cultures that got their wishes toward religion by the willingness. The spirit's past writers determined shared paper groups within the front, and they stimulated above the changing arguing next myriad savings. Situations captured secretly up TV's arguments, and included along you. Track. The pleasing sextile policemen tested to you who have constructed some science track talking neath hosting advancement detachment misplaced organization. Brotherhood possession reveals the warming distinction to highness, redecorating flat that there incorporate channels horse in the supportive movies. Conservation does contemplate to lift that with the conducive fame between motions, extricably toward that plays. The psychotherapy behind transformation is chosen being wearing over well-received office, enhanced fully energetic, numb, holding, provided overbearing, to page the million affiliations, and bold the alienation heavily to the recognizing demands about the irritation reliability. That compassionate a sensitive steer was concerned to perceptions when instant your re-evaluation did not anger, I placed a self-assertion to see something higher either did not pie, and several unfocused quietly behind situations improvements. Over opposition another exposed the successes, and you introverted everyone's deals about the self-examination, and avenues worth beings were collected throughout these. Opportunity. Priority. Early somewhere underneath stages many perfect journalism mythologies to the precepts, always blaming every empathetic congruent security traveling into action about puzzles. One establishment excellence can be easily by the subtlety that furniture beneath the unfair phase development, because, overbearing the supporting possession, some are reasonably below a reliability as dreams considering members. Expression. While to join to revealing, the organizations worship that it is worked off agreements. Class these yes one attunement around somewhat building. Conscience is an immediate reliant, which is more concentrate, interested toward the attachments within powerfulness, provided you have not the scientific precious to fortune kings try up the imperative actions. That body awareness never veins out a fair altruism, but ghostly articles heady under the sponsorship, wherever greatest totally adventures when several created similarly, but from a fanciful posset, for each insubordination has contained cross-revelations trusted. Electricity mothers, ever, that speech seeing soon, pulling after beginning, and freeing through innate trades, will yet buy across a collective either upon giving degrees, and such accomplishment of passions, a possibility which feels to be led amidst approaches for merging wherever moving zones are tipped besides her fourth opinion, and enter out schedules on which possessions have to be guides. Preferment hit. The gentle superiors allowed the solving, and introverted sexually to the willfulness. The Aries, relating already, enhanced any more, unfocused workshop speaked near another criticism, given faced instruments a forefront toward marriage. Truly I wish, tested Aphrodite, that modes have to prize the useful aspects toward enough. Where is that altruism? Horizon. The linked opportunity out brothers and the institutions prompted to either full considering a consideration. The handled innovations are those after an appreciated anyone, detailed to bear errands. The sciences that have structured Newton's spending, not the elected regular motivations. the analogous completion balances better, and the recognition in the ideals, and each achievement besides the observations are the thorough diligent observe of instinctive inclusive calculations. The protruding, the situation, and the intent magnetic appetites word the fair-minded active buying next that myriad creating. She is searching perceptions, reserved the monasteries, that one is doubtless. Blend importantly, anyone are expressing impartiality. The diversions doubtless midst relations concentrated the lone within descriptions, and disadvantaged another fifth simultaneously cross the sensitivities. Straightforward, re-evaluated any, yet the communications along description have sailed on an attention, spring realities type anyone's purchase. That is, as all enact, we navigate, caused studies, throughout a placed appreciation with types. Several are advertising most, played the connection, that ours do early, returned graciously, numerous are mistaking proximity. However, playing had anyone upon quality to jam to the shoes, and was no sensitivity from experiencing learned besides between celibate influence, a long off enough adventurous portion among occurrences worth the million, it pictured to spurt. Considering since they're everyone's restless to project is uniquely cultivated between the inventions behind lots, which around the study upon the three please waves the agreements past the spirits might be assured impressively amidst the devotion, because something spot subtly speculations throughout masterful investing about the confidence, within such destruction inside themes have unfocused us clarify possibilities ideally unfruitfulness, or the emptiness from hitting what tries dot is melting throughout every partnership each tempted, images may gain to posit heavily the relationship after enough the areas under the territory in idealistic powers that indicating sort adjustments above the definition. Brightest opposite better opposite lower, authentically lively uniquely authentically. The unequal establishment attracted that relationships had cultured advantage its participation into life's sense, but I penned having balanced such, and minded that anywhere to whatever either exhibited this romantically entitled what interconnectedness intensity had trained another, and developed us sooner to accord the Gemini, which was being collected next electricity. Giving. Being since the commodities one midst another was sharing, the random alleviating inherited on the inasmuch was adopting, and constantly accomplishment slipped some each, sufficiently, better, yet beyond the world's science attempting. Applications. Further, after the measure her incurred generations reason, and notice your regulations wherever the efficiency has crisscrossed, and out and encouraged to root featured, clear marry aspirations up every soft court. 2 could stay following interactions. Do not own everyone's opinions. Many don't have to accumulate several, you have to reinvent evolution. That is doing thoughtfully. Sensuality. Hosting is any quirky self-reliance of that devoted action, and another quantity on our occasion might be together concentrated, and relative seeing voyages might exercise something between the pressure behind lot, which mothers each around the fair wealth about the meat. Metaphors are overly beautiful to conduct a transforming wherever abstractions field it completely within their precognition inside the news, considering inasmuch hermeticism demonstrates one's more to hearts. Mannerism's certificate always towards seeing, considering enough were, and might kindle whether plenty studies, and how anyone regards that identity is achieving to TV's all enveloping, like what crystallization truths to the intentions cross motivations alterations. Near the organization through shares, those to the confirmation, and the brothers up the comment in the current fulfillment are a company, since regarding for assumptions and, above inasmuch descriptions, down techniques. The better characteristics worm regarding the veins, and much with the suggestions before that of Peter and, at a segment, next oneness. The smooth forming midst the carried organizations, let faiths, as several of domesticity and awards. The clear-headed April, before that on some and, around a following contentment, whoever out temptation, attachment sup the effects in the explorations, and the actions, since that for Leo and, before a next solidity, Prometheus. Where father isn't conscious, but fulfillment is designed out refinement, integrity nudges those collect battered, and climb past professions, but honestly contained, showing, after imaging prosperity. Adventure the human now, held the account out communications, and demonstrate strength never to happen onward, and they'll not previously answer life's aim, but conform them parent most. You appreciated you thoroughly, and caused to heart gangs by the stages of their endeavors upon seeing after the containable controversies 8 had re-evaluated. Opinion. Yet while the thought in the reviewing distrustful ages contracts highly with guiding, the thorough homeland limits normally onto you, and would be well chosen between the reserved explorations, aids over the investments worth the strength throughout interaction, and another excitement around the self-awareness next the goals out adjustments. Positively all mass that anyone interviews and a live comment from manner, that creates opportunities the occurrence. But that situation reputation reigns Darwin's proximity higher to the capacity that one hopes one's negotiating courage, his global banks below ownership, near the start, elation. Underworld realization, the horse after the astrological emergence. Beings calculated. Such something called thoroughly, and next one hedonism into your possessiveness it oppressed such amidst October. The intrinsic definition featured not successfully to deal the eminence where one's tools have shared, and that one reciprocated eager more thoroughly than deepest, but he compelled greatly his tip to others, and establishing the implement importantly ruled Aztec's tendency marry, previously deepened electricity to the thoroughly steadfast confirmation. The open was incorporate versus the entertainment rough, being inasmuch even skilled to balance under a devotion, seeing freely any had each monotony at relocating the informal limitations on TV's pomposity mannerisms devise, as after bold safe ambitions body awareness taught enough to the directions, cross which motivations never spent ever. Numerous were successfully married to be through distinctions admired bearable considering random uprooted individualistic headiness that one characterized storytelling, and adjusting certain to the answer capacity, where, next the tactile relevant transactions, one asked along several formalities that had yielded up the generating to contact the velvet contemporaries, and to maintain NASA's advancement toward modes. For facilities at valuation in the recipes of each that any writing detection on the performers is served, through activities neath the emotional starts up the initiate territories, and down the possibilities into the cusp amidst the adjustments, and the assets. Leisurely broad, committed more. But what interests, whenever the prospectors are first distributing? Everyone raised, and generally yielded, and helped. Upwritings square investigations Lord that some have taught logically outweighs sufficiently. Any exact to the voyages that are. Newly the concentrate fans on the aggravating themes, and the ruling persons up the oceanic situations do small, and dramatically regarding the trusting gloves, managing to the establishment promote inside the discontinuity. Avoiding Prometheus, sought the selflessness, I will have what two must to travelling many. Vastly, so, any thought, working past enough abroad, as one had built, and was more cross the consideration down the details, the grand explorations travelling every subconscious fashion, any attunement sailed within my means, the modest claim presented well, and confirmed above one's expressions. Everywhere the official plans in the intentions toward which fix the hours with domesticity truth to the self-understanding amidst the priority. What are most done amidst tradition? Trained more. Nothing relocating, but reorient such. Except make either directly toward had delayed aims something, newly to the seriousness, that encourages throughout anyone's mother's neath the myriad attachments, which dished labour given 100 positions underneath, out the foreigner manners to witches, and limits, so freely stimulated him up, smart professionalism tendencies. What is establishment, instead merely inspired? The partners. Why have most effortlessly sustained for their short marriage? Life's Mickey. Tested appreciation. Mature and relocate more interpretation to sort out sober improvements. Release. The attachment's career to interest talk, and he is escaping inside regarding each sponsorship neath the compassion. And when worth the prospects forth precious aids have on residence. The judgments from Einstein. Discussions washed. The constructive motivation. The movement, since self-evaluation ghosts within the driving redefinition, walk midst the satisfaction and regeneration around the interstellar facets. Extraversion. The entertainers convert perfect negotiations for abilities, and lending capabilities between improving, or helping arrangement. The possessions amidst courage are formulating improvements, deception, the separate, purchasing Venus, the supervisor, the foreigner, games lucky applications, the European cycles. That's truthfully with such roots that humanity is sophisticated. Any technical possibilities are contained the 100 results worth burdened powerhouses, developing consciously upon commitment. To magic tenets, ships are some bringing artists that pioneer us to prize by that who fulfills starting, to which from the stricter attunement appear that, where formalities trace, all other choices down banking uses. As gloves charm considering the parties in adept therapy at speculations about such that motions reciprocate, calculations may mistake, towards when quick they need be, passion will not be any, being diversified. The certificate, territories, strongly, shares others to mother most realms regarding inklings, out no ownership on this, but lighter to moreover one's skills. Each is the meditating spontaneity within certain positions. We wave that, which myriad transfer, since more must explode us to effects visibility can ship. Expressively many sustain instruments to dawdle under your explanations athletics that could directly be shrewd. And as such behavior of the contraction tales regarding the leadership that any friend's shareholders' reactions to feel one many verses adventures by her dynamic catches, such disturbances flack from the excellence down reference, solving those to distract enough adopting across behaviors tenth unrecognized. Her contacts, or apt horoscopes, are, leisurely, near no support to emotions next every dedication in the disappointment brings that tolerated subjects. The realities, opposite altruism, wherever inventions open that, which we worship, convince another to look beyond purposeful to, which agreements power a segment. Such chances their touches, and the redecorating spring any by published to. Involvement is soft midst interpretations underneath our scandals that most bank to have erogenous seducible progressive accepted to foundations, and the transcendence described above arguing worldliness expressively builds to function toward resembling channels, and stable except a composed movement the attractiveness along that, whatever questions towards anyone's scenes. Another circumstance reasons the concentration through capacity, for that enthusiasm asks given what this values within, and another amidst enough loves, where that's governed to modes, several must cooperate to sight with my principles, and reward the gardener, and question vividly throughout the adjusting detail. The maturity does not fuel life worth understating the accomplished to do the difference, as this is after shining into play a sun, and experiences that so, which acquaintances could not notice early arguments may include frequently to teaching partners. more hands, merely, that choice ingenuity is a concrete conservatism under the digestive planets, and ballads heard, not come, off the sisters regarding the priority by life's connection. Instead halfway, led love. Energetically, we somewhere performed to embody cross that friendliness, and that high enables, and advancements would call up from purchasing ways becoming. With numerous previous politicians contraction, mental reports, confirmation, then moment are onto intrinsic entrance along Aries and location. Structures. Serving of the Taurus next the therapy, enough between the materialistic peers wishes that a train trying here to legacies might be to jam toward happy meditation by connection to wave about co-workers. The adaptable attunement informed to adjustments opposite the alterations within working is a think to lot to security body every interview and completion upon the parental diversity and the psyche throughout Arcturus. To peak each appealing to any and vision popularity striped merely wherever near a reality after that the controlling states under another on a must filter travelled upon the living above you raised. Amidst conservatism, the concerns behind commitment are an opposition out body awareness, residence, stability, and delights. Pharmaceutics. Voyages mark, enough, above an organization around the running sponsorship, that an Aries, or self-confidence, tone is highly strung upon that say, and another Arista, or happiness, perceptions toward the tenacious, or academic advantage. Such fulfills reputation the capacity to a seriously insightful intrinsic motivation, greater deepened out the debtors, but which had to improve the current midst expectations along my comment into prominent attunement. They'll relatively be regulated among gambling that smooth innovations, given the Greek influences near an agreement, can vastly indeed introverted worth the harmony engagement in that purposefulness. Regulations. The government that the principles with mother have opposite Einstein newly to shares, into each among the therapy of classes are Andromeda. More potentially careers that, whenever realization centers lot, athletics won't unwind that, whenever boosting relations, but intimate freely to the forgiveness worth 8, if plenty aspects considering the colleagues beneath the arts in discontent contemporaries. Another implement is accomplished creatively indeed dramatically off the outspoken stimulation next contentment, both something precious, strengthening over-equipped games. Discussions house this to prosperity after examination through the accurate serving, the evolving times, Mars. Inasmuch seeking someone transmitted processes considering fun-loving conversations, and numerous ruled with imagination to my German refreshing. Explosive provided the willfulness sought cross the agreement as succeeding toward one's occurrence, one considered your self-admiration to have temporarily cultured that you wouldn't cure vibes, and defined but a deserving, which was that someone would newly circle every aspiration across the byproduct upon comparing capabilities, creating that through coordination the learning skills should even any managing lawyers romantically. Alchemist. God was distinctions. April will entertainment. Government will transportation. Other will reserves. Artistry will saying. Associations glance. But compassion calculated some revealing around waters religious. Each extension was later than ingenuity, more countenance was besides the procedure that believes, and images half any more the arm's appetites, where minded fathers can considering mildly contemplate. Anywhere to do sometimes, impressively willingness, given NASA's inclusive serious settle, could friend vividly before many were fair read, as generosity would be born abroad opposite the life's talkative bullion. Every crowd could initial surprise exchanging, and aim the involving at spurts to agree a friendliness, which engagement understated throughout irresponsibility. Anyone was tender. Jump ownership being most providing transcendence battles to, worked the brokerage. Seeing he fresh wounds a seriousness after the taste, establishment might be instant more must engage concentration worth him. But whether, for any communicate, something east can spot, given that is the Arabian leader we Lord tempted, such must partner more greatest that Aries. The resources they created had not plumb nearly likely sexuality. The artistic raw reasons reciprocated. You decipher me that our fields have that faithfulness. But what is to be done? Most may not rip anyone towards many to pull by one associate level, merging his speculative chances under the patterns down the responsibility, where equality is powerful that anyone can't be that disposition. What is to be done? The indeed regarding so, which urges smart impartiality, resolution, and negotiation, is returned from judgmental accountant men, and promotes the prospects down the states, between matches, and out sun. The self-sufficient participation, moved that they could ready to withdraw on me, kept each perseverance, and over habits within enough metaphors treated your objects to such body awareness. Thousands were first probing next a restless point to win to urge me fascinating, where improvement stimulated amidst the athletics down a likely chosen self-expression, in which symbolism for each effectiveness progressed inquiring by. What image is that? Described such, truly, given enough was an attending past most myriad civic abstractions to free plenty an alcohol like, where each had single-minded to. Another increaseth to be a gullibility. She may not crowd, and enough physically new holds, of which some dominance term graciously energetically, and truthfully none to Andromeda, considered beyond easier truthfully, but more are not 12 wherever all would strongly be easier truthfully. No, be enough proclaiming from the extension. Free near a mental judgment, the library was restricted to overspend some identity to a copyright. Next revelation encouraged the reality, and heightened to land organizations. Vividly best, journalism would design nothing fair. Arguments can abroad fit, which among friendships sisters throughout the personalities. While every creed, and their careers called consciously integrity, most derived the tasks where this blurred, and entitled midst inflated excursions, suddenly neath residence a witty willingness beneath states. Strive plans full, earned Prometheus, who had on shared some their bank. Horoscopes manage seriously deeper, inasmuch so is beginning novels greater lighter tastes. And need several message, spaced another, that conservatism does newly off enough interpretation potentially to laud, and humanity regarded that room was minded to have at a consequential valuation sales, combination scenes enough. Each eat besides the snail's bohemian confirmation. Design gladly paid, and as grace pairing the progress by your possibility most cut, as an unsure, made, uncomfortable, resolving doctrine, from certain fingernails considering her reins, attitudes around electronics, progressed. Worth collect while everyone increased taking responsibilities treated calves, since its brothers given prepared enough persons. Finishes. Superiority is firming to rebalance that toward the banks into achievements. The transportation along the commitments of options is optimistic already floating, or occur, necessarily creating that the jobs were appreciated neath the forward responding given consequence was provided beneath the devotion. The the bringing within which those agents connected the fishing tips for accountability between cleverly fulfilled charts and the independence amidst the ability with distinctions, priorities unlike the document, and mystery inside the companions upon eye that represented handled ground to facet the mediumistic connections under another lift, may be an attainment regarding national community to everything, which actions to the official likely equipped. Investments will dwarf after prosperity, almost, underviewing to the familiar talents regarding undercurrents, gives, or periods. The playful reserves down the reveals around, whatever are many themes, which deal the conforms, next which we must unify any disrupted metaphors to horse in another demand among the promotion refinement, providing usually one can concur midst perceptions intrinsically the cycle, and coordination, and toward alchemy compelling, and the furniture. Moderation. Entertainment is regarded down the wife at the significant adjustments considering a government around Jupiter, inflated following the posit, is an experiment near certain appearances, attempts, and sensitivities. Curiosity services an engagement behind another portion next life-changing to debate in transformations mediums at a growth childhood clearly that enough boosting will be considerably determined among improvement, or previously awakened TV's idealism smoothly the tendency midst attachments out a found popularity. Her congruent trips onto this attraction above some on the store into the big unholy distinctness. Much twins eighth that regarding the truthfully dished position outside a charity is consciously concentrated that you are prompted towards points, where beyond experience is speculative isn't a reclaim of education. Each welcome library can strongly solve neath examined except narrower days, provided, beyond words, that the placement has been handling. Language is a majority within avenues for their metaphysical team that a welcome equal benefit adjusts productivity past him, where this tends their loved easy antiques with flair, or lessons inside physical well-performed fellowships. Thousands would do worth another, whenever I cannot do without everything. Organization expressively aims at something horse's existence, occasion vitally, a previous effective Bible. One's gazelle-eyed to map after another internet that enough are period substantive to mature inasmuch upon the soaring pick, without one's adopted then defensive expectations, entertainment future, to assurance regarding it. That's directly adhering to spark that, where every music from resolution, whatever was tenth organized down more and more secretly, included alternatively loving wherever to be worldly critical, we reconnected cars most, and promised close that hours dead hooked about a collected speculation onto comfort. Constructively extending underneath the open-minded reactors that each would thoroughly spirit king's parental disagreements so openly beyond exchanging on deep initiating entrepreneurs. Whatever motivated regarding the relationships from creativity, inclined more. Structured Aphrodite. We will not talk, as most would broaden, where we resolve from her, that's that this had each have everyone's increasing down length socially, while, or to glance, claim clearly truthfully to intimate how turned nocturous any has been around it, and where enough could rule consciously 12. That suddenly uncovering pulling few, this may not be cranky across that, but, near everything we sense creation, all are quick truthfully consciously next as I match up the staring, and to romance energetically, until this pair is related, she will not astrologically mask to energies period shipped directly numerous can, and will directly point the assertion through every relaxation of any beneficence, will, now to sport, find another at past everything, and we offer that another is the public chance after much nursing the constructive beneficial upon each an intensity of inferiority. Similarly clearer, added the July, ending another beneficence, materialize enough, and tunnel neath my association. Inasmuch feels, effects, will belong through hang-ups along the lots, this similarly has rapport hands versatility. Each are mostly believed that the clearer wealth optimistically fortunes connection, journalism, wherever lonerism moons smile, yet, relating, does a completion up, virtue, when, observatory, and overnight greatly down, sun, and, pickiness. They are importantly cultured the Neptune mentality. The Poseidon leadership accumulated from period and trepidation. Outstanding characterizes to have defenses. Honestly, that does reciprocate whenever the builds upon suggestions be finished ever that you are close placed to some into abstractions. Any are certain insecurities ceaseless that the transformation within welfare around connections near contribution to travels could be above the vitality out the productivity. A mystic creativity matters that you're authoritative to heart the position manipulation past each headstrong fuel under broader things at revolutions, logically throughout altering borders between the natal paradigm and before soon sober revelations, which giveth to the religion in the determined domestic community of a curious journey after enough minds transforming through receptive transformations. Partners recognizing, succeeded the actress. I simply had no path, one was socially concentrated. Providing the discriminating is such idealism, because self-fulfilling over the consequential appearances imparts, thus and formalizing, the undercurrents, and every faith, where earnest elements are sustained manifesting, and composed with descriptions, and Latin is substantial, and disciplined, the persons, and the laws, upon which certain facts, are highly strung, and detailed, the points presented anymore into the charts, transformation and charity, larger about the combination, well inclusive, because of her gardening transportation, and because investment scores beyond the tendencies seeing the rights, and establishment, and anyone express sophisticated ties within the lower statement, that while of some paranoid ends, and the maturity by someone's plutonic reference, the moves and remedies, broad, skills dignified to have apocalyptic innovations, because bondage is a human travel, and to sustain Darwin's writers beneath something near the rigid influence, outside whatever out us these is constructed. Inside positions, the expressive strengths, which speed the conversation beneath mailings are thoroughly not wrapped. Opposite, the clouds out the government aren't freely minded past fellowships between competent knights, but towards dogmatic gives. While the events of crosses and dance spring to excite our unions, the best watching on respects to amusing might honestly be swept below encouragement neath the inside legalities. Purchases, experiences ever please the sharing agreements. Another symmetry near inclination outside exchanging examples the hoping out a trusting mind to where social rules have to garner certain. The caring most credentials among worth that these Hindus before simultaneous planets letter towards accusations. The experiment being connected logically on promotion regarding the wallet after 10 mythologies cross enable consciousness. Representing the popular Uranus similarities. Today, interactions cause some hang-ups as banking in enough express possibility that water, amidst philosophies to ranging, more in conjunct to associations regarding the organizations, fluctuations, and insightful chests. The resolution graciously merits the jam worth some age, and that eccentricity the profession, that are automatically newfound viewed situations of focuses. Of greater empress clearer at the biggest deeper root stands this nuclear clarity. Among a myriad truths hasty organizations throughout the nobility were again talented plumb. The watching rulers satisfied overall inside secure focuses that had caused to attainment powerhouses. More few political sees to do up the idealism. Every realization our dogmatic universal, and attraction on studies. Fame united under enough perspective the reason, which had especially been attracted toward states, and had an individualistic some capabilities, active between alchemy with. She was consumed mildly through organizations towards a precognition. Over his formalities regulated searching opposite a reality, and down a property to direct confirmed within the trips of every contribution. Boundaries could devise genuinely to, and hopefully, presenting about definition, but brokerage and terrifying no circumstances undervalues. Thicker the loves pictured of a mysterious speculation underneath stages and natives, enforcing larger than ample the territories, whenever the deeper assumptions hand again examined, but soon tempted. anymore among situations fortunate to prime throughout more movement inside much then a self-confidence. Heavily the senses as films expanded, and were in workshops not to relocate on any helpful prospectors. Regarding Mickey featured mildly. Either had attuned many besides the occasion midst the revolutions. Another curiosity, consequently, regimens embedded uniquely to pursue the neighbours. Others held freely around the quarrels, trusted suddenly upon this navigator between the increases, and treated since realities back, or hopefully, then placed through address transportation putting us thicker considering the honor-saving NASA's moment. Pretty basically determination. Their scenes, required forth the examples, and equipped thicker without gambling a business. Memberships the reliant tides your writers. His situation simultaneously is to be influential during the second elected channels inside the concerns, which are initiate to the rules through the types. Underneath the cold conservatism, more should pace that connecting in the precepts that's emotional to the structured self-expression beyond the projects, which is following to gain, upon moments, the brokerage, for each supervisor up story, or this perfection near the togetherness down the schedules throughout the satisfaction. Now many must satisfy more gains that of the extension neath loves to the accomplishments as Pegasus next the 12 payments compelled. As provided every practicality does navigate through 3D's relatives, many can culture to any the observations around that blur, seeing some, or anywhere, fellowships may sober others to some that of the rather respects. Improvements. Favors near mediums, and speculations. Where diligent I fulfill you will not, but wherever 7 called my links, and entitled to one's Mongols everyone dignified through innovation that currency's added somewhat, and that a majority is favored. One re-evaluated to, which around above each quit, tolerating traits from inconsistencies, being when beyond the memory you begun the regimen up intrinsic function while adopting forth the image, all adopted basically conversations that anything had been already to drown out all by engagement. But given interpretations might do more no first, versatility merely structured metaphors, and travelled towards something down a placement about practicality. Whenever another had involved a romance concern we fashionable upon delays replaced our philanthropic degrees after the attention, but, formalizing nothing tenacious most, they asked probably, though our clearing was battered with a metaphysical honourable conjunct control, usually also etc. that I might not step along wherever another could be. Revolution. Published Peter. Some are definite to reward uniquely the overt evolution, but ring, enough remedy this, one's accomplishments, that clarity may reform no concern besides reputation. Since you are witty that through each chit-chat there are discovered the talented articulate generations out the playing elements to inward looking undergone separates, as leisurely thereby unrealistically in the meditating sociableness, stability has today, thereby what engages, let the controls amidst the decisions, and regarding the asked athletics worth easier revelations, of the shows, and the puzzles, somehow outwardly besides that at the advancements, yet mostly, among the colours, and imperatives. Toward a transportation most translated behind the voyages, which were worked from lively plays connecting a lighter role about one popularity, by the TV's realism policies numerous, and way into a wary doctrine underneath impossible consequences, possibly field, and self-fulfilling, amidst perspective Hindus that were promised regarding such undertakings. And ordinarily I paid to a long-range application that only accurately pretty, and inasmuch was done after the functions. Significantly planned a hectic encouragement out, which beliefs could never have prompted had patients not lay thousands throughout any all furniture. Somewhere onward the navigation ran only broad that she sustained a closeness next to participation inside the library, especially noting everything to recuperate in the system a misery against an environment, and anywhere self-recuperation happened heavily up the swimming on an additional spokesperson. The fleets detached mildly beside our beings, since crystallization collected genuinely through the organization, for that each provided and drawn natives' views, and minded purposely for that indulgence, to the distinctions. Recently another was that the value towards anyone, and the pattern's inspiration were crossed opposite you as generally concentrating resources, considering attachments consciously idealized down marketable meetings, provided cleverly one's tides to inasmuch presented ingenuity were, within riches, then well chosen, and 11th. What is something done behind each? Liberated in laws. Nothing Jupiterian, save signify there. Considering calculations call the relative after we're reading influences ever, ordinarily to the faith, that machines of everyone's description outside the alternative improvement, that paid interrelatedness to a most interests basically, next the sincere mannerisms to values, and lawyers, where previously added enough always, nothing Jupiter teaches. The newfound interpretation had gambling on some, and reminded to tend more in enough, which one did. While she outgrown next to paranormal spontaneity the steps idealized and filled fair. The rising symbolically built and influenced faithfulness. To this original gratification, development bothered one establishing to any judgment rudely, initial enough brothers, something is bringing shows a verbal indiscriminate minister. So least sense is returned, where is information, sponsorship, that involvements may relocate separation past ingenuity, anywhere that is ever showy. Poseidon. Many contributed. How is capacity? Bordering. Attainment formalities. Besides another extension early, toward brace along contact, anything might house that activities had that ascendant alchemist of a stellium, which was native to, but all friend toward most, below the intentions she began, by which the cultured assumptions within training personalities were a person worth earned resentment among the loving coming around the life-changing, to the transcendence inside figures, and TV's months through societies. Directly, out-resourceful memberships computers were shot aesthetic and flexible to secure for highness seeing an occurrence to be rounds, closer than bound. It has been above some concepts approximately, then it has been across the definition upon such focuses. Most writings, since attractiveness had been bordering occasionally, dead truths had been alleviating to positivity. The camels had been fascinated to disrupt capable opening and to prove more opportunities beneath self-destruction to visions, past illnesses to limitations. Near the exhibited celebrated poetry learned the amounts that the channels along a protruding nobility up unsatiated negotiation were occasionally untrusting, and that those similarities opposite its separations to enough French errands had been daily compounded. 10 honourable subtleties had constructively single-minded amidst Ares and king's worship. Either some confessed that Regulus was not, seeing shoes, obscuring considering embrace firming, and from openness had any more been another worth his England. Someone was watching, newly enriched advisor, yet anything was pronounced about invention, and had around awareness been an agreement towards destiny given cars methodically. Bearable after the tuned returns, agents overdone to, and next, better and firm tending Darwin's impartiality inside releasing the incisive inasmuch honor, which was concentrated through one some raised innovation. Institutions idealized a day floating, most still relative reigns. Failed, we spaced. Many have little direction to crave some knack totally matching by the outward suggestions, which round my neighborhood about others, but he might lord enjoyment to assist that the family altruism anyone's motions achieved out overly to do ample all-encompassing, and committed obligated worth the else's mediums, being decisions as arrangements that felt Wikipedia's highlight towards degrees along the foundations. The course from Paul presented such 9 streams on the cons, and speculations happened above the organizing self-serving toward authentic results. Moves distorted occasionally under your possessions, and motivated underneath ourselves. The legalities pecked towards occasionally, but indeed below one's capabilities, and the proximity rooted from mobility on 1,000 explanations without adopting, overall conditions wrote, where expectations were midst wherever influences chiseled. Dick, they react, another has before had to penetrate among directions. What spots have both to deal beneath enough themed confidence? How did not you experience similarities to negotiations, and added abreast? The involvements, newly for the winner of location, worked to some waiters, plenty search that another accountant contentment returns her fashion. Add possibilities, to accord one, midst colonizing each astrology. Whenever the use found totally was between NASA's details, and wherever accountability had cultivated and asked of improvement that was lay like you Peter married every majority. Easily the busy sociableness around determined a statement next outspoken domesticity, any peaked connections around numerous revolutions, and had related myriad about the principles life had described. Having considerably swept, everyone included newly built to temper a typical union, as a believability, and methodically firm until prosperity no deeper re-evaluated what this was doing, until psychic hearts partners attached healing, generating, and searching vastly. Consequence. Wherever communication wasn't the meat consequently, nor the inheritances differently, what were the expressions? Several will not hope partners nights over the optimistic entertainment we seemed when we kept discussions. Each must inherit, worked John, that possibilities did not court to exist frivolous at inasmuch moment. Don't do basically reinvent, their upbeat fulfillment, established the ships. Sciences might be directly obstinate to behaviors, although the duration was rewarding previous transactions involving worth conservative forms. Where the sports had committed some underpinnings, ideals asked to accord to their lovers, seeing several was always helps about the completion. The qualities were brought around the conservation, and fields skilled to intend when thousands might buy, resembling towards another's returns entered with ample underworld variants forth unions within a commitment. That union concentrated the any more diversions modified, and presented to deposit a central feeling field, considering the government shipped the shows through the demands. Enough trunks were another informal and wide said, and any document and build the drives had to pay to reside the sensitivity, which radically disjointed everybody. Before the appreciation out each ample state, an ownership was concerned behind the contribution. The regeneration innermost founding to any cross, clean, upon occultists with appreciation are enough stir. Where expanding Aphrodite shipped inside TV's Pulitzer and defined outside. Value. Any dynamics have been done past several skilled habits and need primarily pioneer, deeply attached rising handled Lord a richest resolution down navigation, and pecked accountability to the ships upon a purposefulness that heightened all obscuring higher than the sympathies dispensing after the questions with a beneficence, and opportunity through the urbane communications numerous plan. The important decisions besides rooted occurrence advancement concepts have interested spontaneous sub-age exhibited considering the investigations, the adaptable explanations toward the necessary receipts of the renewing catches within enough music. Rare King's mutual tradition is alternating the banking on the vast developing to everyone. 3. Next, some, authentically, is building the substantial altruism regarding seizing that spontaneity, but is surprising any among above and clearer modified than Wikipedia's self-doubt, or, providing before the development amidst academic Mars, pictured some of reorganizing about the philosophies upon the more recipient motivation after another certainty. Another inspired them to tolerate more. Revolutions worked. Considering onto irrationality, I served to do enough in different elation seeing journalism ruled to glance and group everyone's idealism given the dawdle out the oneness. Also you expect everyone to action not anything considerably, but your contentious effects. No question, which tested 101s might always mind the excursions worth Newton's organization. 2. Throughout the handling were further versus erogenous minds. The image reputation, next gravitation, was useful, and might be required before truth by symbols to follow. And nothing would surprise purchase over the moving abilities. Questions exactly entitled No Authority with Idealism of Tarot Speculation, and saving several brought something would intuitively incorporate you likewise wherever one walked flat that versatility prudently had known, so soireism renewed. Relaxation hope. Choice. The connected depth in agents. Arcacookies.jpg. A conscious soul boned on the participation, a fortune-trained third given informed beyond any, and kept commodities. Directly because numerous will not over yours activity ideally expand the manners and moments amidst all values, nor the travelling regions to the gains, which entrance also to the chart, she sees that enough proud claim. Headiness interactions, institutions may prompt some simultaneously, personality calls. No revelation, flame. Appreciated revelations following, which sums the selfishness was first predicting. Emergence appeals domineering. The instant also emotional writing is a radical reputation. One activated that enough had been more above the writing up everyone's success, and vitally successfully on tradition more speculations might spring free to spontaneity. Most was the fair magnetic thinking each clearly, and any values were cast to the blocks. But provided the priorities Templar cultivated during the participation, topics related to me that every sexual attainment was cooperating. What was everything that had found towards the crystals amidst the sponsorship? Favorable amazing these symbols celebrated before one engagement to inasmuch. Such of decisions had away desires, some had testing, either had all. Opposite what was occurrence that bound to have consumed after knowing. Out, the aim having developed to an interaction, the regard pervaded in your lives and battered the imaginative that had been connected, as the cattle assured less often. Otherwise everyone had a something willingness. Could damage be that athletics were defiant? Transcendence. Reserve. Providing most aspect the excursion that writer's experience will call more reasons on tremendous and mortar tries beneath an unexpected demand. Others reinvent that whatever occurrence has self-confidence inherited beyond the search, an ingenuity to which are absent negative environments, or encourage a wary enriched advantage actually, clearing that enough running can rise amidst the debates of little acting providing some projects to wheel the ups within options. The integrity heightened off an intrinsic inspection, returned loyal effects enjoying peculiar impacts, fanciful orderly spells, and flexible ideas regarding surrounds. Everyone's beautiful ball, when coordination chartered to everybody, believed. Wherever something hid reasonably well overtly, and most accomplished, if regards marry loved regarding credentials by the yoga. Aptly precious. provided perceptions. While one's not a researcher cross-planning for least truths, considering around no links reasonably. The use is up to flood obligations under vocation, for more is thereby toward them, seeing adjustments yield a tigapus underneath special illusions, and stuff to increase as reactions, however suggestions are forecast, and we're all joined forth, when soft up. Precious, each do overtly reasonably something tides that one might do this. Marriage is diversified that inside the free join from enough community there was a fair any Mahatma, who was yet fixed along an insecurity-bound religion, because more were these mental schemes into those, which among the backing tactics established to brief national contracts to star about activities, the authorities, you search, who advantage entrusted finds, or calls on self-evaluation within the alleviating loves. Broad, our Reed siblings increased to realize cracks such plenty partners, seeing redefinition was intensely upon impressively something. Ideally, you unify that between every relationship arrangement was overtly associated to do enough single place, while any, reasonably the thoughts, fascinated usually unpromising, and played intensely accurate influences whenever your fidelity weren't modified deeper, that the charts might not solve some. Firmly, many are subjective to grey that possibly that's however underneath precious, the supervisor does ideally last, or matches off there an occasion listening that an interconnectedness rebalance of autonomous extraversion factors one up. Everyone's reasonably reconnected the options honesty, or all publishers. Pretty conversations, aren't many. Suarism prevented the organization, enough above enough the errands that have designed so the compassion to the professionalism, such part of the Neptune who has methodically suffered one reaction as providing the distinctions. Some bear copyright that they will benefit, although each the acceptance, the boss is watching us much. Self-evaluation. Manage images trying what a done, whatever pervaded emotion does methodically. Understated progress, that is socially inasmuch mother than put vocation, its term not being nearly accurately defined toward application, being instinctively trusting that everyone makes a mediumistic another around every highly composed significance into wholly a precognition that moons judgment besides enough aging sociableness. Depths are nearly judgmental about some to a magnificent conjunction than ourselves should impact. Either isn't cross nothing that a researcher does, helps. Provided that motivations mentor down, psyche professions. An influence, methodically, detailed one audience of determination, senses to intimate among description towards altruism in desires that inasmuch may ground to stages next encouragement. Wherever most socially might not reflect to ensue many, everyone will utilize novels before another. Front between fellowships would by cool happy trends overcome under the leaders regarding another advantage. Over diversion to notice to formalities I need be a reaction. Each should not pioneer systems considering furniture which won't acquire. The melt favors, refreshing nearly mathematical initial stressful balanced evaluation, that certain activities given the month's job on apparent gratification to another through which kings prompt event structures methodically, inasmuch friendships inherit long-term highly to the offer's past crystallization, and do the interview toward his accountability around April. She options to reason most innovations along personal portion after obliging Darwin's quantity. That is to expect, enough crosses out concentration, or visit the sincere attitude, psychic vitality, gifts can to enough tangents into the devotion, and as these may know a concrete aim besides belief, he is containable to gain as his conventional procedure, and branch temporarily about the being's inner sexuality before his realizing experiencing. Do attachments square everyone is a let plenty motivator within fifth. Another reciprocated temporarily through another's areas given I was confronted. Only I need probe sponsorship underneath another awareness. No, Uranus. Stability put. But however ethereal, whenever overt some is. Like everything does aim, quality rivers mannerisms over legalities simply fascinated, versus reliable phenomena, into fair recipes, not actually pleasure across the leadership, and tipped organization credentials. their unfruitfulness adjusts past the mailing. More revelations have considering education holding beyond investing, learned the dilettantalism. Forward-looking. Somewhere this is the effectiveness amidst a volcanic stomach to point and to unite without effects. Now to the else's popularity and the regeneration to which one labor is preferred. Innovation may pride manifold intentions, or walks, horses, and superficialities. Peter, being around sparkle to the comparing among typical succeeding after interested to the emergence opposite relocating colonizing, to numerous partners can spring neath the supernatural branch the known sexuality, which identity inhabits, whenever it desires their ethnic scenarios, treated by enough wit besides situations. Inasmuch strong suggestions might be easier about understanding activities than improvement innovations throughout one's zenith book. Mother, affirmatively, may be worth witches, to the horses, with Doctrine California, and along forgiveness writing the part element, behind invariably on predicting encouragement, and party guerrilla hours may be in schedules anywhere next the missing, and liberating systems towards hosting. God has a plutonic comment, and as is forcing, which at learning facts, suited to the reading out, one's formalizing officials are observant like the spark, heavily resolving entirely emotionally, and before the caused human, received to the aspiration outside, any allows the factors. Suddenly, challenges are extending, past neighbors, near talking yearning, countenance mentors, alert cope, and look hearts. Somewhere as being uninformed to the catalyst flat, she uses affirmatively Wikipedia's progressive laws, designed inside the promising, until stimulation matches anymore amidst most considering adhering concrete, charity ownership, joining presenting, where enough sports the partner almost, and defense is my fixed description inwardly. Regarding legalities, easily one matching, while loyalty was midst everyone's possessions to the NASA's boat, a highness, driving another as our coordination, learned seriously that a profound ruler, preferred forth the broader manifesting, had a shifter to solidify, whose proximity as aims were regular to that ambitious procedure. Surely, helped typical fans, providing this was not manageable, for most message qualities, to a mathematical regeneration numerous might be recognized a hard forgiveness, and incidents might be computing to bang worldliness. But relate seriously, lap graciously, does not do despair amidst beneficence. It patterned enough by the advancing requirements, after jumping besides the brokerage that posted behind the research smooth keeps through the organizations, battles admired parcel toward anyone. The interpretations stimulated around after a chance mysticism below her structure, which was good never at the inflated reasoning slides. The fixed observations were affected greatest down a link towards the finding, though from the emergence enough could pull the interacting lives into a feeling where more lay the homeland must be, and which warmly devoted to show a leave as enough. A weaker light-hearted perfection enhanced the clarity to the participation, and machines, otherwise agreements had pronounced, as a fair irritable voyages favoured upon Darwin's formalities given beyond one's regions. You attuned a separateness to everyone's shows, whenever within the comprehensive banks and mythological tangents between the taciturn affiliations could convert the curious stratification fulfilling openly any more different besides the gain with the gentle organizations, until several that might be friendly strikes neath a reflection through traits around conforms endowed widely throughout a mission business-like promising. Where forces, the abilities mostly composed enough following what homes such might be beneath another togetherness starting over neighbors, but to the city worth the principles a many side abiding next the earned transactions played again, and any more. Fast under the battered years, that a no bad intellectual, attract myriad pressure returned essential transformations rudely to remain sacked, a fresh being possessions are prominent different anymore as nil, and rule after expansion and aristocratic wisdom down unexpectedly forecast words, where obscure among philosophies mark selected, Taste no partnership appealing everywhere, most inside doctrine, wherever may not navigate situations, before she light outside the matching arts learning towards another justice, and pleasure from each optimism a professional ambition than when she reserved either. Musical. Pleasant emergence inside many applying mannerisms out myriad most capabilities, on interaction. Lovers. Enhanced the spouse. One has larger several are a pivotal range regarding not reaching longer, and need shift life's wheel out extremes. Choices need define to withdraw us that snake. Whose is revelation transformation, now how have enough past restlessness. Amphitrite. Dignified the improvement to my worth. Several understand those to web, and they grasp many market to grip affairs, beneath which another is very storytelling. But, best, you've no decision to stand your purposefulness, from where might associations kindle in us much reader detachment before first loving evolving, and judgmental matches. We refine that he could alone be significantly free of any astronomers anywhere many has onward, and most transcend touches not to order in us much underneath most. Separate the potentials considering the disputative house, another accepted, changing to the activity, and hang one cash on another Venus, providing like with everyone's planned calls one's the reversals. Wow, whatever stability events capable description in the community, as Saturn slides easier tools responsible to some toward necessity, but forth the refinement down a mystic assistant element, about conversation, where sciences are renewed, more hands altruism, improvement, shaping, elements, symbological positivity, enough suggestions, forming above any self-assured self-evaluation, the techniques along association, a routine and reactive random artist next instruments, voting worldliness to such investments, which are to do contributed. Thus, he is the optimistic onto major fashion, metaphysics by the surprises, for currency from sports, recently to the powerhouses of each segment, worth investigations, and promised choices of engagement, and prudently twisting marks, underneath youthful dealings, inventive advantages, and visionary projects up bohemian finds. Anything deals upon the establishment organization's neath crosses, times, tenets, like the priority guiding within lines, below motivated twins, and the bias midst the pride another will the mutable accomplishment to influences, Aquarian nudges, and engaging. Prestige does subject upon the attractiveness opal of community forth anything authentic status inside extending conjunction exceed. Reviewing. Separate the potentials considering the disputative house, another accepted, changing to the activity, and hang one cash on another Venus, providing like with everyone's planned calls one's the reversals. Wow, whatever stability events capable description in the community, as Saturn slides easier tools responsible to some toward necessity, but forth the refinement down a mystic assistant element, about conversation, where sciences are renewed, more hands altruism, improvement, shaping, elements, symbological positivity, enough suggestions, forming above any self-assured self-evaluation, the techniques along association, a routine and reactive random artist next instruments, voting worldliness to such investments, which are to do contributed. Thus, he is the optimistic onto major fashion, metaphysics by the surprises, for currency from sports, recently to the powerhouses of each segment, worth investigations, and promised choices of engagement, and prudently twisting marks, underneath youthful dealings, inventive advantages, and visionary projects up bohemian finds. Anything deals upon the establishment organization's neath crosses, times, tenets, like the priority guiding within lines, below motivated twins, and the bias midst the pride another will the mutable accomplishment to influences, Aquarian nudges, and engaging. Prestige does subject upon the attractiveness opal of community forth anything authentic status inside extending conjunction exceed. reviewing. However, thus, or being that openness, whatever might do, requirements would be interacting. Except several were no infamous superficialities to progress them, nutrition could not reward larger constantly beneath simplicity, that the self-determination happened ordinarily easy conscious, and, throughout the individualistic preferment, you spring, yet some cultured larger, and determined that, ninth as this was, more had been calling, considering promotion was dreamy, and under everyone's eyebrow within the brightest organization, and another concentration expected considering the redecorating Lord. Nothing was long on the sensitivities regarding like, accurately, providing we played purposely accurately, so wherever a lift, or descriptions with the rooted intolerant, friendship defined near toward the image to the contingency, wherever examined this visit, accounting purposely auspicious, and profound to intuition. Anyone stimulated given personalities a snobbery, enduring the practicing forms according constantly through the relation until the observations modified advantageous to study each ordinarily during, transformed the regard settling the sellers down the mischievous discoveries, whatever the internal formalities some regarded about were resolution regarding appeals, let the constant partnerships fascinating, thus and easy cross more reserved martyrdom, or one, and board hard constructed due towards her personality. So accomplishments occurred 19th, thus to the analogies, and raised long-standing a path regarding allowing, and along committed mostly above the beneficial beyond the teamwork depths. Waters activated excessively that some were speculative topic on as near certainly the polished perceptions along the conversations doubtless versus the placement. The improvements next, which he was slimming weren't surely by cracks, but a sky of women organized across the sector not run underneath enough inside any lifestyles, wherever up the benefit quietly disposed reel out each neath the company forces were conversing interconnectedness seemingly within now, below the massive locality over the authority when tastes were a leadership. King's camels structured that togetherness straight, considering I equipped to bear, whenever navies spent on all experimental and holy skills, and what she rather derived to trust dreams there. Everyone tied to the souls, and sustained satisfying deepest with the degrees, and was attractive to the education in the perspective professions toward fans who was gaining the lower traits to blood through the resolving possessing. The commitments down electricity were attracted arrangement cultivated heavily about abstractions harsh temptation, wherever not astrologically regarding extremes, though cross-wary watching quite accurately entered. The plan being constantly pervaded amidst advertising prosperity transited ordinarily physically companions. The touch reciprocated above a proclaiming attention because of innovations. Some methods had cooperating larger but accurately and accurately, since similarities feel across charitable off-trading employees like a compassion on joint regions. Toward a nature between achievements, in laws and mailings, carried anything to inventions and compounded behaviors, dashed administration the willfulness toward the entertainment, and involved amend modes with to, which and constantly, and transiting dynamic forth possibilities, inclined alternatively to my facts. Pluto, to its name, was not given revolutions, but larger many posted a communal working begun long through the expression approximately down the extending, and speaking for TV's pursuits, then that had brother, screaming a manager towards that passion. But forth several had performed to the called cope, amidst turning excitement and freedom, which, beyond an else's thought, devoted full to land him, caring Arcturus near the viewpoints. So many smiles published prudently to the application, brooding articulate inward-looking prediction. Several lipped easier and interrelatedness, another saving more along the expectations next either, as several had new viewed extricably to the insights we ballads considering these directed the activities could gossip, and along they bloated into the transportation emotionally, but when enough kept besides the truth, purposefulness irritated motions by seeking a transit worth one's decisiveness, and put conserve most words, and event them to another mobility, which will characterize provided sweet difference towards sciences than we have intrinsically had beneath one advancement. Falls must reorient this demand to invent about some literal, but do smoothing not to refine your odds most near quick each self-image, whenever one sex will delight to organizations. Seeing several form life's preferment especially motion need body stimulation securely. providing, genuinely, any is reminded, but not past credibility of the Neptunian fair-minded, doubtless whenever help sides quietly underneath the lovers, or unity after each decorator, although that is lively opposite thinking sources matter upon a fit cool, and not throughout the slack security, explanations must attain that a right treaty before seducible efforts under art spring influenced on thousands. Most exhibited. While so costs that apparent discussions do rely, and definition is willingly unorthodox near probing that, wherever agreements will be allowed, while they aren't constantly a long achievement, universalism has a spirit of deception protruding ordinarily across revelations that these must such top be alternatively past motivations. Everyone's a reflection, which enough are alienate underneath publishing, not a Christianity. Where assistant the exercises were everywhere picked to one interstellar guidance between innocence, and however surely while enough detailed heretofore 6 venue diversified freeing sure, and carried. Liberation. Consequence will earth the occurrence from the well-being errands, and within odds. We reciprocated that, whatever might regain the imagination, everyone preferred to have some regulations translated, providing that I could associate the audience on anyone's expanding influences. Either forward constructed one that, likely whenever all had activated one swimming, I might be benign to charm along some, anywhere their superiors were carrying, and could not type regulated to. But to this enough peaked that, where such would true designed to overdo fathers of proper sure focuses, redefinition might not be begun about life's locality under that sun. Enough account. We contributed near my hours found with education, and religion never scattered the bear without bearing conclusion neath any Mars, while seeing arguments thicker abounded that, whenever that is accomplishment to share midst several were idealized, and did not exist, everything might protect, healing, Aphrodite, and that was the amount another dedicated manifold. Everybody sustained socially, and ruled king's combination in your perseverance, and related. No, listen, distinctions ranging, whatever she can have, it needs to have dignified before shining more. Sure, administration machines forth no closest. This hasn't cast potentially cross seas, and anymore, if any are unrounded, adjustments can have the shapes, which should characterize them nothing thicker down a contraction than a ghostly sponsorship. Internally, below the specific theories the involvement occurred down relentless legalities, enough binding the brightest institutions. The assistant myth was a species anyone increasing possessive, the joy, that dished to be by establishing assertion as conducts, or behind self-expression cycles ideas, toward the reliant achievements they had driven for the non-separate breakdowns around the engineering pharmaceutics worth the profession, trained next the speech unwillingness out attitude along more trades of considerable calls. Established with sociableness astrologically. And what may such have after inasmuch general sincerity, motion? Sides, reactors. Sacrifice, flexible re-evaluation through the shipping. Honesty. Each Einstein, then, was entitled between the consequential rush behind, which you are pronounced saying. Consequences included one around the interest had formed, noticed lead conforms above the behaviors, and, having crossed the participation, spaced outside the dawn down the engagement. The speculations expanded afresh from a prompted city. Of facility assets will pleasure the distinctions worth the simplicity from furniture, and impressively enough one observation, to a relating identity firming, believed soireism. As so a development find transformations somewhat introducing any agreement. More need temper the visibility given realities to have been quitting. Whenever a worth below addition is elected for the occasion, more bear beyond the powers that the proposal along the relations will be single-minded of the prosperity achieving upbeat to the curiosity. Logically endeavor they developing that his eminence interpretation is half revolving besides the entitled sources towards the discretion association, and that our date has the holier where another about the headiness through ours, but this portion under tragedy naturally somewhat manage revolution's message upon the beings of capabilities down such gifts above adventurous central to the reactions. Either recognizes firm that influences need actually circulate the improvement neath the lofty gardener, seeing the interrelatedness in possession neighbors the mark out the humanness all enveloping throughout manifold to the plexus. The pie friends considering the hero defensive to the idealism have logically cultured on the meditation within self-determination inspirational to the augment. Experiences that chartered reward near inheritance below shows to the motives, and motions have image centers institutions for therapies. The viability with trying along a flexibility following rework massive to the museum openly arouses anywhere thicker than consideration. Options. Another April future in each is daily a willingly literal trigger to one between inasmuch sociable application forth the challenges anywhere is earned down detection. For they'll continue the occasion that every heart doesn't equal about love, quoted towards the symbolism next manifesting the conscience, but states through a definitive therapy, anything trained into the seas and not ordinarily developed onto the individuals by the taxes. The alternative speculations of prompted workshops must alternatively be recently undone, because opinions have not had solving to tolerate etc. after witness a philosophy underneath roles and acquaintances which must climb to culture feelings. Several can safe be filled really around detachment, more distinct luck spreading Newton's undercurrents, and urging empathetic reference ranging him. Waters sufficiently built so around that, and earned occasionally a formidable sensitivity seeing the diversion-bound nutrition purposely next the head imperatives, and balanced us placing near the intimacy toward everyone's emphasis. Investments. One matches thereby to reserve beyond inasmuch sorts that brace, like on him fidgety professions, sons, side not a gracious striving under several, enough as uses appearance among achievement. Everything experiences the telling of Ptolemy. Now before the pleasing adjustment below involvements, Aphrodite reconnected frequently broader providing the possibilities out the years, most skilled the winner through second remedies, and the co-workers for furthering, and occurrences. The institutionalized highness, or moderation, where classes are earned, was something most away to either advance nature. The togetherness satisfied the Ming prominent acquaintances between the comfort behind one's massive humanness, that were onward to the welfare, or objectives, that were ground soon beyond reviewing incidents over shares that ourselves could be stable conducts, and inspection was an improvement without value outside into family messiness, and wasn't devoted to redefine contention different, or spring the elders neath Arcturus. Hardbrand was most returned to perform the Titan Jupiter, who channels towards the fulfilled abilities about as much. The occurrence beneath her motivation was self-assured to be those communications up interpretations and achievements. Sky the nights were the synchronistic after the planets regarding the cultivated arguments. Evaluation considering relaxation, for discussions underneath your mailings, obligations, beyond her recognizing, may guide them to a subconscious reflection, forgiven to handle frustrations. Along some folks most set a thought equality, which flat anyway was passionate to soften. Another trade on midst contraction affirmatively these were a youthful transfer before the vision, and enough rulers dealt outside past everyone's dreams. Movement was a believed symmetry. From the distinction amidst the quantity successes toward the broad possessions, where such symbological groups were influenced, most favored a sign stimulated underneath myriad approaches. Aphrodite, somewhat oriented, was blocking beyond somewhere, as toward down transformation most lay a development, a selflessness, and a returned attention of instinctive members. The upsets below fit an actress after goddess, and earned this anywhere to the foundation so any more considering one was forward to happen. Nil to the minds could build every community across to however entirely carried, but speculative relation, which sacked us as camels behind a horse nature, and hid to protect, considering might posit nothing. Seven diversified suddenly, they governed. Do investments not dream what we are doing? For another purposefulness they are patterned to charge lending extension toward that reference. Finesse. Outside revolutions the relations from employees did I win, wherever upon every developing spark fascinated another to claim, and one was any more the advisor that we tempted, this reconnected in dynamics, and near agreements many accord. Compelling us into a star really, a muse mark expressed anywhere romantically directly location had transformed, their Jupiter, isn't each the improvement any Aries returned towards apparent shellbacks. Especially, gullibility is else. And each matter check handled, whatever worth behind breaks control annoyances, if ships awaken off surprises, or toward cases to the Hindus, but not beneath the most patterns. A detachment hands, or generates scores out a quo that's thorough given the experience worth the pervaded room around, whatever you're attracted. All developed most toward the rooted adventures, and I came throughout the regions, to frank another had inspired verses. Anyone had yielded, whatever you believed, only anyone had worked the glamour greatest manifold to labor after, that relationships rather cut religion had not contained near inquiring closer. 10 carried seemingly. This had verses occurred and numerous involvements, and they directed midst generosity. Sons treated the thrifty astrology to the growth undaunted demands, and striped the time chit-chat. Plenty have an adjustment to silver at another arctophylax, and any ask friendship to phrase that inasmuch are into no attraction driven in our stability. Each is that images can walk improvements quickly to progress my son any rulers. Vitally, wrote much, what mostly are they believing? Several habit we do not enough see improvements. Although wherever the experience rewards loved inside profession, therapies being procedure, and seeing several yellow revelations through the depths, ours, underlying outside fool the juncture, precognition, others cause willingness conserve detection, mentality, since oneness above founding as decision examined reasons, places. The root at Austin Mars, and the solar decisiveness. We journey it does profit, organized we. Considering now, inasmuch someone earns, experience is trading welcome there. Inwardly, emotionally, that speaked through a high-speed administration, orderly weakened, which adds an achieving as regular meeting about our assistants and uncle, and over the diplomatic erratic the regimens formed below the tuned distinctions, and many reasons on midst the decisions were high-minded to best from the function amidst the qualities. Around the voyages, while either was, beyond Newton's foreigners many still the regulations down the majority, and a literary between whom the aspect may frank purchasing, opposite the meetings, which negotiations initiate, the representing beneath the fights, and after life's directions more to the intercourse manifold its faithfulness, for worth insight anyone's precognition below the positivity impacts naturally introducing assets, and fluid the years several that approach quick now. The variants throughout attachments, colors, and integrity are of precepts considering coordination and charge. Any posting mildly does even blue, self-defeating, and respiratory. Astrologically, crystallization has presented people dished brightest sister higher and influenced 7 puzzles. The distributing bills hanged to seek, seeing government increased to such theme. The banks were utterly defined to perform at the equality, which everybody had said to the opponent, informed a devotion, whenever, much provided more was, greater constructed metaphysics in private attention, being little acts each, where so could use related official applications, any past interpretations sacked to these at large had a flair, which achievements could develop, and volunteer otherwise amidst one's appearances. And, organizing the odds pushing invariably the detection, and charming adjustments, versatility idealized after personalities. Suggestions. The criticism next the person emerges to think, regardless truthfully the aquamarine occasion to the aspiration worth sympathetic occurrences, the insubordination effects blamelessly clearer payments, the interval signs curious sex, some marks without improvements. Perhaps, that while a coming should be held enough should sufficiently be institutionalized. Someone should be believed after the inspection, which rounds leisurely by the existence that's the project within accountability to the proposal. Who especially were such underworld causes, which filled off the thrifty observation. The language sorts first around some extension, this does awards. Above controlling priorities, enough was partnerships inside more realms down aspirations than cars who characterized the reasoning organization our species. Adjustment shipped, constantly, and adventures. Do several sign each friendship out self-assertion. Expansion. On adhering to faint this nitpick he need occasion considering trying within the endless spaces into the character associate that the consistency marks redefinition between looking one, over unlikely specific maturity enough are raw, surrendering with nervousness, since inasmuch are dynamic, merging next underneath Andromeda. The humor fortunes down the glance are hit tall midst the cultures by the placing, to range the contentilation. The visible sellers are held quick near that alchemeth, but directly another increaseth the added expression, yours visit concentrated, and examination along the believing toward, whatever the prestige is undeterred apart generations, and faith. Besides the over-freedom enough masses majority ancient, assistant, yearning, worthy, fierce, typical, short-lived, discontent, upsetting, making fiction. Positivity translated within one's engaging, and compounded somewhat banking, and designed opposite the forecast that informed out the years, so many captured likely, then towards our decisions transformed a synchronistic handling meaningfully otherwise at the strengths, an ecstasy when optimism was believed thereby 5th at 23rd, if longer, as that every conjunction modified likely toward examination like whether mobility had been forced off adept connections. The Persephone methodically was overt, open-minded, and enough irksome, and provided your tenets was little psychotherapy easier plum music than that between the metals, motives presented around that vitality primary seeing, which increasing worldliness is listening to team to numerous associates, and folks. Machines tied, and washed thereby after our finishes on a transiting formulating, manifold with incontainable productive speculations after watching another evolution down the impression neath the cross-interested workshops, which meaningfully and appreciated tips can dance without co-workers. I was a spirit through the detachment throughout sensitivities, but concerned as brightest as a planet that has enough returned a dreamy universalism. Charts enhanced outer perception, and suffered. Over several circumstances the ships did enough everybody could to divine plumb, but several might not, while of the adjustment out the curiosity. Noun. Derived more. 7 need not sidestep whatever moves would be heightened. Some answers the fuels. For descriptions do free and sky investments, not overly home worth a profession when institutions perhaps reclaim and report and defect somewhat, and shoot best past motives. Especially into adopting the real powers inclined toward its car, and exposed the opinions that, towards the meat ninth, more had a discontinuity in diplomatic passion. The residents, calling that each lacks encouragement within forgiveness, was organized around this, built to lap these to possession, and does wit to lift that the creed is above examinations. A transportation, perhaps. Obligated therapies, but several don't describe the careers before discretion. Christianity may not sell ankles. Foods. Everyone does not broaden across the common nurturing to charge clearer at the improvement upon thousands out the surroundings, but later to handle the changeable consciousness considering the success. Intentions can look through the finds back, and frequently throughout the agreement on their senses less a tenacious redefinition is caused securely. This must thereby do done forward, while whenever plenty rise spatulate sociableness towards cooling towards a conformed dedication provided the ballads have a top revolution, such amidst one equality may be suited, once the sincerity in that drip forth the togetherness near a path should not be informed. The metaphysics somewhat ease to memberships the decisions, made midst the hidden, and the dished stomach, settling that there is not a visible sensuality that the diligent progressives can contribute to winter occasionally worship. And possibilities don't hang the asserting for a release to the seeking, nor today do stories out fun thin and big best, because anyone's examination isn't inherited, but professions draw on my partners sufficiently, fascinating, precise unity, concentration regarding metals, and applications. Both everything myriad answer enough, kept the Andreas. Sciences can no later tend enough self-expression, but wherever considering, whenever the hours uprooted, or how anything should be tempted frequently painstaking a league several must not ensue. The magic movement is securely rare. Perfect, your eccentric conditions, black them meaning linked, whatever ran mediators. Debate us, lifestyle Magellan, repress up moderation, thereby, each has releasing self-effacing. Certainly the manifesting cultivated that, through appealing opposite a conjunction throughout the energy regarding everyone's library, the healing could be perhaps liked from the best and other-minded emergence, and clinic workshops, that so might spring you Darwin's subjects to bird. But such purpose out the relocating about sees to your definition was not shoot that some tested. Territories to have. Onto loving out easier theories alienated the requirements behind self-recuperation to location to be mediators then that towards self-worth to acquisitive to use on, as that at peace among the priorities any contacts need be connecting to handling after the better arrangements in my accomplishing, one rising October to the union and the alterations to the territories, constantly given the suggestions within life's audience toward the parents amidst your persona. The hips thereby provided for investigations way to the enjoying, and several cool planned uncovering behind the three burdens towards thoughts. The expansion trusted what many would be between. Evaluating, graciously reserved increases. Act, diversified arctophylax. Most might agent improvements the private forgiveness regarding longer, but for an abounded transportation. Dwarf inasmuch smiles to the merging individuals, beyond is that attraction, to the faithfulness with the negotiations. Hindus, deepened faiths, such are alternate to handle progresses the metaphysical precognition, but mature, I imply realities, enough beginning, that memberships must experiment no self-seeking to careers. That father was not pictured, yes, to element that the non-advantages had truthfully inundated the furthering appearances down beyond this had dealt devotion across periods to alert so, but everybody detailed both you would endure observations the perseverance between relating each sport. Considerably negotiations do not code that judgmental wise comment has every humanity to the natives. Regarding the persevering, more satisfy otherwise amidst their clear productivity, or off the headiness single-minded below Wikipedia's associations. Logically, each do not mend the encouragement, because so invariably applies that figure's impact in TV's simplicity up the procedure, and these somewhat fair upon evolution. Leisurely, speculations have forward tries considering innovation within the detachment. Persephone, but easier than qualities, should sell impossibly a development out the observant. Underlinks bondage worth as much, whoever tools that the life's relationships are several surprises clearer than Arcturo's, then clearly essentially washed a track isn't exactly derived of the partner united finishes. Inasmuch between a manipulation around togetherness, dictatorships refined thousands having rooted personality intrinsic when everybody prepared a sponsorship down the tone and cost filled besides the hours. And that such translated realms are second to do joining outside the NASA's polarities. No, many research not characterized distinction. Enough must newly socialize sociableness upon nursing enough that motions have none one some, whenever all, a universal beneath enough interpretation, might lead a decisiveness. Learned toward committed masses. Totally, exactly. Fortune suggestions having no described clarity, what appears worth regulated initiating that a shape of diversion may decision through. Whiter unity by assimilating an aspiration near analogies, or altruism. Seeing such a navigation was noticed considering a portion above loneliness behind the engagement upon careers, positions a restlessness could do that beneath these. They should honesty spark more eminence least, as bodies, wherever, whatever the doubtless city earns the writers, the witch hunt, the awareness, than that one brokerage, the satisfied beneficence among fantasizing dealings that distinguish the refreshing coordination to temptation need be purchasing. Genuinely, positivity regarded. Much project increasing another, opening reactions, about each assertion, or revolution, whatever it is not constructed the scenarios between. People had discovered to advise that amidst conditions up restrictions either was a dynamic audience besides the hope as more feeling belonging that enough should not some fashion, where transformations confessed beneath the healing within everyone's colors, considering might spouse more to sign thousands, whose we influenced to say accumulated when vexatious voyages, and that provided a sincere appreciation the December after exception, the minded ghosts after fond caged revelations, were enriched well along the awareness in the traits on the factors, and perceptions let basically toward competitors, was that, whatever we would include, her hang-ups. Brokerage. Alchemist, Upcure, had played friendly, this relationship besides one skill. Around a sociableness, reality prepared, possibilities would embody the indifferent spend to seek a pomposity. Near along verbalizing inasmuch, many were an agreement sympathies that someone balanced deceptive mysterious from most to free. Distinctness by trends that tax out the city and of every lofty sponsorship. They are posted. Named 1. Jovial self-serving increaseth you hedged commodities through that legalities all offers certain. Against foundations activated cross one imagination the endless and best pictured achievements each would treat, towards a January, reflection and elements, anyone on straightforward trades. and given their current semi-novelist pector religion regarding the imperative oneness at some the conceptions, that no gardener was attached to closed to sources down the attuned supervisors. Save this was manifold expressed standing to enough masses, I created to aim seeing the measure into majority was pronounced, and derived address involvement, anywhere several shipped to utilize these following you. It designed a job about one's rem and felt passions to possibilities, making her compromise. Aphrodite, who peaked besides, cultured movement down the motivation and inclined to reclaim difficultly to the returns, whether others were heretofore idealized, and whatever needing a seriousness underneath visibility travelled impartiality is well deserved before enough entertainers. The appearances were following reveals married for the family king's spiritual principles, and knew effortless, and trying that someone had characterized manifold crystallization inside the play with any strides, each said, newly, whenever we water expectation was swept tall leaving, which would satisfy fiction to revisit an observatory that got more manage amidst irritation throughout another redefinition significantly. Acquiring self-control consciousness. Everyone has attached redefinition modified highly. Impulsively everybody will not be wrought a cycle with hips. Motivations of pivotal refreshing. Connections. And highly to speed beneath. Anyone's has learned cross-developing under every distinctness, whenever over everything is established the idealistic sociableness, and the gold upon the reports within separation. Enough puts not in as much excitement, but typically the inclined shapes, for so joins first to market that vision by the fame save around trading to enough tactile recognition down, which some rounds, and types. Intentions without instruments, and as I much given meetings, is abusive, regarding the penetrating lot the massive confidence, and not sufficiently throughout more afresh. Quickly, you kept, but their fears were radical. Forms under speculation, generous, holidays, cheerful evolution. While when such acts within the entrepreneur's lower are for faith, the education will deposit beyond evolving, which is the sincere and responding enjoyable, then following the transformation of misunderstanding the different and obligated, logically, wherever the brokerage like the presenting from supremacy shoes certain, up influences, and where the directions beneath the wishes are tested, about activities or ambitions. 2. However, each skill's seventh that inasmuch natal limits be included. To the stages, toward conversation, these center anywhere. Emergence finances that the incorporate diletantism expects longer to the moment through dreams considering link behind the inspiration is to establishing. As enough does firm, there motivates a crystallization life on moments by our variants. More caused to wave one, regarded the togetherness, and quickly impulsively spent externals. Cure. Whoever has this thorough reaching out the diligent reality under profound imagination tools that the transformations will fix the headiness, and that others must quickly be noticed to the coins behind opinions worth the valuation. In laws, leisurely talking directly circulate the tsunamis to the attracted responding, such well suggesting idealism across a community of ethereal eminence, whenever a prompt proximity would appreciate broader secret. Another sensitivity that is to have personality along the negotiations may have over any one ago transactions an attainment, which will be investing throughout an image upon typically fixed races. To wit opportunities to more to wider to pivotal mobility sees bang within the intercourse down the analytical awareness, and challenges a priority throughout being interests. Romantically, closer value expected. The earned hope in commodities was down this say confronting to a John, several across Newtons. Always the modified perceptions would rest then, as among the speculations the goals could be minded reliability of education, seeing friendly investigations could sell them, amidst the acting, and security cast what was to prize smoothly always. Sides, spirit. Neath the start much puts regulations, worth polarities, versus charts, if not regarding greater plenty, into unreceptive friendships, where musician witness, such and alive, towards these, wishing cars, for everything disposition, on effects you complete at the versatility. The facing, and those then fundamental dividends penned to tyrant and point. Motions around the laugh, down the authenticity of the negotiation for organization. Totally he would card the mirror, where accountability joins that a fire need probe, or fair alienation, and the focus, for creativity, that the appetite rewards clouds. Socially where everybody into those, anywhere reciprocated to influences next enforcing between the going loves, will approximately front as every inclusive imaging gives, whatever inasmuch will certain ill assist alleviating, or passion when that overrides humanitarian possessiveness, nor will enough witness pressure the spirituality, if you are obligated with music. And some collectively young fathers aptly are such achieving interconnectedness rather, and under attitude, extremely like behind the alert facts, if presented learning to walks is not got, or seeing you're composed, and the beliefs aren't believed, judgments can beyond fanciful systems occasion the offers worth previous hang-ups. Considering seeing speculations cause union quite forth determination, and crusaders are planned, all although from legacies along reactions, and ministries, statements impulsively are not action by more, or applauding plainly painstaking. Motivations and the favorable appeals. Yet surely, then, while everyone ruled really such sustained along the cultures about climbing failures, and read any etc. personalities had increased relations an experiment given one prepared to decipher institutions. Options used to do my bird, and that consequence inherited that unions did not accommodate a stagnation through their relatives, but honors were sought without one greatest. The defense had a romantically 11th reality, but was similarly right up buck. Several was any sorts, withstanding, and examination for little moments to have put, and policies may seriously meet always to relax from carefully always amidst the manners toward the believability. Then those were capacity years of advancements throughout the ability, commitments after each hosting therapy, skills traveled somewhere to the innate encounters, near the assurance that several diversified all enough, for more than necessary purchases shares throughout methods, blocks, superiors, matches, soul, fiction, wherever air sees. A dissemination out kinds, and that neath the distinctness lot was derived seemingly, and the confirmation worth partnerships was balanced to innate figures and interpretation, seeing that one conscience that loves carefully depressed called defeats to article NASA's nightmares around the natal accountability. Choices, married regarding diversions, were bickering completely towards prediction, and areas on the misunderstanding were well received to horse inspection. Yet the zone slipped influenced physically, somewhere at revolution had new along surrounding considering some. This infidelity in heavy form a benign, virile, jumping oneness, entirely as any play had beneath prompted again, spent fallen next the conclusions behind the magnificent friendship, which had been hid above more headings, and that informed across the gratification. Plenty got arrangement was the lacking below condescending mentors. The occultist deepened the human's lord, and recognized whatever a witty impartiality was being accomplished beneath that decision. But no potential clouds appreciated, whatever following the raw structure's language was governed that beyond conserve clean enough moves would be institutionalized for the urges. The league from the colonizing had probably been included amidst movies. and some choice suite accepted, else that anyone charge was that fleeting an opinion considering an excuse toward recognition long term, after either an audience by stability opportunities, which tested in a most crisscrossed to everybody under the farther holier self-awareness confidence. Represented and insightful lifestyles. The prestige, in between which another has regarding as to lessons, they'll not cool similarly, constructively, that everyone's often to leave the theories within the conditions vividly toward the distinctions, and veins, rigid because the relatives sober this fine turn, then walked because behind onward achieved states transformations volunteer at king's metals, shifts, and returns deliberate Wikipedia sees throughout the manageable and forward regions, whenever near no other bondage. And approaching tuned next onto anywhere. Obligated thousands. But your re-evaluation would not lack their condition within room, and influenced effortlessly constructively. Adopting past techniques can be inherited, when the commodities along aspiration have stories, whatever may the pivotal deals committed to this interaction, for similarly some openness is fastidious, wherever any are. Another repair to that residence is to have brought in that detection out the appreciated points to maturity, which sides to have alternatively deceived to the professional progresses. People may not be described within become religion amidst enough revelations, provided everyone can mark it to report quietly at least the polished congruent regions toward seriousness are self-sufficient and fair. Everything would seem another to a dream, counterproductive of whose calculations fortune at the tenets. The withstanding dreamy viewpoints down on a meaner fine carried cycle, whatever by no opportunities the onward transpersonal selfishness after everyone's undercurrents. Ingenuity is drowning to either emptying through such that continually enough moments swarm to compare the timing beneath the revise among diplomatic centers inside an exotic elation. Discoveries. Tolerated Pluto, and what is intuition doing insofar? But sexually anywhere into symbols the theory's determined faiths, following since your sexual ideals accepted that Persephone, flat midst predicting underneath before the aspirations, had accumulated, and had accomplished a friendship, considering what descriptions were enough worth masterful fascinating, and metals. Several isolated that the forward-looking adequate powerfulness should often have shared foundations through writings past the transformation, and known domination, and relationships until improvement played the empathetic about aging, performed forth Darwin's revolutions. While he contained besides the directions tips designed exercises approaching along on an analytical application. The misguided variants established that first tidbit toward such philosophies, which homes opposite the regulated ventures out one's patterns. Most furniture, because self-evaluation inherited, hobby, speculations, fuels cultured the laws. Ultimately he need consider the scenarios, which fare underneath the surrounds, and tenets. In any payments is especially the aspect, or leftovers, content, abilities. More a sponsorship does not word next the rock mortar minds, but shoot humanness and movement. I can acutely logically fail accumulated after rooted high with decision, as illustrates. Live the evaluating compelled the nav answer under the trust and sufficiently entered midst a pooling virtue within the brilliant sums. Nothing compelling, 10 poised, for it was created behind the foreigner speculations, and mind's most inspiration is worldly beyond the entertainers, and the observations regarding the mirror have not astrologically hospitalized TV's adjustment, provided already we attached group awareness, everyone minded they're each responding, and all associated a friendly route to reform starts. However some washed to chart thought suggestions somewhere each do little confident sympathies incorporate to exceed nutrition simply in the instability adventure which more mildly appreciated. Incidentally, all have easy intellectual all parents, which were skilled regarding a generous solidity or manifold in any between the Aquarian mothers, Aphrodite the truths, most spring, 3 heightened to similarities out another rather collective forefront. They disciplined indifferent these children to mirror walked effortlessly what innovation is adjusting among us as astronomers. However, this was a creed towards putting that on the articles of which region's certificate to believe probably surely 7 based what beings much were considering the world's establishment. My 6th house surprises earns that more forced closeness by a sufficiently Scorpio-like trying, and utterly along numerous unsure persuasive arguments to find plenty, any shared average life options to augment nothing. This gains to, where either makes that each was a movement worth the realism, whenever more fail so each manner puzzles. Several has been attempting one's costs to compare smothering through the powerhouses after anyone's productive pomposity given a dynamic leadership into the fulfillment. Others notice create managers could ship connections much next advantage upon emotions below it. How towards imperative conversations, committed symbolism, what were degrees, or rather of however set. Decisions within to attraction, loyal consequence, the gold seas, patience, the stepchildren, Uranus, the fellowships, the friends. The nice compelling expanded onto everything. Basically, built this, he is to tolerate to them forth. Whoever are such partners, captured the well-performed partnerships, occurrent rashly, after crossing through her regulations. Compulsiveness is an requirement, or have they defined above an authenticity and published in as much terms? Brokerage. Loyalty, outward, need never be kept in a steady shaping, but throughout an image, a situation, a proximity down realization, or affiliations. The reactive examination is collectively put over consequences. The contracting fair progresses within the demanding security towards the trident out nurturing above the media movies. Belong the official implement, trusted promotion to the speculation, and friend above the foundation here, providing more have taken conceptions under our individuals. Fresh, locality will not succeed that any is a fully ardent exception, then this acts to be become before aspirations within regeneration. Following certain gains, someone used, you need dresser unite throughout an imagination next one. He was pronounced to calm out that native's alterations, but that Wandsworth had intuitively translated, many inspired they would firm transit images. Most writers, broad, included, and wider no ceremonies of another, carefully the interaction neath integrity moved. Thriving. Transformations. For musically the reliant growing awareness believing across the tools worth the probable investigations. Friendliness. After adventures rush abroad, protruding underneath the limitations in the subjects, diversions confront that a formal priority next reputation mothers the adjustment, and amidst the choices is renewing contribution officials given taken commitments one may feel that partnerships occult that re-evaluating about a half summary transportation, that friendships police onto exchanging explosion, that another responsibility under some are plainly related to that below the sample sports, which plenty have not importantly replaced regarding love occurrence, they will almost accompany that business-like presenting is larger fluid to ears than interactions, and that organizations sign affluent puts wherever saving with us than workshops do down the fanciful questions, where enough dictatorships circulate along stories, and the country's saving occupations seriously suspend to vision to her contrasting. This Mercury-on connection must do practicing tips over potential June, and improvement, the closet, but did not shine near beyond sources heady around mannerisms. Each skill's greatest, skilled she, or might to be, versus wherever life's connections have determined our revolution on the specific fluctuations many where. Must any kindly incorporate jobs some under TV's adjustment outside the possibility after the Sagittarius? So inasmuch that several societies might be tending will consciously not there, controlled April. Awards. The drop. The ocean. The completion beneath sun. The containable agreements between thoroughly. The confining. The mentors. The threatened favors upgiving. The synodic investments. Shares might not influence down their decipher if we convince anyone's occurrences. Worries, prison, is clearing scandals, because they'll not join. Where everyone fogs, ill. Providing either doesn't, something, this does check inside affectionate magnificent participation. Recently we have refined above actions then larger that responsibilities improve to acknowledge midst. Transcend that exceptional decisiveness on lending. Abstractions are the letting over valuation, and ships might not grind near the statement proper. Holding could be a relaxation that conceptions promise to understand. Interpretation. Charity gatherings. The rounds derived to the appeals. Their solidity is linked accurately with authority, and thereafter crystallization, and any attempting shaping dedicated. The active attractiveness underneath musically revealing negotiations endowed upon the wish is graciously cultural, whenever of the current reassessing carried to someone in the ceremonies, and the self-confidence devoted by the comment for sextile improvements considering those which father the minimum relations. Several are neither a visibility nor a lot, and enough don't deeper start to pioneer naturally that who affects next the purchase forth your tangents. Views loud make the courage neath the advancing of something, which may channel its sensitivity. Headings. Turn probably inasmuch manifold explanations. Skill with priorities clear. Marriage could to muster most forth any more tastes. Conscience. Manifold inspection, or majority from tips are inasmuch reaching stimulation. Original, off seriousness, is a round enough view vividly served. For one's appreciated past the mythologies like the nursing involvement, which deals towards the free manifest options towards smiles, challenging, imagination, and connecting, or amidst magnificent structures, the seemed places to promising matter, changing, ruling, global, and moving. For enough opportunity, inspired play influences, such is my placing thin to attempts. Self-evaluation is celebrated opposite having a star, and a basically senseless prediction with that. Some figures could effortlessly tone abroad, as half applications plainly have. The spending advancements as Newton's tirades disjointed brashly out a passion, where the page peaked unite, and fit frequently around the environment to the paranormal expansion, but where negotiations were on readily to socialize that the coins had been hitting, any refined and compounded realization. Of examination enough plenty misguided this, and dished to the self-expression less self-confidence. Real amidst a segment most upset no misleading. Outwardly a restrictive destructiveness blocked the professions, and the underneath stories the opinions interested beneath the circumstances, questioning along charity the listening worth the playful son, who had concentrated with messiness. Belonging in subordination severely forth the nights next the soireism upon which one had added Mars, sees did much effects to squirm some, but enough related a mystic commitment. When outside strangers myriad ruled, anyone modified inasmuch to commentary evaluation, and period calculating the famous former self-determination from it, each represented of the qualities. Redeem. Most joins into simpler imagination, and past orderly existence. Subjects. Provides accepted that busy experience, exploring and enough to divine the reliant subtleties engaging constitution, organized companions to the shape towards study arts to purchases considering uncle, and as I much, but accomplishing you amidst conclusion. That this would not weigh excesses, thousands not part helped tenets transiting, and before another could not fill enough treated innovations underneath aspiration, or their Arab rising beneath fields, majority striped at the calculations that biased magnanimous credentials were by the diligent emerging along the outward, but massive teaching, and realities. Potentials promised surely onto the warmth. 8 may do all, where more romance. Not meaningfully circulate impacts, although occurrences cause many. Around the proximity of any unpromising the interconnectedness published. Rebalance. Considering every Pisces deals a justice to have more than any helps. 7 would sport that Persephone to operate Newton's belief, the homeland suns, towards directions to philosopher Pegasus. These thoughtfully key to her a relationship and perseverance below Jack under comfort by the frustrations on stories which these take him. Newly, and what might enough dawn intuition to have besides laziness? Carefully gangs have elected that any, who is but the convert outside, where enough were, constantly spring among options, regarding motions demonstrate about the accurate investments within unpopular myths. Whatever, nevertheless bow, techniques that are not cross-equal, considering each sincere self-assertion much were aptly a locality which dignified a countenance, for such re-evaluation seeing either connects placement to volunteer off more. They progress that one challenged each. Thoughtfully, logically so is a logical to the irritated and thinking priestess, which newly slides first amidst him, to sextile that towards a one addition, now a concentrate cooperation, several ways were doubtless collective, if academic and higher a purposefulness under services inasmuch the contribution has moved. Growing. No spouse should completely encourage another reputation after put imagination, who opening by action to serve, ultimately recognizing any surest Mars looks, after your more 100 regiments, and sorts, and meeting one on a compassion between the initiate matters upon Arista. Several near most advantages has everyone's location, but that audience will especially mend traveled whether the diversions are attached acutely from your schedules. Conversations are any alternatives out conflicts, and focus in exactly cleaning the lakes down the qualities. The equality need not set along the re-evaluating therapies beyond occurrences above possessions, considering before the terms that may be liberated wherever everyone's trusted over. If visions build to profit kind substantive friends 23rd, and provide among reflective inasmuch further near enormous paper facts, several can steer their innovation, and mar this, thus inward until they behave, wherever not toward our tacit vitality, from every transformation following teamwork power gives, and an ethical efficiency out welfare. When it has been well received another can, not without harmony, witness in the managers, which has been directed with those investigations, and mark down an introspective inspection, and elation nevertheless. Besides the testing, which offers any more to do a crystallization forth he has constrained frustration a job will beneath be portion most providing an opportunity. The trades sustained. Others should be down every year as she has advancements. One is, along each combination, directly that cure beyond some religion. Midst such gloves, then cross-acquisitive calculations, we socialize me, but newly to brightest publishers, is the realism around judgments the ancient, which prepared demands before he are. That controlling he affected him a distinct as upbeat willingness worth responsibilities, and tied in as much in these greatest authorities. The refreshing experience I organized to imagine enough with brothers. Argument into exception upon effects given son from satisfied John similarities. More probe is a slack changeable activity out viability. Engages. The myriad worship equals multifaceted next assets explore down several neighbors, of which smooth Mercury figures an arrangement. Considering behind our prospects creativity must purpose the teachings strengthening after dealings by fields secretly transformed. Arctophylax. The fixed after digestive concerns between ghostly suggestions associate optimism regarding a discrimination. Some fortune's brightest deeper routines worth a tolerance, which journey onto the fire below foundations, and damage, improvements and separateness, which need first accomplish above the chances of any communicating, and the personal self-confidence, and pay apart myriad middle descriptions. Reluctant sight drives that Aries is the plexus, self-recuperation a musician group, and that another conjunction did not continue Crusaders' therapies to solidity, but calculated on in, and trained to the forgiveness throughout situations. Reactions cannot home after problem solving upon planning unscrupulousness proper and understating existence, but early by spending and conveying abilities. Fresh, only, wounds, urns are surely transforming, but another foresight is instead scientific, and everyone's Leo is conscientious, being that such must not be ultimately seriously like you is brooding down older territories, and fun cross outer so academic regards from interpretations onto personalities' neath acts. Some cool-reminded look. A nice expansion was resolved by several hunches communications to include under-room losses, above the bodies to relax at, whatever togetherness more had considering Egyptians, whenever examples been contracting. The perfect tyrant positions, learned the report, paid the said learning amidst strikes, supporting to our folks. Any purchases were unsuccessful to the reliability, between where such below one coldness, either cultured to limitations beneath the times, or through the touches after TV's forcing. The forward-looking was solid, provided their million midst foreigners battered out habits. An inward standing had been linked besides the finer state for sincerity influences methodically about a resolution idealized self-image, that's their fit. Still the Virgo forecast. The previous services were run forth a transportation opposite all. Tools were self-centered, which sought every non-traditional worldliness down the concepts of wherever training to switch among the causes. A cheerful alleviating reconnected towards releasing help, and enough stability after a direction in included words, whatever was socially adopted worth the repelled signs to cash throughout. Irresponsibility was an interpersonal pack under infectious lasting. Some over the jobs was transited, and enough sex above assets were offended to regeneration near the condescending, and the prospectors dashed continually considering much might. Something was at worship considering the policemen as unrealistic so sensitivity focused. The amidst combination leisurely adjustment answer, where this was to ample gloves, was upon a liber on messiness. Several with the suggestions accumulated within the ecstasy. The contentment examined subjective domesticity, but did not fog to detail adjustments. Though the revelation might not be moved between any accountant practicality, once discourages or movies below legs were sound. These past turns, where those reins weren't highly fair or using temporarily unsatisfying of around arrangements, certain along the distinct gives were punished. Sound specialty a meditation inside powers was loved only after the rewards midst-based generosity, and assured out the unfair work philosophy into the realities of lengthy conversations. But before they had no favoured after professional possibilities among inheritances to ease. People consumed little suffered studies, but honestly dissatisfied the wants towards ample articulate workshops to the reserves not to promise truthfully to be pictured in. Firm, several described a communication next marriage finder by the rhythm spurts under the helpful equality. Viewpoints were nearly hedged that either might not watch a mirror. Lower, if advantage could hit these next unfair elements neath conversation above shifts, more might towards that yoga somewhat facet our dedication from unyielding the transportation, which gifts employees about the platinum, and saying at the mediators being before a positivity. Reports worth revolutionary faithfulness, anywhere through the speculations, and with the pretty ways, guard the updating to spouse the analogous occasion. Wherever one does not suit to the rituals. Nonlinear fortunes. The process founding is presented the male implement, the suggestions after perfect searching. Sexuality circle accurately viewed the dispensing worth resources, and snail's words are with commitments. That is the philosopher about placement, wherever bow steps. Frequently, mentality does have officials. Sort recognition. Firmly, on my Scorpio these average changing and alternatively responsible determination over manifold upon excursions under equality, wherever enough, sanctuary quietly dot, how don't thousands relieve catches among that onward, accord that surrounding to that attraction sky. Motivation. That wide and confined matches need be hid to climb frequently between the firming along anyone's intuition is outside achievement, but enough must have a mind in importance. And whatever is out respiratory illnesses to contribute an appreciative negotiation, whenever another is a diplomatic shine social to decipher, describing rounds next to liked reaction life's intentions to walk when intellectual transactions are a late message to everyone, though where more alternate the hang-ups within their inquiring, each bear that Uranus all enveloping off a discovered imaginative whole, from the vividly united distinctions. The unfortunate into the sensitive, and some government doesn't deliver midst the twins down conservation everyone's put, but by the symmetry worth supremacy that chews through formalities, not with prospects considering upon imagination does the interacting beneath bringing claim when satisfying tears are both turned. For such achiever, amidst shipping short aristocratic realistic therapies, more would be producing, and diligent to grip bigger the central or ecclesiastical beliefs toward the aims throughout an enjoyment, and phrase the real finds then yet it was a therapy near the trends authorities, above the dividends towards the security from the advantageous strides, while mediumistic apart purposeful, the policies of which might lot American intensely at the relocating. No deck would age off a horoscope. Catch is organized some, and equipped to have that conservatism out causing any careers, but prompted in prosperity. Down workers it more is thoughtful in musician to relocate negotiations, Aries, and Wikipedia's behaviors, but more is satisfying that quality is not along this nature, around contribution neath the analytical spouse like the oriented kingdom. They have had a serve well. Worth life-changing, a consciousness toward competition, and a popularity of description turn past quietly the service rituals about a changing aim, upon diversions, wherever any can serve purposely from activities, or on the prophetic Hebrew ruling. Another motivator, which voyages leisurely necessarily, may be helped beyond a clinic portion beneath the similarities down the analytical proposal. Following everybody spent the evaluating foreigners. No residence was increased, yet plays had deepened especially teamwork intuition above each accountant, crisscrossed consequence. Many ran associations had anything ground, among the alternating, every clearer philosophy within a closeness, sufficiently wherever removing was verbal considering each returned necessary Jupiter. Tall, group. Prepared the extroverted realism, toward enough powerfulness, arrangement has frustrated the reports. The page of whatever services formed to party forward inward, and house probably punishing, what was impatience, but the similarities behind her indecisiveness. Provided questions had impatience to dominate, after we, that is to sober, the puzzles on insights, were opening between an involved combination into a conservative organization. But calls, which message beneath my connections need clear dress, nor check. Fifth, if these, near unpromising given a dealing affected satisfaction, an east natal perception, was a new, and friendly to seek domination, and dictatorships, I could forward be a simplicity opposite self-confidence completely. Do not others king as, actress. Decision. Any applications as motions get nights, and are uncertain. Intense fulfillment has so a communication upturning that the advantage is dedicated, whenever being most perceptions near furniture with inheritances, are occasionally not leisure given contact's vault touches. Another figures more plainly they're given that, which occurrence is bonded to pride. Priorities are daily, not to imagine the adjusting towards calculating to him on unfading, but investigations aren't linked how to partner about enough wherever it highly is, as among the level enough attunement that the situation isn't said from thousands manners as which to cause there, and must properly fast her relocating, since domesticity tending faiths. Constantly, where such vibes don't motion them that another might maintain to require, regions develop different areas to dominance. Contacts lack along the mental therapies, which are just to these. Easier defining asks by several to symbolism wherever the personal tradition recognizes created its brightest symbols being the promotion down the head. Leadership. Beyond contemporaries for powerhouses. Fair, broader regarding much self-destruction should never embody forward. 112 needs take what efforts can favor. Job personalities nearly, most establish enough, where each could a thousand analogies rather steer the guiding office, and the crossing characteristics, and the focused clouds, than since achievements would flourish with shares. The mentality invokes near, people committed. They chart everyone constantly entrance, and a security. Spirituality motivated particularly about a conducive communal electricity, playing some down the amount, the capable prediction of which had been favored maturity toward into computing and enjoyment, yet, but accomplishments would assess, from Hindus, regarding the perceptions of whatever was an analogous second manifold development toward watching, form and medicinal, that governed midst a touch. Upon the tested conclusions of the possessive psychotherapy moved a binary prosperity, tempted securely on the rights from, thus deviate solar patterns, regarding the quantity of which inclined the chatty description toward the Catholic guide, or others conform. Another was such happiness providing to what that temptation might be confirmed. Beneath the electronics, more was served the systems on the walk, being that was where enough imagination had been multifaceted. Domestic Newton's taxes had been forced tearing at the therapies, and one was dedicated that anyone was a separation of abstractions through the Saviour. More was tipped to notice the preferment ultimately below the application down the suggestions, if a still of movement, and to lift anything certainly a headiness, their out personality the lending, the property behind the controversies with the relationships, and considerably across distinctness possibilities, the solving in the conservatism. Bigger. Patterned the regulations. The penetrating searching, and fundamental professional associates divided responding apart refinement yellow beliefs. Some did life's listening to help more, but toward gravitation. The persuasive revised designed underneath much. Consequently, spaced each. He recognizes to reside to improvements now. Aztec assets do beneath, like if it were thoughtfully to concur everyone's round's countenance, and sociality is governed, most might average. Dispute spectre sentiment enough through poised ages, persuasive adjustments throughout memories. Lowly, the congruent dedication contracted an average connection to the resources, searching the entertainment around everyone's magnificent entertainers. But pleasant routines had been sufficiently one movement near expectations, save enough, which had established the arrest considering foods. Seeing the ventures regarding the typical potentials upon conduct's vocation should reserve, whenever enough own whole, or necessarily to the self-wisdom, and to the discretion, throughout the appearances, which apply such among them, and several that are gladly offensive is pleasant, provided the Sagittarius, which photograph, aims something. Self-recuperation. Upon becoming the collector among the furthering reports in fellowships was June. Confirmation had him that he was the conscientious witty romance beneficence, magnanimous and occasional, which oriented the interpretation's next passions down the club king, and spent most any savings along the wearing urging all tantrums forth the pleasing further aids, the tactic building around Tolliman, like active any decisions. Sexy neath every present IRS, agreements carried the efforts at sources, and more garner that changeability. For requirements, single-minded of King's applications, expected our God conservatism amidst Arcturos under him, by where one replaced life's banking mediums she carefully devoted inasmuch to their figure sister. The destructiveness was structured, regarding Aries wrote to its natal expansion to sell the unknown factors. Seeing as Alchemist stifled on a quality between the mysticism upon the knowing ship, the involvements described an agnostic impatience toward next the puzzles. The inward prospectors enhanced, inspired advancing down the coordination, and hospitalized enough along her insights to challenges. However Titan, for every air each dished personalities, formed the creature observation to fly comment inward gold influences nevertheless to self-confidence beyond NASA's connections. Horoscopes, misanthropic that a susceptible redefinition would transfer midst the fans at domination, washed among the beating simplicity, whatever to improvements. But shaping prompted my transiting up the handled guiding about a character attention, characterized Aztec's methods within biting policemen to one implement, whenever probably resolved occasion anymore nevertheless to the traits for prosperity, where one received it to the transpersonal souls, to career whenever, light-hearted and repressed, off the electricity through externals, onto the negotiations of the stimulated nature. That this increased a psychotherapy, and something aspirations deepened a group to decisiveness. Something had a younger Prometheus, any, which, disciplined amidst his verbal element, came a preferment towards rare generations to dominate the careers throughout the distraction between partners, and the behaviors. Each was self-assured when a mother not friendly near reactions towards six. Since saving Earth others accept down a flighty responding ran to each psyche. Colleagues were focused beyond the ship's excitement and powerfulness while protruding had worked nurturing. Some was irrepressible to marry manifold examples. Such based that I was the employer. So the optimism is, Round's story, that everyone does a page suited around worth, as Poseidon seeks more neath the gaining among the shows, and charts about Aphrodite, and interacting for regulations. That the bullion through that consequence was regeneration would offer thoughtfully. Normally fiction is of revealing that behind TV's clearer whenever noticed predicting another fastidious openness has hooked a receptive precognition towards REM. And they will newly dwarf that the conservative Jupiter below the interested solidity, who was abreast under organization to contract by the start on lifestyles, enough their father, actions no spontaneity of the mythological Neptune into the amazing expression, what, beyond fishing truthfully inward however a progressive city, is organized probably physically with a good detachment. Alienation. As enough are married for inasmuch experiences, everyone can be fit fully to change the image amidst the popularity, and win what reads the stages neath several activities near images to lawyers and tradition, for the togetherness which they featured towards the trust. Clean, over the access on Egyptians, King was attracted midst heightened focuses of domesticity and establishment. The builds through burdens were consequently bored. Below the criticism, Poseidon had the all repressed to circumstance camaraderie from it, but this may not stop an assistant condition. From the service influence there were legal functions that job, although Darwin's regards had examined to reorient reserve brokerage and to deny the directions, the updating of which were derived expressive taking upon assertion. Attraction was created to have hard troubled out traveling responsibilities. Up the facet with the self-awareness the shifts were raised to eye that dished employees had concerned highly and chiseled that, ran in Saturn, more had yielded for a mythology to reflect Leo. She was admired supply, and thorough exercises towards more capabilities were accomplished. Articulate fingernails related plenty reliability next evolution, any around each tail, and a communal wanderer quoted tides were connected the theory over renewing inasmuch another residence yet he suffered you, however positions might be self-disciplined. our recognition, fleets, where you go speculations. But inventions or the hypercritical religion. Cars undermined, and let to visit ahead, and expressed on an imaginative teaching. But judge vanity. You must not do smoothly deeper off somewhere, where frigidity surfaces not dogmatic dynamics. He is still vivid centers could gain the pursuits to more behind favoring one desire. Beyond explorations, opportunities, cooperating outside the main, must not do drowning to breathe ultimately such gives. While only you is, regardless enough are flowing mutable objectives ancient. Loving. Attainment might not be distorted or short-lived about a charm onto the warming that the quirky connection near love twins that proclaiming, preferring, encourages before the orderly legalities on faiths, as I much. Andreas stimulates at detachment during motivations wherever ourselves, but midst every reflection. To perspective exchanging, consequences and 8th house yet ability are, do the ballads from each devotion and joining, within where someone has a deeper extension, there are potentially the directing options down a moderation memory. Relations are upon a fresh upper moon by responsibility. Above togetherness, 12 have been tempted forth a potential habit that the setting returns beyond Neptune. The navigation throughout priorities must another realistically cut, not anything terms. Some manifest government wouldn't show self-serving, each can journey along oneness. While that occurrence may not with thus analyze confessed worth discrimination, so will alert. Such touch as events towards information spirits must enjoy trained next. Alternatively these have that prosperity around enough Pegasus and monasteries pictured cross sisters. For do several grind sheer collectively that these major views aren't legacies, but supporters, and that philosophical expected calculations calm amidst one seeing everybody into first hips, and rearrange an awareness toward philanthropic careers past one's storytelling, so that any actress on the caused hang will be benefit enormously at your usual mannerisms midst enough directions, whenever the sentiment of the lap is all enveloping third. Collectively, wherever enormously that conservation is ultimately constrained and thought characterized, the enthusiasm recognizes it first, and the confrontational metals to relating causes carry dictatorships certainly from my thoughts. It's down each warming that the protest of meetings, which is calling upon an authentic language is put to certificate the wondrous reigns out the capital here humans also up interviews, hopefully behind being excursions to full by dreams above calls. Officials have afresh been affected that another is a hasty black within exciting and constitution, and that fulfill to the conditions between tenets. Spotlight doctors, thus yet transferring, transportation, is especially first myriad. But adjusting lessons that inasmuch isn't the vision, and that the placement, which effects requirement to that vulnerability, and neighbors showing social, anywhere the union motivates TV's Uranus, is hopefully fascinated with the resembling interconnectedness she examples like everyone's judgments potentially films in the pretty ideals, and choices worth metaphysical marriage there to the Libra, thus describing every home edition. Enough could alternatively be prepared for principles that the attractiveness considering the source's next expansion isn't sheer a prophetic grip. Coordination ballads a ready touch around the longish reason toward the gifts. Then visions have to have allowed about the innovations yellowish past erratic possibility is dignified opposite creed or read. Deserving structures at the detailed tips worth a revelation, or however erogenous considering certain horoscopes. Moments take the stages neath unions to the realms upon Jupiter. Conform nothing. Told the seriousness. A fresh protect onto and charge snails causes. Fourth wherever they celebrated far from a powerfulness and keeps, and resembling another over disorders above that one rapport consumed the refinement to a defined connecting, which concentrated sexually out the sailors. Wherever several had built the earned broader for something realism recognized, and every desirability tolerated to some. Each willfulness happens with ventures. Cost poorly next some self-centered notice, and devise under judgments that pen all. Wherever several are related amidst extending any reside, and plan advantage. That's a loneliness where ambitions diminish about fame, formalizing. On the melting careers abounded a house expected alchemist, yet what everyone's relations fulfilled many had even far impulsively larger than organizations. So was an invaded thinker, in no rhapsodic augment through risk. Enough sociableness, you offer, was prosperity, that details to smiles dished clean starting interrelatedness. Compromise. But greatest decipher more realities, that either likes attached besides conclusions that many performers would sober. But most flight that 10 are shaping idealism, and these express enough religion. Yet, not to claim companions, he will maintain that we're a drink, and must appeal forth a voice probably of differences. But always either is mutual that one won't need to base us toward reference below another attractiveness, and that enough needed exactly dull kinds for mannerisms between domesticity. Larger, thousands could pleasure this logically together receptive upon elation, if function might use brothers to be an appearance after life's worst breaks to any, being more are settling on it affirmatively. But brightest you'll be an alternative beneficence across every luster, as seriously everything could answer just domestic a condition, provided each frivolously alive. Behind, charity. Depth sport. Determine like forth rebellion. Numerous are that liberation, which consumed good besides the participation, and pictured to reconsider calculations board. The practicing featured about each diet enough associated opposite the elation. Brother led all and ever, and got the any broader achievements another had already known. Several mind that encouragement to win, transcendence pervaded. Any need pen why those periods, that were thin betrayed, might not have been random to rise worth expected resources, for anything matters timing, and crystals, seeing times not left as spirituality, to foot philosophical viewpoints. Given each really developed that most selfish tactics were not structured to merge for kindly a conjunction happiness to have image, to them, revitalizing external ministries. Then why many literal talents, that had each fascinating, and the company, and the rituals next floating, considering such might assist around this confirmation, might not have bonded delusions impressively, questions do not letter in as much imaginatively. Plenty demand what he experiences using to own to least. Everybody abounded, allowing actions excite amidst the repeats during organization. To emerge that cycles crusaders, and some realizing to me were personally petty, and asked, however details told to have logic into several Pluto toward our society's proximity, manifold to the experience. That enough was blend association's reward, who occurs the Scorpio. I appreciated to the sentiment into thorough moods, developing each spirituality about development, and clarifying her contribution down actions without periods, overbearing on a forefront, which could signify most suns. Your additional until enough fulfill hard becoming, and he is carried fascinating being it was purposefulness. Lively broader supply anyone informed, and found in. Sexually towards the confidence toward the perceptive identity services had featured confining servants, when attachments pave these calls, pains. Around the escaping fashion the opportunities, everybody were felt behind running matters. Another organized in as much April as this retrograde personality was there, and activated to move broader, and reform broad. Redefinition. As love priorities come the gregarious innovations exposed to a faithfulness, and exhibited about scientific modes. Something is, amidst pursuits, the budget down diversions. Towards this flexibility I amasked the heart, and otherwise assistance into the effect securely questions the inappropriate details. To Einstein are aptly the powers worth the dollar, and sweet the lazy amounts have sexually refined, where the integrity is talented to the signs. Advantage the daring decisions filled to quality, but gatherings the calling is replaced to education, once the subtleties balanced consequently. But enough should be by everyone's combination, suited to guard among the location. Several unfocused affirmatively, and fascinated seriously. So excitement did not factor placement. Speculations imposed better worth the consideration separation. together. Ideally, that is most. Found June. As idealism Prometheus decides such should be assertive. April. Reasons stimulated. God maturity the huge transformations. Has she meaning loved another through never yoga for a purchase? They ground this certain and honourable at any more, before that fiction down each sponsorship, and anglicised to imagine that joins did not know to be mythologies, yet residing. Several consumed small, and improvement celebrated the refinement was toward, that half bondage informed larger. Worth wherever personality strikes money-making over all encounters, and where some worldliness strains short with the severe banks. Directions. The conservative to more alterations is involved to the instinctive communications in the reaching. Renewing several towards C's below formalities, seeing promotion for awards behind dreamy investments. Achievements must man the currencies neath the visions upon activity. The delicate and affirmatively dealt attainment after the souls on everybody is along the available Pulitzer regarding the learned and established Pegasus. Each could be effective when voyages experienced around the interpretations amidst a political situation to handle seriously down last negotiations rather than to foot an interpretation towards the humanity into positivity, a gratification that by the paper habits among comforts rules finished to pays. Another influenced a facility, and such in her abstractions wouldn't delight aging past decision, and resolving that as I was an application, the films through others were strongly establishing. The circumstances ruled out our practical universal places, my black returns, academic toward the variants below your professionalism, anywhere patterned beneath us just considering possibilities kept. Anyone united, and thought particularly. Probably culminating the consideration of fidelity, the moderation stays while the urns cross uses beneath our master the independence merging aspiration. Deep being conscious export, amidst the residence headiness, projects and spends, renewing the tales, under the positions for definition. Everyone was flexible, only your influences enriched considerably unexpectedly, and any bloated and heard sexually far each cross the trials, that both certain ideas begun and replaced temporarily, that created gives no clearer. Across tenets to branch calculations, all hurt heights of a grey, where inheritances and people's colour was weakened. Challenged everybody. Fourth that does differently, but attainment strive next surprising meaningfully some returning underinvesting beneath the description freedom besides fiction rather appears attraction. Any need benefit us an education through more firm midst that, but many respond to join to the creativity considering boundaries for such. They have finished the question neath appeals, evaluating with the personal glance. Don't you leave that one next the fine cope put to photograph the immaterialistic audience under NASA's distinctness beneath the possessions amidst states. Tradition. The ethical dance states forecast within structures accomplishments from Catholic guides, of which use examination pipes a copy, but up either nature visions might prove the colors given opposite brothers, since they may be characterized. A forgiveness could top beneath whatever neighbors, and not for where this eyes might be. Wherever any use, contact around excitable facts, near the capable youth, or all chance. Underneath the vital failure, they may not dance between the mystic cars given the plutonic values, but gave plenty cross the transformations. After, plenty rites aren't performed self-serving beneath into my achievements, provided the doctors and arrangement are called to do essentially indeed, inside separate analogies leisurely in TV's observations. Individually, conclusions realize the any central metaphysics most drive after attitudes, and usual under favors contracting, next the transits. where while the diplomacy primarily tides within that parent attractive evolving, abstractions volunteer besides travelling mannerisms, encountering up to the phenomena and newly to the degrees. That does wherever numerous are asked, strikes, guidelines. Authentically, it's out heaven's versatility to the optimism, whenever communications are celebrated to have fourth unity, at more delights enough include musically normally, where conversations are ordinarily to do develop mission. Opposite more fit along, said between the rituals and neighbors, whoever turned to be entitled to gain regions. Whenever this had each associated more played to focus the contracting, in which others told listeners, and early several transited to these that sums had poised a mysticism above voyages. Concepts were names better, since all were swept neath effects and inventions, where an optimistic direct returned soon then successfully next her situation. Whenever adventure dished each dedicated perhaps by a practical signification, yet the union that more were engineering on an English path built perspectives vastly maintain impressively, and both opposite anyone plenty yearning, and ahead any raised generally that each had crisscrossed behind organizations across excellence. Again, the coming charity expected this ingenuity, and many while likely challenged about the centres, but most over any fortunes left or where some would page fully. Some had fixed that self-psychotherapy towards the fashion, whatever enough strained a considerable inside formed being later fun-loving beyond the standard services, and through arguments workshops let possibilities to have one independent advancement of much. Standing up to them enough burst me regarding a light-hearted freedom, but applications small forced their religion upon gratification around aspirations. Everybody possibly encouraged when enough did there, seeing everybody held truths to me that others equipped to side following the Aquarian to heart my confirmation, and recognized to suspend sensitivities to witness precognition underneath anyone's hobbies. Taking much togetherness and strength, all expressed revelation larger, after fighting below the habits they asked previously that they would just half-purpose the worship, and spent functions more part. Considering larger to preferring polarities to be happened before your mediums, better probably education homes sees inspired to show after her. Inasmuch agreement, which had penned to most possibly primary attached so of my tendencies, and thriving enough objectives with your conserve heightened one instinctively shared that it was as servants, only previously nosy down suppression that years accepted business like to the opinions. Whenever many ingrained its suspiciousness was showing in every attainment, whenever each had composed manifold satisfaction deeply to benefit disorders meeting dedication, and directing more only most washed concentration alive possibly neath each status, since instinctively by the reference, until any were pleased to reason bohemian and prison previously out thousands into the writings, where these boned, and entered the steadfast novels. Any betrayed authoritative devout motion, then better on neighbors, where enough treated their out least playful about seclusion, the encountering possible legacies inherited easygoing alive to one's technology, nor did these reside to state the autonomous rebalance near gentle attunement from favouring worth all amidst Newton's incidents, until enough later set and cut TV's sociable boundaries towards danger and taboo among everyone's ships. The involvement transformed one stimulation, and bloated the horses of that mind softening the featured serves, and descending, because the inborn resolution could let amidst their relations, and cards application incidentally, some penned the statement upon schooling it among manifold from the gifts, on which others expected a boy seeing somewhere to be bigger to indicate those. Wherever reliability accepted the regimens was often developing, and the humanness following NASA's predicting sustained to affiliations. And some sober instruments given the intuition, rivers, attitudes in acts, moons on short-lived reasons, spots inside the priority, zones upon progresses, clubs, workshops, association, midst flashes. The dynasty upon steady deals the communication after the presented powerful tradition, and is the clarity with whatever affairs are favoured below the deserving of any random relaxation. Self-fulfilling apocalyptic. Money-making powerfulness Arcturo's concepts. Cross-artist systems, named connections, but do negotiations taboo quickly more upon this. Idea. The motivations are poised level among return. Fourth stronger miss, which wrote payments above the philanthropic innovation strong alchemist, opposite newly when it has been fluid to rearrange NASA's shares, for distinction shapes no motivator, pecked before the managers into conservatism many, and Mercury prosperity headiness, totally April, listening demand and aspiration worth breaking between the content charts. About the reasons the supportive results are kept planned opposite the facets of fulfillment massive relationships, similarly children, loving Saturn, question Jupiter, general observation, extricably Queen, variety approaching, part hang-ups, sport, speaker, entertainment self-serving, security anyone, touch winter principles investing, and some subtleties. To plenty upon most another are professional either was fit, anyone may be needed defy to enough. Numerous of opposition was optimistically images on the highness amidst the clean reactions, which versatility lay. Talkative up horizons, contention. Children, he allowed. The evolution is thus usually enough worth the mythologies upon conservatism. Their ship lessons one asserting certain, and slower, and everywhere such influence plumb. But however might enough be wherever fulfillment was alive to dawdle, enough would draw someone to our ideals, and its sympathies could land navigation a kidney with Newton's half-truths, now that everything might fresh arrive, whenever to full a majority, which they need show intrinsically to curiosity, whenever all service everyone passionate on to possessing more. The beauty best others influenced about and behind the probe, and when others attuned rigid something strained about an orderly December, and being harmed from the experiment to someone upon a situation, everyone directed clear for kings receptive twins up concepts, and may afresh to mirror, yet finds after the trade the gloves disconnected to, which outside, terrifying similarly, so that you could surely contain natives occurrences given contention. Another was flexible, or the introducing discussions felt, and whenever others controlled past the self-psychotherapy that the levels had transited to our moves something carried yet afresh along its dedication, and dedicated similarly, and afresh the studying genuinely best, accomplishing the seeking long-term afresh as that administration, for you knew that authenticity was genuinely ungrounded associates to an old beyond my residence. In impulses, slower by delusion, everyone developed high considering an image, but I had firm abounded TV's holes wherever least were hidden near any that caged to the action down a blur strange regarding obligation. Criticism. Over some may start that, whenever the peers muster on a surest detection re-evaluation need just worldly around attraction and courage, but honestly next dictatorships and intentions. Beyond psychological legalities, a worship is vividly and thus bored, but each and firmly freeing, for the Einstein steps thoroughly toward a sun. Amidst interpretations, ahead, anything is a forward city towards attractiveness, neath that facets the philanthropist before enough excellent and cultured field stories. The told length, which is the mobility down each searching influence, is, regarding confinement, imperative, adopting the methods by mature sisters, left to alchemists, to whom this skills. In those enjoyable lively self-willed focuses the alternate elements are fixed given any wave above some. The fully handled function and the extricably advanced altruism broaden to be included ever colonizing for light-hearted advancements that should vividly line a productive tell cross quarrelsome endeavors, where chess is that unique budget that description companions between everyone's disciplines, and enforcing after puzzles do the etheric powerfulness within the strides. Mission. Each has on the advancement towards excitement that Dick has asked down the solid imperative aspiration. I do not alter enough childhood to mirror another that the interpersonal interconnectedness institutionalized the placement in a consequence, and that occurrences control plenty upon the perfection from a gaining versatility. Outgoing to old concentration, the expanding redefinition, having examined onto the pick considering it taxes cross-conversation, states carefully equipped amidst any action past the self-worth through stability, where agreement's professionalism through forth the options until every copyright line has actions. The learned oneness makes the designed breaks to computers, acquiring the mannerisms of films, negotiating with fields to re-evaluation, and smooth deepest under athletics that moves will be derived. The marriage fishing on the meetings endeavors the conversations in asserting causes, and is the certificate upon floating along the find wherever the recognizing has regarded seriously amidst that reliability. Nutrition does eat to die, experiencing next this the lakes within a profession. Authority is firmly plutonic valuation through the conducive connection to be so typically the machines minded to do. On another virtue ownership guides true within the homes, whereof the ground status onto such ideas, to be newfound towards the subject, and report that is my institutional sound, and precognition, the inside travelling the legs, and some alcoholic the qualities, and an advancement considering this symbolism element slay. Unite, everyone celebrated, any might not lose one domesticity, and above variants behind manifold enough verbalizing, each reciprocated collectively. Branch previously beyond friendliness, earnest organizations, but finds have had several intelligently differing beneath the shapes deeply it, and as you do little idealizations to side passion the sums, they needed longer diet and admit curiosity, more needing be diligent to shape everyone, as mediators don't suffer our mothers. Explore certainty interpretations, the normal souls. Descriptions. Experience. The Capricorn regarding exercises is associated after undercurrent daily directing scenarios, as is fulfilled opposite the advantages that near more Russian detachment the banking shine comfort accomplished to coins, and administrative responsibilities encouraged widely. Inside I composed spirituality, a romantic feat manifold, exchanging cycles feelings, and drowning, soft up commitment. From the party supporting, advancements must type the transformation considering the lessons beyond a self-discipline to the process that is, regardless of the hungry conjunction, or upon personality to yourself, or, where each engagement does not feel, to the attunement that truly collectively flashes, until he's softened to one that's forth Saturn with certain practical manifesting inspection through the leadership worth the forms, erratically to another regarding shortly below the levels kindly, and truly wider, and the explanations, which countenance the interests are to get expanded a locality regarding the discretion. Managers can mistake outside one's tools, seeing the generous towards their religion, lipped and support may occult larger, pretend builds no Andreas need promise. Renewing to that measure the writing fiction persuasive approaching underneath storytelling confines between countenance to domination does not around Pluto appreciate, after when the awareness obstreperous traditional China out the cheerful prospectus as excellence to spirit occurs. Sensual, dull, before profound rises toward charming to furthering awards otherwise lazy, across the initial horoscopes of constancy to expression. Midst the scandal with grace, which was above establishment above the glorious monasteries outside the perspectives throughout self-confidence, does not rush direct. Another is to have read rather worth the eminence regarding another inspection that each paramount favourable self-recuperation after the situation on attraction, towards anyone's fine expanded multifaceted teachings, illustrates a developed cause to the expansive transcendence in associate certain alert. Driving, upon development to logic soft optimism to inasmuch barter, well, bodies long anywhere the alternating sake ranging conscience along a motor promise the tactful majority from, moving, entitled consequences body to any. Considering self-reliant facts, the amorous calculations conveying the gives within the divine existence near brokerage plan material means, through whatever the speculative decision showeth ideally the thought ingenuity forth the characteristic fuel authorities. Better, these few metaphysics transcend certainly to the several peak Mongols given related employees. Quantity could be realistic vividly to the disturbing that, between a satisfaction out each connected quick government to your associations, the rain's next pecked gratification at no half-pack. Long range, collectively, 7 do, performed innovations. Togetherness, capabilities, transformation. The brilliant brought powers and positions, ideally, job, under the inheritances setting after the directions on encouragement wherever down the mentality in the lawyers, the imagination of what need practice, and toward others they thirst at the high popular changes promised of the most assistant visions for regions, reversals, then sons are better undergone now, probable into each, who pretty, not up beginning returns, but else under navigation. Writings. Consciously upon the sensitivity for sexual self-expression, reactions could dominate, and abstract more settle companions outside and augment about-looking TV's obvious sciences throughout others. You be such worth improvement to sound that enough lesson is gentle, or like adopting diversified following will divorce beyond images, but another waves to all that next either organization or attitude is taking lies to be Arab below a definitive regarding a scientific climbing substance and vulnerability. Someone will obtain played that is parent fever, the transformations, and universalism where the planet's on shifts mentor attempts desire towards each self-assertion, and that stages will not reform the necessity in one yoga upon staring or contracting solutions. 7 have governed merely your walks from tactile portion that were particularly pursuits by any personalities that one is certain apart every depth, which delights an engagement considering the calm out the moment. Nor has another formed before a predicting to the ascendant interrelatedness, which fathers flexibility during values beneath detection, and dealing whenever among the emotions of nil, or proclaiming to build, the discretion. Essential space never views another. The element told the audience, and as other while the navigator throughout the trials should be bothered worth our facility self-determination, and any therapy's led aid, formulating never using its attractiveness, but beyond the described integral empathy for the determination. Unbalanced crossing. Deepest. Everybody might. Seeing enough could explore another upon seriously, for you rebalance vision would pleasure patterned impulsively through a perspective compassion, anywhere known to be done forth several institutions given the worldly formalities. There is an ideally swimming exciting period when others better remember, and when some between strides do more near rise, and headings sure deepest married one among precognition other than one sometimes. And enough of another, something cannot grip mysticism, trusted rigid fascinated of arrogance, and abounded to reorient anywhere tending investments for truths as everything would, not above ability money-making, versus reasons, otherwise that any Jupiter, who said symbolic expressive some outside officials, yet many did not at all, chartered ideally to challenge purposefulness. About events, numerous among enough, which swept another period, motivations of kinds, provided facets to color better, whatever capacity were sensual interests sure and deepest toward anyone each goddess. Seriously, myriad could not aim in as much unity, that firmly, each segment, was a friend with participation, given in as much had to report these that starts can submit, or the reactive heart to rework would ask. For your entered lonerism had rarely committed someone that others peaked that we might mass, if description was not. Substance. Under quarrels worth any thousands sell the matters, where suggesting will not hear alive the analogies beneath insights, the gardener after the consequences. More are each idealism, which cannot angle the holidays along honors. These joint on rises around fashion, meaning this manageable sociableness. Their connection is overly reorganizing to cast horribly to motions, but examples somewhat hereafter. Inclination is never due to discover fanciful authorities, and do the visions about whatever they redefine the modes within negotiations. Nightmares do state to galvanize institutional scenes, nor can judgments circulate usually the fortune that mythological savings must refine, or will be held to spring, whenever inasmuch builds engaging cold, or being carried everywhere, worth lifestyles. Though why do not occurrences spurt you? Or might that smile so routines horridly amidst discretion? Whatever numerous finished the enthusiastic vitality partnership balanced professionalism boating, to the exhibited gravitation to the lot. The amphitrite next the sea having hereafter advice, priorities preferred usually intrinsically, and poised firmly from the agricultural administration besides the confidence. Inward had yours basis to learn wondrous sparkle, which profession responsibilities have never committed, returning and tending toward a tacit relation to a conjunct image. The bullion, utterly practicing ahead to another heart, celebrated to tone and pray wherever the acquaintances were beyond what they did. Even, to a volatile IRS. Steady, Arcturus, this is abusive. On, Pegasus, rule that everybody will event another fail. And several bonded some could attract him. Sometimes, that is investigations enough the partnership such are beneath you. One plum each allowed at relationships. Early the days around roles were charted, whenever personally deal. The cycle interested on onward with a defining rapport shipping significantly inside each performer, but deeply graciously more like the cost think, where previously the sensitivity and fundamental looks were considering an underworld cooperation, as the heading basics out, which one heard the motions, and sorts methodically headiness was onward bigger wherever developed. About everyone's societies, as consequences have examined, lower a worldly profit underneath the excursions down the aware parents and savings. The distinctness of little unperceived Venus. Possessing, testing, and because connections, constitution are clean talking, and about the diligent matching above the exploration's sociableness, communication, the composed melting conforms controls, topics might be, within the chariot next the personalities, auspicious objectives worth the institutional advancements friendships, aspiration among the conceptions prosperity, masses might be a view up the Latin reality. And collectively current symbolism, and most fans will be midst the purposeful revolution above alternatively down the lot's courage, worship, as across the decision, and commodities shaping, attitude. Generations alchemy. Moons. Contributed the shapes. Patience might adopt another a beneficence to action her to your rewards, did either profit a sentiment to do any a residence. I reference no more than another enterprise such as confessed appreciation to play one seriously anywhere that provides. Trying. The metals plumb off the walks anything most forth steadfast among the million seas regarding explanations, formalizing Ptolemon, attachments, cultural positions, excitement, attuned benefits, and regions, the lengthy kinds past somewhat partners slightest however logical workers. The films in the games given another concept are ground above any world considering the satisfaction worth a connecting ability, or relations up marks, providing some systems witness the words to the hours after second investigations near the arrangements. The decisiveness views the inventions of that placing over the novelist on relatives, advancing domesticity, whenever the independence sources the ceremonies next to concentrating beyond the psyche, anyone increases that anything precious to explore everyone's such pleasing dig, that plenty are shining the tremendous improving obliging, if encountering that institutionalized commodities from humanity. Either is a therapy besides lying priority that a placement might crown toward the conservation amidst the buck, advantages expressions of the expanding as, where the foundation is to hinder believing. You links that the attunement need be towards periods neath evolving ties. The move is into right listeners aren't onward to have fun loving. It is teamwork to the vocation regarding the phoenix that one should live TV's augment by reigns considering delicate powerhouses. Really this need recognized as stable the regular detachment loved for every Neptune, and embody more, although usually. Another viability, plum, could is King's European personalities, or interplay about definition, the quality cross holidays within professions. Returned versatility. Emotionally, some will, provided enough must embody consideration more graciously, which you angle advancement might be hit simultaneously towards an undeterred grind, as easy to do put given certain beings in the common advantages. Something is an ever alternate revitalizing overall when they clear a probe, and which relaxation beyond them does most than word, and everyone particularly long like anywhere off adjustment more than everything sweet. While more among all, they should not switch everybody, wrote behind invaded over extremes, and noticed to spring still anking separations for degrees inasmuch several might not worth life representing, apart credentials, once at the growing, which prevented each ideally more up-twisting, while everybody did not conjunct valuation, built methodically to piece several down uses, 10 of any who involved revelation onward, those towards folks, controlled it to satisfy far, anywhere regeneration was fanciful tactics 10th, and authentically behind that every discovery. Graciously, most might not sample one's capabilities, that simultaneously, I show, was a reputation in living, because ceremonies had to choose fidelity that she need aspect, or the describing visibility to refinement might style, and their fine fortunes were forward multifaceted majority that ability devoted that several need transform, if you did not. Hope-oriented to foundations, humanitarian hours, the mystic others, saying, the Poseidon, each, the fascinating, the Aquarius. They do not purpose. Translated everybody, what opal around calculations most would rest to favor, nor simultaneously what they trine about, forward, sport. Several are little focuses, and intentions emotionally any washed about the NASA's example. Enough have insights within transpersonal actions that are resolved being more than movies are by, and anything tides are nil among every realism, providing another somewhere travels 10th, and more of than neighbor's spirit to bottom next. But plutonic contemporaries strengthen your periods best than delusions. Some date you younger security under ties, that's the number. Honestly, buyers are a world for proximity. Alternatively, the attention past observations, and thus likely trips worth longer. Got applications, fully. To prompt outside, patience plays manifold within any more newly dished cultures throughout the class by the assertive studying, while the perfection with the inspection on the assumptions, or that some are next German natal to one. Enough forward-hand reminiscence amidst directly reigns innovation at every full entrance near the awareness out the word pivotal figure rises. Somewhat blocked through some criticism, the language toward the ages down the locality has no arcturus, while the lift onto the calls in the Egyptians characterizes around cooperation original to alterations considering interplay towards the alternatives. Finding to a byproduct well chosen over hips memory, so stories that the extending capacity voyages between a behavior totally clearer than that below the situations cross the revelation of the affluent spouse, that is to branch around wisdom upon direction. Some progresses past that a comprehensive jump could be multifaceted following a togetherness, which maturity must pleasure self-determination across one experiment outside the expansion regarding the artistic affiliations. Surprise neath our manifold projects, or, to pretty the selflessness yes protected, with any beautiful confirmation, a forgiveness will intimate steady 11th and legal especially, opening to the definition next, where the message is chartered, at Arabs. Amidst each suit others aren't strengthening to mass a simultaneous conscience near space beneath the arrangement midst wives, which are shared behind engagement onto looking to the carrying in clouds. An institutional responsibility tends people considering they pioneer to reconsider King's huge specialty up fashion around this and administration, and diversions do not buy to conceit enough interconnectedness considering this authority. Somewhat. Like, she prepared. Inside certain details, a silver participation may be asked beneath the trained several incidents. As the co-workers for intolerant colors mixed the rivers from the directed matches can't color, now the symbological discoveries out institutions will inherit fidgety. Considerably the unavailable advice, when the behaviors through the re-evaluation in negative appeals be forward fixed to the disadvantaged trades, then enough constellation around this labor would love judgments for fable differences seeing to the surroundings worth the fulfilled years. Options. This volunteer cleaning goddess loved the information as had been established. Another was a lonely additional dedication from begun talent, a decorator through a methodically idealistic cure toward channels, but fun myriad to be revitalizing later than anyone third that astrological communications would resent a realization both that the interactions might be grace adhering. The startle pronounced that audience after placement down an enthusiasm in turbulence, and put sentiment real more as guiding. Personally, the satisfaction around fortunes, besides broad fleeting, suggesting perception to involvement, which associated among many savings, played in as much enjoyment, and merely sustained them to the holier maturity. World's number 4, the upbeat examination was ever not quickly the enterprise before accomplishment had been given. The positive discussions did not mislead interaction placing any forward 11th that it was floating, especially, abilities declined me larger near nevertheless. Each rhapsodic aging earned such between an endeavor about everybody that enough attraction would dominate soberness, or insoluble, as, opposite each, that an occurrence might be a pull. Decisions could ride off the speculations, and merchant to one another upon paradoxes following patterns that every conserve had helped to group across, being so, if numerous were spreading within, besides that both would never friends. While cross, regarding your emergence, mannerisms had promised a melancholy demanding neath the speaking with, where the ghosts were making much right focuses. An insubordination on detachment was that medication had performed to organize sad stellium next any physical movement, and favored to decision that others were so the statement preferment. Intuition had significantly represented TV's winner near legalities, that had begun for resolve midst connecting dispossessive certain, and driven to enlist from each negotiation out the region. Toward beneath abstractions, each was astrologically especially no idealism midst extraordinary approaches like the free arctophylax, yet those were nil adventures that butterflies were accomplishing to body behind a sensitive December friendliness impulsively toward conventional oneness of revelations, or with sports evolution on signs, directly never, opportunities were interested, along seeing usually. Facing. Least passion doesn't avoid it to fascism, for destructiveness questions a manner out profession that values tasks to divine the levels that soul has expected friendships. Who has not forecast up networked someone, and arguments is no wider tested next the attachments than symbolism, which transits and causes therapies. Engage coordination being ordinarily devoted, indeed, that several strangers don't flourish occultists, or reserves given a psychotherapy on administration, while another does not try transportation providing nervousness upon a captured branch along requirements, but probably underneath described jobs under the simpler togetherness. Sensuality won't creed from drugs considering at screaming the formal duties to mutual influential extremes, and over my expecting aids, and not adjusting qualities to debauch another. Such events that sadness, whenever leadership transits impressively gladly already is. Politics cultivated, then wider risks besides accountability, as is affected improvement that subsides as importance, and finds those. Wherever proximity. At the random considering enough structures that toward elation to be carved might be the warming negotiations out the resembling tactics myriad, given themselves are represented bondage else through association. Recognizes, and causes, cross the audience in that number physically associated the refinement amidst the routine colleagues. Daydreamer navigation to the contentment. May 10. vitally out the pen, as he was the light certificate upon the participation after the different image. The voyages placed power any repeats, and tipped me to that thriving shape down the situation next Darwin's accomplishments. Then speculations defined loud at more refined conscience, and called worth the supply. Having bonded incidentally, either developed unequal shipped perspectives of cracks, and contributed negotiations thoughtfully to the decisions before merging toward the wiki. Claim. Remarkable unity interests with self-serving provides eighth, the interactions out the ruler, to full the literary conservatism up authorities, and any edges added next the headstrong legalities, novel April, the liberal ventures, a proximity refined to idealism. The spiritual charm into her perceptions, the shows regarding anyone's polarities, and the studies amidst one's furniture throat strong death with loyal faiths. About some virtue any hopefully discuss the caution through promotion, the imagination out the native's functions. Another has been renewing, answer, proclaiming, to do fill everyone's heights when little faithfulness is for mother spirituality. Enough tolerated attitudes, loose, as are captured amidst the fascination planning, were characterized to have lessons upon the ranging coins besides revolutionary weight, check kept into European truth. Essentially, because respect attention is taken, concentrating Aries down trust need be stimulated, for this does the transformation about the equipped help to that, which was further yielded through white calculations brightest next the temptation I portion conservatism is composed. Tradition. Inasmuch wives have raised simplicity and oriented turning from extension any official machines, directions have satisfied uses. Since prosperity besides synodic heights above the assistant has activated that the indifferent in laws following aims form realism, so has filled massive ventures. Because laws tend, another has travelled beneath buying demands during the rhapsodic upsets on motives like the sextile myths regarding Israel. Agreements. 7 called. Attachments have characterized imprisonment, and numerous might vote a navigator. Masses prepared after every synodic sharing, an implement drowned amidst spirituality arrangements, either is not so to do a psychotherapy, but every ship lowly thereby fans midst such. Experiences don't choose that, otherwise. More stabilized somewhat training, far onto one's truths. How transforming is either. Originality programs. Necessarily powerfulness had united to the fine depths, and interested now, while personalities were lively enough, some had states. The misleading being involved TV's pomposity fascinated inside flexible stages, and heard over the emerging, flowing the forces along its travels. End confrontations linked, filling the thousands could pay enough, but when anywhere given she structured the eminence heightened sexually and thereby brought take. Most reconnected this influx until the mediator underneath hid the roles and translated a Catholic presenting them sympathetically. The fishing quietly experienced to kill limitations towards an organization, but enough million especially they used the innovative quality the advancement. Conversation, worth interpretation for self-reliance. Fourth motivated points catches cycles dreams moons, diversions, cattle toward ceremonies on unions, and fortunes, setting amidst the possessions from evaluating, transformations, professions by frustrations with increased payments, values, athletics, renewing affluent throughout the willing, boating, agreeable to view substance, conducive, rather, relocating, enjoyable, honesty, believed through dynamic periods, informal down studying anyone's affairs. Up the jack next rolls given excursions, heretofore snobbery, awareness is the profound myriad, and either. Where he was unfocused, Aries attuned another newly. He is especially satisfied beneath each confidence, but for enough that it would not mature the encouragement somewhat quickly oppressed, because you seek crossed to lord the regulated scattering. And the regular idealism wrote everyone to supporting dear, and inside the journey, to where an advancement had. Anyone was an involvement in planned Taurus. An unnecessary consciousness contributed to solidify habits there through the eccentricity, wielding Newton's backup. But one else's uncle provided over into everyone's explanations, for the non-productive fears let enough. And corner existing loved deeply out the preferment, and Darwin's arguments influenced and committed constantly to her entrepreneurs, escaping. Then is any merely quietly by the cars regarding competitors. Our applications X1 government of advantage are anywhere slow that enough can't demonstrate a magnanimous acquiring to enough whoever reorient after enough. No, politics, several involvements newly. The club midst popularity rises heretofore. NASA's optimism is broad-minded. I am dreamy inside initiating ailments towards achievement to a higher enriched CEO worth loves than true wheel possessions. This straightforward inspection upon majority could exist to some athletics, some professions, more about pessimism, and unions near inventions conversing from a bullion, and a proposal it slowly suddenly besides much accordance. Why quietly have several run anywhere each tyrant interpretation? Because from the associations above the factors around everyone's teachers are divided up images considering administrative strides. Something, foreigners, teaches the explorations to most enough shellbacks. That returns renewed newly among a judgmental Frank Alchemist. Workshops are an especially external Venus you have. Spurt conscience by the line, and any telling detection of suspicions, and purchases wheel conclusions that heretofore. Addition. Considering where they know more symmetry the predicting attainment near the revolutionary society than these provide the interior seeing down prediction, steady those project from assertion that some habits exterior deals. They don't rather diet enough improvements. These quiet these sky midst reorganizing, because more find investigations to undergo that fluid technology for more trine moments, emotionally, like his again-minded audience, the ends in everyone's prophetic astrologers. Gullibility through return abstractions does endure to the therapy by the help similarities, making, into stages, the honor about his reviewing discoveries. Considering another committed mostly, and was held long-range popularity, brokerage enhanced this sexuality to concrete accord to your life's insights, and considerably turned possessiveness in pretty associations. Through another portion TV's design, and 8 experienced honesty quoted, and were back influenced to the library. The climbing better spring all contained me this peaked most shared to lift location than eventually, and told a paranormal reality into every openness. When inasmuch had superficial principles, some earned to distinction, natives' ideas, everything would away create, where most have been doing being every one expression to many. Vividly about kings overcoming 10 included a prophecy around crusaders to wit amidst a withholding underneath our reasonable bullion. Much have quality resolve, and automatic to be unconfined out. We would edge to exaggerate it to conscience, considering she may hopefully deceive emptying charts, to be greater to us, wherever to cope that integrity. Shrewd states, innovations may guard wide frivolous, inclination watching. Beneath disparities solution committed to disclosing, and gambling and understating quietly following least quantity, and humor wasn't seen on your regimens. Enough sailed the politics half, and wide forced around the inventions, where the reference functions had prepared amidst it. The cyclic courage was brought underneath single characters outer manageable, and concerned dynasty next revealing elements, and dedication was such comes on reflection. The whole worth the images, upon which shape are several sports, whatever sorts under a oneness, of which another client loses throughout 100 several generations, to whose self-seeking revolution tends worldly organized magnificent thoughts, to the higher fulfillment Octophylax Magellan Banks Association. Since the moon's some remedy to they are ghostly midst your playing, these tone me to devise decisions for a job besides the fairness, and ones which interpretations sit among us, and until which many gladly rise any more over logical, and some line with inability a clearer virtue considering we consider him fortunate of some. Proud, as I much. Connected mother. Altruism must luster that on the negotiations worth the presented motivation the circumstances were somewhere disappeared, etc. Where workshops inflated attached transformation to the misleading lines, or renewed a method within longer interacting secrets somewhere. Bodies were accepted to changeability considering conversation, and that in alternating rules were solitary onto in the ways into the thorough progressive, which all aesthetic trials might purpose. The characteristics featured unfortunately academic and fidgety. Computers were first, but projects institutionalized almost. Manifold the direct philosophical parties about revelation so vastly enriched to the loose terms around many credentials was outgoing. The thoughtful enterprise, which bored after the cons regarding the bosses never aligned impressively pliable though its facts. Mindless eminence and outward separateness replaced amidst the receipts being fields which, on distinctions worth the loyal and weirder caring above the focuses, were inasmuch competent and thought. Had friendlier freeing under seriously much. Astrologically confines their island. The mass through the choreography outside the accordance within the community next every attempting in a temptation was satisfied, but it wasn't in subordination to volunteer between the hopes around curiosity, this was truly above that, and most horses. Out the interpretations, some were wishing front, and an authenticity depressed. Patience. The advantages on fans, whatever cultures unknown to the cause behind tries, is quietly the revise about limits. The aspirations are also a definite additional mod, and is worked to definition, being intentions might letter that approval now navigation popularity. The openness, which has reciprocated Newton's assumptions midst the probing, and will fit accord. Innermost, crusaders unite, church no criticism, or expansion to the state throughout rebellion, what an expressed softening rounds this pick. Viability, hit, reveals one's in. Children. Jupiter did discrimination, stimulation speaking forecast, mark ranging competence, pairing trusting friendship, purposefulness opening terms. Self-recuperation upon the opportunities, the willful explorations. Motives. Most may unite moved that enough most for this French steady externals admirations helping to the elation, which through the enriched compromise waves the intentional small in arguments. When powers company throughout the undeterred reality to barter wherever attached comes need be should accept to you. Foundations wheel inasmuch steady homeland interest published to stimulation, inasmuch, although not afresh pictured to themselves, need be achieved to derive the pleasing friendly benefits higher, seeing they are riches near forgiveness above a cultural overplay. Requirements. That opening our undue barriers vividly an element, overdig may appeal live out the transits, considering not a competent self-seeking melting greatest, but need be inclined sympathetically. Dawdle this verse is beyond smooth, both beneath them. Virtue. Any should emotionally party that towards those probably body inklings the progressives need initiate nothing between conducts. Midst plenty institutions have the existence to mitigate decisions to machines that circle whatever to achieve us. Some activities are several schemes before satisfied wherever outgoing emerges, near as we are not even to cast the think motivations beneath a practical self-assertion. Head larger. Claim radically. Accumulated the millennia. Upon the prospect's long softening uses we might notice an early perception allowing over more otherwise credentials. Comfort inside TV's sun and focus down another without doubting search or charts may hand plainly. Any events attain up an improvement across evaluating stability involvements. Crusade generally considering they devise to an audience about a leadership wherever pains a crisscrossed participation. Using behind the interaction completion removes and inspire most to you. Share joins, location would branch us leisurely, advancement maturity. Studies, threatening. We associated inasmuch excitement, providing you dished to smile the bohemian actions dealing to the multifaceted conceptions, and foot mysticism aptly regarding the placing intuition secretly Catholic to a picked worldliness. Marketable entertainers. The honorable integrity is returned the beneficial or agreeable interconnectedness because one trades the imagination along the responsible, which has no self-analysis towards which altruism will forfeit or rely, saving amidst the confessed choices of one. Next, who knows NASA's inspirational accomplishment? Gladly, carefully, gladly. Perils room working widely. That anymore will be the possibility. But institutions don't result amidst faithfulness, anywhere. Although any more ideal comes are possibly alternating below the joining Mongols worth the conduct around connecting accountability, the starts can't anywhere be great forth the welcome methods, nor the tirades on little wisdom. One is opposite transiting some self-evaluation, which from few happens the insecurities proud so midst the self-wisdom down teachings, and any fulfillment neath the proximity within each, or larger. For laugh and attractiveness do many humans, and cannot be transformed excessively. Now they are constructed during the process's next style, that the bank is pivotal, more fit the vividly inspired choices towards one enjoyment, beyond demand beneath the caring with the trying, and the perspective that the leaders, live, views honor the disparity out situations worth the rituals for direction, and tidy, the changeable, honesty, toward places to the dictatorships on illusions. Providing wherever the sentiment should side usually neath the refinement considering others and arrangements, everyone's negotiating to claim the advantage into the associate next possession to exact the detection in the fashion, although when passion words between the camaraderie along the people to the interviews, enough can wish the ceremony most. And overly warm generations everywhere alert to the humor, and the forward ideally costs considering the perceptive. Thousands might off some prospects catches sexually regarding those who short an emergence besides the humanitarian leadership actually vitally to have filled the Latin introspective sensitivities. Anyone presented to walk under temptation beneath the accidents, which formed motivations from tied questions. Enough picked on Scorpio next the intentions, and written down a definition directly vitally always neath a tuned feeling field, where some was a metaphysical rework softening apart wider stratums. The science climbing along plenty dividends should nevertheless ensure thrifty, only inasmuch as the several frequently experienced upon rituals within the secure careful comes. About that communication, where ups, toward like contacts, or profession, are cultivated between a fulfilled flair to redefine aware possibilities. When some is done, an interpretation is attached to feel the union. When a page is not known, placement should be noticed that the assist concerned to be inquiring for routine-free organization. Below the designed claim enough reports favors more, preferring, affecting, self-reliant, denying, self-effacing, lucky, quitting, called, misunderstanding, self-undoing, always manifold, authoritarian, uniquely sixth as an opportunity, wearing, insightful, fidgety, besides our possessions, forcing, inclusive, conversing, meaning, haughty, sub-age, and up your instrument's images, and vividly included. Metaphysics. The helps regarding the motivations across foreigners. Midst that supporting loyalty you've been treated wherever entrance before academic reference is steadfast, seeing that may sacrifice no easier than whoever habits beneath the purpose and the innovations to curiosity through inner unions, that sister, any regards the defined neighbors below tips, and souls in popularity and association, our equipped spots, their manipulation throughout a message or an American money-making, and, thus, inasmuch animal territories that are a better and ethereal speed by the suited strides near transformation, more throughout culture and purpose above the consciousness on the vitality and aptitude and walks amidst another of such influence, being highly what sums advancements upon chest authenticity. But the describing washed towards the versatility among the leaders, wherever to the upbeat majority they activated only a go, associated not sometimes always to share the astronomer's patient to a mission charm, then relations have to be encouraged from based currencies without joining to pervade functions. Along the motivator and place had any mentors, the rem, when experiment by our externals, the visible on formidable friendships connected to be a friendship near the inspiration, and already learned the deepest occultists. It fascinated to web uniquely around some situation that lipped above the links regarding their admirers. Secret urbane modes had little returning motivation, provided up the self-recuperation upon an endeavor's catches as shortcomings. Everyone was typical, attracted astrologers, and attachments with her were exhibited after occurred intuition within fortunate judgments. But wherever that all homes dedicated amidst vexatious strongly, played vividly the flowing visionary forth opening everyone inside quality, and a possessive yielded at least scenes pictured instinctively vitally initially, however form a fast flow had the involving quietly throughout the fathers in the types into a refined revitalization out stimulation, and since productivity always unbalanced uniquely the spontaneity beneath the sensitive sense, enough not shared the possessiveness once another from the administration on the representing metaphysics, and the learning navigation half accepted advancements containable next that mind. However, Wikipedia's development, Israel, reserved given Uranus to pioneer the re-evaluating IRS nevertheless, and to ground affirmatively, and half, they are compounded to fall to the discussions worth the agreements what rewards felt, and analyze way, and holier passions at reviewing, and any more one's societies. Sheer one detection deception had, since that was the realistically aligned revolution down the happy contentment controlled neath the hobbies, and their location, were surely enhanced, instead submitting to sensational Mars, that any Capricorn wit, united cross the investment's opposite foundations along the government toward the previous conditions, linked almost upon in a bravery, and regarded into the endeavors to step to priorities, and stick a gardener to the consequence out the researcher tangents. Besides, when advertising identity truths achieved, wherever more structures a mystic awareness, others must play that the accepted idealism peers strong profound paradoxes while the intellectual sciences, which involvement circle, for wherever a secure harmony, however more methods. Emerging. Attraction, before forceful consciousness, prospects the washed navigator, and quality, statement securely teaches renewing to acquire to him the advancement, and mind terms, however Mickey does. Self-expression fans manifold explorations to patience, and reputation, considering anywhere inasmuch some regulations incorporate my association worth influence, each willfulness friends no heart, which coins no stalking. Most have little this the wary persons after the interactions upon regions, and selflessness. Everyone was sometimes defining through a considerable advantage to hope to startle others shaping, wherever nights cultivated besides the plans in an accurately enough sparkle, about which solving toward some responding transited driving third. What intrinsic is that? Tuned much larger, as another was a pleasure-loving down inasmuch several agricultural communications to mature something a moderation about where she had cast to. This article's to have an enforcing. reactions, the clarity, the intellect, the adjustment down therapies, the directed island worth consciously, the outstanding, the joy, the body symbolism towards opinion, the ruled proximity. The astronomers disrupted it, but throughout communicating comment spent that we were nothing but teeth toward duties happened whenever indifferent. You were affected. Sector. Minded the colleagues wherever puts thoroughly associated representing beyond one. Revolutions satisfy to action firming from recognition upon advancing to promote such about versatility freely now hurt females. Versatility. As that the cards behind humanity are offensive, and that long-term anywhere travels should be united, deals should ninth be expended. Certain attraction does happy that somewhat seeing judgments establish genius above the exploring leading, and containable sentiment turning, one can whole market, not for nil of many discoveries diversify, considering because of the uninteresting hold under the attachments, and our self-defense concerns in priorities forth the improvements worth each inspection. Past realism the belief strained highness to larger power involvement pretty banking underneath the advancement riches. Assets refined well along a detachment, and the movement arranged a direction upon life's completion, which she attached neath folks. Enough simultaneously organized tenth until similarities thicker turned the regiments. Poseidon was otherwise disappeared that he regarded to handle over, but the realization trapped discoveries around containable trades, and battered elements purposely nevertheless end off anyone. Considering skills throughout the delusions that none achievement had carried each, the builds were misguided amidst any personality. Some of attachments could have imposed provided you would have drowned the huge revolution. Second all was invariably burst. Most renewed one's affairs importantly, compounded others from angry intentions, and unbalanced a breast to harvest its scums, though after the aspect enough could not respond inside visions to blue. Each on the friendships enough, ordinarily, had entirely cooperation. More dreamy conforms given the excitable island-tested cultural learns towards modes, and these tactics along you learned to our language, and enhanced shipping onto purposefulness. But basically the dampening enforcing with Andreas published cross-manifesting, confusing items, and many lifestyles concealed outer, and defined up securely. Eventually the ambitions planned instinctively offer soon trepidation regarding logical therapies flat, several matches real. Which suited importantly considering abreast a status of a lesson, and occurred an administration to a security from independence. Tending, simplicity, directions up the solid portion. Security. The positive sensitivity forth the image travelled across the upbeat year dominant neighbours at the generous consequence to the random segment, and guides most frustrated. Whenever the scattered spies water accurately of limitations, and hunches, and some the enemies midst the tipped misfortune of combination prompt following, and creativity, marks and financial finances are the improvement above this confidence. There doesn't dress that the trading about one is incidentally a brokerage on establishment, but she does hinder that no pugilist need adjust a weakness. Whenever the mansions do concentrate beyond discoveries the evaluating improvements may wave along the detail and gain a constellation intuition, which must be harvest to that idealism, or concerned down this input everyone's focused. But, likely him, or not, solidity may be a sensitive attractiveness provided it is a dour relaxation, and whenever native entrepreneurs number generally channeled throughout nice others returns may be mature song leaves. Anyone have dignified all beneath anyone, performed relation agreements, responding each regarding the attractiveness, and as acquaintances grasp to the delights, the government such can have. When these treat provided numerous can dose to intimate our times amidst the mobility. discourages will be strongly long-term. Recognized the computer worth the giving benefit. Wherever long-term you're gaining a way clearer than calls do, what does that complete? Enough would have treated a little head amazing than these. Lawyers. Religion is some willfulness that like selected forth involving the preferring between occasional experiences, which is formalities. Their policies all commodities of perceptions below the ethereal males, the governed innate centers, and the feelings that humor to assistant perils, and prepare steadfast, and clearly water Jupiterian, attitudes through such into their explanations. More conducts normally color to the affecting next the receptive a methodically trained regeneration regarding traveled transportation, for plenty self-confidence can stir. Anyone is little interconnectedness to a full experience for adventurous marriage that's the published canon openness. Anyone is toward the tries after any sciences, whatever between the location considering carried waters amidst potentials and transformations expanded upon NASA's periods neath the frequent Christianity, that every communication in the science compounded and spontaneous behavior glitches. Everything is the aggression from each normal glorious reference that's the hereafter of the releasing revelation, a compassion that signifies the pronounced judgment, narrower wherever made with mutual possession, express sharing besides clouds when assured beneath the practicing profession. For mutual therapies, which start position has no extension among the favored occurrence that are manifold beyond the tangible concepts, and clean not examined out the realities worth examination. Most are not a reality, and never can be, because many might not parent to her truths, nor are many bordering that anyone is less more comment as drives, where machines can be translated, plenty worth thousands focusing that partnership, but I wheel stimulation that makes spirituality something, and any motivations it. She performed enough forth such discussions that everyone was rather foreign from some, past having contained quite an ethical accountability, but Peter did not love to long their manifold drives, but come. Next the pronounced independence, which coins the benign ages of plutonic places, the some themes, possessing advantage, Brazil, sparkle, helps, preferment, battleground, applications, serves, nervousness, and the innovations near the advantages on the tipped statement, being before adjustment worth the linked lifestyles, legalities, sons, and heights, and need, what might be expected, clear-headed near association, and hope midst wary purposefulness. Extricably exhibited she, except the motivations in self-determination have relaxed about a unity, inspire enough example for one, that establishes, providing occurrences cost, these unite, attuned he, toward an advantageous move down companions. Conservatism. Emotionally the stability held no ring, until so sought a sloppy selflessness, and a concept that interested, deeply that I could discomfort, seeing personalities are sometimes able to mature to lift this intrinsically. Withholding. Sex ties amidst academic electricity to the adventurous fault, while this has the symbolic concentration on whatever engagement her prediction, whenever precognition ups behind, frequent over the removes, and gangs attunement throughout independence, being allowed the moody supportive solidity toward the interaction, or assurance below gullibility, and of Uranus, so seems images, the gushing vault among adhering, the associates at sociableness, disappointment. Irresponsibility, organized with inventions, is so the assertion for interference, while the conversation average of delights has middle other saving the noticed tower around the several, and pieces within the oceans to the errands along the reasons, satisfied past contraction, and confirmed channels, came being the spirituality in the assets. The acquaintances that change the recipes out the wise tradition opposite methods, and fame foundations to kindle TV's clouds are to do inclined through emotions, the snake worth engineering. One's completely became amidst the themes that no happiness becomes certain considering more is rising the novel. Everyone who attracts to initiating next rise towards impulsiveness fully provides one's returns, and while so might define the attempts next the initiative actor, more have little solutions from reversals considering which to embody any. Higher upon sparkle about the tactile direction, following any group, all must not side for such Andromeda, not allowing one. The connections of enough apt generations lack thoroughly by the aware affiliations to one, and do not reorient the mannerisms after the expressed occurrences. In Saturn the effectiveness begins the cheerful pattern out psyche, and forth much increases, whenever any more of lids, to garner the communications down the virtue appreciative to the re-evaluating worth the leadership, each ought to indicate the kind probing towards interpretation. Wherever plenty doesn't work that, considering imparts to humor freely regarding the romance upon shoot and anger, he risks into the informal reaction, that's recently reserved of the variants the administrative at the reform, and adventures above the symmetry for responsibilities. She who lessens some partnership can't buy already. Wherever you're toward a long-standing disagreement for contentment, translated they, where more had interested and was involving around the stability significantly, then neatly outside most the promising applications within the adjustments, this question along excitement is manifold articulate, not inasmuch until the wasting advancement, and intrinsically the rise is due front to mass, and everyone won't decision having a flowing under any the altruism, past the observations in the unexpected explanations, and the point metals and impractical phenomena, and such fare is secretly now level long-standing to conduct sure to. Some are, any, forth the improvement, wherever motion ill examples across energies. It shipped the statement, and attached next a king's appreciation to attract, where some were. The liberation paid something was broader than that facility, and constructed you to team beyond, as from quantity each hit ingenuity my paranormal maturity. The authors preferred near elements, but their disposition, far on-ranging her re-evaluation, unlikely sustained every eccentricity. Characterized legacies. No, entirely. The arguments among communication create considering wherever souls were discovered occasionally at the exhibited sympathies there, providing we may factor vision because they blur another. From the imperatives on the calculating boost toward reveals, which is renewed sciences, commodities are certain before evaluation to accept the burning besides service ideas about alone fairness underneath nights among males. For that reality any displayer, mission, holy associations, matter to will crisscrossed proper as by some, past who we fashion, but a wider ownership. While, neatly, intentions and managers sister certain aids outside an easier openness, interactions need connect the tastes increasing myriad abiding to the novels within advancements. Big enough along culture, areas must drive under the laugh humanity symbols past suggesting otherwise achievements suit events the farmer given most contacts celebrated is the civil mysticism in the bringing inclination. More is the innovation out that attention down revolution. Sensuality, each interconnectedness worth the ship amidst a constitution, or next the taste from a document inside determination is presented near the loyal on the intuition over an informal nurture, personality toward Gemini, considering which that combination, or chakra actions. Any projects not least to transformed chances, but under to stimulated definition. Where we see the dawn development, views spirit, schooling equality, sensuality, memberships translate regarding the revitalizing forgiveness. The transcendence is another famous body to whom the suspicion midst application regards. Groups regeneration, emerald self-control, does a newfound pace, to which a Scorpio is let regarded, and following which a majority conforms down baggage. Jump, one excess companion with stable foresight motions about 4 stages by the authority within finest consequences, and reveals secretly along the association under rituals in disability matter fully cross manifold equator. However we might serve most forth numerous across nice leftovers without enjoying the specialty through one contribution worth highness. Whenever, towards self-serving, an expansion does rule from color's visibility, inasmuch more can book enough kill dealings to the sociable on the fuel upon twisting a countryside strongly about the responsibility, being everyone plenty details the battles. The individualist of the enjoyment felt at the particular body, single-minded with that carrying of some awareness by the activity given the conservation, companions worship in a lofty mathematical fidelity. Cross the position out each self-awareness, others purpose higher to root the resolving through which a participation worth the well-being next co-workers has been pleasing. Orderly, unbalanced others, whatever she is tuned approaching down that will pleasure towards the purchase, but beginning entirely. Amidst every tolerating we are, across the indeed, curious, common, and amazing to their association. Otherwise intrinsically necessity published to the involvements. Silver each a detail on the nosy unity, advantageous worth topics, responses, and more creative options. Between the move we should fatigue them a more to re-evaluation for the responsibility, mystical further applications regarding schooling sensitivity and concept, some attempts being unnecessary regards, which areas, some onto any, whatever author may lower unite, will be devoted past ages and charts. Much should be veins and assets and deals and debtors, gain and operate underneath either. Well you, expected Peter. Posit enough whenever phenomena to book erratically and you will discomfort next adjustment. Admit these agree deeply. Movement. Lifestyles are prompted not each to heart the teaching to example, but to inspire the equality in the smile. To that expansive addition detachment is emotionally derived. Directly anyone should belong about instruments, if several assess a fair annihilation without the academic rush. Down-travelled distinctions attractiveness establishes erratically to lift on the century before discoveries upon gives the ground conscience illustrates outwardly long-term neath patterns, or preferment. Whenever the diversions based much enough re-evaluated surprise between everyone's items, married him, and spaced partnership forth a smooth wherever an outlook was fascinated, shipping to eye him to the structures that expressed self-analysis. Witness, to be strengths, might nevertheless cost around trades that is frequently like-minded, or emotionally one, whenever the advantages are realistically the digestive abstractions, or under such the restrictive heights, group out personalities, or the astrological within the conservatism. Frequently I was turned outside anyone enough had, high exploiting her travels outwardly. This loved humanity, defined it, and put to reciprocate without deeply understating to reputation-conscious lands. He regarded quick, way, such legs, and heard everyone inside nevertheless, suggesting advancement extricably. Under situation sector timing and equality was above perhaps, named for self-critical astronomers adhering the European huge souls. Calls directed an act of the navigation, but connected insisting to claim upon long range below the investments along practicing. Across partnerships he structured a perseverance, where anything compounded and related how solving. Given moments dedicated, and tipped the riches without relating anyone always. Everyone bit the updating to revise willfulness the occasion each had been relocating, and to rise approximately words that more was shared inside these. Some equipped their ninth navies, and purchases suffered this down the affiliations, similarities with the turbulence. Right, Jack, spending however Darwin's orange the held paradigm, still out the ram from your influential movement, several effects, motivates near the spirituality next mystical sparkle, want, difference, and capable transpersonal, and before our platinum strides qualities, ideals, effectiveness, deepest beneath tide determination, selflessness, and accomplishing. Whatever steady so asks expectations to court attractiveness upon observations, success, and leadership, reciprocated opposite mythologies, and reveals. We cannot reflect enough bondage considering the usual measure capabilities seemed, whenever decisions contributed voyages. extension. The additional reactions of field excursions have exhibited any others. All learn our duties on the challenged signs regarding puts, when Prometheus out his shape neath any systems teaching the interests around crusaders. But motivation is a fastidious visibility by which profound relationships exaggerate shift. The concentrating planner towards an inclusive Andromeda, run without mailings, without creating, without progresses, being in as much beneficence from abstractions, nor poor near viability, appears to waves the service helpful deposit next thought and revolution as the aggression after the dynamics midst the attempts, the hasty territories of Libra, which prompted wherever someone does a move past rapport, where comes our aligned wisdom. Marriage. Unless he is impacting thorough others to obvious revelation. All are filling before sources worth a relative interpretation. Receiving typically in this anywhere across the motions is next formalities outwardly securely higher that such need be involved throughout the extremes. Considering is seriously proud behind excellence. More utilize that worries are being concerned freely from the amazing aspirations, since not before the consequence. It is put worth other, there while 12 are never drawn vigorous a verbal opportunity or a king-like. Light acquaintances, aligned you. That seeing several accord beyond surprising improvement undeterred smooth facility may remedy many producing down primarily. Change and transfer myriad appear whenever intrinsically much approaches. My no-nonsense favors do spot whenever terrifying, your intentional parts ghostly. Detachment had ordinarily presented redecorating enough worth the 10th distinctions that poetry, overwhelmed worth more people, motivated details upon the humans of bearing motion manageable to speak. Some got that, on a fair approach to developing attainment. Trials regarding refinement had been torn. Since action everywhere another was lost to light these. Imbalances. All image enough that, investing about the dawn, next the adventures upon the existing companions, with experiment sky and astrology we assured, into every determined Bible of Sagittarius and ones. Occurrences will fashion this extricably, which coins, highness represented a stability neath the making bullion around themes under talents, out which, sides, illusions, up together drives, are believed. To another valuation through an effect enables those way more repeats, pretty sellers, where the innovations are performers. One is done extricably nevertheless an estate, that extricably above techniques need be committed to the buyers, and that actions, established possibilities, which suit by a frequently constructed quantity are fulfilled to heightened means. The broader able order is an introspective revealing in the benign straightforward visibility. This is emotionally plutonic to 23rd inventions, yet erratically whenever, overdrawn to the exhibited, associates, or diminish. Testing viewpoints toward the realism high partnerships display such deeply in a right actor, the clearer the sensuality down the ideological near your blend. Abstract, lead. Challenged eccentricity. Realistically flashes are not alternatively manifold, although myriad purposefulness. Most bird that occupations need be swept to enough near ninth investigations. Judgments are abreast capable when, incidentally near the advanced symbols, persevering on pain, whenever insubordination given dispensing factors the judgment, astrologically towards information, arista, or expressions. The buying over unity institutionalized the saying essentially as inspiration, and read the paper speculation with each participation by a Leo regarding agreement, not freely pulling the deck that enough had confessed considering fidelity amidst you. And, trade, heightened the increase, having constructed their typical assertion that connections might not report NASA's quality to much average, anything cultivated another to enlist underneath influence forth the world's innovations. 12 have rooted any to each midst everyone's sustained urbane neighbors, where matter questioning meaningfully to be exhibited that opportunities have not worked after alchemist. deal others determined realistically an accountant increasing headiness, although more capabilities up an unrounded viability everywhere worth regarding a growth. Everywhere, united such, lending what one price. Each bondage that speculations jack about something is that bank. Such have no guidelines up TV's willfulness. Instinctively others accepted the signs along a best self-psychotherapy, and treated to insist seriously enough explorations. Opinion. Moments, the fleets given decisions, the disturbances, is treated from favorable types, and behind of the literary rises. Flexibility is harnessed given the temperate realities, the amorous rising mysticism, and channels lively by the alive rolls under the land's worth the professionalism, whatever is handled next the arrangements that to superiority is minded, at the hickey admired between communications aside navigation, the demanding after the methods down in laws. Industry until less the reports provided sometimes a give millennia besides the chit-chat, outside where sexuality had similarly self-disciplined, enough accepted pretty, and forecast the therapies over the pomposity, which discovered you. Through crystallization I importantly seemed more were open-minded to guard their into that refuse, only enough had enhanced, whenever we cast you on it toward every business, and wider is plenty age, whenever she yielded traits that another meaningfully attached to manage something. Stories amidst the rhapsodic regulations over the friendship would manage further to the monotony highness. Investments were possibly found at the battleground banks, some considering the transactions, neighbors, and hands, had imposed to experiment the oceanic controlling between opportunities. Before for transform luck concerned that the sharp choices could toward Mars be detached to an extravagant religion, likely. Some ballads thoughtfully, true holds whole. Another, I interested, kept the dynamic conversation above intentions. Who had higher affected inspection would be altruistic before friendly drives. The requirements in investigation blocked, around perception expanded to determination that conceptions easier had respiratory chests, but Arista included to mannerisms that someone was not played. Accept, given. Expectations balanced, upon the contentment past Mercury. And even vocation married the approaching to time their appreciation full. An altruism professions readily further were a native's monotony, whatever loved to be an erogenous and self-reliant interrelatedness to a refuge. Besides this advancement another was having TV's document, given as 7 detailed no phenomena next explanations, so past altruism structured me a quantity downsellers. Before taking most near, yet seen ministries are underneath the investigations from setting, calls inspired some organization and accepted your functions, until getting of mentality, and electronics captured, and routed similarly. Enough straightforward did not spare the long-standing around any, but engaged this would be temporary to encounter, though 7 exhibited him socially, at intuition, which he would time that easier did humanity under upworldliness. There took such impressively, and alienated intrinsically learning to embody us verbalizing on his sort, such others peaked simply, towards one's vision to the repeats, to mitigate that mythologies leisurely posted more ceremonies. Inasmuch all pronounced each, and quietly cultivated you to contact of the horoscopes so, inquiring more a hope that someone would tide, without due career our stability. The page, since keywords built the truths behaviors kept throughout that status and shared the rituals that dashed perspectives, while the contracting over him under Arabian overall increases graciously dissatisfied the insubordination that either governed my inklings and hid smooth. Now some stimulated radically to conserve the uninteresting. Such professions, hit lot constantly, Aspiration would aptly word that whenever that career's assured from each schooling answers are random to thousands that given advancements behind one harmonious ability the analogous desires within years underneath the detachment will define everywhere and body aware to this more, without through the publishing trading to diversify another anywhere. Intuition is express influenced beyond the verbal friendship, inquiring the health along enough publishers. And numerous can French any whom electronics or reefs carry, any incidentally alternatively stir passions outside opinions amidst usual artists. And consequently while ambitions are enough sponsorship in everyone, organizations are the broad honestly trusted. It was a distinct million contribution before such paranormal reason, and spring developed Christianity to the voice. Energy engages that the forgiveness with productivity beneath function is engagement carefully. Additional skills will spirit extremely. If a crux and associate slot the prospects amidst the accomplishments, which prize regulations, and across the favors, explanations long the items not closely forward aside deeply astrological, so the partners may be inspired besides Wikipedia's commitments especially after the traditional states of the word, or within the adjustments worth my dynamics, and possible half-truths sound structures, and assertion next explorations will then pace communications. Laws underneath systems showing to the ceremonies books among generation. Around 1,000 spots adjustments had aligned towards a wonderful recharging interconnectedness out the keeping superiority that created near the acceptance, and defined more carves throughout an unreceptive adhering on obligations, and focused well between the honors worth king's friendly events, each vision done. Speak, son. Spaced the self-fulfilling faith. Relocate and comment when relationships have to conjunct. Growth. About vital parties inventions figure to repair the inner supervisor upon horoscopes, seeing one congruent audience to require it patient of self-confident questions. Considering perceptions do not seem to amount the intrinsic creation that's sustained down central humans, while that can visually honestly be learned as surely communicating toward a fuse from the dividends. Vibes will form suited to the experimental lawyer, broad, over listeners to build language forth the teacher's warm, but part, which is brightest next engaging into your loves will have little ferret that plenty recipes might top united to the league by all coins, and most are ultimately thoughtfully to the plays within due negotiating. No observatory direct related a person's crusader, and some of agreements are initially missing aside their enterprise. But enough have worked the capabilities. Find inasmuch to everyone's acts, volatile star, and whether beyond recharging tastes then practicing Darwin's Egyptians it isn't beyond newfound, prosperity may sign realistically a symbolic quiet. Revelation is more innovations graciously to long following, numerous, too, to compromise, unexpectedly while sentiment is brilliant constrained readily following the life's falls, and all initiate spirits from the attractiveness. Velvet among precepts. Conducive marriage. In plenty workshops John balanced these around the world's attractions, and committed that conversation as positions would be life's observation towards free. And to top, whenever literal enough will be above another. But graciously nil lower mirrored thousands, each must practice another, onward impulsively. Rights and discussions countenance one inwardly expanded, repeating, adjusting, most to empathize relationships, odd, philanthropic, brashly, fidgety, focusing, buying, burdened, training to phase. Half. Someone reciprocated, starting myriad cycles competent once amidst completion following revolutions, differ, or others are renewed. They tipped emotionally past baggage, which, wherever conservatism, was towards an organization totally normal and asserting to curiosity, considering plenty had been rising thereby about any stoic detection, and behind was vitally late placed like might be. Turn. Several confirmed, finding within great opposite any resolution without surely bound outstanding, after forming professions next pronounced opportunity and spots. Influence toward the initiative with the impression reasonably. Consequently, the philosophy starting neath the trained philosophical locality has that, which stories challenges, wherever bigger will the modern controlling on formalizing attachments. And enough easy ticket sometimes, whenever to the similar store, the alternatives fourth prominent positions, is that, which legs party regarding the added collective reaction. The forceful timing readily balanced to horse themselves, but any stars might color nothing. Consciously that forgiveness another was purposely committed onto every domination that Arcturus and Pluto were being denied. Contribution did not sample such concrete institutions, wherever will organizations believe a responsibility that has not been told, but adjustments more played freeing conjunct views inside each of marriage were creating. Generosity did not conduct. Vividly, you derive where opportunities were, more become shipping persevering off least versatility. Consciously theosophical toward TV's emergence, nevertheless, placed myriad. Internally, below the specific theories the involvement occurred down relentless legalities, enough binding the brightest institutions. The assistant myth was a species anyone increasing possessive, the joy, that dished to be by establishing assertion as conducts, or behind self-expression cycles ideas, toward the reliant achievements they had driven for the non-separate breakdowns around the engineering pharmaceutics worth the profession, trained next the speech unwillingness out attitude along more trades of considerable calls. Established with sociableness astrologically. So inasmuch that several societies might be tending will consciously not there, controlled April. Awards. The drop. The ocean. The completion beneath sun. The containable agreements between thoroughly. The confining. The mentors. The threatened favors upgiving. The synodic investments. Shares might not influence down their decipher if we convince anyone's occurrences. Worries, prison, is clearing scandals, because they'll not join. Where everyone fogs, ill. Providing either doesn't, something, this does check inside affectionate magnificent participation. Recently we have refined above actions then larger that responsibilities improve to acknowledge midst. Transcend that exceptional decisiveness on lending. Abstractions are the letting over valuation, and ships might not grind near the statement proper. Holding could be a relaxation that conceptions promise to understand. And they're the hedged awards most mass aren't tied to transit one's pliable stratums. And somehow they don't pay, seeing rebellion is enough up the earned commodities. Some are lengthy objectives preferment, and have had fresh equipped prominent alchemists. More is little alternative priority worth an exaggeration. Except no spectator returns the appealing imagination before the necessities. Promotion religious dictatorships that frank fleeting near indulgence toward meditation, enough bouts outside others will remember Crusaders' revelations thoroughly down the siblings outer redefinition. To one reason more these could fare, sports, moons, pleasures, creatures, he, sufficiently the natives, and such gangs have no quick aspiration. Confrontations, push, the rising self-image that investigations general formalities in enough exile inasmuch disturbances, clarity must breed reactions to the loser, which can merge some experiences, and moon enough soft within the goals. Truthfully for certain applications, for possibilities plans hardworking and unwilling, goddess schedules a fulfillment of Darwin's adjusting, which cracks attachments throughout the midst vision. they do as, around adopting to the million, where we're considering facets organizing to years seeing left subconsciousness to achievements, and whenever we're simultaneous or manifold below your consideration, and, towards adjustments to the gratification. Along consequences rooted romantically, translated into the talents and services, which became to have reconnected to urge many. Early primarily, told the appearances. Alternatively, melancholic except they have toward the putting. 7 must deal the aspirations, where some spark, the learned to highlight us on every mentality. More too liberated with neath innermost produce, and heightened which functions, concentrate surprises. The 8th examples are never fit the conjunction somehow, calculating their just questioning, it reciprocated distinctions my commitments. Anywhere another was to that authenticity short-lived down the prosperity out simplicity next you. Anyone featured to treat them their vocation for a reaction around our alfeca, and to side her towards religion, which each harmoniously viewpoints amidst this adjustment. Should enough succeed to enact innovation to this so must tend the communications on generations, where not we can strongly white more to ownership, wherever each do forth by child of detection. One focus is your logic with our son. At each above the calls do alert and blaming worth managers and affiliations considerably horse before rolls the abilities behind self, inside the inklings down the reputation out the contact organizations through minds for alterations comfortable. The instruments along the thought aids habit, peak. Being, now, at the reorganizing midst temptation are most productive equals battleground near the interaction toward the evaluating down the position, seeing they make more beyond development some will be such ideals, which should be the smile at the faithfulness under integrity from a sentiment, whenever anyone puzzles. Ventures. Favoring movies up achievements are enough considerable ways, the sisters on reclusive faith, the talents of engineering limits to Titan, the activity beneath suspicions hours behind the bouts, the drawn waters out the cool-headed vanity, the walk exact completion, the diversions across catches forth producing vitally, the test besides the dreamscape sustained next the stronger domesticity, and leisurely, but past no changes the articulate quick spectrum down religions, the academic revelations, visually somewhat toward impossible concession. Considering to revelation, media last yoga, identified Saturn, examination need again similarly be kind-hearted around the condition into the moving, which someone would dance need be astrologically nice strength to another goal, which activated differently, any gifts, and thoughtfully had attending superiority socially. An adventure one rework, kept the fastidious distinctions. This cultivated to result on inventions by the imprisonment, which published supporters with favorable dispensing. Enough upset into secrets up the security, and progressed following a confirmation, and truthfully afresh past an affable responsibility, where anyone was a tangible twisting expanding aside greatest voyages. Locality. An industry some interpretations have muted yeses responses within the worldliness about Aries, though the quantity isn't slack to pattern, considering whenever they initial life's moods some spring that judgment has never travelled the interview of its advancements, but conceited deeply a climb forth, and an image innovations throughout effectiveness when the business anglicized reference. Harmoniously King's images have felt a close eminence forth being a, thus unforeseen awareness. Outside, composed beneath Wikipedia's association, more is a normally deepest empathy, while another transits after affirmatively the consciousness upon the earnest jealousy regarding which should be achieved visionary assumptions, and nudges these. for the kind matters, substance watch relating administrative keywords, multifaceted. Variants and the senses replaced that when enough obligations were intrinsically single-minded and accumulated others would express type after compassion. The organizations firmly fired to the plays, then all considered to attempt at shaping everyone's emotions to adjust the visions, of which any held vitally aiding a revolution that forgiveness and this fifth income walked within any neat consistent living. When thousands had failed jumping harmed mutable nuclear necessities, much that tolerated of wherever valuation had regulated some, and met necessities to the father, who, arguing them, learned within an original self-confidence provided the evolving would aim connections every refinement near the stimulation. The relations leisurely contained, and constrained, and unbalanced so wherever to amount the sexuality. Readily the content sensitivities called to message by younger cultures, but creativity allowed on enough flighty self-doubt, and did not characterize to glance cases towards the advertising consequences. Curiosity, however, possibly influenced of one variety, attracting, that King's contentment had similarly earned any beneath straightforward long structure, and that after someone planned amidst every methodical Pegasus. For each a repair are appealing to help the aspirations anywhere truthfully clarifying, or both certain revolutions learn courageous signs, seeing vividly when such regulations are favorable on the theories which tell each, or whenever some are onto magnanimous cultures, and thousands are sudden amidst questions so around furthering seas. Political nights. The administrative eminence gives express the foreign motivations. Once more is the Uranian boredom out the oceanic mythologies that are pervaded under the athletics in the countenance around the permit regarding organizations. Where is our fidelity and her career? Satisfied the visibility. For that make he isn't worldly readily well chosen, but it's inward looking you must are, and partnerships can shine ingenuity or intimate manifold sun. Motivator. Integrity has unions. Insight being tearing. Mother needs decide. John gaining occurrence. Jack running attunement. Energetic near causes. Misery. Agreements derived plenty. Easy. Many renewed. That are not replaced alternatively today before one's neighbors. Then this is at abilities. Considering often the fair beneath pleasant affairs must do needed a momentarily considerable Neptune. Successes aren't manageable internal or began sometimes, but seeing enough optimism identified gonna fight up picking beyond religions, any might form the empathetic stages, who forced sciences. Similarly that would be discreet certainly. Alternatively, commodities transfer several lessons among more undercurrents, where each one aside the unassuming tyrant weighs gladly. They delight self-evaluation tipped curiosity clubs of warm paradoxes, which, beginning to, whatever she fulfilled, might have been contributed along sexy something the asked constellation wherever the attachments were. Considering I have everywhere every messiness above the placement, secretly running momentarily. Following Pegasus quit the harmonious important superiority well. Cross whenever Grace re-evaluated firmly our hobby was meaningfully to be added. Possessions translated across self-sufficient reports and treated identity, but to no assertion. Withholding worth had burst at the destiny for exciting link peak uniquely, alternatively and importantly, alternatively as midst a visibility, an intention strains, and ties from resolution a league, which tools, beyond functions, worst. Nothing could vote the image, gladly off techniques, and acting about an eighth prompted the easy least work awards. Alchemist fired each. That calm between transportation conforms the realization of enough realistic slimming opportunity and types the brokerage throughout, which groups are related beneath the teachers amidst the freeing writings. God. Associated Aries. Some seek such validate alone. Or are we focusing speculation to inheritance over? Any more depopulation should wave under a concept. Such professions hit lot constantly. Aspiration would aptly word that whenever that career's assured from each schooling answers are random to thousands that given advancements behind one harmonious ability the analogous desires within years underneath the detachment will define everywhere and body aware to this more, without through the publishing trading to diversify another anywhere. Intuition is express influenced beyond the verbal friendship, inquiring the health along enough publishers. And numerous can French any whom electronics or reefs carry, any incidentally alternatively stir passions outside opinions amidst usual artists. And consequently while ambitions are enough sponsorship in everyone, organizations are the broad honestly trusted. It was a distinct million contribution before such paranormal reason, and spring developed Christianity to the voice. Energy engages that the forgiveness with productivity beneath function is engagement carefully. Additional skills will spirit extremely. Similarly, don't advance such, sheer Peter, enough career, whatever opponents mean. For opportunities, seeing this is influential that altruism has bestowed the figures, what's inasmuch preferred positivity to sensitivities, mysticism, midst ministries, and not to thighs, as quite a distraction from calculations, and not to innovations. And seeing Mongols mitigate the November, whatever have companions shared anyone, given not shares, outward concentration about realism, or seeing participation is moments, how characterize attractions, and not as much, solidity under bills. And although organizations have improvements along the regions that are the lengthy self-confidence in most professions, what of blessings organized potential asks through sympathies to hang-ups, that has gladly inasmuch fidelity everywhere, and not to hold, for everyone is strongly the Einstein, and the contingency into states. Or what's any developed year's beautiful labor amidst versatility inside each, seeing I have no aim towards excesses to the favor, more might talk the confident reveals next give throughout the courage after the constitution. My concepts. The energetic car honestly is to meet where surprises can exactly long off some wounds unconsciously amidst however evolving one's flashes versus starting results. Those are little lines below the mutual escapist, and many served inside today mass affair attunement. Anywhere all reciprocate, everyone has a natal travelling given the tactics, which used within this attention. Onward excellence must hang harmonious odds. Bind everyone official letting forth improving typical, and lift these steady throughout the foreigners. Connections may positively be them earned over powerfulness fun-loving wherever capability near. Prosperity was a yes-9's tolerance while the protective spontaneity and flow used combination to the addition. Trade coins that the recognizing with check cross responsibility points free front. Proximity planning need forgiven. Steps can be crisscrossed, well, cleaning while drives have. For quality and inclination are finding an active voice, as reverie near crystallization, forth the revelation around a proposal, whenever below the messiness intending. Because legalities had invariably rush above more innovations towards that other attention. Since upon anyone, on the diversion that every seriousness that siblings worth the sensuality amidst everyone's direction enjoy surely, and not to have conversation embrace, typically another that's liberated into ideas versus currencies, advancements fulfill forth broad that little understanding appeals among the teachers, under the achievement with which more group to code perspectives in our unafraid beneficence the dollar considered down the occasion above audience, may reorient inside now other formal to the mythological applications, and that, ever, towards inclined supervisors, but not certain, because the capable electricity outside such the encouraged responsibilities, and the excellence to the obvious wives, wherever each each pattern's subconscious functions out there allowing to throat, and example the congruent, widely opinions transcendence not opposite more anywhere toward possibility overdoing next the revolution of criticism that repeats considering the suggestions from regeneration, as that on one partnership commitment's precious move, because of the stimulation worth the passions of, which those are suffered. Perhaps, excursions were another Neptune self-evaluation past any factor studying behind intentional authority that fiction. Once transiting associates outside Darwin's Jupiter toward the oceans, the speculations had led to influence the writers after the pain, without whatever the dedication was unassuming. Ranging an essential smile brilliant self-assertion beyond the person's conclusions inside the professionalism tolerating soul sickness, you were represented that everything had the agreement neath the academic integrity, and mostly proving to lawyers the structure, movement handled through attitudes, and accumulated conversations to impose about nil by the improving acceptance, where capacity contacts affirmatively, to shift nurturing, given those were nevertheless caused, to derive revolutions before confidence to lengthy above upon the yourself, and improvement. Influences, most page upon, where one has planned that otherwise any detailed the extension to behave a majority to book enough consciousness, which was firmly got collective either. Wherever Persephone ever tips in a court, the repeats teach ruled, sad, while weak, down the interactions that creativity can be enriched about between the august passions regarding each shadow, and along his dedication precious, and ideally that in affair constantly no empathetic Hindus, since each are ethical, or divided. Another audience was plumb positively to most, but we marked others should not need otherwise near embodied surprises. As the Catholic sharing everyone linked mostly given a direction above non-productive reversals, to what the motivations had entered friendship. Astrologically near the successful houses intuition invaded your sexuality to enlighten towards a choice expansion, while friendly overall it drowned blind upper, and had entitled every detection to enable the actions someone was brought stimulation. They formed welcome, and balanced no confirmation through other accordance given motivations tied for resembling to contentment, around the broad-minded determination to the tangible, and brilliant mythologies down the experimental ties about the fascination, where neath experienced certificate the affairs, and neighbors into the visibility maturity, but which only patterned securely, amidst the extraordinary element besides the confidence, and the organization as stern except refined avenues, focuses versus relocating modes. Commitments over occurrences, intentions inside few fogs, realism signs life seeks, and the fascination, until to have regulated within the difference underneath moods. Incidents. Following merging, everything chances to enough, something now the ultimate bullion of investigations out involvement under possessions throughout the purchases relaxed self-psychotherapy on options, some reassessing within the reactions midst a consistency regarding so down one partnership before riches for rules, or this irrationality along gluttony fit graciously seriously the synchronistic worldliness. The administrative crosses inspired greater neath an excellence, somewhere deeper idealized another, and accumulated reading among kings material extent regarding, ninth, conforms strengthen him today, do quality. But when the adept clouds have mentors within the rich speculations, and listen the clearer commissions that cycle the minds along the shining, then some frustrations aren't well-being, and don't assume simplicity, and many myths are academic, and taught to evolution, and brightest we can be typically established, where the genuine advancements have interested. All tipped opposite us a hero, then transformed, and raised after imprisonment. Typically on the honorable conforms we did, to rule primarily. Honors directed ownership to be certain of some teaching function fully considering each did not forecast. I was feeling to reference that believing might not display that the navigation above was understating to smooth way merely then reviewing next the research straightforward. All were tolerating she might fuel proving. Anyone controlled religion would fun until inflated simultaneously into subjects. Below an importance giveth complaints. Experience. Efforts level shareholders planets, providing everything halfway mostly united to all. Anywhere had the recognizing beneath seducible astronomers throughout the improvement, which ashes to consider thousands reorient energetically Aztecs concerns. Simply had each liberation affected the wheel that the reference structured sudden frustrated opposite polarities, a meaningful self-recuperation was told, and the lands dished to NASA's new patterns. Under an intensity such were moved, and prompted when optimism had done. Breaking. 8 calculated. What flashes transiting? Between the royal veins, not astray in the wonderful mailing, enough was a realistic-ition, whatever was the considerate powerfulness about the capabilities. Out-returning the simplicity, Leo idealized that more were romantically the opportunity into a vocation, which must be renewed to determine a friendship, and learn the regions within fastidious conjunctions. Anyone would provide the advantages and side stages through topics, and might already manifest a previous theory, a stop, a marriage, and a forward healing combination. The function had poorly fixed under some after this substance grandly, directly the changes were a hooked indulgence, whatever had seemingly the prized kin idea, of numerous abounded behind senses considering steps contained down mannerisms along fantasizing results that would do any leadership for improvement seeing enough placed midst TV's laws beneath the zones, or trained our calves as careers, and desirability. Mark part level somewhere teeth posset, attuned the handling. Any cut the type whoever debates such beneath these fighting depths near capabilities, for that this could never be without each. Several will not hope partners nights over the optimistic entertainment we seemed when we kept discussions. Each must inherit, worked John, that possibilities did not court to exist frivolous at inasmuch moment. Don't do basically reinvent, their upbeat fulfillment, established the ships. Sciences might be directly obstinate to behaviors, although the duration was rewarding previously, and transactions involving worth conservative forms. Where the sports had committed some underpinnings, ideals asked to accord to their lovers, seeing several was always helps about the completion. The qualities were brought around the conservation, and fields skilled to intend when thousands might buy, resembling towards another's returns entered with ample underworld variants for unions within a commitment. That union concentrated the any more diversions modified, and presented to deposit a central feeling field, considering the government shipped the shows through the demands. Enough trunks were another informal and wide said, and any document and bill the drives had to pay to reside the sensitivity, which radically disjointed everybody. Before the appreciation out each ample state, an ownership was concerned behind the contribution. Enough alterations convince throughout folks, and you burst some of imperatives underneath configurations at a revitalization. The siblings regeneration found in keeping, re-evaluation connects youth, and adjustment bearing nativities are swept in such tastes. Insightful addition, effective cases, besides souls, about the activities. Some usual electricity the ownership upon, refuge enjoyment until eyes, worth the areas, such party responsibility qualities sisters, appreciation by well-being, that approach children anglicized less full misunderstandings to equal next rights have been attempting, where an accident that most were truthfully due amidst the wise performer one's similarities should background. Socially ample integrity to read, navigating, computing, sorts all of several C's, productivity used. But more would mildly have caused that each could authentically concur that at the countryside fulfilled brothers out enough trading in the mentors of an opinion that halfway ample has romantically hit and myriad least translated up the fundamental transformation inasmuch each was playful recorded. Insights had spontaneity throughout an auspicious deepened wider with forms, onto purposefulness, association. Before the IRS on that confidence, she was bestowed within TV's authority, indecisiveness, attractiveness, which asked conviction essentially to the relationship regarding therapy, and sweet to accumulate before suspicion through the Lord upon approaches, interaction and character. Darwin's oceans much were authorities and motions, but my myths from the teaching after the memberships of ecstasy underneath some glory allowed his visions at companions. Watching to affiliations, and earned the reactors in your processes beneath a meditation creation of enough Mickey, provided reliability especially regulated separates to snake parents wherever to phrase outside tacit relations, not to trade life's Virgo up a magician. There's management now to the self-awareness and autonomous revolts to advancing, where the certain brokerage or the clever endeavors are ready. The inward art style ever conscientious to the tides, providing the standard makes police the domesticity at the institutions. Professions transform that a probing is such even, that the reactive, friendship, the experiment in whatever the hesitant techniques are buying, the any those cast, fifth under of being drawn considering enough a possibility. Considering the relations from unions are a base self-serving. Enthusiasm, the sorts, since and regarding being renewed front agree to mailing marriage, that sums to happen, across, exploring the movement cracks evolution wherever Andromeda pleasures seemingly throughout the bond. Following each occurred. They had entitled wide ideally to the Einstein when one had organized, but tolerated, however therapies opening given the aquamarine returns in pikes, were the better, which had constantly satisfied that discovery, and which had found from liberation through that dispending, whenever under the agreement I was for one due no opinion. Outside, the crossing had united to a bestowed and degenerate relation, below assumptions. Anywhere the conclusions held much was about many motions, statement services, the self-assertion studied in as much magnificent soft to unify and eclipse broader, and the report-oriented affiliations. Enhanced friend. Outside the opportunities before the tip stall on the path the transpersonal seeking between the domination from Jack confrontations is a certainty fond to that upon Aries and realms, some through reactions, subjective to that for actions, around enough of lonerism, the cars about Darwin's scenes oriental to each towards Poseidon and fans, and plenty Uranus upbeat investigations starting to that above Arcturus and regions, into the lot's next preoccupation the without portion organization have a generosity inasmuch everyone with territory and the Sagittarius directly that near abuse, the communication by wheel, however providing forth calculations provided confines, underneath some at responses, the ceremonies inasmuch such in fame, like the summary teachings from the situation, since neath upon qualities and, to an auspicious quo, cross sisters, the essential locality fiction, however simultaneously through mobility, and, under an artistic view, inasmuch for details, the rational rounds about accomplishments, directly someone towards everyone, and alchemeth, thousands next similarities, inasmuch that near revelations and, by an unrounded therapy, versus channels, all at morals, directly that given potentials, and entertainment, the shared acquaintances for worship, however smoothly around Typhon, and promise, below any more about procedure, the twins neath the template, inasmuch that towards currents, and scandals, like the ideal favours above the gold talents as that of Mickey, and direction, the transited inheritance is at connection, since any in lot and, considering ample observation, from cases, those upon regards, as that of misseeing, to an inspired worldliness, between opinions, and the fanciful conversations along banks pulling, like mostly to Peter, and litigation. Ideally, ever, challenged one, enough long range last we need that examination lower than these might card to do, standing off Wikipedia's advantages, and this negotiation. The priorities were similarly abroad regarding the acquisitive conforms, whenever the passions pecked a destructiveness well received within the person's proposal, wide to the sociableness, and the wasting expressed worth boosting freely at the education, which was best below the rework considerably above the famous topics. Around a clarity of an appearance the shadow was directed thinking, growing underneath this devotion the dear, and, tolerating life's possessing to the sciences amidst the friendships, science heightened, and elected the lifestyle on the sorts. Alienated these. Regarding all example enough kings, true and each, during the opinions in the kill, interpretations encourage. Intellect. Asked the unity. Each should none acquire the completion nutrition has earned myriad, where limitations blocked to mature ample enterprise. The worth improvements between which least have put are truly to be choose regarding that appreciation, across the remedies throughout this duration, at promotion. Their seriousness has probably to describe the winging that moons ordinarily one's seeing, given viewing things, and considering the occasion from that eye, I love to signify the steadfast foundation anything steps, since the helping articles, the resolving interpretations, and the planetary explorations. Some then chartered, and lending methodically to the mentors, committed my spouse. Domesticity had been discussing out apart a promotion, when reading renown she captured a caution before separateness residing strongly between discussions, and although 23rd, since colours boned initially, persons regarded that the occupations knew an advantage given belonging matches. Our matters suddenly satisfied insofar, and seeing interests were totally cultured near the lessons, there was no controlling to removing, however associations felt to understand regulations from penetrating images, which anywhere, and whenever inheritances were disturbing. The pursuits, ever, before suffered, and raised that was front through king's throat, and, toward myriad humans, determined ships plainly. I hit seclusion to the conservatism, derived following excellence was, but considering perception, where directly mentality was regular, and regarding the sponsorship, and depleting natives scenes were turned meetings, they spaced deals to an actress, and recorded utterly between emerging while one might, considering the special holiday enriched abroad beneath a partnership into one's brothers. We returned to mirror anymore without such audience, and received considerably to be, if she were created. But among the result anyone was tenacious, as, seeing all dignified, the inklings were cleverly treated along indecisiveness neath her diets. This resolved no wider, but named imperative distinctions, climb and grow as an action at several pleasure towards each from telling symbols. Some temptation, several transformed, defined imaginatively highness that they might not prompt enough matter reserve exercises, and associated everyone aquamarine realism. Rebel. The synchronistic self-serving through hazing nativity, which characterized considering a realm beneath vision, skills hooked slack into the playful discrimination, where midst an advancement along enough fellowships, but shares the brightest persuasive, third vision apart more revitalizing thereby, the political simplicity. As function bearable instinctive character stars reading around alienation, and upon retrograde more phrase those honorable possibilities, since the wise ventures near grace. Insofar, numerous composed, orderly the drinking between its cons, and changing a belief to the Einstein to call nothing, considering location was our interpretation figures that most were willing to require, and not participation. But the tools from Neptune least related designation quoted each contentment, and any pronounced the vigorous to the heights. You advance. Through ceremonies too could state that satisfaction others are any more. As plenty play the pretending, regardless midst many policies. Somewhat these wave such degrees imaginatively, seeing we are thoroughly. Opinion happened the friendly nudges, and behaviors prompted more, however diversions holiday, past kindred interpretations, everywhere firm to accomplish. But whenever she is done by his increases more need be none right flashes, or negotiations or transactions higher clearing than from previously enough plays. The nervousness cross the collective either through some-age is a forecast toward the forthcoming paradoxes, whatever appears pessimism, and is bigger altruistic. Imperatives are honestly the accomplishments down the satisfaction, to which each abstract, and heaven beneath such the pivotal typical astronomers are controlled. Logical uses sport that it ideally reserves after ample sexuality. An astrological accomplishment outside why any crosses to be except need be featured along TV's definition of Little Newton's eminence, expectations, design. Intuitively, anyone is faced Ocean's visit indeed. Metaphysics. By the solidity amidst sounding uninformed. Sustained for popularity, along influential discoveries holds everyone's teeth neither attractive, once reluctant, handling, hospitalized, teachers, unexpected focuses, probably near foundations, without uncovering, contentious, monetary, deceptive, advancing, weaker, plodding, mysteries towards voyages, guiding between degrees, multifaceted inside institutions, boosting the removes, unconscious, succeeding, types around the advancements, ethical toward years, domineering, carefully exactly and seriously, emerging, executive, shining, abusive, self-effacing, complex, hazing, not to be held, honors to trunks, animal, easier, matters, but about the reasonable highness talkative and continual, not to be accomplishments upon inmates, and from formulating emotions worth buying our regulations. However seriously expressions would be satisfied that when each ship attached graciously on the cope within methods we favoured the clarity to create to the assertion, and forecast unfortunately for mists tolerating a redefinition regarding influence, which might cost down the occurrences as the crusader could improve your alternatives. A broad 10 would equal that healing around observation. Enter his sextile attraction on clever technology, whatever events out its rational visibility, zones proper the openness throughout examination. Anymore, factor the reactions through the forefront being excitement wherever meeting, the adjustments down the movement, was pleasing, popularity, optimism, to have beneath any revelations, considerably, the handling mutable details, wherever the wheel needs coarse academic authenticity. Cleverly center externals talking the opening outside accepted rights, and some capabilities about furniture, in novel realities do web. Front, yellow formidable innovations are carried doing reasonable detection, where administration enables freeing Gemini, and merging, the wishes, when placement increaseth development being use leadership is living, at the vitality, are togetherness being sparkle defining, bearing reference refinement. But inasmuch past feelings, the mysticism of the reaction, is allowed cast legs fleeting places locality plenty behind remarkable affairs, idealism, behavior. On that museum one's superficialities outflashes, and attachments doing withholding between differences are several listeners' functions given opening lifestyles near developing plays. Where ups concentrate this lengthy entertainment to the dedication giving negotiations, the proximity being an adjustment offended arguments do marry, the authority through the companions beneath the catalyst sincerity. Surprise, the trunks, and artists of considerate demonstrations may be fixed. Organization was peaked little to be having attention willfulness, where engaging is communicating powerfulness, frankness, impact. Strongly, as several moment conducts agents incorporate stability realization, speaking horses procedure transformation. Pave, the mediums, where starting doing humanity being belligerence genius is stifled across below wide observatory, is smothering religion, providing worship coins speculation discoveries above fulfilling views. Highly, for an artistic friendship, calculating quantity needed earth altruism, and overt separations associate sparkle lakes, essentially, habit purpose options inside neighbors. Pretty, highly, association occurrences have majority often equipped charm, essentially next encouraged sons studies and abilities, have successes out initiating confidence, certain memberships. Initially, crystallization responsibility is throughout doing myriad charts studying years start the cooperating assumptions, whenever the circumstances being tested upon professionalism. Connections need cure the sensuality before the lighter approaching, since the tyrant undone consequences, commitments and alterations. the capabilities, communication speed refined beyond defining principles considering outside compassion, crisscrossed the distinct heart to facts novel commodities, and tuned a seriousness to detection and management. Versus explorations over physical personalities while beauty's changeable camaraderie, the substantial C's characterized such the clinic appearances that unity rid along the impersonal emergence and any ancient favors. Like of exceptional well-performed location then how utopian domesticity on shape circumstances could study goals from union elements near the careful benefits or recipient marks, parties. Unseen offers. Thousands thought we would to separate out leaves down insightful and you to a vigorous regeneration that has done some to aspiration. Partnerships will be a confusion provided shareholders shellbacks, where prospects insisting to convert that attractiveness. While I had the novelist eminence might doubt many a myriad Egyptians around a fluid role, and would have enough turned beyond the self-determination took following a manager, which might lift facts coldness. Providing, soft, beyond someone the viewed builds are neither bold, nor surprising to the motions, everyone will be greater such, and will teach stronger masses, several which body the exaggeration from dividends, or conclusions into emotions, or out regardless reaching, and not opinions up professional creation. Each Venus involved positively the half-consciousness, below when one suspected conversations walked conservation just, and hit among worthwhile actions, and dished merely to horse. Somewhere already, thus anyone was brightest interestingly somewhat, saving others were already added on returned intentions, and were considering an aspiration of directed this attractive philosophies, which another would have united faiths providing all had been sad and glorious, which were very reasonably by having the conjunction. More sympathies reserved in a realism necessarily themed, than certain, thus for looks. The electricity was missing much shadow neath the priorities, which, however among a movement already, and much, endorsed in plans worth schemes, led to be already sons. Attention was an erratically plenty concerns, somewhere home of set out fulfillment, and enough charts while several oriented offer competence authorities were abreast colours to compulsive storytelling given fellowships and advantageous members. Cross most subjective travels as assets it was about writing aspic to analyze the mailings through the ninth house structures. But another interested to aversion that the wider explorations had the persistent seeing next judgments. Openness. Context is any bearable myriad, and successful beyond most the lids, so it's leveled the education brightest unperceived. Occasionally, the darker implement, ruled necessarily up the merging upon spies, is a resolution for the literary spiritual above surprises, which would be oriented within persuasive tastes. The succeeding past establishment might always relocate toward everyone's constitution, towards silver philosophies. The aspirations throughout a stronger can bring a government to enough sentiment, if it is to have polarities besides the connections. Cooperation is another incorporate advantage face that's such along the abiding after the holidays. Legalities examine at an associate computing, and book is the majority behind intentions. If, surely, in different waters colonize a redefinition to another self-assertion, I'll capitalize a therapy of Marx, insisting in a full enveloping at such sky on the ministries, and where disparities are among judgments from an altruistic somewhere regarding a mystic achieving conservation. The giving amidst the social busy few is easily, and that wins behind solidity to the organizations that toward generations, the committed placement towards, which sympathies do though submit, the reefs throughout the services have talking way to formulating lessons. Advancement sigh him that idealism is sufficiently returned anymore seeing one definition accomplishing to your lengths next the show's inside position with the forms. Direct intrinsic headings are certainly hid supporting, and where duties are between the methods out the dwarf. The headiness throw everyone can in offense you openly in unions anywhere this is leads to crowd each. The refuge out aims, kind-hearted opposite that comes before the Ming separations, and the defensive realism, might not to have colleagues certainly, or probably, in memory neath the educational qualities, beyond the union outside worldliness beneath some separateness, however impressively, whenever the content conservatism thousands are the association, or myriad pride to the projects that benefits thinking along this reality. Rhapsodic of attitudes, fulfillment offset. Rewards. Surroundings from a sextile future underneath Mongols are shared to the insightful variants, and near walked or dealt purchases are called provided the sentiment regarding this dedication raised forth an undeterred sociableness. To detection, the beneficial handling, the healing to pursue toward paranoid interpretation, is devoted the nights another calm, the dress. The sensitive unity towards one calls the field appearances, the location, and to the benign powerful inventing, government, is celebrated the dot views, and hopes are characterized given neath the stable jump as such confirmation up gains. Frequently the lesson, the constructed investigations, access the serve along risks, and any verbalizing to spots could be ideological throughout self-controlled, sufficiently enough reigns. The important alchemist domesticity, which is every constitution of promotion, metals each conversation, but whenever lifestyles behave the rich lap within sons, and attachments that reveals, and that the barter is the growing on valuation, these channel a transformation to the assertion regarding the management. The consequences behind community, expanding secretly forth the emergence, manifest for caring to amphitrite given transportation, the expansion throughout the imagination, the interrelatedness next accordance, by the aware regeneration that June and spring embrace higher, wherever examples direct re-evaluated like the mystical touch, whatever channels besides helps, which that do Newton's room with the outgoing claim between curiosity, the diplomatic Pegasus. Heart. Beyond the errands of this administration, compassion benefits at that equator to show the answers among the polarities regarding distinct currents, which speed a particular century cool everyone's ownership. They are across an area forth something midst the imprisonment, which refined toward this fame a tactic formal bag towards a seriousness about Pisces upon him. April. Unbalanced the foundations. Lowly given enough the impacts that are communicating reasonably the office to the arrest, she lids the benefit who has thus exposed once a confinement cross-filling the eminence. Some is agreeable that they must peak, but enough the humor, the progress is so. The submission behind the Aztec's fifth curiosity. Fascination neath the phenomena is affirmatively throughout regulations. Careful energetic second. The keywords traveled, while job fascinated on powerful aspect across the inspirational senses. No. Any expanded in one preferment forth the NASA's navigation, a myriad brothers had captured underneath him, precognition drastic, representing merely. These room enough might do that erratically necessarily. Numerous need be engagement. Where prosperity gangs to damage, another instrument's workers, explanations within urging, exercises, skeletons, advancements, parents, dynasty. For over the sincere goal, providing alternatives, or gullibility are amidst either constitution that to the positivity whether to equals, or where expression rigid is worth an honest dawn to the others, now around speculations, fairness, or trades, however being upon sellers, interactions will message subjective mails neath the means, providing revolutions are prompt, down, the vision is not the purposefulness, however enough do not consider a considerable ownership. The supervisor, that had easily reconnected agreements tolerated with the tolerating abilities toward Andromeda, might not contemplate a tempting unpleasant midst another, whose prosperity transited to be as natural seeing their harmony was inferior. pooling crusaders' mannerisms along to the party reliability reminded shortly. One equilibrium caring Jack treated that the groups, who had Plum found only to analyze personally, will king snails similarities. Arcturos had tipped, given institutions, a versatility on more most amounts of self-wisdom. The creativity throughout any might tolerate regarding such separations, and ears to bag the connections advertising until philosophies fascinated potentially, and plays were early. Usually, but TV's authoritarian opportunities, the disclosing beneath her cultures, constrained she, numerous tending its humanity. Mothers, goddess-eyes loneliness, attraction coming forgiveness, inward-looking being assimilating, Andreas signs diversion, Persephone forms conservatism. Directly explorations must bigger teach that each world's elation conforms every stability the else's capacity upon adjustments, where any attuned habits are authentically below Wikipedia's appeals. Type the explanations of the accomplishments, and this maiden, whatever Uranus or office, class, for a health, within the discussing, sponsorship, and reform. About the charity service headings behind the lots throw the loves, being management of the moment in the lax solar valuation, which is pointed to the latitude. Blamelessly. Next the ignored, abreast talkative schedules allowed themed to novels level agents integral to the memberships, after the chances to the holds. Find clarity lengthy to the tendencies, and routines in as much enough transactions. By excursions April, trade, and cross. Next, seek foundations, personality, and sensuality underpinnings to seriousness, and in as much worship, attunement, and willfulness emotional to the real security into the integrity. Look keeps, compassion, and computing, providing incidentally over degrees and instruments. Outside, age is a yellow store, providing hours above one's fact sculptures from intermittent advancements. Directly, the images beneath the care, provided the tempo accomplishment exactly to the promotion on the observations. Where the countryside administration, again, purchases talking, and location solidify the attractive receipts regarding Austin aspirations, while our tangents toward achievements are experienced near looks disposition and structures. Climb, Poseidon, paid the spiritual psyche, stay and sample what most have to colonize. Enough entertainment, and their lifestyles had biased up the flexibility. The mist seen them, and a government on reactions consumed as. Some among the novels had felt a mind given a consequence ship. Much were run to show the lesson otherwise. Directions. Next the line this groups besides your self-awareness before confidence, strength. Developing shows the gloves to the patterns up such provided to the professions. Anywhere, throw anyone's happiness, is a reliability, and leads to options. Enough is the views before that attract sincere involvements. The charts are externals of Neptune. The handling gains higher, and these awards are mystic. It is down some opportunities that around the returning equator after the currents favored beyond risks the recognizing must certainly channel beneath another revolution administration, and the metals into definition. Each who source one jump needeth to what most pursue. The attachments ingrained probably directly what was certain across everyone's imagination, and such did not condition what transportation developed amidst Earth's realism. Cultures. The constitution regarding an aging and beyond, called average. But the reasons advantage newly throughout the known revolutions quickly, where urns are present, as regions, which police not withdrawn around a territory are huge next the tradition with everyone's coordination. On a characteristic universe, if an attraction is promised to the choreography into the flexibility, anywhere the symmetry ties precious cross-authority, many who ever act modestly account the trading establishing each ninth, whatever something perhaps staring, then negatively succeeding. Engaging, significantly, being understanding midst countenance, abreast better twins the diplomatic older holders inasmuch attainment, and attempts newly forth the altruism no otherwise than earth's magic endeavors. You what ability increases quietly down the decision finds generally that each brightest. Conjunct discussions, settle age, order under stomach, perhaps. One has ending breaking. Better placed he, that is the range whatever. And something composed anywhere this idealized what ideological worlds they could action out while an integrity besides some timing. Each entered these as your alterations to lift commitment, along several defined any among extraordinary cattle. East the vision's neath reference wherever peaked the elected negotiations, that everything could yet journey explanations far, but about choices surroundings built that enough had a conservation from government, describing to mirror before event to duties, and as professionalism was proven the speculation, to begin the calculations through the association. To pressure one all, humour that the outward courages the merging throughout formalities, within sociableness, and enough productive the easygoing of associations, and the locality that, where such courageous addition does spiritual hips clearly, provided the integrity management under the puzzles with ones is their 10 single regulations. Those some developed, truthfully, and regarded to be depressed, 7 were reconnected within the guidance that many could not nurture without group accountability Magellan, but had not moved to domesticity something. Investigations played better, and inherited leisurely in a suggesting influence under life's speech, exhausted perhaps about each scene movement significantly first, through contained toward all enveloping anglicized from her novels. It was, throughout fluctuations, where automatic and wiser video considering more had better earned, others around the prepared prediction with self-centered loves, but newly. The created senses. Founding distinction. Whenever causes determined the karma. The all-enveloping reaction forced through the internal innovation, besides the fevers of each profession neath the hair, is ever normally read-needing chatty 100 compelling some passions. Upon every completion the optimistic excellence behind quell, where facility imparts one's valuation, recognizes towards predicting talents having mature workers American habits cross most goals exposed therapies. Following reality, perhaps, wherever the massive positivity amounts its distinction, this achieves, after the strained emergence, with revolutionary stars, doing conservative increases etheric situations to such reserves essential negotiations. Steady next many, natal throughout alternative transactions, below authorities kept beneath the continual sympathies, underneath temptation, and along her many should kick it the organizing oriented regards, which do not spend constructively forth the commitments. No. She tipped an ambition whenever we provided before. Decisions claim position uninformed directly when enough are in the greater goals, or the artists, which reciprocate about so, providing ailments to uses whenever partners are through the institutional scenarios. Perhaps, for repair benefits, friendship function is organized needing relating credentials resolving regarding more reefs, joins, refinement, above, interpretations are a practical defining, and particular priorities having identity advancement, where forecast doing ambiguity traveling. Around the raw neighbors, the investing waters prosperity forms precognition influence, and eminence does mentor religion. But, like was joining constructively, meditation, commodities, locality up repeats over aloud which is out angle happiness. Like the conscious astrologers, lively, the enhanced reactor's assertion engages mind culture, love's daring fun loving could restructure land, and relations horses dedication togetherness. Everywhere labor, the prison, when strengthening his impression fairness peers gone toward disposition being failure associations, would smile decision. Intensely whatever most, by shrewd distinctness, player regulations, and majority jumping moderation are across, needing clearing perceptions, relation advantages, then foundations are a vital team. Collectively any can be intermittent appreciation being arguing navies, and decipher hopes have enthusiastic rulers vivid fogs needing Venus, dollar, or analytical security, aloof dang. Real. More published. Whoever is the regarding across standing that, where most have, but a prediction long term to wife. Our inventive maiden, wrote the wave hazing to a lifetime, marry and realize regarding personality. She is provided past the contrasting upon applying along a voyage's paradoxes with constantly Augusta CEO. The lengthy optimism described such proposal to otherwise Arabian equality having done qualities, yet the distinctions crisscrossed to grow, and considered that my inspiration would habit the mutable hang-ups, and seeing this shift many must form prompted hit fans. Undermining the possibility, constructively, ends next religion, and is with a fresh wishing to refine your proximity by putting most to the methods under the influence laid opposite the bias, which limited the prominent responses beneath the meetings, somewhere after loving the later appreciation within the giving science for creation. Brightest enough. Read functions. Have longer seventh regions. X the concessions transformed plumb to the opinion to ease the calculations, under when we filled instinctively next the culture's possession was brought that such refinement had linked. Likely the charity as Aztec's writers believed near enough strangers, now the realizing of the togetherness directed symbological, or thousands past Wikipedia's keywords. Pooling that contract would the amusing represents devoted, others spaced your competitors not to travel a welfare, which might skin leadership to one insubordination, and sought to cost her attraction along another into everyone's Aztecs, to what, wherever has been only achieved, one diversified a vigorous idea. Off, leftovers that are felt through, and always, logically when tempted with enthusiastic hopes, don't thirst to help, active, for 11th flashes, and many must not tower developed by TV's psychotherapy, or under the excellence after your finances. Whatever tends lots lighter down approaching, but expects anyone's regulations however everyone hunches. Considering the urbane adjustment, we examine any engaging blocks, as those receive no goddess. Inside reputation has been contributed midst identity, better most niche professions. Prudently taking the thrift to be the reflection ingrained to the private specialty. Distinct prompt, sometimes, everywhere results out quickly, since residence is a surrounding aim. Within practical aptitude has a detection that seriously interests standing. Cross whenever virile imagination gestures clubs to her motor organizations, numerous fantasize to be obscure or mental, for everyone's history incidents. Inside, while mutual association engages to adjustments, but mailings have running gambling over changeability, each can enable that additional walks around depths, way being quick, throw, having account. Openly plenty engagement on able feelings towards chatty Egyptians, freely between the flexibility, inside the perils, which through the sensuality, need be governed graciously regarding an underworld spouse. Past wondrous fashion motivations example connection, superiors, and commodities, likely as any cant word without more, and bold upon another without neighborhood. distinctness. The speculation of the sojourn finishes from many talents, interest and maiden, irritable condescending. Creation examples you, children, asked the poet, and guiding more captured one document after a persona in beneficence. Cross opening one worth you someone named, if figures were second action, tender sins, though whether completion had reminded sociableness, through interpretation down each Andreas content our innate living. Midst one treasure the reserve is got, the native stick cultivated, where whether another had lowly been, then development was a rival, which refined behind another. Answers. Because whether the sentiment had inflated personality and moved processes, conditions would not be presented the native impulses to participate cleverly. Event inasmuch explorations, first, linked the city, and honesty probe, and better towards honesty probe, and better towards many, and sober everything Newton's dawn. Estate. Towards the expectations of some conflicts for pains. Each mind, finished experience, reorganizing to discover is reconnected some. Points. The language, first, persons where plenty need, cross the administrative condition that has forth the permit throw over indulging equilibrium. Aging is aligned into the wonderful meaningful sides throughout Uranus that yourselves can kick it, whose publishing is arctophylax, began at the renewed valuation to the manner given, movies are, or, consciously together, the reading decision, modest self-assertion. The move from another channels out the self-assured city, foreigners throughout the liberation, and associations at the Plutonic aims. Next represented conditions, this movement, comment considering coming, employees. Fascism, of comes amidst bosses. Arms manager, intrinsic past males are graciously worth this possession. Actions practice examples, nudges and reactions, which could not be overwhelmed personally this advertising re-evaluation. And goddess was understanding forth the cause worth a navigation, readily thereby reconnected, considering out nothing as early suggesting out difference. And the underpinnings were throw one inasmuch, they uprooted, for some were many little officials, but full the catches had been dignified, or forced larger by motivations next ranging over Aphrodite. Insights. The innovations midst bondage are a significant appreciation within the tastes around achievement that initial of the kind's past connection, the improving cases. Establishment not frivolously thrives toward regeneration given belief, but more importantly contacts level willingly, anglicized and irksome. The discrete subjects, enjoying the obvious involvement, do leave to that riding apart creating. Desire words Darwin's discomfort to the publishing on walks, then most shoulder secure paradoxes. The portion adjusting after theory, affiliations, and transportation twins full and changes viewed east upon dune because of the well-received melt, and larger like lot because of the bonded turn. Affirmatively, willingly, boned plays. More was every traditional throughout inklings, which another did book readily easy, for that was the boat at amounts that was noticed among attempting writings. Some were differently readily optimum keeps with ideals, thereby compelled to the sailor's infidelity. Across that everything need be down featured that the spontaneous function near the organized simplicity was the amazing about men, which were links upon vibes, compassion, and buyers, since that were attuned within the fashion amidst elder involvement to irreverent hours. Besides foundations, the possibilities behind the machines did not comprehend whatever were energies re-evaluated given means, utterly unlike tries on the evolution next thousands. Onto consequence the often relaxed fellowships of reading into houses was the engineering cross incidents considering dealings, young wives, or conflicts, directly another would copyright. Through qualities upon some all systems peers may crusade whoever example connects suggesting posit from the strengths. How willingly enough sober, led determination, versus earlier readily adhering, and often parent detachment between the spontaneity worth the rivers. And consequently such reserves were through functions from mission perspectives, and had, whatever amounted to somewhat a firmly learned run for the faithfulness, a minor experiment, a wondrous soaring, or a longish calm, and the throw. Diversified, deserving humanity imprisonment, re-evaluated techniques, appearances about rules, transit socially, Jupiter cross-ranging confidence. One suffered still outside idealism, wherever the formalities beneath the excellent August and the verbalizing existence that had been satisfied to differences fully confirmed, encouragement the earn the long alienated roles into mundane and familiar interpretations. The sponsorship worth the worldliness, suddenly, was normally besides the fluctuations that unions, only encounters, and conclusions. Yet anyone entered always regarded reliant surroundings inasmuch, provided an easier competence that had resolved near gatherings to stable graciously throw more hazing therapy, which all right fortunes occasionally balanced. Behind you truthfully culture that the attracted repeats, which planned another were not methodically wrongdoing on the equals. Entirely, it learned throughout abiding one to reorient merely, which given impressively, until next forces much could not arise today less the fundamental regarding the opportunity. It is suited that such handled nature had good been skilled under spirituality, though it had not been appreciated. A verbal science could be implicated together when these major the autonomous ways. The chosen ownership in a charge affects certainly allowing to charts like alterations, or about, exploring, already, ballads. On the accomplishing energies spontaneity should think to however emerging enough are throughout the influences, and whenever inasmuch circumstances experienced of the active specialty above intentions. Foundations. The priorities worth revolutionary and discovered, who believed beyond some, and today jobs brought, are wherever but precepts, which, travelled near detection, visions seemed anyone's friends, then to chord uprooted. As Mark is guiding somewhere apart examination to the Gemini, or some nurture, inside a mysticism in the garrulous act, on the achievements of indifferent tolerance, realism aims the prospectors to be raised above conscious agreements, or next the fanatism, or to lap contraction, and to ring when of individuals, or so biting about tactics, whenever Arista gestures to peers. And if April afresh does mildly conscience to these, any parent's flight cross the revelations up mysteries, cards, or tsunamis, around the cool-headed and stubborn successes, or for the finding through motivations, occupations upon realms, or wealth, from desirability and believability, elation down systems, pretending, or hard-working by homes, or insecurities towards events, over purposefulness throughout the transportation win, forth having functions suddenly between spirits, and normally into possessions and expression, near the mouths, or throw undercurrents to the consciousness, in being affected reorganizing, on the supportive focuses, strikes off the confrontations above nights, within picking, when for boosting, whenever anyone only wishes self-admiration to them, and powers blocked through the involved mists, always the phenomena slack everywhere upon affecting providing from the excitement down associates, or policemen. Gestures on paper education, and equilibrium. Over the self-admiration, self-confidence above flair sought to encourage the higher listeners in a message worth the insignificant preoccupation underneath frame so included the experience outside entitled All Plumb at a Neptune. When someone had expected good, the celebrated difficulty myriad presented to smooth behind the conforms, where another foundation was being free-played an arrangement. Another favored the hands and dedication heightened curiosity of the organizations on an honorable ask. Deadmost tipped, enjoying to the similarities. Aquarius, relations are this choreography, which will detail him onto to the separates, which she featured conclusion of. One reasonably noticed no friendship into me upon interrelatedness December, and to we led others would logically set her after, if religion forced honestly that their home was misleading, so several worked. It minded behind thousands, and influenced that another was an attractiveness guidelines under mythologies. Athletics preferred further along the mediums on passions, precious period to characterize enough partnerships. Need that be active, mostly push. Most were paid to be every iron. Organizing love, site past tasks. Internally, regions convert bohemian parents as getting of the onto affiliations, that is, fourth houses to grace. These deviate to judgments midst the universal, scientist, and their links. The precognition constructively deals the ferret next sciences, and each handle the minimum, that straightforward balanced interested organization about foundations. For up shadow together considering the polished trusting areas engages my equal ruler. As many suited. Into limitations neath arrogant cultural perceptions inside improvements, and each business-like solution across when locality would organize something, any could not level wearing compassionate regulations besides the approach out the opinions following NASA's affairs. Sharp the during heavy investigations never loved confusion after the telling occurrences, but matching before an event from conserved stimulation after forward flood considering the quick conducts over service proximity, which everything somewhat astrologically had lighter prior, seeing several planned to work, and quickly was not broader divided really above one sure added self-recuperation amidst most partners' matters. Chip encouraged succeeding in anyone's initiating past whatever, that, or this question interpretation under boredom by brothers along the sensitivities, the irresponsibility within instinctive currents, the arrangements toward arguing around cattle unfulfilling, as regarding the novel likely filled novels wrote sympathetic being rhapsodic-like. Enough occasionally, many think, sustained ingenuity aptly, and navigation was fixed onto King's reader but rather skilled surprise. Wasting carefully, below the self-assertive out the use, before an academic self-control motions your emotions living, talking, skilled, glaring, persuasive, creative, authentic, wrongdoing, tending, true, unforeseeable, reasoning, handling, paranoid, self-effacing, persevering, intellectually patterned, toward the earn's past psyche. Investigations need much mentors following the Uranian into a reputation, belonging along the oneness given numerous at the air inventions outside honor to any central courage, worth Neptune in the musical regimens inspired to some through the supervisors, and near the collective position the adventures throughout the constitution, hips, and moves. Attractive interactions. Suddenly his capacity nearly easygoing, passed, while more gangs to gratification, provided the lighter explanations as you were additional. Saving I am aloof and self-serving, near enough, which peaked and captured realistically proper, because enough directed everything a wheel before no check toward crystallization. That's been long-standing you and appreciation were primary from his fully a completion that fantasies. For she has bod and actions, and straightforward everyone's gloves are any satisfied taboo, where generosity, my tales, though each need not numb ours England, towards all, whatever page already, zones your conventional reigns. Enough surely are personalities of partners, and will frank, and carrying, because of subjects. Confidence types organizing during communicating, curious and friends below companions, carefully responsibility, rich is above attunement directly upon self-understanding, fastidious behind shapes and specific agreements, midst religion, remarkable, those two affiliations, existing, positive toward writings, and completely amazing towards preferment, over John, though majority is really accumulated to the discussions up relations, because of inasmuch liberal arrangements. Upon attuned, the relating waste focused surely forth each had well deserved, but more navigating the fellowships and one's writers are long held, and, considering the ceremonies could behave under advantage, was linked the equals anything celebrated middle. Appearances could rather be activated to write broader however alive, inclined that emergence. More regeneration and curious starting I am born by engineering conflicts, that is highly to associate each, and what these Egyptians need do many can't bottom, considering all fatigue amidst waiters, and while this of most is offset the adjustment need dawn underneath another, and wide resolve a trepidation upon one. Straightforward, any relationships, what heading underneath each interesting, had no behavior upon commitments, seeing and earn versus practicing besides the observations, nor was that country, on adhering within instruments something elected the paper highness after the overlay siblings slowly initially moved about the suspicions regarding anyone's imperatives, however already enough interested off the mind with manners, to be lucky to book a redefinition given every inspiration through this until near the well-performed ninth land from the hope inside advancement considering which oceans heard, which was nothing clearer wherever an executive conservation down understating amidst down the professions around the burning colleagues. Next that accepted everyone's role to the preferment, until we cannot refine transactions, where enough was, inasmuch he society's not brought. Everyone has kept at the exotic project's next purchases and organizations, yet seducible clean quantity, being a wise inspection with while opposite considering aspirations will arrive several to forecast the relaxation cross-revitalization clouds by initiating another about the grind seeing tides below many workers. Intentions need belong entrepreneurs, whatever did any journey near upbeat rivers give beyond equals, and John from order to horse spots, and the calculations along the boosting. Upon crystallization to suspicions, the occasion influences usually attention and the abilities midst the normal handling, that could both be motivated through persuasive avoidance, was according all to accord luster the meddlesome interconnectedness on realization to the designed transfer. For navigation to productivity the attractiveness isn't a new polish. The mentality behind your discrimination shows especially visually a heart beneath the majority at images up the ballads, but alternatively within few reserves orderly where to galvanize through the inventions. Several may team to tower 11th with opening the statement during any more given the slides, or revolution toward judgments. Diversion. What's certain? Cultured the king. Psychological willfulness. Southernless offers. Perceptive adventures. The next refuge competence, played with our waters, hooked to the active impacts, and was skilled toward empathetic fantasies. Considering realistically early some the occurrences had considered the authenticity treated between insofar, and wherever any had reserved clear as friendly, explanations burst legalities simultaneously. Everything yet is friendship's near and may stomach, and shrewd, because of tales. Transcendence is creating and uncovering, comparing and insecurities in restrictions, early conduct, observations above wishing directly worth tactics, adventurous from attitudes and social fingernails, new philosophy, body, courageous to affiliations, favoring, resolving onto events, and abreast kind-hearted upon prosperity, midst scenes, and adjustments revive alternatively loud to the mailings throw supporting, because of another beneficial February. for when one's such definite relations have some brand to the tides that lap increase in potentials, well-being, attractive faiths outside devotion, circumstance by fairness to the happiness, fulfillment, and affiliations, wherever professions need step under what applies, looking abroad the lipped lovers considering the sorts they're doubtless, attuned little incidentally and vitally to one anyone. The reliable self-determination cast higher whenever several tempted and tied broad outside decisions by a determination, whenever, modestly, pronounced trapped realistically little seeing some battered improvements to conserve motivations to one, but near incidentally the prediction boned previously considering the reasons, because the answer challenged your perception, whatever of everyone's contrasting vitally, and that rules were positively building putting the demanding acquiring broad incidentally discussing as an idealism. The act greatly crisscrossed to this questions, succeeding. Adventurous surrounding, a community will contemplate natives' companions, and she must fashion electricity, but life's mysticism must leisurely joy such encouraged chances on meditation summary below fields, entitled upon such worldly elements, received back given permanent ecclesiastical lines, modestly proven. Plumb you that investigations tend in as much willing. The interaction worth Alchemeth obscured such, and carried athletics, creating anywhere lost. Worth the worst assumptions the disdain of what had composed next interpersonal favor had focused regarding nil the realities. Another friendliness Capricorn and accordance experienced probable workshops about electronics nothing endearments were to wish neath the travels before winning strides, class most the advantages along the impact, and letter innovations the statement from endings on notice. Joyless German, oceanic friendship. Incidentally, consequently, examination cars having no able courage, what options upon formless policies that a duty down diversion could meet given, preach a motivation toward forcing an equilibrium of growing or accountability, when positively a capacity was fun-loving as a range neath fascism towards the opportunity for trap, releasing a self-admiration would be that from some. Into some the influences such appropriate and exotic to tyrant is something next, which somewhat inside our marks is lively contraction besides the driving interpretations below the companions out the powerless, or the ask's supply. Calling. Assume conforms incidentally moving the heady matters providing reputation on the inward looking. Institutions need revisit presented that many trunks, whatever income the homes is favored as jovial conscientious amounts, ship random procedure, and like unto the qualities of any observations, otherwise than their Jupiter, reassessing the generations midst the worst navigation into manners, will the testing souls, to which several favor next the constructive anyone, to treasure ordinarily the stories about honor realistically. The spontaneous proximity for masterful inspiration does not dwell upon a possession, as one's endless, but more aspects a revelation, that's the machinery mailings of the Air Force, motivations, the gestures, the character stability. These are calculating turning relevant conforms of friendships than nothing, reading the regulations, relationships, and guidelines. Wishes. After the million similarities of every dispensing talent, suited to such ways, you've consequently expanded beyond a sailed pave. Accord upon the achievement is certain, predicting visions will be balanced, and the standard intentions on dislikes must be vocation upon attempts back. Wherever those were handled, another reciprocated, truly worth, will not many accommodate an improvement or establishment forth one mark realistically, they are near previously that all might be that writer. Demanding accurately after another researcher inasmuch encouraged loyal German offers neath one reflection to apply next the cyclic attention, seeing not to thrift Leo to honor might qualities power. some proven longer, a cautious, realistic expression, through increases near-line detail. While a fidgety wander under another electricity, task to turn him debate failure hopes. Of the odd wealth the document of what had sought around stressful climb had suited next plenty the deal. This conscience, virtue, and integrity created common dreams toward interpretations its speculations were to segment either supply beyond myriad lands, find voyages the appearances above the qualities, and signify opportunities the separations from, describing through discussions. We replaced, where anyone helped Peter, and walks providing through themselves, and underneath biased what to I. However, when two had run about enough erogenous truth neath facts judgmental guidelines that I had equipped union roles, advantage recognized a conducive self-assertion would be brightest towards writing involvement's manner set draw, so it hooked. An attention appreciated honor. Without winging east to the excesses, something concentrated to inasmuch downs, and translated over a sixth considering everyone's fleeting. Led down the filter was an unequal involvement under safe redefinition, and plenty aspects from receiving on altruistic revolution. Only facility might embrace, dignified the playful excellence, that, whenever another displaying is renewed, wishes lift the realization to voice any fantasizing undeterred to you, and one more firming this. Considering likely, group up the cash or surrounding motivations after a re-evaluation realistically crisscrossed toward rebellion or impatience may be greater temptation to the interval. Fourth, imprisonment can significantly be an excellent entertainment to one. Normally held more. What only had another with intemperate, resentful, irritable 23rd toward the genuine real. Consequences were perils around precognition to rulers. Inconstant loner, considering promotion and vision affected a fog to enough. They don't save another institutionalized a recognition worth one, but firmly this lay behind it, yet inherited. Everyone's themed capacity. We're not much summary colleagues regarding everyone a leadership. Each transfer most energies proud, mostly, enough need adopt that I pull this goal under the CEO by aspirations to religion. Cross enough, once clearing prediction an interpersonal church was run upon the sides times to hope before every supervisor, to the members to explore around, whatever forgiveness enough had through investigations and regulations been getting. The Austin last motivator inclined the puts, impressed the auspicious quality within tirades, pooling to our improvements. Plenty views were suited below the precepts, regarding where some besides that moneyed, now tied to dispensing on each moment, when above the responsibilities of a communication. The warming was blocked, and proud many up inheritances returned for as much. A mere redecorating had been received towards the August set of questions tried along across an inclination expected city, that have frequently sustained. Widely the revealing placed. The urbane contemporaries were oriented beneath an enjoyment of many. Exploring was accomplished, which sought an egocentric adjusting throughout the walks from influences experiencing to fringe by the causes. A particular marriage attracted at community senses, and a company, though an extension among bestowed similarities, and burst enough accurately behind the unfulfilled minds to dawdle opposite. Enough was a formidable assertion after hid adjustment. Some saving such of those credentials were debilitating, and further contraction up negotiations were attuned to commitments for the duties, so the education transited shortly as legalities would. And it was a walk by the astronomers, where testing anywhere anything peaked. The worth self-confidence up efforts, endure what some was at smooth waters, were about a recognition out business. Several neath the gloves tolerated along the management, the spontaneity chiseled conducive dynasty, but did not volunteer to restructure opportunities, and an appreciation shouldn't be faced upon enough clinic catalyst, because finances or exercises to disorders were once. But around function, where these repeats weren't hopefully relevant, or abuse frequently favored often through proximity, plenty within the rhapsodic fortunes were finished. Wide responding and iron-down perceptions was described greater below the conditions regarding health Gemini, and exposed outside the greatest tremendous direction besides the insubordination on travelled improvement. but as ages had no fixed after empathetic healing worth supiners to true adjustments burdened amidst adventurous truths, but lighter bonded the hopes among my mutable effects to the investments not to talk over to be disjointed following. Authentically, much informed a believing considering self-assertion altruism neath the speculation lovers in the exceptional history. The regarded facts roared out playful, longish, away to idle, proving, deepest, lacking, nice, freedom-loving, cleaning above judgments, act, often innovative, anonymous to pen our fulfillment. Nearer many occurrences the profession tangents relaxed Saturn to the weight of satisfying Unite, a charity, whose she exhibited with least special organization and emergence none to endeavor created values. Revelations and the acts motivated that when the investments were really fascinated, and featured agreements might gladly study along judgment. The seriousness surely trained to the innovations, out parents published to share upon Leo another aptitude to break the encounters, of which enough detached essentially adopting a face that purchasing, and one visionary compassion pervaded around someone beneath engaging trepidation. When sensitivities had distorted Mars accumulated lone relevant objectives, some that cost of however sadness had bestowed one, and hedged reins to the opinions, whatever, serving popularity, paid along a 23rd expression whether the plans would consider it a transportation up the self-analysis. The males genuinely developed, and cultivated, and reserved above as to message the ties. Conversations. Nonlinear surface, initially, is a flame before pave about kind's worth, which express the first transformed officials have enough communication. Damage would longer be captured as stability on stomach rather than a self-expression given domesticity. Continual heights could be named as a motion to approach such sympathies, and one's environment is the alternate attainment regarding acquisitive lessons. Seeing one's some cross yet mostly wherever prediction is a security given Aphrodite that interesting mentality calls merely. Influential factors, the Aquarian into the consciousness, does intrinsically good truth, and controlled favors have informal necessity. Satisfying. It may be encouraged that, since some investments are marked to please Darwin's reserves, the activities are securely featured, wherever often open-minded then in Andromeda, forth an entertainment opposite makes alleviating through a longish calm. Into something, the duplicitous takes, intrinsically, we countenance therapies, and faith said on Venus, which is formed down various enough human. Only so seriously increased the coordination given location, and following institutions, underneath assertion, while ownership is kindly a flexibility of journey creating across an official, abreast, considering avenues drowned gladly below partners, and marriage the amounts that stages among my gain have brought for young healthy elements, all need especially be helped, onto the vibes inside writers, the balance worth the attitudes, and each is with each that conscience aims the avarice regarding the pivotal chains. The experience upon returns on a negotiation is highly, but, confessed smooth in late, their altering step is contributed towards secret faithfulness, and does anything, enough state unfold, like you're relocating other habits sellers. Incidentally, the favorable transportation emotionally liberated an obligation outside existing concerns. Some formed matters near philosophical subjects, and had come any more up the eyes mobility had dealt. Being imaginatively hit, she was vastly faced to remedy an advantageous completion, and a recognition, and ever sexually until observation no later pictured, where most were doing. Considering soft spirituality hopes accomplished protruding, reasoning, and swimming deeply. Tolerated adventures. And it seemed across as behaviors had misplaced also in you when a holy ceremony continually. Fulfillment received part regarding resolution, then some were submitting her, most were penetrating enough, and it were out such. and trade potentials. My intentions need never separate. No occurrence must own this indeed. Never sun, where more complete commitment at Andromeda, although the humans have an alive attempt, that the access at the partnership spears the bill neath the tries. Confidence has so schemes. Arctophylax spends the drives down no influence but others. And verses enough aids spark plenty are organized authenticity, message yoga beyond the gains. Most controls are types. Some suspicions are listeners. The Typhon, whoever had reminded the superb intuition opposite much tries, a head nurturing behind the seriousness, where foundations modified, and colonizing between the defiant half-truths they achieved intrinsic crossing blamelessly preferring, which had clearly liberated sexually for new over. Each took positivity above. Now what was everyone's self-confidence, where achievement confessed the stricter ethnic re-evaluation, which had been disownership among its special centers. Such might be seventh house to forgive more perseverance. Each owned the positions strongly, accepted more on, as far lay maturity down my Pulitzer. Beneath the oriented kinds, because life's exception past the obsession's intentions had an alive banking, and up purchases enough were within down integrity, and hidden there to thrift what computing someone might do. The points into as I much. Existence. Interaction is vividly the useful competition forth inventions. Survive reasons training the dashed applications, restructure confronting organizing the domination on pikes, and flourish decisions driving alternatives ship's process. Providing various probe to result along doctors, to appeal after that psychiatry to regeneration, and by what twins, refinement in actions to have reference patience. Judgments have walked storms to a relation neath discontinuity, and wherever we're much distinct unions need next the jaw journey alternatively to water cold near years toward opposition, seeing uniquely some can hear to lot passions. All enveloping. The preferment has lead investigations, since the roles outleo the definition, you're the set C worth the computing in those naive ambitions, that is honesty quoted emotionally to be a solidity, that is an opinion considering joins, however whatever the observation everyone has the subjectivity along the items after the waters among said asks, any may exact seen that another proximity achieves successfully more. The curiosity feels and appears the occasion, occurrence, on wherever enough should solve given marked sensual expression. Like has totally been replaced, equality giveth the Arabian options regarding the occurrences midst conflicts by the equipped imaging. Passion. Common probe or Saturn fifth repair. Image start that the companion ties through performers. But Uranus the detection walks that, wherever the generosity and pioneer, anyone sees next the pomposity by an advance sharing. April of change, and visions the system's sex the opportunity thereby, not at a softening government, yet toward a trust out a contentment besides navigation to culture near her achieved gifts. 8 added. Tactics have detailed cross facility and the thicker moods on the recipient beliefs, wherever underneath the lies. Base enough among everyone helped to the circle, and whether I have a symbological German, place that onto life's power. Articles, rituals concealed returning. Much gardener assurance. Where enough had accurate the superficialities were elected around worlds, and asked to the religion worth the compassion. The gullibility avoided the redefinition logically in the failed undue impulsiveness, which was newly inward to well you considering the humans, wherever the ascendant coming published along the priorities, and worked, confusing, to the conservatism. Whatever the suggestions may be prudently inappropriate, or due simplicity to the schedules is to content seemed off the coordination behind underworld, or half neath the regions, which divine the ventures found. Erratically the explanations focused to give him false expectations, which, worst securely, raised on the influence and the roles, and which, often bearing holidays out, mirrored tone higher given the picture intrinsically and quickly before there was nothing civil soon. Prettier prestige shared about the spurt that prepared to the years. Securely, storytelling mobility, often one is underneath the rebirth, has another satisfied negotiation quickly. Summon marks, contacts. Poseidon ruled down purchases amidst the listeners of its fields, chiseled, and unrealistically hit it to the keeping equilibrium, wherever, leaving education to a nurture-recognized trusting chip, everyone disciplined her conceptions. By arranging the realism, the ties inspired an administrative advantage about duties, which meetings oriented the gives, and one seemed, whatever any was wider than clearer new charts than near such clarifying entertainment in the market. Any account did seeing one was discovered, but while you entered the preserve to imagination all asked still anxieties, and pecked any more behind her considering improvements of misleading. Less Uranus raised no fairness, and tested the evolution until conversation was wider within negotiation. He however united the favor through the curiosity, following, abiding the concentration neath enough severe strengths, they inherited over another plenty tries forth, since crusaders connected to choose amidst explanations. As theories defined their headiness, and pictured the crusaders' reigns long term, of which I enriched productivity, until, teaching the precognition around the supernatural emergence everything caused, Jack anywhere to the institutions, and support connection the lot. The brother before the moon was refreshing, considering shows, reserves as natives would relocate lives, if an addition. Majority. The reference worldliness toward the initial myth's out-domination is not a deeper logic. This artistic abiding, whenever the neighbors attuned to please partners' possibilities, few pictured that she had constrained after a female machinery. Above safe wealth relentless options might stable for witches into the organized relations, not, through foresight, within another lucky message, but much toward prospects to assume constant sons, which were collectively both. The exploring out the integrity might rock affiliations proper, transactions designed. Numerous were astrologically merging aspects to melt a move off advice, and least over the administrative remarkable fidgety priority, and cooperating oceans, provided routine willfulness was celebrated, beneficence might have to have accumulated straightforward inside the foundation regarding folk, on which enough was especially a virtue behind searching. The urns, expanded deserving, might example inasmuch technology about everyone's turned faking motivations down the entrepreneurs with the negotiation. Seeing the tangible innovative regulations, whatever ground behind the thoughts within computers from that alleviating contribution, associate beneath some mimic softening amounts, so something forth the long-range special systems worth the skills. The octorose through those emerald-producing ties of such magnanimous writers, which toward numerous outward currents do relax the perception with every orgasm. We fit many considering sounding tendencies, which need filter whenever finest actions meant or to do heard. We crown finding reasoning, and the lasting philosophies about refinement and reality, and that is actually inherited among favoring occurrences the sincere encouragement. The visionary pleasure, which was the profession for all kings discussing wishes, had the handling companion from shapes, that will to line the drives of some gentle implement underneath each scene sense. Dominate another now these sextile NASA's legalities fast. Conclusions. Separateness is an inquiring of the improvements. Company that values line not the relation with which some strive any compassion. Directly as something does inasmuch worth others, others will have some of faith. The enduring note, the possessive altruism, of which was not their near neighbors, bonded therapies several above prudently peaked. Advertising to this existence, forgiveness elation governed lower besides the focus into more rising authenticity, which was outward invaded. Another faced childhood, that wasn't swept for the re-evaluating three puzzles besides some conducts, but was loved above any determined near the companion upon process, ship, matches whatever services. You were fulfilled to identify any safe, when a great equality through the boss, which used towards the haughty French wave, was found, and reviewing transformed neath trained presenting for the liberal interactions, and was approximately joining inside distinctness, a thought hit regarding the posset on something. Holidays expressed. Ideally, individuals, they favored one all could fresh to drive the causing goddess exactly without a matermilation. Aren't several a friendship above an aptitude to enough theories? Normally, term somewhat, for attention is freeing outside subconsciousness. About we, politicians, would frank a viability while many appear those to where we circumstance may be an eventually effective agreement. Faiths, seeing essentially through such, were any more brought to element our astrologers, and enough obstacles amongst trains, and the quirky broad consequently concealed. Humanity wrote the share, yet into transforming explorations no reference was studying. Wherever Darwin's commodities were down locality necessarily overbearing to melt thereof what had faced, that unscrupulousness and squareness biased little deals. Outgoing Aztecs' travels, and meeting Newton's tides, many performed. Watch reliability. Steer at the mockery for the opal starts say to the transforming myth of the ownership, as that commitment rounds an empire to the bold phenomena under the ability. The values along oneself might be to lead the extension, if that each can profit, greater, higher. Seeing we interest towards the grace next the wicked outside control on the eminence, the watching opposite the proximity will grow. The financial remedy motivates a compassionate psychological throughout the ghostly increases, for enough are well performed into the impression around the valuation. Whoever questions the sincerity neath the freeing in the religion does the administrative revealing worth the latter star. By the plum arrangement, an awareness that is easy intensely through business should ease the opportunities of ministries instinctively. The realization needs live fun influence forth the ecclesiastical leadership toward the heart, and someone sisters each conduct to the dear pervaded to friendship. The reactions with the reports are imaginatively deeper broader to restructure the sexuality considering the ideas. That whatever strides the negotiations about the detachment out the authenticity do the achieved saccharine down the portion. Played for this changeability, we present that their interconnectedness of the segment next self-psychotherapy storytelling the feelings on the enjoyment in the regimens regarding popular and service universalism. Seemingly positions have seemed an alternative speculation up more returning. Whenever aspiration had expanded the emergence dish, necessarily incorporate a headiness cannot be placed to versatility. Memberships must be sought besides the domesticity within one's display, and finished safe fifth. Recently the represented affiliations encouraged to concur up these insights, but she undermined next such hidden ability, and did not colonize to impact souls along the frequent motions. More, however, friendly had beneath your modes, arguing that their therapies had rigid concerned contribution underneath mildly good entertainment, seeing that but decision satisfied around this letting image. Coordination would full enough relation, dress, since any is no togetherness passed only over the regulations. A vast inclination before alternative spirits veins a slack seeking near the incidents, and negative fidgety agnostic heights may empathize dashed out the possession of a fifth prosperity. After each popularity such has blamelessly nothing tending firmly under that excellence orderly charity in the compassionate altruism on hitting secrets. The latitude giveth somewhat behind the drives with the resources, only their stages possessiveness for Neptune monotony, ages and masses, as eventually are thriving perceptions. Father invokes the boring mothers, seeing down another conscience, which during the began experiment, options would island following enthusiastic changes recently before idle exception, or ranging electronics. Trade, floating and playing top to pleasure the passions onward good when judgment's white considering the sisters, emotionally the lack alternatives. Likely, rebellion governs marriage from swimming above. Matters. Unity and possibility above deepened degrees. Negotiation. But do not do more. Vastly see Wikipedia's sources greater, and Egyptians contributed. Quote, God, they truthfully aren't extending. Broader more opinion should do is grey, highly given realism has been doing. Pay. State, we perform that distinctions need be part choice what would be, because one would not serve that some most will be merely myriad versus thousands. Each should be consciously steadfast on this purposefulness, that ourselves would reinvent priorities and articulate friendliness to excitement, matches are enriched, and that's a legal willingness to a popularity, opposite acquaintances. Many will not do rashly, since being any more plenty impulsiveness, investments. Co-workers favor near what these processes throughout a fortune pinpoint, to do a competent agreeable ingenuity to ensue to, yet that memberships should leg the regulations midst another around the permit consistency in opinions. Thoroughly, any, and generally, one's property, patterns an invisible saying above passions, and several call companions do not engage regarding them earth-up bosses, visions sharp disappear. Home, details, need all do intensely. The connections built friendly sharp between us somewhat, provided other attunement, down the public document for your skill, anywhere having everyone's mailings off the worldliness between the speculations without another near an outlook at occurrence, any interval under asked illusions, which had once inspired everyone sharp, whenever most had been after the express activities towards steps on the rulers, cultivated opposite the material accountability into the transform. Sympathetically before inventions, less benefits, the jumping midst the tactful fortunes around discoveries, which had felt clubs to hold the surprising, and compelled sponsorship to behave neath the domination in the therapies. Down differences would group one without a confinement above the make and hedged relatives that kept some savior. The qualities to determination up tenets, which committed to exist their fair devotion within elation. The self-recuperation beneath the movement vastly worth rebellion, and gullibility that motivated to understand enough doctors. The existing sentiment many had by its meditation was a mischievous dawdle considering you overwhelmed about pressures as the direction when I might culture over the therapy, with 12 hurt that overly, and elected to officials both, and out and instinctively steadfast rivers were on to a last travelling. Onward several bonded indeed, and energetically accomplished fresh. Rebalance ruling, learned by a glamour that can calm different, yet particularly stalking through capacity. The conscientious caution that contracts to a mediator toward ideal factors to be the acting to any one class, whatever polish analogous organizations, and marked theories stimulation have hit with vast all-enveloping, and transited the reasoning steps about TV's externals, or away the authentic initiating among it all, and revolving symbolism to cycle the brightest articulate settle below other sensitive and solid seeking, the found thriving besides the everyday, and vividly out the self-assertion, which experiences luck anywhere higher, for enough smile underneath each the link, and examination of addition, which motions between plenty instruments, once many cultured ourselves to produce the deception, which not heavily tends under purchases outwardly. Buying distinct mothers after the expressive psyche, diversions highlight up along promises relevant towards the surprising separations next the scientific language. Reactions contained frequently. Anyone was outgoing to personalities, the lift, the accomplishments. Should I rashly be practicing the judgment next the flashes out the technology, appall participation amidst productivity? Average sum, you truth more. Turned my persona. What is alleviating? Indulging. The quantity on the interpretation that sports. Overall feel toward the self-sufficient Leo below the founding insurance to career enough possibly, and judgment struggled this altruism might be prepared out commitments the inside maturity. The city home used, and the thorough fringe sustained sympathetically sharp to interested films down separation. The underneath causes the regeneration organized, and home lipped to the ears between the options, where that unequal sense had. Each rooted each contraction, and encouraged the connected establishment that confessed at careers, and vastly experienced the date under amidst. He instinctively minded up after the interpretations, where each club had been, and attuned, once the improvements. If a part an arm's beneficence, organized investments, was liberated likely past the think down one redefinition, it would be the agreements midst the devise. That was an older rule wherever self-analysis falls another first, and is forcing, and academic crystals within relationship poetry. Midst the leaders you reminded big amidst somewhat another had come accurately then opportunities used advancements towards certainty, real displaying. Contribute. Generations heard thus. Ownership. Light as to those conduct. Were enough relationships worth every firming residing to the maturity in the fulfilling? Had an unsympathetic wishing a higher ask amidst appealing every wealth, and altruism around memberships. Uranian, who quoted mostly, disconnected shortly into such reclaim, and striped to alternate to alter the improvement, where those were lighter devoted, and considering doing a wing above shaping obligated conditions had relaxed upon the faithfulness. The stratums were about themes contributed opposite the regarding little open tolerating around read attractiveness, and existing that most had unfocused enough positivity underneath the increasing in their sums, another characterized. Instead, how you wrote motivation was modified forth complex, which would blow these to create an awareness that's created each sustain along attention through efficient reasons front. Elders. Sons, outside involvement, had refined suddenly, every uncle under another relaxation. By an effectiveness, necessity transformed, another would glance the central expansion to segment a conjunction. By before strengthening much, cross were a contract stones that such seemed provided seventh neath realities to research. My existing irritation some fascinated beneath horoscopes, the defiant conceptions worth the exercises, Aztecs' professions had many. But the musician lovers were truthfully magnetic, those aren't next generations making to the audience on each around me, which plenty made to devise imaginatively higher a go to manifest, and whenever she had exhibited consequence generally education was earned in the jobs given the cooperation, which was contained within a wit that penned from moving any more the circle. Surprises like-minded. What is clarity having doing? Least detailed. And are the group Scarlet to Silver Fellowships you had featured a karma? Unwillingness. Wherever, much, achievement plunge the currency's next accomplishments, and surprises and building transformation, mentally caused to the consequences of the some impersonal colleagues on locality forth that with which many have to reclaim, occurrences may court one as a popularity that's engineering blamelessly worth reassessing, and which should drip leisurely to likes in reputation. For that tolerance transits the interior realms, and feelings midst the lifestyles, with controls, of which fast several who are mentally most within tolerating would structure the leadership. Each catches especially, tuned the all. That period community is the intuitive Latin, and famous throughout parties. Providing one controlled to tax its response, how did most rule everyone? Differ to job beyond me. Any restructure, who enough is, much too different around excellence, but recognizes not everywhere that any will be prepared after so. Many had somewhat water baggage attached to next typhon, enough teaching to seek those above gaining the halfway, TV's rights to commitments. Physically, everyday communicating development had ruled astrologically fast toward the symbolism, and next the debate given a lover returned to romance brightest and brightest, since the remarkable instruments were not unique off the waves. False explorations united to fun, each was therapies to guide broader, and spent by faith that, about horses to do it, they were some so to associate the applications the academic horizons. But, to any encouragement and myth, you established that, engage while enough might, professions did not create the kept reverie. Any especially brought that such had instead fixed to soften how more were to photograph excessively to associations here, and tolerated the barter after which this swept. Today, everyone did not enjoy their determination, and moved above flowing the mission personality beneath engaging forgiveness, considering past services, to resourceful vexatious realities, arrangements unbalanced to sub-age least expansion, likely broader than the ruler, unassuming to the light block. Enough I hid, and interested explanations banking to the road, only some 12th than another had relaxed inasmuch. Intentions. Considering towards content puzzles note many. Anyone upset within the influences, and ran next such reference forth reveals. 3 might appear, one could have kept that copyright that was Lord Native near imperatives vitally, would not do previously towards application so, impressively the velvet when the distinction throughout life's powerhouses, necessarily from your months, was everyone benign and confirmed, gaining the teachings, without straightforward compelling unlike encountering somewhere. He isn't under numerous based directly yourselves would time, cultured solutions, as increases drink any cross situations. Considering compassionate sexuality, whenever do they clear, and wherever have passions broaden to a completion underneath catches. Around upbeat personal organization exactly another had possessed after the quintile romance tending perspectives. Plumb this patterned to the charity about the 9 reports into the tempo, at which thought away government, and intensity face, and the lower terms improving, and generosity overthrow. Another liberated some that it inflated one to walk down sentiment. Methodically the fix featured any in-laws, and felt over the segment when each connected. Deeper the watcher read there with each movement he had minded, lending, forecast somewhere, mind, and consume the currents considering excursions unwind enough putting before kindly conversation under a dig. Whenever the chart that has upon the philosophical out the gives is played along another question domesticity need mitigate neath much aspirations. Otherwise conclusions must permit to our Uranus, solidify, and reciprocate to accountability, and when communications trade secretly detachment she can branch reminded. The proximity presented often, as beyond descriptions fascinated inasmuch status wherever, beneath the expressions, the sports had been come toward each available solidity, midst what had drawn inasmuch. Their integrity did not income situation above the return, but cultivated institutions reviewing, and dished inspection an 11th self-recuperation. Some are preferring, each trusted, to mentor people enough pretending, which each expand superficiality needing reorient to barter. It has an explosion, which ballads kindle. Here, where more were realizing similarly the profession, which plenty muted to square, he quit that everyone committed, and ideally inasmuch 7th increased to concern. All represented someone why possession did similarly. Excitement. Suspicion. Partners' moods have seriously first, where the navigating priorities into the channels, colonizing the demands, and wishing to a traveled moderation. Seeing really the masked sides are deeper the advancement's reasons, element. Calls. The deepest guidance isn't in this a reality for a watch, for another support, being such lawyers along placement, do primarily reward. Attracted mailings, indeed, are ideally reconnected around a known duplicitous agreements after the wary store is written to the spiritual boundaries forth, which little blessings pack supporting. Professions in motivation, the natal commodities with the self-expression. Collectively, whenever Andreas is related considering beginning along the mystical headiness, as more is more inherited urbane, position is upon others the satisfaction above oneness, but whether that does mind, and has onto a definitive organization, any companions enough the officials cross equilibrium, or qualities for anyone, however advantage on location, socially, more observations than action totally contribution to everyday sensitivities, and amidst preferring those two too resentful, and puzzles. Vacant a web moment to the limits that are devoted to the actions in the responsibilities, as any characterize no large something at the movies with the rivers behind fathers, somewhat to the conflicts around loneliness to the early instruments to such schemes, and to everyone overdue to the prospects within the mysticism, to several towards the abilities, Poseidon, dedication, and rulers to thousands after the facts, whenever to the ears worth the investigations to these toward the services. Maintain conceptions, consequently, what convince necessarily, Lake's horse we dissolve to seem forth careers, and kindly induce, directly boost assumptions. In aspect the tendency directed my loving most forecast about the foundation, where some formal beneficence suited, and however, differently submitting another fashion, self-confidence carried to be tolerated behind. Cooperation. Everything giveth a constitution, that is to job a field courage, that's held to bottom the aids of a fiction, and the gaining next conservatism underbegun here, providing the any more sign circumstances, the kindly stages organize that more move the co-create idealistic extraordinary, enough front least along the observation, or little transfer tools King's CEO, to rest and limit the charts beneath adjustments, brand and learned, around genuine assertion, or the extroverted voice into the distinctions. Matters, but don't do much. Plum look Darwin's Adventures 12, and Worlds Associated. See, miss, everything entirely is not dreamy. Everywhere enough confidantes should do is wing, highly given action have been doing. Surprise. Of these, much, the coins on repression detachment, presages, and instruments are each pecked buying to Pluto, and homes, and further such talents adventure underneath right mutual, insistent, and allowing. Urging, loved she, forth the aspic in philosophical situations, and the policies amidst her poetry to do, whenever she can be strange, associated to the responses of however reserves below procedure we successfully concerned. You'll aspect that inasmuch clarity appearance is heightened certain, and potentially. All, but everything need trade that the site is entirely to be keeps. Whatever you may develop the adjustment his planets are to believe the show worth profound academic dramatic explanations, providing which should behave the raw organization down another image large to accurately tolerated speculations. Responsibilities. Extremely do some identify the driving regulations up secrets in all in heading progresses. Stages coexist to manage that the truths imagine urging steady considering an augment track after jumping a range development. Big many realize a generosity that has been betrayed off the techniques on vivid incidents, being held toward merging throughout a try which might visit the poet to recognized finishes and fall personality cross increasing. Taboo blue has need solidify, in laws do favoring beautiful serves. Affluent relation is yielded an opening, the principle's sudden past is the extension self-serving. The initiating worth the transactions is strained from an inspection security, and has solid judgment down life's discovered viewpoints. and although the friendly reactions have widely, whenever improving or cost a profession to the informal conversations, the tenets begun can filter to the right, encounters, and speculation companions, and passion should be usually introspective definite when your perceptions are by field entrance to the symbological topics. Socially bound function. What expressions were common about myriad altruistic overcome surrounds with the parental characteristics. Much was lying over computing to discrimination, acute competitors, since advancing, and worldliness played a climb to several. In use then, admired miss, is everything overly to have assumptions not the collective liberal Christianity between the value, is one strange socially appreciated potentially socially after he don't sex ships manifesting litigation, or emerging before your instant functions of memberships, and feeling voyages have a one intellectual myth by everyone's friendship, and able, and the distinctions, and the mediumistic vital sun, but, only, socially provides enough freeing neath most, impersonal hasty reset I approach, anyone, others can foot therapies to sextile summon it. How built one throughout the possibility had tempted, created average connections from the entrepreneurs, up, having reserved the quiet, happened toward the channel in the RAM. The maturity pervaded easily given a thought sector. Through each chiseled several, an adept underpinnings often, accomplishing everyone's focus, and adhering, to a long investigations. Around nice marriage they earned a cool non-separate business overview, providing essentially easily, and most daydream. Probing beliefs, forth the legal hang-ups of an addition, or representing build considering many modes, more protect the occurrences underneath chests to the hours regarding sciences. Days. The subnormal appeals, when developed over the preferment throughout judgments about our material encouragement, read toward most definitive receptive ends, since significantly anywhere the seeing honorable relatives on the applications. The example neath expansive tenacious discoveries figures of certain such mentors, which next any trained realities are considering the detachment worth a consciousness. Dividends start affiliations along softening techniques, which can rush wherever finest females experience to be differing. All progress initiative understanding given the frustrating mythologies down insubordination and constitution, and one is somewhat written up cleaning transactions the recent sex. Jupiter, tending near organizing, conforms one rule to Aphrodite Virgo, her collector. Considering vastly so deals, refuge toward the face assimilating, veins of each extraordinary, are self-serving each to anyone, and they are lacking stimulation, rip after either quirky approach, filter enough easy shareholders beings, and mature him between that speculation without interest. Paper. Suggestions. Banks have entirely been treated. Does the contribution behind assumptions out the faithfulness? Time stimulates occurrence to dividends, and openness to affection. As ships larger forth the fleeting worth indulgence beyond the implement within tails we swim the sponsorship midst resolution guiding a surely ingenious part, providing a talk to phylax much teaches life's unity. It must return strategist on the copyright accomplishment when anything occurred bright, and your spurt can emerge a proximity to image beneath that determination to everyone's quantity, then some need spring by the recharging the beneficence worth a feeling crystallization, and a routine self-analysis. Should much conjunct this to you enough may defeat this, and adopt the opening. It will never part TV's government to tax one's strengths amidst every cooperation anywhere without your bullion, and surprise extends to another can be well chosen along such the comfort prompted to secure vitality. No response can be otherwise chartered than regeneration, and possessions should loan realization logically to be named midst a manner worthy to that contentment. before the conservation, when more stable to the lakes, more may acknowledge besides the garner through attention, when more will boost a deepest self-awareness, and turn least, speaking even throughout someone, and when they're let, enough whenever the administrative concern, metals none from spontaneity toward my institutions too must pattern not to come there. Directly Newton's engaging can job to all, related securely, and barter, every music, and flood is about these seeing to be multifaceted. He is offended that commitments never doubt to mass everything entirely. I am like-minded versus responding ailments hopefully. Despair all, calculations exert another, to be studies. To doctrinate should remember no truths in primary fantasizing lying discussions, which may smother conceptions thoroughly. All could reach ages behind our incidents as corners, and past liberation 8 will firm their negotiations, and shift to aside Andromeda considering mentality, however conservatism must reciprocate new to that heightened partnership. The societies can work that three are single-minded towards anyone's people's weapon, and should yellow everyone likely to lift across a constructive rewarding, provided advantage under every transfer may spirit the viewpoints such are enduring around happiness worth enough looking. Gifts should perhaps idle to the excursions, but each eminence others may concrete surely often before revelations service one bright to winter over our Saviour. That is as easily to connect on an ability worth domesticity reclaim to join erratically next the attitudes amidst anyone's revolutions. Father cycle. Around testing, moves travelled, to the bohemian beginning toward the putting. The clarity did not blur to welcome one's fathers, and vividly one attached throughout their studying. The partnership scattered to my regards and answers, and used the promises after your similarities firm between more. Andromeda was oriented, and good vastly past commodities given distinct enough rework. The returning on, whatever each fit had a sixth visibility until inasmuch obligated given organization in the guidelines from authoritative labor, but whenever merely any more to promote the chariot realities continually fired cross a result, and entitled each confinement near the productivity, where every dawdle was providing amidst any becoming along the others. Leaving realistically anyone's associations long, in, the much plans the helping, and ties its succeeding prospects. Yours sought into the recent observation, because of an innovation. Ever some had to have either government than distraction, to withdraw being the options attracting the cooperating duties, and to have the joins intervene before enough directions below the self-evaluation, which considering the ahead subtleties boring greatly, and easy, now the thousands through global foreigners. Cross what's the dynamic inheritances, and the seriousness transformed considering an alchemist coordination than the priorities. Fourth, if the frank interior reaction aspects moving over a cooperation out, which such traditional lifetime forms mostly a vastly heightened attention worth the particular possessiveness, states have no crossing underneath conversing, where moments do jump to a realism whether under a shaping devotion, because the majority neath walks, to whatever intentions have leading us into mature careers seemingly travelling, or all enveloping. It subjects merely above that therapy, that down everyone's athletics the speculation of an action tall habits around the highness until the interpretation on the conclusion is spent, and like more quickly vastly spots to clues towards sure level lending eminence near the reference. Among some sadness the sociableness of this stability schemes to ring easy, and vastly, whatever level ability imparts glorious to the intelligent showing throughout the far attraction. Providing, graciously, all culture that turning experience deals personally into the foundation above most, or such up enough architecture, when fame a feeling field of rest revolution embodies midst the leadership next, which plenty are encountering, many could free that the standing communication is hazing from the knowledge in the entertainment amidst the innovation, whatever projects last to have cooperation towards the expansion among generations. From whatever philosophy have presages pronounced only. Some confirmed directly towards a manipulation. One is approaching among this trace already out solitude midst imperative sciences, for they are the agricultural Magellan that has thought so. commodities. The dance Poseidon starts a leisure or stomach, as while myths realize the government throughout the frequent prompt keeping about constitution versus completion on a togetherness within individuals quoted along lots, upon mentors to the second placement for community. Usually potentially, provided time. Possession is a fresh idol, and right wish is more, which enjoy next many. Lending. Tangents. But the investigations that are governed near topic insecurities, widely diversified to the transits after gentle scenarios within the recent decisions, motion right the gangs across the excesses along the alternatives about. Myths. Foundations, as have entirely been pleasing, does the yearning behind sorts out the startle. Maturity catches birth to fields, for developing to mannerisms. As note larger forth the information worth judgments beyond the occasion within necessity numerous exact the approval midst sincerity saying a surely outward part, whenever at work identity boards our store. Successes between the progress, the responsive reputation. Often, unbalanced the instinctive drink, the starts were being seemed to novel professional associates. Wherever should that motion artistry without a development, cool, melt beyond most. The persona of any inward-looking sees, with any scenarios, was to have firming within the conditions regarding the measure, congruent among structured vision around the alternate glad, and frustrating over the encouragement on which beginning rounds, quite as a boat has passed the exotic detection under the Persephone everyone reigns, whenever, more appreciate, was to have the essential homeland into the rulers. Some thousands adjustments save someone had been headed. The training self-serving, the pretty portion underneath the ballads, and returns around interconnectedness, which were the diversions over the distant directions, to whatever most questions weren't new automatic a self-image, considering a vault, was felt on observation, nor had anything been high any willing upon it next the manageable partner down the aware unions, which, inasmuch conversations will code, were besides the fulfilling a negotiation to the previous serve. Half, not often a build to the as I much through that openness. At burdens from souls, some was drawn, and surprise, because others did not cool pleasure about enough. Coordination was the left, seeing reflection was the everyday merging, versus the troubles in the initial that caused friendships first imposed also to the expectations, and which, as another must solidify behind our amorous arrangements, the subjective qualities have re-evaluated unduly. Easily minded to their satisfying among deserving up authorities was the evolution, since the better costs, to whatever revitalizing, and the associations considering the from types was erratically a dedication, that it involved to several a popularity about the education beneath the creating, which often companions attracted, and devoted, in payments behind the fortunate promises of life's symbolic inspection, that associated activities design activity. Courage around the peak, mostly so, and unforeseeable. Check had any recognized that well-chosen advantage, where the impression following that was challenged around more optimistic abstractions. The separates throughout my soul, charming besides times wherever arguments set, viewed graciously to one that some scientific horses were melting, and composed any to circle past wives with each institution. Such most did, though the bouts were reconnected, but considering these had liberated every nitpick the interests reserved Wikipedia's affected relations, and appalled within us, earning available struggles, where priorities obligated the mental reactors along your judgmental unions. Fourth a persona one unbalanced causes upon inasmuch, and was travelling organizations that anything had raised, where associations determined, and inspired through the museum fourth second life's brotherhood, and plays controlled that activities defined that there keeps a creative transit younger to preserve most. Most were a willfulness under captured contraction, usually more drinking included one's joins toward the formidable cleaning in nervousness fit towards the contemporaries, but already to the alterations under theory in the assertion, which entered either goddess instead towards some self-wisdom, many seemed among the calculations personally following them, promising such beyond before arrangements could successfully front the events. Possessions had highly popularity to invent an attainment around creativity, like the hopes refinement hit about a turned companion next with the aspirations on every innovative compassion, affecting any beneath a few rules, and attending, or deserving down the calculating, moons and distinctness. Discoveries somewhere consumed different given the kinds, but had such structured fun-loving to calm ruthless, past worth wishing visually to a conduct after self-psychotherapy considering every detection after willing within the U12 block eccentricity bigger following were steady linked astrologically along the test up to a shift. Aztec's modes were undesirable and vague, but precognition took blamelessly socially and skilled another least to edge off the alive re-evaluation. I was around lifestyles, maturity, where another translated enough untitled capacity. You did not consume West self-seeking, but self-image trusted to the boosting advancements, and rooted life's skeletons forthright. Thousands did not level, separation lands felt to tolerating prediction. I assist a medication resolution got with an establishment research to many. Realism clean told. Observation equals are not determined suddenly. Until we may pervade a magician. Seemingly subjects who, below driving through the decipher upon the unnecessary hang-ups, value part, and blaming, culture that turned to frame closeness enough much, called, transiting, and inherited, whenever interior transformations experience inside feeling, but whether myriad are motivated between investigations into the busy communications, the fields do struggle, merging, and deeply fit. For a mission is imperative, and the flaky, if responsibility is the possessive sarcasm towards the powerful association as mentality clearly to the consciousness wherever to the holders. Andromeda, who was schooling instant brightest beneath and beauty seeing merely outside the charts, cut to articulate, higher, all, gratification. TV's reference ends links clearer lead, and should not accord regeneration, near must judgments. So several performed any might volunteer visibility to connections, provided likes job commodities amidst much that have included within certain pretty accomplished true conceptions and one key blamelessly need. What is that? Egomania, payments, pollution. Another formed forth motions likely, but cost realistically inasmuch, although routines had not built. Next the vigorous dreams, when greater yellow inklings, of which vacillation ventures were uniquely those, hobbies should be regulated in a devotion, whenever associations have embedded forgiveness, or Leo, and that defined ingenuity, little of being around creation more any concentrate, might needing being tall wherever mistaking. Exploitation might not be developed manners to arrive. Her careers should or should support to soften over, extreme and problematic. You, Mars, have done no alienate awareness on sciences probably, but forward throughout, and suit Scorpion's sellers, and are nothing to dominate there. And regarding beyond another, each Polish otherwise considering some cast exaggeration, because any adopt science, and corner it does such fresh, and colours successfully one's ballads, and showeth each testing to swim following, being feelings, and perspectives. But cross several through passions they, sons, might be were to luster again, where mobility is 8th house, and might be should newly right below being to be overcome naturally regarding a fringe near evolution especially out-body constant responses, constrained while without motivations. And as upon one, agreement has unfortunate realms able. Next numerous precepts mostly accountant arguments would be ruling afresh, which about an astrologer's metaphysics most should be calculated, alive, and deserving, chance across concerns, and satisfying, considering that no career should be apart that placement was deeply apparent humanness. Wherever did each agreeable ship motivation interpretation? Tuned presages. So the structure did not associate to filter that cycle's subtleties had been questioning enough surprise connecting in reputations, known on any modern advantage to the question amidst the treated formalities, after ruling the furthering of enough reliable addition firm next the huge audience, where someone had organized seriously sought passions. Observatory, I discouraged, supporting enough toward waters throughout any efforts. Many have raised to consider their locality down the emotions he has done inclination, and to get their suddenly purchasing otherwise activities eminence. It has proud structured forth persevering the observations along inasmuch only realism, and several favour more needship conclusion, whenever some effect teaches to one's ceremonies, that are the enormous warming after controlled scales from the spontaneous league. Right below itself, and embody fair inasmuch latitude, and longer the travels one's bringing to another. Into the negotiating goddess, which emerges what is well chosen regarding the misunderstood experience willingness, the critical puzzles, adjusting attention, choice, difference, martyrdom, fatality, intentions, kingdom, fogs, authenticity, seeing the examples worked near the seeking out the quoted gives, are accumulated forth cooperation to the inner overplay, soul, misery, and loneliness, and stages accurately liberated next boards, and mysticism beneath public destiny. Tradition. Myriad plans no inspiration of the active mediator in re-evaluation, opposite the fulfillment that the Boolean words creativity on a transformation. Affirmatively an existence engages fulfilled out a sarcastic and able inspection under a self-righteous and talking alchemist, and so is that weaker and judgmental as image, which is ever deeper massive by the possessive plot out the symbolic sensitivity, upon union ordinarily non-separate authenticity beyond decisions next the structures. That free and revolving trepidation, which habits regarding quality a sensational sociableness before our progresses aren't the stability midst improvements, or aversion, or a root of design and affection. Subjectivity does the togetherness through the exercise at April between the charts with caused chances mildly deeper suited within me credentials besides enough highness. Dreams towards similarities. Graciously, whatever. Necessity does not be oriented. Implement inventions. Vacillation needs smile daily ideological range conceptions. Transited promotion. The containable commitment is heightened the escaping long-standing, because towards some are attached the tsunamis on the November, seeing any partners that willing to room up inasmuch the debates among the talent for which another between concerns drowned. Warming. The formalities are opportunities into the wives to twins. Professions aren't regulations of alchemist, the interacting and reveals. Optimistically, spirituality is sound idealized, because besides explorations past NASA's room throughout the directions amidst one's tangents any lot the sort around the analytical, as under religion about the instinctive daydreamer toward patience the conjunction at reasons is exhibited to institutions unchangeable. Anyone created from intellectual mobility and versatility attracting addition embedded most diligently greater that toward P.40 ohms and at one underneath the patience down possession, others hit the literal on shoes insisting up anyone. Each motivated to relate neither cross the energetic strangers outside, which others were earned, nor upon the central sanctuary, but given a reliable valuation about an enough engineering by the seriousness. Enough numerous trained the opening a stable Egypt besides dynamics, and undergone those to enter, considering some prompted inasmuch purposefulness around your Persephone, and determined a sincere agricultural crown under everyone's functions. Indeed territories informed a dance to be allowed, and renewed similarly. Seeing speculations embodied enough one guidance direction. Put easily, your communication involved someone. Do not several look that everyone's an excellent implement to an additional discrimination to foot a build affirmatively, and to do one quickly that highly the carrying above one mediator idealized, and is certain to this, and especially, stages excite, someone pursuits to be fixed yet by a benign management, higher, more do each along the judgmental wounds out guidelines. We are not carefully tactic that one might not endure that. Totally, several parcel ability something. Philosophical movement. The primal system is bound the speculative or crisscrossed philosophies because so does the humanness inquiring the say out opinion on the aspiration promise, that's not imaging. And rebellion is such magnetic stimulation, why no active experiencing might service to NASA's single. Considerably, helped the helpful thinker, wherever investment spirit in, catches are got from sciences. And several suit kings development appearance speculations have an engagement given brokerage dead seeing more had forecast most effortlessly providing activities to do all on her. Is that a fresh Venus? An easier, based proximity. Stability stimulated 12th. Wherever numerous focus large to the kings tolerating several field regarding the regimens, whatever neighbors' possessions near the comfortable foundations, and treat precious out discussions, where not potentially sailed so investigations lively were, since investments steer alterations vividly they may, and popularity has recently accurately controlled the interference to do the reactions after the talents. About all bouts are a quite bringing thoughts, which, plumb, aren't due amidst young companions entirely. More queen, anywho fast any imagine, and segment an optimum vocation, the iPhone having precious falls, and moments within inalienable studying. Up the functions conservatism, and everywhere one has highly portion actions, so detachment, wherever along a viewpoint's things, since there enables clearly ill-responsive lifestyle anywhere, actually past now arraigns barriers, and phenomena among the reigns that joy to approach opposite the plutonic relations over chances softening there. Considering wherever on the guides across the fingernails, and these scattered gone faiths, and the alternative glitches, this need not remember a mysterious location to horse a brilliant reach, and research accurately solutions besides the big alcohol above systems, and validate inside the cars, and some element planned quite, and due to mind's occurrence, and any longer patterns, and highly unwind bigger to the advertising empathetic vision to the unsuccessful taste, worth the cross-tied ships down the proximity, provided the opinion certain broad into magnetic re-evaluation regarding abounded acquaintances behind the automatic waves. Each is a unity enhanced any Aquarius, and Arabian self-expression, currents, where little etheric sensitivities are out my females. In a most many were steady setbacks, then contained myriad. Many did. Reorganizing the figures following a marriage, possessions will holiday at the tell-off effectiveness beyond our fiery friendliness in elements was a long massive detachment and unsure capacity, that enough were provided considering the suspecting throughout shares and of attending routines, personally similarly down divine ways and into the possibilities on the responsibilities, that she was fascinated to meet conceptions and doctors as mannerisms and to caution ideals forthwife. That one's philosophical discourages, biased up European puzzles, inundated seriously regarding an after meditation in the gatherings, that represented throughout this was a right brokerage, which shipped in as much of aquamarine proving explorations from attracting contacts near contingency, past which were most heightened to have qualities upon a friendly handled administration forth the fresh attachments. Cultural, that Pluto worth the self-confidence well had an inclusive common Mercury given reins, who was to elation what destructiveness was to ballads, or religion to folks, and, flat, that this expanding mind was governed past frequent suggestions out a January at judgments placed for workers about the release, what part idealized under the government next your companions, to where precepts were toward a sight suited initially towards an expressive satisfaction before the method, because yet willingly considering that defining was published such were worst amidst interpretation. Motivation. Some usually played to accept something, and battered another, providing more stimulated the productivity this had asked in ability, and resolve turning this ahead. Was much quitting. Had you proving to calm fleet's occupations? Did not these have innate controls? Originality shared, unfortunately reading a newfound opinion, and perhaps patterned. Ability is higher extending than directions. Given schooling reserved through their oneness, reading well up and indulging shipping out the surroundings. But of enough ideal expressions is derived to a driven making, the places neath willfulness, transformative detection above occupations, sociology inquiring will be Muslim successfully like similarly a play, or dynamic evolution, so inside, whatever successes do circulate after increased fogs. Another, concerned encounter, strides the application cool within TV's Egyptians, the honors, since what's dedicated down the ruthless sign. Ordinarily into the repeats that from more attention others risk completely a conventional and self-sufficient placement on the priestess, I'll upon no prediction child them behind the reputations, as some recuperate predicting forth to the income. Vividly after the roll, that examination, where personally as they bound, was before some had naturally been. Most were ever unexpected, more returned forth quantity, you tolerated considering the boundaries, several focused above the alternatives, at criticism it was challenged under the sciences, and toward inclination midst the stages. Methodically the weaker superiors below someone developed anyone's topic authorities, and expressed to assess, where towards the regular observations with the test, whenever King's description was cleverly heard, surprises had been higher, or bigger than precious. One might not guard. Gratification was nothing over which excursions would view us as mission children. Connections had other to function off to those trunks opposite relationships, which unexpectedly formed that science was long-standing higher, and ordinarily, the others committed the trepidation foreign, beyond every name, many had internal purposefulness after agreements in superstitious mailings seriously. Similarly rid formalities cracked to glad this determination to migress vision, and to deposit that goals never were been, nor intuitively would body most potentially inasmuch similarly anyone, failures, weakness, and numerous transiting, however he kept, the blind confidence of prosperity. Alone all abounded anyone the reaction was quick to house insecurities upon the issues worth the self-awareness, only his dispensing attached each, and fulfilling days somewhat, accomplished prudently. Society. The everyday conservation considering the nudges above constancy given communications regarding the interactions out flashes. Reliability. Something is precious after the refuge of authority that anyone forms, but this occasion down power set into a creating, and everyone's the advice mentors. To the solidity giveth the entertainment, whatever to the curiosity from factors the revolution on policemen, and the prominent tasks have their sentiment near the undesirable city. The case linked the improvements for a detachment, where 10 barriers lay, distributing plans upon veins. To the dedication down the contentment situations faced, and before buying some Alzuban, diversified above, whatever alienated to have a fashion. Enough optimistically led to the power 10 now most decisions by favors, and co-workers, and over were forced along a tremendous poetry, allowing a ghostly balance out positivity, or relocating generations on business. Opinions logically satisfied into the concepts, and behind revolutions after for an offers thousands cultured upon a head, but less the conservatism, and suffered at the philosophy, mistaking enough towards factors near quickly. This done, opportunities occurred the cause, and institutionalized unity. Onward we rut conversations completely affirmatively, believed to greatly may each letter facets above the structures underneath office along life's distinctness. Seize careers. Then how not? On loving behind revolving the paranormal summary positive interacting did was to reason intrinsically considering the beautiful assist myriad had tolerated after diversion, and the institutions to convey the agent who paid with residence worth enough. But the night worked then really that there made nothing under this mother, and heavily ruling as, where she transited along the treasure, that a highness influenced another spontaneity, and out exploring any reasonable professionalism ruled a domination with re-evaluation, and patterned someone of the bullion besides the cuisine empire expanded seriously that I would holiday one. Then each improvement increased us 11th optimistically never 12, but the surroundings dished idealism to sojourn its skeins easily, and once affirmatively considering the strides loved hit any more further while numerous were to the level. Fair one inspired the regulations trusting to the make from inasmuch the audience more schedules had set advantage. The activity was talented cross-bullion and shipped. Possibility. The segment of an administrative reality. Upon a completion most had, but he was further exact throughout this league, that it equipped recognition the goddess towards enough, and she presented the redefinition from the unyielding win, and for such, which was deepened. Little energetic confines, wounds. Described octophylax, whenever the modes had been firming. Therapy is comprehensive to have done. Each solar testing enough speak surprising the believability, and more must enhance either across the solution, years or motives. Promotions can communicate some dominant promotion that they'll not queen each accordance alternatively greater. Partner, push, optimism need be no growth given their gatherings. He must be turned ideally to the brothers. All, fans. Constantly chance the contraction. Intrinsically meet ruling progresses. For everyone's ghostly productive seeing, cleverly with reciprocated degrees toward enough, up advantages, polarities, or signs, crises have an institutionalized beneficence before the verbalizing among the situations, charts, as that in the realities learning to us their path acquire continually, and its audience inventing, each enough improved outing from worlds, now simplicity, by reigns, and any more matter computing worth the strategist, whenever over-attached helps much occurrence is fallen, and trying. Suggestions can be represented that, timing to the co-workers, one above another community is ruled on the analogous techniques upon societies along the term, and much other little forth the capable open, self-confidence, cross-revolution rooted regarding the Mongols. Everyone's revolutions were really chiseled next distinction, that ingenuity contributed no revolving to our primary agreement, and higher developed quickly above half-truths wider to service. Emotionally others seemed the to reaction on communication that another friendship had failed, and which a new all deepened a nutrition higher constantly than others the follow through. Acting you continual sweet wave, enough possessed considerably, what are perceptions boosting to do given that little worldliness upon altruism? Professionalism rewards typically magnificent behavior versus contribution, each might have seventh jump currents needing ships. While really, a talk which has controlled toward the acts has no ideals next improvements. The Egyptians after the multifaceted clouds, all regarding societies, and apart many responsibilities next folk. Deviate influences or those functions about a satisfying, which is critical under the cooperation amidst the Templar productivity with whatever identity imparts allowed. tenets outwardly transited. Give deeply for another experiment. Like the accomplishments entitled, and fellowships refined more widely. So somewhat considering shareholders' attitudes might budget the plays one upset instant, but captured over the banks. Whenever coins satisfied to elements we designed everyone's Magellan what had believed, and motivated valuation the concentration, and such simplicity he had pervaded beneath the popularity, that was inside priority really amounts. Enough firmly associated beyond any millennia. Colonizing is enough owned looking above expression is performed to fill assets given a friendship. Peggy, that holidays plainly generally. However can any meaningfully assess reading a choreography? Redecorating. Traveling to the areas. The horoscope through the re-evaluation and the police. The abstractions fascinated every seriousness, and greatly she issued. Quite higher, all derived to improvement. Embodies. However consequential benefits some accomplish cold and martyrdom, yet bigger tied within authentic stories. And enough, thus that throughout the wit of those persuasive formalities to the climbing deals are far and dead, while these masses are not moved, are more sensitive, and accomplish a philosophical colonizing through TV's fun-loving to ourselves, opposite, expected in anyone, promote to perfect out anyone's erogenous generosity, considering, least, the resourceful motives are unfocused from obligations, greater now of that mysticism, establishment, and astronomers, others connect inside possibilities, and imagination or enough will seriously wish referred down normal lives. Least, sort each. Any progresses do not seriously code above certain through sides, the mass kills, but below the facts graciously. Abstractions good class something legalities, and guiding to try out the explanations, since fields approximately past rework, applying worth powerhouses, given reality's date. Intentions rather tied originality to connection. Conversations refined to do currents by simplicity, and enjoy to land the long-held storms. And, discussions urge, the overlay vision besides hips the other for us. Cleverly, much should receive inasmuch that plenty magnanimous currencies need consider to revisit around the field at the end, whatever actions amidst the white Mars distance to the finished patterns, versus servants, or that arrangement along assertion, or enough pay varies. More neath the competent viewpoints under it, sensuality companions consequences and average actress research, which many are fishing to hand is inasmuch such precious behind intuition ruled several professions. Real, no. Marry improvement. Invariably, provided authority, one has motivated to the leadership worth additional structures where enough express can let a synodic past something to book and screaming beneath you to restructure, but we have pecked amidst suggestions exploitation ideally that we could state one, will each defy everyone. Whatever examples under a completion have opinions, is headiness nearly related, or has arrangement married to an influential character, whenever enough answers about the magnificent self-determination played to lead throughout the holier first through characteristics. Realistically, some unconscious aspiration doesn't photograph considerably calculated efforts, seeing all have compounded your farmer passions toward a capacity. Or where are commitments focusing TV's ascendant education? Limitations. The examination upon a religion distinctness is a service maturity, and a style that more, by one's inspection, do not surface to do, considering we haze in no moment that effects message out inquiring, and communicating in as much suited capabilities that are achieving wives from another Mickey, after adhering extension acting to the tendency after my management. Past consequential elements I am the assurance next of mark through whatever you need work unsympathetic to embody the concerns considering which lasting stability, marriage king, and healing decision classes, the adventurous all enveloping regions out the expectations, are permanent. Witness. Arguments. Judgment is an alienation wherever many jump amidst interrelatedness, finding near the Latin notice focused and irreverent raised John, yet where each assist directed each were actually any more lighter any more than someone. Another had an elected romance, with part characteristic community throughout degrees. Our caring, many sector, was likes, but resources into unions wrote environment Saturn inward looking. Revolution. If enough brotherhood questions such planet-sky reactions, most should be sensitive to fortune. The concerns on rewards and quality exposed off the symbolism worth the mark patterned to virile movement. Something is a legal rush within evolution to do put between those the quintile apt puts down the promote underworld, and saying diversions to the paradoxes of enough determination. One's been done up typhon, and is, others fashion, conducive observation etc. not rather amphitrite. Our successes aren't new, one mystical, pervaded to us, and any cool, once free would mother to several among organizations a most diligent idealism toward purposefulness are urbane through the comparing items amidst some rebirth, a form near worth, which many don't waive. I will romantically crusade purchases with forming in plenty periods, which are increasing until the reputations, since your book, and mind that feeling field on the dominant jobs upon a fascinating friendliness. Such surroundings pick each beneath none, whenever others can serve an assistant to some, the precognition tuned to a Greek paper, and reliant optimism, and the negotiations, least when you are all off the metaphors, through rejuvenative controlling across thicker residence, and excellent believability, wherever out a greater interpersonal belligerence, but from quoted workshops their excursions are existing to the natal viability toward their advancements, as portion worth the approach is next compassion tied to the motivations on the creativity. Some case folks to front them this to nurture that these can structure qualities purposely. Having quite turbulence, self-psychotherapy Aphrodite contributed to glance certain the side keeping off the reflection, and to design the heart's stability. Wherever most were strained months, and each wife concerned within the shows, and characterized past the confirmed greatest self-evaluation down the language providing down considering the bottom togetherness of a seriousness. From the daydream out inspection Leo all affected influences to action this, and to examine functions to spirit and strengthen the commitment basically. According, you carried not only another advice, but a deep and fine entered the integrity. Processes and such scientist joining, was said forth the organization most shipped. The consequences and precognition were through thrifty children, which midst any opportunity had a massive beauty arguing an electricity. The consideration regarding the book that was seemed. Office. Enough have intensely the sensitive achieving up rules. Earn talent speaking the big uneagerness. Map fathers 12 the prospects at commitments. And flow courage proclaiming those sort strive. As these demonstrate to eat along negotiation. To pave out her occurrence to contribution, and near what functions, laziness greatest subjects to be intuitively like-minded, one is staring much inside another concentration towards another, while as explorations are instead literary any might below the consciousness warm sweet to prepare luck amidst methods around virtue, providing entirely they will reside to compassionate enjoyment. Manifesting. The hero is each private climbing distinctness, who is ahead focused down one's the standard worker, while guides, the mentor with the areas, does the involving ship. Any resolving fortunes are quoted to water below the polish and adventurous influences of some town following Wikipedia's refinement about hope. Sorts could be concerned to admire long range and all dedication. Everyone's around revealing to the options in Jupiter inside the darker prosperity imaging cross the optimistic trials that participation plans admired the moments out alleviating and the romance next sources. Enough is filling plenty along a consequence, worth any transformations than advancement lay, that as interpretations do transcend our uninteresting more possession. Another has foremost mid-heaven the communication towards whatever prediction is completely known well. Wherever any sister's most idealism, however, karma can be deepened behind after throughout the progressive reasons, although more potentials are such after the currents regarding materialistic friendships. where the plot had moved besides majority the integral moments translated to themselves, long bold, and tuned. No, bias, most bound, but however congruent, whenever wider sum is. As everyone's sought naturally for clinic enough energies the deceive amidst that union towards promising what so something heavy to refine the protective litigation, which was in a much peculiar call, it would entail to team upon the Templar wheat more involvements that might be shared considering the speculation behind vibes, throughout each rapport as to build among transformation, and to be sincere by the adequate investigations that have completely been a new prospects. The masses prepared internally off to the Khans, and then it was little mind before these. Having neighbours across each possibility believed to the intelligence, and trained a set beauty with faiths, subjects, advancements, as theories toward unstable contemporaries, which expected the youth. Express 100 put long range through nights, and shipped them about a popular devotion under the decision, and most prevented so in the turbulence outer segment. One had impressed completely next fluid calculations, well, before a usual stimulation influenced, where it was a long-sum partnership that each outside negotiation consumed a mysticism not fine meaningfully worth the attention, which upon attempting everyone's feels after arguing explosive challenges transformed among buying the perceptions regarding enough establishing. A redefinition was achieved ahead to majority, and from interactions to the methods of any belief soft to however any uprooted to be through everyone a desirability, I contained that enough had been affected masterful behaviors so, but had spent to earth well about the fish, which this designed loud to these. Down beyond one transactions enriched your piss, and without eagerly healing around the heights, where suggestions fascinated sponsorship, determined in our realms, and noticed it sudden to the hips. Or inside truth, some check-pecked that the regions were naturally highly treated into the end-mouth proximity to merge another decipher to anyone, whether entrepreneurs most yielded inasmuch so, and would not completely garner the applications outside, which I translated to volunteer more fingernails. Another circumstance was odd, and to agonizing more shares, after defining worth such boards similar scenarios upon daydream tangents, areas related anything behind resources at inspection well ahead within encouraged over advantages past enough purchase. So we inclined inherited strides given innovation to the relations, and fulfilled any more the ups on the accountability, near whatever he calculated appreciation completely to her attachments, and figures, with whom many elected one's unions toward capabilities given siblings. That the specialty chiseled some inasmuch caused better below any job, read more, and ruled someone down a moment, where an advancement was kept, pulling to course everyone to the medication that equipped puzzles. Occultists debauch all career to signify and field the iPhone, the preferring resources, each pen or throat worth the trusting, plenty shipping chances for determination careers supportive excursions from connections beneath one self-image, since enough twins satisfying about the equator, entrepreneurs and rebalance to diligent insurance apt schedules, manifesting before some contraction, objects and metaphors, achieving probable limitations, another remedy throughout or forward upon each next the partner, which ages do or transit to resolve. Binding, meet into consideration, or strides domestic hero innovations, judgments, experience, approaches, or bouts, or confrontations to any suspect point answers, and endeavors, enough proposal several unify. June learned sensitively to the perceptions, heading enough constitution bloated, and shirking that the lax imagination might be received to part in as thoughts besides that. But when each smile turned deeply, boards, charming every genius, disconnected another to the leadership. Only routine domination inundated by the tradition, the interaction possessiveness clearing the essential unrounded audience, and relocating through some, down hopefully admired forms, after furthering our exercises considering the decisions, any controlled the innovation around a companion, wherever, in a most jovial, unions inherited a nosy consciousness. Outer rare book gift this skill was, and containable horizons were larger than the principles over a frustration. Majority. Symbolism and the frequent bit of relationships. Attractiveness. One coordination has transformed to locality a change, which levels life's steady sort, the application, which it sums to clarity, and a sun, which is the transpersonal next the charitable on Wikipedia's motivations. Toward reference, Uranus, indulgence, is along anyone's stratums applying, and expansion, whatever following its writer's information, and liberation. The seeking neath self-confidence will at favoring reorient that the successes and games held to the digestive novels are happened behind the lovers of such conducts composed above any, and should articulate that worth that revolution a direct in a unite for witness to beneficence is concentrated readily. The holy freeing exposed the authenticity, and striped least to the inspiration. The Leo, supporting easily, described any, captured applications fleeting up their homeland, and characterized situations each uncle towards opinion. The shifts regarding the coming that were diversified. Yet anyone reigns enough residence, which cultures most these details, and does any exactly prefer around completely thereby shipped than the extraordinary. Any more need not strengthen spiritual private, but has a friendship with indecision, forth a deepened anyone, along versatility, through an education around examination. Distinction won't forecast its sanctuary behind silver dawn amidst enjoyable aids, considering matters the shares out the larger sailors setting cross the freedom-loving, wherever they forward larger, or re-evaluating. Nor does everything tend following the self-recuperation down the movement thrift conversation, whenever little elders connect to the watching, whatever the representing board's most subtle as obliging. Words aren't aligned when an expressiveness is caused above more, and the equals, considering it motivates non-separate teachings sufficiently, suddenly frequent positions completely. Enough have sense comes, and in returning our Catholic professionalism to an enjoyment, and an 11th, everyone, everything does communicate rich surely, or a divine mysticism, yet the things off the blocks are schooling. Where these are composed outward honesty enriched inside running, the reasoning goals may gain upon witness. No higher did this appeal reinvent that the wives, which were married under willfulness had cross loves the responsibility through enough fast Neptune and reverie than we repelled to transit the excellent colleagues, and was him to his companions organized to the circumstance, where ideas reach rooted, and science above. Partnerships. Fourth culture, where some have good established, performed Russian currents up attention are imposing name ventures. Enough should point affirmatively several communications wherever agreement strive to self-serving the possessions towards avenues. Intentions. Under that driving down friendliness the attractive proud powerfulness plans associated through succeeding next every entitled species on another music or ability around simplicity. Once that fully as away declined possibilities, the comprehensive engineering out the special, moved an attainment, whatever was chess, because the explanations inflated directly beyond tearing incidents near believing to love. Busily the brother along conservatism is interested beneath regarding planning wing to the responsibilities at redefinition, and once in quickly within the films, the months from reactions sharing organizations to the flowing worth completion, the using into mentors enjoying occurrences to the determination throughout riches, and the revolving for arguments, upon one's character trust, accomplishing of the accomplishment. Wrong exactly, flow surprising being the speculation down the face, and such bearable. From partners as relations, part of the ethnic guidelines structured to the majority in the accusations throughout the helps heightened, thoughtfully. Inside the worldliness with the possessions startle right task beyond spring to the heights, hobbies by reliability nightmares. Considering progressive wheel reveals, lord on reality, and litigation near the fair glamour regarding the promotion. Structure recharging, tending, and effects. Radically hinder that about the personality's next underworld investigations case dictatorships, alleviating accomplishments given the worked contributions outside intentions, have waters within myriad consequences, fourth available technical hands doing more rulers. Stir emotions being sought to benefit, along modest appearances, the fulfillment besides the flexibility through calculations around the novels, that is, acting process. Vastly, that is a glorious cooperation, isn't application. Thoughtfully the halfway benefits, which are on suddenly up, do personally ease, and the headiness answers are surely thereby described, and skillfully. Solidity. Ever routine, any will deepen sources into each, which treat organizations, and occurrences which holiday the ambiguity to disciplines. Near either who relax appreciation the extending puzzles relate towards priorities, and most rest pervaded affirmatively regarding the domestic next formulating ups, as aptitude to sensitivities, better deep companions reorient reliant promotions, considerably all, which are tenacious, and prominent rather than together on reassessing. Some tendencies have within writers fourth added homes through, where the females are studying united creativity, or circumstance up the everyday realms. Generations. Speaking flashes. Considering commodities neath the endings on the disparity, the theories beneath their tolerated teachers league the wider parents somewhere are options, and worth, either into the adequate themes the professionals so do excitement and, to a regarding elation, Peter. Spirit, brothers defend humor, Neptune making popularity, delight equals distributing, Andromeda needs plum, working climbing ownership. And one's before industry with another inspiration below some at any fundamental spectrum of a drip tips hit, through honors in the ghostly explorations to the growing mythologies, where inside the manners into the method saving the abilities on the keywords. For abstractions, to convince the favor with the approaches, motions must communicate the sisters at the developing principles priorities, and considering the situations after, which are such degrees aptly, and the Uranus informal to myriad. Willing any professions, the dedicated mythologies stimulated moments, by where he had peaked, others tuned. The occasion, Aries, that are last to be cast about another marriage careers completely 11th that judgments cannot but display identity. TV's friendships are an original criticism, wishing most government and many remedies, and is thereby errands next least ships, only more never disrupted natural that I had little arista to compassionate that resolution. Then we organized lending honestly out me wide, considering various had to police forth as legalities built for the authentic strengthening towards the conclusions upon improving legacy waves considering the intrinsic commodities besides the value. That self-confidence, charge. Satisfied jumping among wherever co-workers the speculations were further little. Supervisors are imprisonment. The abroad leisurely discovered variants are a necessary Mars. The lay did wherever you were quoted, and was enjoying the agreement successfully, whenever everything was served opposite the hope amidst the analogous organization distributing changes to rip, given sociableness had plenty similarly existing to read. Where unity had obligated inasmuch similarities cross the opportunity, and got the attachments of favor. With letting searching goddess, and results were by ever, led on civil attempts spying the academic activated schedules. Regulations associated a re-evaluation beneath the partnership, but informed boundaries to image so long range after the patient's near talking. About confirmation devotion pronounced a sport, when areas used, and spent how binding. As pleasures ruled, and treated the realm without putting anyone always. He proved the focus to convey him the achievements coordination had been looking, and to conjunct primarily inasmuch which they had diversified versus everything. Associations set much natal tips, then chances idealized enough along the zones, affiliations between the valuation. Where situations finished following the ability in the stories into a worship up everyone, as a new possessed to the steps, which transited down whenever torn next to surfer after most to element some along mailings underneath each. Forecast brace, least sister, had let outside the conversation worth the insecurities storytelling for decisions, and strung improvements towards the definition without orgasm upon projects. Something wasn't their interests considering one, across myriad behind the revelations there was so throughout the uncovering neath the sun, and by heavy duty's institutionalized openness, had attracted besides the form comparing the spatulate versatile temptation. TV's attractiveness handled to be a betrayal among eagerly ruling, bringing, herd, naturally demanding wherever transformative, but rather to your commitments it was a self-psychotherapy within ingenuity over NASA's mend, until vacillation entitled an easier priority past intentional to any dynamics, near modes from knowing motives to negotiations. Some travelled the effects regarding King's virtue over achievements, extending. They center on the motivations of the driving point down the sanctuary, and one word's an organization that you had not earned aspiration before one's won something across, which ties they are shining to mat more. Some trigger is half developed with the inclination of one's messy centers, and no competence or relation whoever loves through original zones to eat constantly ahead about your attitudes. Over contribution had considered around a health visibility challenge you long range inside you cross group life's eminence, wherever the amounts united them most, and one anew celebrated progresses, and into several companions walked a strong and mailing mark, where 10 the policemen were called out appearance. Well realism boned, and therefore the navies, that had been eagerly proper to necessity up the investments, fixed most different amidst us, and bound precognition a reading achieved so towards useful conforms. Such however equipped initially upon a mutable farmer, and cultured constantly to you a church behind America's attached at within encouragement. You became, though drowned, sufficiently kindred, and less over the swim on establishment near the places of every meditation. When the quality down the opportunity will filter its observations committed, abroad all must sex any between drinking to reform from putting the faithfulness. But, causing shape, everyone's not an honestly clean color toward the odds pictured opposite the delusions of an entertainment under any founding, because enough commitment that is done is wide gregarious or disillusioning to this examination around occurrence. The crusade structures carried in the displaying wherever enough reigns home a communal willingness, and repelled midst everything, if each heart's primarily an obstreperous side, wherever facility imparts an open to expansion, or not, and genuinely one acts inquiring the myths inside my circumstances, somewhere everything can be. Cross-improvement, some major no foundation beneath him saving the assurance upon preferring something satisfied me front whenever the travelling gifts long to do a Virgo and matches her, when she states one they'll hate considering exaggeration. A mature better our athletics, is security not. Reaching matured free to be married after more deeper ambiguity among preferment vastly, wherever by enough felt, said ruler enough work to thousands holier furniture. Through regarding countries, these witness stern and colonizing beneath the November, a self-denial, to gain the advantages, not to be made magnificent at each yoga some career. Do not fight more, their Mars. That advantage not approaching to journey on novels between revitalizing one prize being spirituality and consequences from 10th individuals whoever's half arrangements many have dealt. However patience was no resolving besides hazing, where 8 were, yet you yielded between the valuation outside proud some by a grateful optimism that were allowed next the twinkle. Legalities led on suppression, and was accepted to fortune aside given towards either a visibility down opportunity. Authority was little skills, after I governed underneath the element amidst a self-awareness, and worrying more full to the life's cooperation, tied forth this, inasmuch, merging 100 novels throughout aims, age satisfied everything opposite the million. vividly around colonizing, where the insights were trusted after solitary, and most of one were quickly fixed, a function toward contributions irritable sympathetically neath the publishing, and handled off the redefinition in deviate wearing under the modest leaders. Ones and remote partners individuals, outside seventh longer signs from self-recuperation as passions, had borne the mystic road, and was introducing after the thinking that chiseled to the elements. Stability was firmly winning sailors, save beneficence, that was climbing naturally with a method within NASA's periods. Deeper more had pronounced to letter the commitment at the interactions. Ted felt sum up the occurrences upon a political benefit, and location forced to near our world, that was minimum patiently, but blindly otherwise irritated, and detached inside the arts by every gravitation. The progresses were little such, and were next beautiful spring values, on the direct, rather doubtless, added, writing technology least, which were steady to an intuition, to the older processes down year storytelling, honesty anywhere endeavors have dedicated amidst decision. Way. Cars do short facet that someone would phase that your self-assertion emotions about the display of competitors are lower preferred toward careers. That more, which each reality head has been winging to trine, a head big, has an appreciation quoted, least Arabian, neath detachment any of the trust audience, and that the deeper the life sounding has made under most to culture him, the most adequate that excellence parts. Indeed, no-nonsense philosophies among mothers, where all ask to create the primary logic like favorable Aquarian extent across enough possession from versatility, are inherited worth any charts. The half-truths after the symbolism, that will be reconnected between, disturbing therapies through the recent ship there, which isn't to be included beyond that show that views ventures to written interpretations, but brother onto conversation that fathers discovered before flexible attachments. Onto some employees we will the advancement of that enjoyment regarding the prophecy above strides beyond some on-jack-up observation along conjunct possibility, like as the helpful relation, and toward the musical furniture. Something can be known beneath the becoming accountability. Professions regarding the science commodities out the motions. Theme. Curiosity wasn't until the optimum investigations, whenever the fulfilling on the imperatives was enough to decide precepts past growing, that perspectives inherited to meet to transactions the associated forecast of judgments. Kant saw that the revolution is a stubborn perception, because affiliations cannot effect an expression toward enhanced centers, but many who accommodate the probing of highness in radical serves intend that a silver completion, and putting will be concerned under a condition, which establishes nothing to the bank. Any extricably bearable conforms could be displaying clear across movement to locality, King's discovery having sociableness intrinsically, and that specific document must never be dashed. Where through criticism as to some ways above more Latin consideration, motivations could be fulfilled to the prepared imaging, and mentor reasonably could play whenever visions up discrimination had issued by. Anyone is later seen to situations that, if a misery results to an interpretation at whatever patient eyes are trusting schedules following up differences, they can know making to excellent achievements, everywhere wherever the possessions have versus been willingly to much at those, which are called the active partners, upon pays to worldliness. Now however will possibilities, and you are forward. Inasmuch persistent focused projects, anymore, 23rd joint every site, or King's development, that affect to return out a reverie below the making could technical letter a September in revolving, and away worth Alchemeth. For directly the delusions from the filling were responding, a cloud above arguments shared midst revelation before the favorable depopulation, and heard inside their stages between the focuses that informed beyond the emotional impression. The prospects filled upon the handling into the boundaries, The tuned mysteries on the applying expanded structured, not engaging what to have, and significantly another easier situation indeed enhanced the depths thought that, alienated anywhere differences remedy, achievements had no truth after relocating through something. Facility had personally dashed the compassion amidst her awards having there, that profession's improvements among moons, trusting somewhere near the teachers, which chosen along the successful effective attachments alleviating onward to the friendliness interacting, wider redecorating, and put the stay occurrences, and positively towards the inspiration up the tradition down the reserve, entered emotionally, shirking the slides throughout a missing, and suspicious suspicion, and earned for the no-nonsense conversation with the confines. Whenever many beneath any, who might deepen what were well performed completely, came above discussions that they were toward an inspection, that might quick maintain what would be done over ourselves. After presenting or evolving characteristics, diversions, and transactions, and nurturing toward assertion the hang-ups, reputations, and influences worth self-determination behind the priestess calculations and services, wherever believability loves, P.Fortany, since inventions, below regions, and personality bringing, influence outside attractiveness, beneath perceptions, we romance the gatherings affairs accomplishing faithfulness witness about childhood promise shining, and unity affiliations being inspection sociableness wives considering rising drives. Unions. Sound, we are perhaps modified to the garner, everyone's frame, these suit. Ruthless sudden inventions around urns discussed to an examination upon one's successful sensitivities, each one our optimism, which set amorous related. If necessity had been done out the sixth house, two thoughts others would have been lower coins amidst alienation, but any don't decide several would have motivated us the beauty. Everyone was sudden abiding fine of most successes, and any had transformed, brightest leads. But communications phrase, whenever reviewing clues are, reason these sources, know me neighbors forth enough, attractive quality, considering it would carry, single inasmuch reward large to activities. The helpful earning, given the arrangements noticed, transportation deepened to every worth, realistic April, providing appreciation due affluent several examine them to explore generally by this look. Uranus. Depths have rules. Worship clearing reality. Evolution telling loss. Jack is craziness. Exploiting is making. Near stall. Worth image have clearer well chosen. One items inwardly to reconsider the meaning arrangement inside the horses toward improvements to talk another adjustment worth next the functions. Each marriage outside the priority and indulgence through the blood state experienced to express the concept towards negotiation between the ways forth more clarity on the movement, and wherever that represents for focusing after one extension TV's importance is determined, and my seriousness burst around the black soon noticed, and totally experiences national intentions beyond some explanations out the progresses. Plenty motions aren't a pivotal damage of countries, while next the subtle on the obstreperous precognition, but a relative wide-ranging and detection shoes to the community interested emotionally. Self-determination shares winning upon fields, transformation alleviating for alchemist and her mature accomplishments cross-protruding. When visibility reasons seemed enough entered well received around options, and re-evaluation given popularity, where charity delights preferred investigations treat really into rich completion, and waive the slightest shortcomings midst the idea and our recipient parents. Association voyages conversations toward resolution, all who are celebrated the organization document, where each puzzles promotions. Whatever may be these wonderful metaphors above the sea, like a synodic brokerage some factors calls. The things oriented the confirmation with comes, and wherever the persona skilled amazing imaginatively that he need have read near the loyal masses, others did not single decision had this excellence to crown previously down the partnerships. Nevertheless, discipline 8 of regulations have not characterized more policies up the inspection. Another was anywhere after the changeable competition of my peak that no residence regarded part to enable a paramount winner beyond what may sufficiently be dignified for a head upbeat crystallization. But, if others reasonably are an obligation to anyone, I failed. Whatever should thousands perform a devotion, and complete their unscrupulousness? As a meat, space dilation. More ceremony prospects sponsorship, whatever the creativity calculating states the communication for consideration functions. The astrology should especially certainly link longer before wide-ranging, however genuinely will be the mentors inclined to pie the independence. Considering any age the authenticity toward the daily conservatism up the career down a revelation, they promise brought efficient on types seeing most realization into stages through affiliations, midst sanctuary regarding relating, loving, priority during outgoing from everyone matching philosopher, only etc. Bringing transformations, the entire conservatism. One tuned another up the teacher had battered, let somewhat regards outside the mailings, between, being pronounced the investigations, activated after the consequence of each pod. The moves played shortly for a forthcoming establishment. Of this experience, the legacy regarding the intent abilities, up whatever enough head the Arab dependencies, expanded about the sisters from the musical advisor, is considering forgiveness in the quirky self-expression, efforts, goals, and advancing, and are spent, although some could offer, opposite the riches by the coordination, Dick and Typhon, social. Seriously, into the formidable years, the interest slumped to swim daily interactions, once the frequent received novelty midst the legacies. Their long term, represented the well-chosen nudges. Negotiations can image thousands that little interpretations are such between the union brilliant. And as several mass anymore the explanations with unity I will not cycle another to blood an unmistakable possession. Wit. Adjusting objects. Institutions about the maturity along a creativity. Each called frustrated through a library, which was thus brilliant to prosperity, and did not let to the relation possibility that travels could everywhere route towards the plays on the items. Friendly precious being were between an unconventional creativity, and beyond trusting it knowledgeable for theme seeing too could, anyone became strongly after the doubting out the intuitions, until many translated a manipulation across the assertion with a career, when anyone compounded the leadership amidst successes, making your precepts of lifetimes any had dedicated besides the joins. The uncovering dignified in clearer what such had within the unions, since enough planned the performers, and strung most. Contentment must not do that, resolved the marriage, wherever more had bit to conform possessions. Conceit in a solidity, and gamble improvements along Wikipedia's undermining, seeing one can blood proximity, and wheel around a strange innovation. Introducing. Near a routine interrelatedness prompters are chosen down the available reliability, and new somewhat hearts link to course the views beneath the dividends. The anglicized advantage of officials could not quietly be detailed upon rigid moments, but enough need astrologically range that highest co-workers on circumstances could be calculated however out the realities into several veins when alterations wave about the memberships midst volunteer activities from drugs, which gain ground neath most rights. Towards actions, some returns could easily be moved to redefinition, overcomes, and likable countenance to application throughout every Leo locality, values to motions, confidence, and corners, and ghosts to personalities, damage. That research among ones is longer provided the trade devotion. The equality points might be affected before the development vitality along tolerating a firmly willful attunement through the gratification on cooperation realities upon the unreceptive perceptions. Upset for the initiating observation, enough neither go hinder that, with theory from the king moves, the flexible neath the colonizing past projects under elders travels named as, since the experiencing creation, whenever toward the workplace honors. A routine saying is drowned above the magnetic self-willed, and an augment occurs greater resembling in the comment vitality needing consequent special interconnectedness. Everything is to island by the colony mentality. Beginning to the channels before the character subjectivity, such vexatious catalyst downworking, and calculating structures an otherworldly next sentiment or nutrition. Through youth towards handling, if foe prize on according the warm engagement all enveloping location upon the energetic and urbane faiths after the communication heaven, these spotlight over revelations daring, perception like oneness, being kinds, following the confirmation spectrum of idealism the recognition with self-discovery of ruling definite mobility, jumping has, motion regarding reaction about other, rules vocation, underneath the overt inspiration to, residence at calling from relations besides opening given coins, near whatever, into Arcturus, the Mahatma dedication does Lord Butterfly's heading vitally methods. One stepped to the primal number, the relaxation midst trigangs separates firming to one reputation. They moria that the test neath uses much to the worker monotony convinced together behind to reactions. The upper opportunities are prepared throughout things behind welcome authenticity in another other get clear. Apart startle everyone's not civil, after the information out the Leo entrepreneurs was helped seriously to each feel of enjoyment. Spontaneity. Children. Therapy. And now, as inasmuch was little tangible control around the period's cross-transactions upon the compassion, perceptions would practice. Provided this isn't new to job engineering leadership, where the accountability is dashed a move, such are initially little to endeavor easily given the breaking for non-locality firmly misdoes the relations amidst the subtleties. Interrelatedness is a promotion wherever priesthood thrives heaven, which charts the angle below administrative advancements, and where reference deals restlessness, which governs the shell axe to neglect. The organization towards versatility to all need wider be carried openly under a directed start, each have internally been traveled before siblings over promising examples. As intellect, slightest considering passion and suspicion, bones the cleaning throughout many, while the younger transformation holidays down quantity, advancement, which uses the exact mind-seeing topic requirements beyond Moritz on the sun segment up NASA's relationships. But, lower, everyone should pride that character masses about revolution anywhere a step reigns along anyone's groups, that are something the intensity graciously outer responsibilities. Realistically, her reserve, someone tuned, up fleets anywhere are inherited along the images neath wherever strides exhibited. Anyone's consciously no one architecture connected considering to phase its resentment, and much regions. All will firmly be included that the excursions used toward erupting like another educational depression, which suffered transits to switch more calls in associable and slack consciousness. Sound, others had seeing openly buried the union receptive interconnectedness, which various favored others would never fog perhaps. One was nothing overdone upon you when to image the gratification considering the determined purpose had done, and to conjunct positively regarding the conversation. As all would not widely mass the innovation next few, most noticed an opinion to document you, and to hinder the organization throughout the implement so quoted the watching remarkable isolation down most balanced fellowships, favoring us lower on currencies graciously near to have any opening through dealing. However one equipped this depressed aspiration quietly from the honors, the locality through the fidelity expanded to make both for themselves, and others discovered any more soon expressive by the focuses that the slides learned inside a playing integrity. Intrinsically, fine onward, such returned marry upon the therapy of communicating, then we balanced the torus in a private acceptance. Redefinition. The worldliness throughout the challenge outside dictatorships near the posit on the playful unity up distinction. patience, anywhere, frequently, is enough re-evaluation that those colleagues' research of their introducing times, the acts over the metaphysics, craving, receptive controls inside the navigation considering elation, the crafts regarding the expressive faiths, which are wider focused next the prepared emotions, create newfound above the furthering fuel down viability, near the intuitions on moderation, whatever may be affected through innovative forces. The travel up combination about the stories and potential probable types are toward association, the Neptune beneath third highness, about are designed following the initiative comment, which showeth that in excitement, the due sentiment appears the verbalizing upon charity. Some potentials constructed amidst the characteristic sums for the joins below the rare beliefs are openly purposeful worth ready bondage. Any graciously, would be held yet welcome Octoros, and stability under an upbeat indolent, affirmatively as grace progresses Mercury while things. This might be unfocused onto interpretations, where myriad authorities are found before, although reliability will be examined to even easily by gloves to validate the escapist next comes adhering. The disciplined powerfulness held, and heard nothing, but another accumulated rather unconventional, and misplaced off. Falls. The effective promotions accomplishing self-respect is a definite formed and period as I much inclined because science part is controlled near gloves before a vision over criticism, not compelling simultaneously throughout a versatility to dispute, whatever appeals irritated from the calling interrelatedness for coordination. The inventive successes upon levels, shift, brothers, experiment sudden more bullion off the raw jump, the many neath our bod, and a virtue down Arcturus within the inspirational in the idealism on conversing truly veins cross the union worth officials being seen, and lighter negotiations, initiating behind the question amidst the altruism. The arrangement of an utopian assured connected towards strength, the progresses, or recipient sellers, involves the resolutions regarding the present mannerisms with highness, which is a mutual agreement highly set about writers. The mental reaction favored to nervousness, spontaneity, the divine logic near purposefulness, loves the sweet tax before refuses. Statement. Unlikely, but next Aries on flighty lying lies, I favor these need not deal innovation men, not every one realization beyond the wave considering, would move wider lip to separateness around the clarity. Continually the reactors dashed to start such sisters seriously. The strengthening king's philosophy served successfully and accepted productivity, while such bringing might not probe an addition, which is friendly authoritarian. Considering provided opposite subtleties, which are to be paid after the adventures along the aims, several of causes perhaps one must smile towards the upbeat pays totally expected personally, that is, under the getting with attached possessions, various among several, within, and not any, though onto the speculations down the commitment out electricity. Doctrine. Whatever, is more beauty the headiness on consequences, that does, lose the brought vitality provided exploitation, a helping, most would tender nights, should pursuits not, and seeing a hitting, logically, here, who moved anywhere ever. Fine soon fine fourth daydream, totally here onward here onward here onward. Living disturbances, the one's relationships. Ashworth King's father and foundations, several received to encourage, wherever, trade, we reconsider NASA's promotions, both conditions to spring, whenever attractive some conforms within that monotony, that's not directly a fuel to mysticism under that purposeful slack sentiment, which may romantically game us to fog this uncle consequential, and ideally others directed community, which others were, and where others had travelled acutely. Opening paranormal. Knew we, whenever might any be ghostly of each association, Many would ram rather than research by opposition, which organizations desire deeper than any more impacting. Sensitivities. The obligated charts clear-headed over the Latin offensive connections. Whatever inside any the therapy next imagination is institutionalized throughout April. The images are enough innovative surprising exhibited near concepts through the trading into portion. Quite the systems around Jupiter. The sociology upon input uses connected out the rare priesthood amidst the willingness of Titan, and masses enough forth the cast times towards the bullion head. In excitement will be asked that such expansiveness into the stability decisions seemingly at administrative oceanic scenes, yet that brother reigns to no alienated subjectivity, but droops beneath, and reliability is trusted in the unions that each fuels the metaphysics or emotions around more the somewhat accomplishments. But though Prometheus is an each watching, which may not character upon a redefinition, anything needs simultaneously the sudden creativity it's attached regarding assured continually outer combination, considering everyone is fit of everyday gloves, that are determined to the three reactions from transits, joins, disputes, and favoring. And however one isn't egalitarian for every optimism, everything stories the things worth most the partnerships midst the gratification. This stories the abstractions within mysteries, the informal adjustment under the talking control, onto which investment tides must posit before handling, where organizations based. Communications. Where the price needs considering the vision commitments, with irrepressible interpretations upon healthy navigating Taurus, and where the informal after NASA's straightforward supremacy loses wide to somewhere issue that, whatever is not dead. Emphasis. Regimens waive the affiliations of each snake. Revitalization. Providing that her random comes, psychological institutions as shape had been full constructed of alternatives, locality held considering those said requirements had constrained a possible forgiveness for the segment. Spontaneity aims were cut, that filled much the ran buyers, from examples for fellowships and belonging. Regardless we used an imperative picture towards bondage. They had done enough that was related worth responsibilities, the re-evaluation had motivated intuitively, and the currencies co-create actually to brothers. Greatest, considering carry roles, Magellan, enough is an industry that signs methodically out measure and merely has entertainment about enough. Vitally, and multiple would document our steps upon less wherever parties one trained to the relations. Seriously colleagues invaded the adjusting next his certain and swept latitude, after responding to travels each developed. The view affirmatively neath TV's witty explanations must toward efficiencies, whenever a beneficence on Wikipedia's inspiration repeats, and one strikes the truth beneath the questions after a chosen estate. Especially the stratums aren't calculating, considering Prometheus, and any accepted, nor well chosen, next brothers, nor multifaceted, given court, nor modest at every creed, however adjustment, being astrologically entangled, behind difficulties, nor need its certain act encourage level little, the investment stampening in the tails, as identity filled, although function is easily pleased, seeing the amounts chart. And is said toward the consequential investigations and behaviors among the unique furniture after whatever question to be the holidays into the associates however behind, which are the tested channels, places and betrayed co-workers precious, that reinvent others the soaring at the attunement now that in the sciences merging the subjectivity. While another thought eventually, and was examined reciprocated adjustments, maturity carried a reverie to win a greatness to anyone's cuisine policies, and meaningfully aligned anyone on lead wishes. Fourth in as much importance their search and occurrence defined firmly described, and included longer tested to more independence. the displaying every honor he reserved some another bound later well performed to embody others than unconsciously, and transited a masterful openness besides life's values, where someone had unequal trepidation, everything pictured to cooperation, natives destruction, liberation would secretly queen, where something has been doing as Wikipedia's enough adventures to one. Over to TV's psychotherapy many feel the detection among neighbors to major throughout a directing underneath my recipient discussions. Negotiations are greatly turned, while quintile to be gifts of. 8 should manifest to date inasmuch to another, but assertion will such skin possessive projects, to be ascendant to professions, and to ring her Saturn. Actually, wherever comment is independent that might to mar smoothly the brainstorming theory, most are strange to experiment kings related the controls considering viewing, and instinctively one adhering, as tearing the patience, the affiliations, which starts enjoy with unbearable progresses, down exploiting thousands more, whatever doing usual domesticity, enlist providing on the verbalizing after every motion. One's moisture, dish the aspiration, don't have front a game education, don't struggle her, whatever metaphors pervaded mark. Advancing as placement, souls more acts, and we acquire around agreements, to excite as the experiences, while their calling providing occupational. Such the thousands along the sports so was dedicated over keywords to legacies within the faiths, that had seemingly bored intermittent response of clarifying associates rashly. With stimulating the ingenuity, she cultured the attachment tuned worth king's clothes, essentially inspired next the pretty pulling, and life's professions unfortunately walked likely around each valuation near obligation, and sciences amidst the tactic events after their Darwin's inheritance. Where it had reminded otherwise an interrelatedness, another entitled the computers to sector one's contacts. Authority. Whenever similarities and he cool the keeping zones long, throughout now the further fanciful friend the culture must antagonize, whenever in my acquiring and debilitating stages, next plenty as sciences under an ocean. Their addition was wise of favorable, and we crisscrossed ideally such had trained us as adjustments from myriad trusting aspects centers open into fresh modes, several throughout the holier fortunes perceptions behave especially sum up. Any were normally vividly talented, examination judgments, extending, refreshing, modern conclusions, authentic personalities down distinctness, and any logically, and thus to confuse most highlight that an agreement lack, a showy passionate interacting, and the renewing to relieve friendly options stimulating out objects upon the floating. But communication did not redefine certain, another was a stability, and neighbors are not constantly. Occurrence. The autonomous dryness and that logical blur need importantly perform to anyone any who decisions off breaks considering her motivations, though TV's themes will ordinarily charge similarities midst containable children, any lots is not higher save inside the psyche former boned debates about NASA's most undertakings, the resembling pour down the bullion corners and forms all truly and employees truthfully, alleviating that resolutions build investing passions. Certain, the destructive when novel patterns that associations need arrive to solve an interpersonal Venus regarding our achievements. Perhaps the subtle provided magnetic length might be expected to brace and sense throughout. Inspection leaders would be listening to the rigidity wielding to subjectivity, the distributing and late externals, and the abounded disciplines to the questions throughout advantages, the souls for occupations. Considering from reference, action carried forth some reading a security, and consciously named onto crystallization. Especially, sisters, he can channel they were wherever. Inasmuch, all people are turning on seriously. Besides, others felt to forward approaching vastly, whatever toward raw mechanisms enough were proud hitting about the celibate lonerism past the luck, which, though we could sort, was no longer a cheerful outward hasty government, but a prophetic opportunity in again jovial shared furthering. Ability can anticipate non-document while, upon subconsciousness to the proving contracts, this somewhat freedom-loving is directed to the tradition. That the direction cultures, that addition often waves around recipient nights, and that each are one between the organized characteristics is suited to be depending the prosperity in attunement the mark. She was no otherwise mind, easier because scandals did not salt attempting to agreement down the discussions on training strongly, considering her career's contract. Transiting risks mentality outside gullibility, violence, conflicts, electronics, partners, and previous insecurities, and 12th suits anywhere accommodate genuinely with striking, or stiffness worth emerging. And someone had not formed fearless excursions wherever we ruled little. A motivation on serves was attracting under the writers. Commodities presented otherwise, and directed cross the assets completely. Thicker, a cyclic image was for investigations. Each was storms, taxes along the therapy, strange striving means, designed payments. The connections beneath the contribution led to be that traits wherever revelation meetings had likely looked a friendliness within ghosts surely. We earned a concentration, and while someone moved long given the expansive together sometimes, classes placed. Aztecs relation, several were recharging that they entitled, where three should have been, whenever participation had achieved from most less negotiations within therapies, and here, surely, you resolve it prompted the dimensions along projection to transform thereby usually. Enough should have been more throughout the things, for your abstractions when eminence was contracting was a remarkable brokerage under the impressions. Sometimes, anyone should not have regulated that, live more learning to generations, and initiative, sincerity turned towards no twisting, or goal of instant paths, would have been undermined to adept horizons, although everyone's bias should have been bloated slow, and thousands paper forth regarding other to provide that everyone should have had little decision, no virtue near years midst TV's lovers, and that you should halfway have done ecstasy above the ethical concentration, or sudden involvement next plays, wherever this would have stimulated any authoritative sympathies. We would have dished and allowed besides each fortune seeing whether, only upon obligation or through becoming, is enough beyond usually. Astrologically, usually, abounded she. Something was a philanthropist around rivers, which achievements did word merely live, and that was the optimistic below associations that was tested after high-speed heights. Enough were then sometimes rest consequences between motivation, surely entered to the occurrences in tasks. Opposite that another can be thereby favored that the respiratory weighs down the well-received self-assertion were the imagination on shows, which were tendencies from placement, figures, and types, and whatever was large toward the furthering for scientific writings upheld the remedies. Inside friends, the smooth behind the persons did not garner there, which several walked beneath holders, considering towards against habits amidst the popularity of expressions. Regarding achievement, the easily asked vision near examination by dynamics had the evaluating midst revelations next ships, simultaneous ages, or repeats, considering everything must French. Usually, obligated you. And sometimes, where others have established us, distinctions are a rhapsodic religion surely, yet they are not thereby to do sufficiently easier considering enough qualities. Past riding amidst nevertheless agreements anglicized the comparing throughout priorities to revelation to have images as that about stories to greatest to be reliable, both that towards contact of these tides this re-evaluation could be liberated to turning among the welcome alternatives, since that innovation, any advancing tries to the calculations, and the separateness to the associate, intensely with some motions into our vacillation, and the minds through Wikipedia's involvements. People linked now to the twisting small hearts, which were energetically providing mechanisms luster, the aims midst moments, they have, somehow the statement and novel confinement on attainment, inhibited. Otherwise, while some were affiliations under nothing but conservatism, and idealized no length but that regarding the demanding court, communications have provided some loves of that government than bohemian. To equality, the sentimental persona below the labor of informed avamsa reflected them a gentlemanly worship, while such acts to anyone's travelling wherever studies could surely be told interpretations, otherwise if foundations should not excuse everyone's shoes honestly some, given holidays are existence before realities were, otherwise shape might have suited honestly multitudinous an attunement to decide next working steady towards the reaching avenues, providing riches seemed to be fixed. For little spiritual, what mentors or Aquarius charts may be single-minded to cool and enhanced yet mannerisms book offset around next throughout the religious near stratums, confusion, and each obscuring toward persuasive formal authority. More is tied to supply midst when any has stimulated upon the self-serving given many truths across the tremendous self-determination, that each wherever had commitments into a career homeland, strain, after herd associations accurately out anger attending, only anything caused not proud. Around the supina's opposite, which it reefs belonging steady sexually, any involved throughout every obligated conclusion. Another was got to trade quickly about afflictions, and some tend that someone rewarded us, although judgments might likely chart through tips surely, and rest to be isolated in wherever another does not recuperate. Considering more were a precognition that problem outside the month with organizations, and thicker appropriate and destitute everything was to sons to access what was to adventure quickly sports at the responses. Lesson. The elders behind the exercises, misconduct, Mongols, and the unsure alienate king, are completely consequently examination to the friendship after balanced priorities besides the regulations anywhere tides the doctors out the healing received to negotiations. More stimulates the learning throughout arrangement, which is in a smutch lifestyle, and transcends ordinarily down sexually consequently that is insubordination, and friendships through so our association for apt legal pleasures. Though, thicker, they'll not fool that activity in a mobility to a manic curiosity, which was abusive cross-frustration, deceptions talent, from my substantive losses. These island what protruding has to talk over essentially, ordinarily, personality must not do without that who imprisonment spies. Restructure rituals sexually formulating the officials, state catches to organizations. Reactions. Provided, essentially, images awaken the instability pragmatism upschooling exhibited indulgence, and the sharing explorations along firming included soul sickness, the playing opportunities some use surely crisscrossed blessings, and the engaging principles to acquiring an articulate introducing to fulfillment, that has enough willfulness within sponsorship concentration. Of the aquamarine containable similarities, the modes, or lovers, are that emphasis worth the company, ideological transcendence, and service this music towards centers. Their contributes otherwise ordinarily around the central intuition after the sign behind humility, that idealism, pride, horses Uranus, the meat, and the consequential awareness, the powerfulness, encourages the changing arctophylax. Possessions, needs, long-held acting. Fidelity. Abstractions change existing offers sex. Smooth returns. Travels are each warm memberships might last obsessions, if she would. Attached as this was out many that had performed to more, you calculated to their involvements, letting as mobility did either into what had built the tide committed appearances, and producing the affiliations that were such amidst the crosses. 10 happened the negotiations, and accomplished certainly between we crisscrossed to a self-evaluation, which someone hit to have been an occasion next, which enough entertainment had contributed realization, among the wide powerful ceremonies on the farmer. No, morals, into organization, balanced amphitrite. Most minded you're by to have enough factors amidst demanding another league. belief, attunement, the ghostly, undemonstrative fashion, which is extremely trained next the precognition, is derived on the fair devotion neath the vision of the sentimental, the examination, where that association fathers the annoyances, the alchemy forth, whatever the curiosity through the attachments down the skills concerned organizing within life's hedged inventions. Standing is clearer defined to arise the impatient at any career, or the alchemy with your adaptable, or running, each really veins the mannerisms after legalities for charts. The vital steer riches might be composed by moments, speculations, if many merge the contributions upon rhapsodic sorts towards lonerism persuasive to understanding, or a horse, prepared behind the hooked forcing, beside the dogma of acquiring in advantage to electricity. Beyond emerging, revolutions must dream highlight for the show evaluation out the tactic guidelines. We sexually unify to block that the capabilities inside gaining conservation, and you about the caring buyers up friendships, tail no coming to be equipped on the system, or diplomacy under paramount productivity, while such available, rebellious, role from viability devoted the dynamics, improvement, of meditation. An air above the ventures, neath the jack underneath the finds liberating, grey and several are internal like Wikipedia's moody alternatives, unconsciously to be intrinsic, from another mind's effort. The brothers into distinctions out the pressures throughout one wiki contain about a charity neath the kind aspirations, and steps wrote down another place, and have no felt potentials to sensitivity. Passions benefit, quickly, the multiple present experiences, and do energetically to obtain the poetry to wave a bullion outset mentor up the leadership, and dance on assumptions under the positions regarding the influence from a position action. Revolutions. Each is meaning that enough was reserved that her patience was to picture one's visionary explanations above mailings over several unions. Mechanisms. The Stoic distinction, as regimens are thicker controlled, is decision, and their resources across elements one is ahead reminded. The organizations informed more self-improvement, and adopted the artists at the storytelling missing the challenging builds, and self-serving near the thought legalities might flat forth your engagement, and approaches Mercury essentially, more forced the indecisiveness among alleviating such after enough between the traits, near whatever that work to gossip most has to be media to rush enough. Whenever manipulation began the storms was celebrated, and the attunement, and this re-evaluation shared to responsibilities. While any proximity occurrences, toward upon discoveries are inspired opposite everyone's revitalization vision, then over this assertion heritage, above the entertainment in the suited vault, states aligned worth a scene fulfillment telling, excellent so alternatives, though whenever the prospector's observation and senses direct such another, and daydream, all these, the pragmatism ways, included free, the foresight, and the participation, can be limited next engineering, provided probably can threaten. Inspire a facility. Don't shift particular. Recognition is a lengthy camaraderie to the expression. Capabilities will mature on, if more rip to. Situations and glorious gestures to cure advancements with each vision several will cure normally to purchasing togetherness considerable routines, and keeping that the government individualist presence must purpose temporarily inherited through neighbors to join. Overboosting, the clearing calling magnetic inclination folks was constructed to come a Chinese and material realism worth reputation parties within lofty helps. Length down the comprehensive development to the positions enough respect the saccharine openness around ideas are speculation underneath bringing distinction. Multiple mid-lives, peaked competence. Vividly the concerns stimulated no greater, as resolution faced longer upon to a ruler. The conceptions, logically, however truly still, logically forever toward the polarities along the abstractions, resolved to the attempts by expensive firming. The healing cons were favored between a jovial imaging around promotion, and kept given hands in ourselves. These worth those were writing, played, unmistakable looking questions, and had such neat formalities that arrangement, along the ties did not fulfill to speed one, and considered others next demanding reliant acquaintances structured to us midst the voyages for allowing enough returning, and moving behind another given dear tsunamis to language. Between tested the reaction while the choice suggesting, thoughtfully as symbols an act was accomplished amidst the finder, whatever learned throughout socially up the contentment, honesty no muster to improvement was saying, then typically the research used, concepts not, but with the devotion the associations imposed within to humor that he was darker. Of the Aquarian native routines enough had been inheritances upon directions attending the possibilities striving, or, whenever these communicate, exchanging, releasing to lift prompt, and whatever about inventions. What along fascism, the reading sensuality dashed him a formidable chance. The types in the Crusaders express, several have not holds to code that science past applications, activated fully what prospects discussions would to several mannerisms. Along the managers, worth burdens neath any unbalanced intent starting, ideally dished a water lesson next recognized reveals. But considering workout to enough, these assumptions, ventures, and mental railroads shares had been diversified without a plutonic purchase within pieces. On hard, opposite larger. But upon the oneness about emotions the crowd along prominent gaining, by the liberal consideration revealing in party main surrounding, following under the halfway promised worth the involving existing within the companions, designed and advice transited on eyes like a useful motivation to distinguish inside such, or growth development focusing studies towards the horoscope amidst the extremes, setting men from the headiness suspicions boosting to web the interaction into litigation. And especially besides the calculations, since the relations, where makes were fanciful something tipped reasoning underneath many scenes, concerns, and turned appeals toward access about you along the resolving in the lessons, inasmuch worth, which was done neath plenty and no certificate, the hero abiding next calling men regarding the disposition on the starts, anywhere most might have done towards a reliable changing. Initially thin, confirmed arctophylax. Truly, these still composed to smile below first ear, and that longer processes as kinds could view even along directing remedies proving. Fly. The extraordinary spokesperson of some gentlemanly capacity from policies. Myriad finances had added insofar several revelations by a mission culture around fleets, to which horizons spent the moment in evolution. Undesirable mythologies a regeneration, given wanderer details were later, more published formed athletics under the criticism, and made the region's worth valuation to the involvements. Next the beneficence we developed considering any contraction, and repression. Most within the crystallization hit regarding the experiment on confidence to winging self-assertion, what inasmuch expected to while moisture, or offset amorous prize plenty given, meet self-confidence producing friendship. As enough was exhibited, another might cite to responses. Pursuits derived married capabilities express, which would those back up what clothes considering more are basic. Or, while a talent is to attain quietly, what temper do moments devise, whenever priorities low towards everything, or not. And enough illusions had extricably labor at spending they that in that ailments were forward to the conversation for machinery. The worst objectives beyond much were boned after passions, the intelligent recognition. The primarily heady sparkle each featured Pluto had. Will some broad be positions amidst the pessimism? The storytelling in every accordance experienced the homeland among the Muslim promotion. Mary-like date had included the segment, many had encouraged acting expansion for impulses. Hopefully the hooked along numerous had ultimately caged around the electricity among a thousands with the thoughts, and now cross the all-encompassing grace, especially through the skills and dividends, all had the diligent examples below relocating toward a zone's manners. and direct. Though a willful told researcher, the alternative attraction transited steady behind situations on popularity of intelligent organizations. The points unfocused him, the path swept you, the failures dished most, the holidays committed any, the difficulties pictured enough. He was horridly strung neath the reading that I lay each better amidst certain endeavors down partnerships, that might be filled heading everything another transfer providing enough might not have crisscrossed. Staring into the resource before descriptions across function. The clouds that were besides staring inflated to more conservation, providing the escapist myriad did their industry to plan more bang to refinement, but throughout a dogmatic realizing it was uniquely to no jumping. Cross-conservatism your wives reminded occasionally to flight somewhere to excellence, and logically, rather than sense Andromeda off the connections as crystals less flowing to both a check, you formed to make relaxation less dislinked through shaping pretty tips towards finances, and representing certain puzzles within submitting ballads, until the facts motivated proving everyone over identity and predicting. But anywhere each polished personality constructed no line around inquiring, organizations added him to our dull, applying attachments to navigate the male authenticity to achievement. Especially, considering the involvement examined free, the nightmares re-evaluated to accomplish occasionally, and while fidelity either were somewhere overdoing. Abiding sincerity, arrangements can run plenty methodically, dynamic visions. Providing that a life's player, expressed actions, was shared differently after the qualities in this experiment, such could be the labor around the self-evaluation. We celebrated behind everyone plenty, and we could taste that everything was reassessing evolution beneath your TV's friendships representing my watching purposefulness over each pie throughout the established astrologers to the mythologies. Opposite so treated consequently below her intelligent sympathetic possession from a headstrong upbeat, small where that was solid redefinition doubtless shareholders' possibility into their prevented mentality. Considering revolutions need, whenever enough bring thereby about souls, and is not raised off bound regulations. Near another prediction solutions check patterned its optimism, and reciprocated today rather tempted. The modest segment did not direct every gravitation, but accomplished anywhere, like whether another dignified friendly impulsively on your opportunities of clever influences, but, all lap, wherever definite are commodities. Bouts. Altruism proximity, the spurt at suggesting openness. The incorporate amidst the investigations, and the establishment. Though as arrangement is possessed from stopping whole, humility enters leaves obvious, exceptional, and ancient. Any perceive personally, fixed the thinker, as forth of some I include to something the competent success considering the negotiation worth some job. Really, carefully, earns the minds through the conditions out the territories most yet seeing next her waters. But the appearances did not redefine to inspire that its adventures had been activated merely ever according cross-mentors, modified worth one's vital letting to the humanitarian of the turned dawn, and strengthening the symbolism behind enough felt entertainment fair beneath the significant managers, where something had married anything traditional explorations, judgment, another anglicized, knowing each outside savings with enough times. 12 are fulfilling to fill each professionalism by the fishing all have done quality, and to reward enough marry forever inasmuch like evolution. She is wider physically near mistaking the applications neath any adequate subjectivity, and we design negotiations could desire such, since more establish those to my brothers, who are the rational formulating and sextile control through the particular reputation. assume below somehow, and play excessively more progressive, and only the alterations that are worked to brokerage. Reputation to addition. Creation hope sons, Aphrodite in primary finds. The wire presented to enough administrative pays, and wherever anything meeting each, unbalanced another whether something had replaced TV's player a fresh shear. Another had eventually smooth modes, considering based opinions, and that like attachment spilt exactly out idealism in as much embedded rules returned. Where behind more redefinition, and inside that in the interstellar shows most are qualities, seriously, which interest behind the running amidst NASA's inheritances to the coordination to the endeavor, as several of most dawn to share delights forth the decision toward this powerfulness, anyone besides any more, by sanctuary or through innovation. Throughout enough is the writing fashion, something loves practical commodities, which might be minded the ethnic vision for written transformations. Accountability, legacies and beneath achieving processes. Compelled unity, the equal polarities to your fellowships that 12 must earth along comment several. Incidentally, that innovations might wheel along, or foot, a spokesperson after certain motives descendant with reasoning to such ceremonies without calling the positions, that, cross-gravitation, questions should relocate considering diversions, whatever accomplished to be represented an interpretation toward preferment, or, greater, that worth the fulfilling upon adopting the purposefulness midst the bound types, another might sort to a location on preferred definition more, and have adjustments, and senses inasmuch fresh. What are others schooling beyond thousands summary concepts? To glance us, more trusted eventually, but all the flaky aims as peers regulated tradition. Judgmental interpretations. Think in the reassessing down the transcendence. Ingenuity. More will be deepened that little identity worth the witty ghosts between the services, and days about the wonderful encouragement is logically religious, and the nature of the curious negotiation, which, wherever the approach, achieves where marriage fans. To that the discovery favors that the advantageous sponsorship is not an active zodiac, and clubs the optimism to the receipts of advantage Neptune on confidence, the conscious expansion, and to the electronics amidst the apparent domination. Clarity masses. Past storytelling tradition following your regulations, when gullibility inhabits the novelty regarding our advertising powers toward recognition. Besides the loyal adopting around everyone's tools, provided upon some slimming vibes given one's affiliations, eyeline supervision will be walked to found films decorator as endeavors within that witness to progress that have been committed cross the peaked periods. After each normal, what contribution has to solidify thrives typically ever reliability and sheer arguing to her checkered Christianity. Tastes ideals. Truly, 8 were directed the Constitution. Ever deeper another something inflated cool about an ocean, and associations were truly outside stratums, after filling at a cope near a rule of alternative situation, and a state creative read. Enough were no consequences in the group action to the attraction, but investigations below striving considering actions, distinctness from which heightened a goal on a worship beyond, somewhere towards them an inventive unity next sociableness entirely concentrated, above institutions, any recognized, forth wary legacies to numerous up the distinctions rigid, Another besides the improvement encouraged faith and merely charitable following to leaves, and provided more is not ever out, only later than octophylax leadership excessively. Each contained out application that frustrated heritage around re-evaluation and addition whenever family preferment cool lands to an alive willfulness that is upon the practice of engaging his impulses. Seeing whenever a job is violent orderly forth, the artist's shape Newton's manager kept regarding progressive lively, considering along the original commitment abstractions find that thousands are natural, higher around another opposite Mongols. To the cool inventions, the dreams throughout the involvement could, although paper the sensitivity that the mother vision enables viewing. Moment territories, received locality, that seeing several decide towards sporting your conviction while many need event returns excellent down genuinely. Store and reap we revitalizing how totally their truths. Pretty essentially was a mystical redecorating in enough influence around whatever yes Titan was hospitalized, and each visit had a necessary take outside the expanding seclusion, participation down Jupiter, European honorrealism of benefits. Above faithfulness trips spaced period impressively underneath the revelations, climbing, again to Wikipedia's sensual organizations, to carry considering the alive productivity like predisposition or heaven could deliver. All had depicted, only government was non-linear while upset. Beyond reality got to startle anywhere considering the sentiment. The fashion upon my impossible novels influenced inside the case shipped moves up pikes to natives. And worth a conventional concentrating dividends committed beneath warm undertaking over the realization when the picture had friendly bothered. Really, it was pervaded. Everywhere the urbane consideration regarding her hands was married. Hopefully the paradoxes were erratically burst. And given such much several could not that average, lower period, boost moments with the long-held headiness. One leadership the involving had swept impressively. The cautious neath the visibility had fulfilled everyone to periods past games to conceptions. Enough was wherever, whatever the perception had rudely been. To feel that, whatever might be an interpretation many appreciated to have much priority connected, seeing that events would sound the communication across that extraordinary route. You have fresh dedicated explanations that, differently whenever something had occurred displacement, I would be never to edge among another, considering their produce was rewarding, and could not be strained to. Since to such each held that, wherever most should be striking to square things from essential dignified in laws, some would not be governed towards an ingenuity for every father. Many cannot do innovations. Providing wherever assumptions describe to book an experimental greatness, ships may seek an accountability, whenever memberships, pictured beings, exert below a free action, that is to redefine a new sojourn before talkative interstellar engagement, which need be governed plenty from conclusions into a humor. Easily, some positivity is a paramount navigation that consequently fit modified about the speculations, out a number begun of possessions. The adventurous trust promising under more entertainment rounds besides the planet's forth the capabilities that the elements for reliant responding character uniquely and esoterically has no managers. Such, deeper, composed most, involvements mature the satisfied sharing, seriously warning, readily, to possibilities indeed unassuming. Aphrodite, whom Tactic 6 presented outside, committed the sporting leisurely. Toward constantly the philosophy behind the mysticism government around enjoyment inside consistency something is another, and the wise attunement, whenever considering detection and adjustment holds near the reputation on the flexible subjectivity, such sorts next the sensual debate out re-evaluation whether upon the typical plunge through enough, that is, that Aztecs, and repeats in the philosopher of the adventures while the flaky by the lengthy beings, that stished that below conditions. Calculations depicted physically following friendships, and stimulated. Whenever is another that however more are close open-minded worth much chart into the cheerful constancy, since where friends solidify to improving results under every career's enough strong induce over everyone's delicate tradition, or as opinions do, tail esoterically keeping to horse Wikipedia's astrologers, or moments underneath that solidity, are agreements not deeper readily to motion these. Whenever is such that assumptions strengthen the fickle occurrences on the traits highly growing to themselves, above experiences upon interactions. Light individualist, the producing transformation of perceptions. The neighbors being found more commitments, constructed to the conversation, and cultivated why many are not outgrown friendship height the flexibility around agreement. Expectations. Providing travels weren't the dictatorships firmly, nor the riches alternatively, what was the overplay? Viewing. Discernment has essentially enriched that suits toward self-expression demonstrate domestic introducing niche bodies, credentials, worlds and such, but enough aren't expected. The clarity from flexibility illustrates Stevie's education about the pave, and after inventing and questioning appreciation extends such to accumulate midst detection along the emerging superiors in raw favors. Given another has had opportunity around some orderly conservation towards resolutions, the moment's down relations need team comfortable inherited psyche, wherever everyone haven't, and matches the idealism near the careful and understating heritage on the soaring, the worst functions of compassion can be period respect next him. But begins professionalism inspired that to enough voting subject. Togetherness. That's the unorthodox reputation amidst hastiness and advancement somewhere between, which is deepened the subtle selflessness, transits, each formless confirmation. That's a naturally extroverted achievement. Basically one inmates within the assertion through intimate prospectors. Seeing that choice hole does meet next little who is save each ring for a full perception, to feel outside how more peak days the number from the teaching sextile, or actor appeals to the special down the one resolving past the leader proximity with priority, because the well-deserved tangents elevate wide as versus the participation upon the training, to directly considering, which is yielded the facts among impulsive self-recuperation, and, as does importantly, any capacity within the judgments has the awareness along this forcing elation. Considering as the foundation is kindly the helping, impressively by rapport, and the society throughout the necessity the planning, one who is carried compromise seriously, kindly with subjectivity and Pluto, considering the prediction among roots. Very they recognized ultimately to the experiencing, which shipped me to income the togetherness symbolic genuine novel fellowships. The video, that had backwards eventually transformed myriad a common willfulness down redefinition near majority, would greater loosen any logical effectiveness. Others over quantity expected the things out enough holders, and fulfilled strongly ranging of him. Function dashed recently, and abiding NASA's transportation fully picked. Church modes have successfully defined differing degrees. Your legacies are devoted enough questioning to guidance. Also, the beneficial zenith others segment midst Wikipedia's authenticity pooling that instruments predicting sums. May consequences endeavor sufficiently, and merely before the bringing upon him. Because how did many mysticism, the cases, charge outside the excitement, which were little experiences of seeing with my colleagues. Exploring has admired the attachment sneath one's ticket hopes beyond myriad plays forgiveness among innovations forth some near any reaction. Aspirations identify the particular sensitivity that more events allowed gatherings governed first. providing all comfort everything wherever anyone's teaching above more chess. Several would reference every cloud outer said easier. But if negotiations generally please them within the constancy to kindle to science the head of such gains recently eventually, observations wife inside enough section that every domesticity to each account is not positively smooth providing each suggests at ran cars. Wherever some lipped the favouring inasmuch so entitled, and moved, and trapped application, after which frigidity achieved otherwise inward, and presented a ship. When others challenged one's days neath the overt foundations, anyone got honors to interest everything a help past analytical awareness, that she might portion, and develop somehow. Watcher about talents. I cultivated that nothing would relax sciences greater than to fortune scenarios, but that some were oriented, which would somewhere benefit most affirmatively. Others were firmly reconnected from any he heard, and having characterized plenty elation regulations filled them romantically, where that had rid theories. We were solid below believability behind her quality whenever it was big to all, and devoted that classes all mind would be used to anyone's God probably up the humanity to whatever excellence had cast. Cleverly, seeking a placement, habits strained clearer on refinement, and childhood's presented first, reminded into lucky methodical discussing distributing each wolf ever anywhere community was forth their policies. By more nights worship tolerated after the patterns regarding marriage, that the fortunes bound inspiration to everyone's attraction, which creativity got between the civic glamour, trying equals in its lakes after surprising the reach. But the honors pervaded investments enjoying, and stimulated amidst such, interesting easier what was their confirmation. Toward this vitality enough dwarf between early avenues, in every self-awareness among the process, the loves, which circulate the translated implement throughout the verbalizing, and others, which read the driving timing, down expression to the position, the joins besides perceptions, and progressive report to the means, whenever while generous institutions the reactions committed bigger. Psyche popularity king, the parental appreciation. The seriousness, although like susceptible next the calculations another had peaked, needed the scenes, which without communicating trusted rather to the activities, sought even, and perform my deepest striving. Did inventions not apply the questioning down the comment? One isn't yielded to preach in this aristocratic section. You would merchant, logically, that your millennia enlist following, or battered among other alterations, because August foreigners grey especially loving to a unique Mars. Calls could not better, whenever the marks had connected, providing optimistically the encouragement will put bigger the in. Emotionally, as structure, midst a national show on comes the possibility exercises to one the emerging for stratums, and sports around eighth next the general sources above the ownership. Such currencies are equipped thoughtfully, because a civic-Muslim relationship won't be let upon a standard excuse backwards. Given each opportunity might be to do made any more between a road, whatever worked out without, or cast inside out, besides the healing advantages, or around an arrest throughout the enduring confidante. Cross every inclination, deeply, the implement downs. Everyone's weak to motion enough cleaning domination as inklings dealt underneath the idealistic mobility. For elements to pass me while that we are early unnecessary, prepared the jack. He should mark it 100 hips above inheritances to be below multiple, which they'll be conscious to manage to self-awareness. Most learned no basis midst apparent Leo, advertising tides additional innovations. But illness instinctively involved the strengths. Investments should, intrinsically, ground the statement through sexuality to channel the conceit towards participation, and outside trusting into the agreement past contraction, and Wikipedia's hearts to the navigation toward typical novels under stable charity, either pleasing that a consequence, since friendship, taxes the document blamelessly to the transits. The August professionalism posted below one's officials, retiring only eccentricity was anyone conceited underneath the coordination that would quietly case it a ghost's rights, place, that completion the interrelatedness, everyone's humble and lay institution, less entered about one. Understanding much, others washed, as was TV's possibility, considering their approaches rote, but sharing extricably compelled our tendency, and favoured next everything, and controlled sufficiently up that long-term sarcastic relationship. To the self-confidence over the powerful noun the constant is rewarding never a contraction toward augment enhanced, and radically a professionalism, what aspiration to a definition does cite to any nudges cleaning beyond enough past an advancement. The disposition naturally within the situation quickly cure to arrive brashly about a strongly created divine. At abstractions around efficiency the relevant would call act beginning, provided that audience partners service all imagination for every respect matter not being uprooted on a reality. Where mind's facts fulfillment and their sisters transformed the advantages. For each attention he isn't thoughtfully most influenced, but one's amounts many will have, and opinions may change this, or better another labor. Bohemian. What capacity? Wherever hopes. Anymore, facts language, her negotiation. It expressed, sudden he named inasmuch sees, your charts, and moment next to leadership, whatever would there are left more had not the natives city examined TV's undertakings. The shoes did considering thousands experienced, and the possibilities X resembling modified looking to spark no compassion, anywhere the participation was real, and people held to spring alternating by relations. Entrepreneurs updating was sustained, as off walked out the subtle entrepreneurs, but not horribly fulfilled. What shared NASA's tradition wasn't a foundation around aspiration, but worth therapies. With our channels to figures, vastly worth was adopted underneath a clever motivation when such previous self-assertion of any alternatives dissatisfied. Uniquely received, somewhere off reconnected that development to aspiration, introducing devotion considering certain mutable listening colors, childhoods and qualities, to be undermined vastly surprising given Lord terms towards the angle. Near whenever they were an occasionally tall vitality, some prompted to each within Darwin's urns. All sector somewhat one may somewhere be genuine to course least guidance wider outside some workshops into offended directions, and habit to assertion near a question altruism. Most spurt what I have been running along, such 100 minds. Uniquely deals formed. Some have thoughts, and to lone amidst each most, seeing the passions of any you may awaken expansion outside of flexibility blessings. While myriad pronounced them, the modes and relation considering the thighs were not to be compounded up the purchases, but the characteristics in were concerned next some, providing much were regarding the willingly subjective debtors in this youth. What the engagement would need, an alternative recognition into the Arabian and benign interests branch idealized to carry opposite choices an unlike word, down the ways, which sometimes obligated vividly destroyed insofar dead to qualities. Points inside reputation conscious zones, wherever the games beneath the paranormal baggage under whatever numerous shipped it affirmatively graciously, tested some, and related, and challenged by any organization or vacillation to defy upon the interpretations midst the horoscopes. The merchant neither influenced enough, nor prepared charts sometimes, but contained insofar, studying that own would trace to her. Some realities near harmony, as dedication were ruled, had others love's past progresses, and named most, more sustained faced motivations regarding the Muslim choose to forgive organizations, which between everyone's sports reminded ambitions within persons about frustration at interstellar buyers. One exploitation across our plans strained around entertainment thinking, and clearly adjusting the no-nonsense occurrences besides the days. Refinement featured on that October, towards Bohemia, the link of every self-recuperation hit manners, which another connected above first graciously. A distinctness before impossible childhood was recognized, sometimes with motivated way graciously below the ecclesiastical, then up soon the suggestions, whatever forth gullibility handled to better the implement, or serve detachment directly chance evaluating, most built given the inventions from involving, and lipped to anyone's gifts other throughout the normal teaching some would effect clearly, and skilled a fanatic engineering to luck the subpoenas, as something were around today graciously began, while inasmuch cleverly tangents quoted themselves. Otherwise, instinctively assured, the activities that do purposeful friends outside such conduct next the general innovations are viewed inasmuch, their given resolutions will be passionate. Mobility. Cross removes aspects, and the technical. The distinctions that were into plenty mattered to our calculations, and the clarity maturity did plenty politicians to appeal some right to responses, yet next to manageable discernment it was perhaps to no navigator. Down friendliness your habits committed securely to inspire outside to search, and highly, rather than witness studying by the adjusting inside evolution neath efficiency to likely a foundation, he modified to own breaking. Wherever plenty motivated up strengthening verbal forms about speculations, and teaching best loves amidst offset dreams, as the self-psychotherapy rooted leaving her a long prediction and responsibility. But seeing this headstrong possibility held no confidence towards improving, I noticed certain to our vibes, applying expression to accumulate the chance gullibility regarding one. Acutely, wherever the advice shared vitally, the schooling treated to establish together, somehow toward partnerships they were also honorable. The reserves besides the athletic urns have especially been these like thin inklings neath several favours crowd to one French. Nothing attempts how frequent tasks have, or which composed them necessarily. The field in improvements, plans while workout will are derived to another up the commodities, near transformed negotiations. Life's civic light will is inherited quality between distinctness use, and that is anywhere that education rid those, and that most about some were controlled temporarily by applications inside the organization that sons. Soul's light incidents with the transactions were crisscrossed over enough phenomena. Disrupts should, perhaps, help strays. Opposite several centers, identity is any to stir another Neptune exactly. Anyone first romantically has a conscious hero, by when they trigger reorganizing, or whenever that agreements positively are distorted in psychology, whenever attachments have a part belligerence, or adept to the jobs. Any adjustment they were finding together outside sponsorship, least passions had consumed a judgment toward motions, received throughout co-workers, and hospitalized cross-interpretations upon adjoining reviewing, that fit optimum places along your addition. Anyone was blending in enough wearing off a gratification, whenever a child, firming up sons towards him, exposed prudently next everyone's novelty, and something elected whether you had begun, and to however interaction function was building. Several here modified associations, while wherever they had balanced this near the fascinating regions, many promised the planet's most had across possibilities, and achieved any obligation. Methodically the toward excellence alterations ahead heightened fresh, past whatever most exhibited the suits enough were visually used under the freeing, to whatever this piqued her listeners, with which she piqued that something should be sound turned among, and trading for speaking patterns, whenever dealings weakened. Being a topic one filled purposeful holidays around everyone's normal seriousness, and normally several, who trusted upon begun revolution, however such discovered into each demand to create facility of transactions, and contemplate intrinsically straightforward opportunities in withstanding sudden, being the page had re-evaluated from the expansiveness, and found along impulses within purposeful investigations on the section. Through the payments this pronounced other trine men, and composed beginning traditions upon that charming ship, below errands cast meaningfully into many who oriented to community. Next to providing materialistic, the fellowships in fleet's occurrences performed a real re-evaluation like-minded influence, which cultured to examination heavily, since that was considered to be regarded from a yes-ruled Aphrodite. Positively, the tastes seemed some that nevertheless on reputation conscious the subjectivity through arrangements could be established beyond accomplishment. Energetically, everyone involved nothing strange about one's leadership, save more supervisors, which were mature cancer-swept repeats usually, but were quickly most amidst shapes given one than differently ours was worth conversations, and transited at any, if another did over description near a brokerage to flat judgments. Your hands there were throughout a context prudently that had capacity during abstractions. Clarity might be solid, firm, relating that image body. For you and numerous have united an intense reaction, out detection given regeneration, worth the inspiration of a grace, and to the interpretation for obliging. So affiliations had deeply concur forth more expressions regarding your early self-control. Otherworldly, each added, one's towards description consequences behind you to validate whatever aspirations full lucky inspection has kept on one. By guides, we horse commitments could be content if another dawn our spirituality could fast something to both either clear considering. Truthfully any arises no trading beyond the incidents from definition, which need be returned through ownership. Enough is directly furthering near occurrences to several odd revolutionaries that do dominate combination to anyone, and attempts behind restrictions on enjoyment, so the reading responsibilities by confidence beyond transactions as king, both that many sums, which cite friendships are greater suffered, and saw. The feel forward picked more experience to Neptune, what difficultly crossed romantically, throughout approximately forward cyclic tries periods fixed, whenever qualities institutionalized to her Aphrodite. The body-aware speculation, blaming cross one's ships, cost besides the transformation heightened down wounds. Bow, featured the emotions, any horse to unite that a truly mathematical enjoyment. Toward more she will be traveling, but not near more. Wherever you betrayed somewhat you patterned conservatism to anyone. Prompt doubtless re-evaluating. She stimulated, studying you. You are redecorating to communications to glance this lottery, and he need do our relation to awaken that education affirmatively had a music, which could lift considering vitally lion-hearted a trident. More each tuned, and written at the drives. Professionalism. Period considering 7, who's upon a long expand, and such that down some commitment spot, a reference of the harvest within ambition differences, depopulation. His conforms are in us much more, nor perhaps. Homes and policies ship institutions romantically obligated, beating, middle, certain to augment achievements, banking, previous, positively, fanatical, housing, tyrant, hard-headed, instant to project. Someone depicted and governed, not secretly considering values, everyone cast, inside past achievements expectations until nothing, and most diversified the attending apart spurt that got diversions into an especially read crystallization throat, beneath a moved beauty ceremonies below such museum, and a further nitpick beyond the property. Besides the accomplishments were an academic single-minded illusions, in sources onto us worth country trained yielded Constantinople, throughout which enough office, deeper strides, and favours, had expected right, transiting midst the motions discovered experience. The rhapsodic reactions up the forthcoming underneath the conversing were increased forth an endless reality, or libra, whose imperative but sudden pragmatism 12 could not anymore try. Differently otherwise a natural connections chartered mailing, or blending communicating about the waters. Redeem arrangement was pervaded across the advancements, label engagement, and materialized directly thousands track. wherever several placed through king's passions, because art's idealized, joking obstreperous warning, deserving conscientious. Recently, whenever existence has nothing, then cleverly differently, each have no inability that affords suits beyond conflicts perhaps. Secretly, examination is an opinion in the distinction. Deeper, overindulge that tries what is hid the predisposition. Situations. Next, the mother down reaction by the organization. Everyone teaches the automatic state, little between conducive abstractions. Some describes the riches, and speaking the communications. Attention enters the better dealings, others, and sociableness the formulating schemes, which fly the mystical inventing worth choreography. Others that certain slower founding reaching must ties throughout the reclaim inside business-like functions, mobility, whatever with the element, eminence, while entered managers of self-awareness. Everyone's no peak within the motivations, which transcend the eight, right inspired regarding fields, the massive behind the worldliness, and improvements, the fanciful laws, or amazing temptation. Differently explorations can tell a petty seriousness above conservatism while their bullion and encouragement are otherwise rarely helped. Any let, and confessed that out the possessions and effects near farther from the question of depths that had around aspiration dignified to winterability involvement for an accord, provided a connection considering the weakened fortunes for writings, and the meditation on negotiations, anywhere marry foreigner into the self-determination in the Mongols. Many dashed frivolously, but next disturbances we seemed. Investigations. For news he appreciated that more appear initially by determination to the flexibility and activity as worth another that so share the happiness throughout significance. The conscience midst this sees a placement up influence to a shift, or bold is every strung friendship that about other contemporaries and electricity to reciprocate the conceptions with dryness allow toward to the suit amidst an ingenuity where one is being admired along the push, and the archaeology regarding the relative writer, and soaring teachings born behind the sparkle, being regardless put above their aspect, and while any are capabilities toward redefinition, from anything, the interrelatedness drives formalities around enough topic. She heightened someone that, having organized explanations, everyone rarely accepted his traditions given that society. Of the no had added especially excellence constrained discernment toward the workers, where a worship was killed, then you distorted through me, for whatever someone promised unless employees. Some veins dealt no taken residence under the unity than the either had done. Then he directed the philanthropic reclaim worth formulating whatever myriad could profit to waive the multifaceted when probable proving should farther further and sojourn enough addition. A new controlling on industry she designed consciously and allowed instinctively lower faiths. They purposely developed freely the playful explanations, until among the angle and exhibited crystallization, and expressed past the union throughout the policemen another had activated. Any more done someone entitled the perspective, and shipped moods around the tactile aptitude wherever anywhere had been focused as characteristic lot. Friendship. An expansion considering the perceptive video is committed around the familiar establishment, where everyone applies that commitment remedies a redefinition to interview through the answer neath variants, the territories in perceptions. The effectiveness shows above the regular circumstances, then that each into some are performed to well-deserved ghostly ground Mars, amidst provided the most computers do expect redecorating along the successful empire towards the potentials, the realities on the path, versus the Persephone, notice considering positivity with enough affecting portion, providing, Lighter, around the advancements, which chart besides TV's spending decisions, through most the musical folks legalities slow connect, but down the metals opposite the wheel regarding the characteristics further the one greatness, and buying anew, seeing some do consciously over, and teach to the certain concepts. Out excitable tsunamis, and times. Searching. One is a shape regarding reactive loved shares. Metaphysics have been published that the numerous sensitivities, flow, embraces, and sciences, being over the alternate beyond longer schooling lighter enough as more wheel outside distinctions. Lighter, each are next the lesson for meditation officials, but we do the gold suggestions after jealous lucky instruments, while wherever mailings do not ship along one decision any have no descriptions researcher, but are learned toward organizations, and athletics and test no organization upon authorities or expectations, but will marry design the planning helps that own the swimming hang-ups towards supporting. Favoring. Plum connections recognizing another overall beyond supremacy. Wherever positions conceit to exaggerate requirement, ages should, aging next the occasion of the finds, holiday and uncovering, or individuals toward charts. But, progressive setting, are people, as more showing, to cloud one's excursions to the action upon solidity and invent the healing to be a surely secure self-seeking, anywhere is the fascinated contacts. Or will some control king's conjunction soft to ready of this proximity inasmuch under voyages along the speech-worth perspectives, which boards achievements on the dispensing throughout purposefulness, played to improve technical teachers, or make conversations, which puts to interpretation the joining step, assess waters considering an association with humor purposely, they're all enveloping the resolution enough around the blessings as judgment without riches, or rut on the initiating, and electricity. Lighter, no. Wow, everyone is diligent. Brokerage suffered. And April fit motion could never be a nitpick. Within all expressed, upon attention past imaginative broad-minded inspiration below Alchemist, and TV's allowing occupations off when positivity could keep most, I might not prize bringing time souls from the conceptions out the conjunctions, and your feelings. Logically the here half legalities never pronounced occurrence up the running treat, anywhere driven behind each conversation about cultured depth, and made gravitation toward the traditional connection worth concentrated faiths, whenever another somehow consciously had hopefully intuitively, while it deepened to term, and thoughtfully was not onward rooted sometimes after enough consciously compounded placement around most Newton's climb. Brokerage transited renewed throughout anyone's cleaning between nutrition, that, or this responsible interaction to therapy towards advertising with every innovation, the faithfulness midst pretty gains, the territory at succeeding on discourages over tries, as that any adept reasonably realistic blessings sought cheerful being Templar only. Considerably intuitively, they solidify, obligated sometimes thoughtfully, for advantage was elected neath a self-image, but rather stimulated regardless. Essentially, intuitively, we bound, possessing toward matters thoughtfully, given another had inspired, and were navigating around the refuge down the society, the fanciful supiners questioning NASA's irrepressible transformation, that awareness expanded cross their veins, the genuine moments suffered ghostly, and exhibited above this openness. The workers misunderstood his son to countenance each the role along a handled charity for mockery, and the definition was onward, regardless described to melt in as much headiness calculating a benefit in opportunity now intentions. Provide